The times are changing, and the world is transforming unpredictably. Qin Si unexpectedly gained the ability to communicate with the future. With this unique gift, Qin Si obtained many advanced technologies long before they were supposed to exist. But in the present world, Doomsday is unfolding. For humanity, what's desperately needed now are weapons to resist the impending apocalypse. At this critical moment, the eyes of the entire world are fixed on Dragon Nation. What kind of weapons are these? Why is your country the only one capable of resisting the apocalypse? Chapter 1. The Mysterious Space. As times change, the world evolves in ways that are hard to fathom. Qin Si unexpectedly gained the ability to communicate with the future. With this gift, he acquired advanced technology that would only emerge later. However, the present world is experiencing an apocalypse. Humanity desperately needs weapons to combat the impending doom, and all eyes are now on the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it only your country that can resist the apocalypse? This is a report from our station. Due to the disturbances caused by the zombie hordes, a large number of supplies are blocked. In the coming days, the shelters in the Jianghuai region may face a continuous shortage of supplies. Please, beep. The radio news abruptly cut off. This was the last remaining broadcast channel. Many years ago, a zombie virus outbreak occurred. Without any preparations or vaccines, 70% of the global population was infected. Survivors left their hometowns and sought refuge in various shelters. Outside the shelters, there are only the ruins of the old world and the wandering zombie hordes. All previous facilities have been destroyed, leading to a significant rupture in history. Qin Si, you're here quite early. Hey, erase the porcelain you wanted. I think it's called blue and white porcelain, Yang Feng said, handing over a piece of porcelain with a puzzled expression. What do you want with this old junk? Qin Si accepted it with a smile and replied, I've been a bit idle lately, so I thought I'd de-study it. Yang Feng nodded, saying these things were worth a fortune in the old world, but now they're completely ignored. However, next time it'll be your turn to explore. It's quite chaotic outside, so be careful. Qin Si frowned slightly and said, Are you implying that the bandits are coming here again? That would indeed be a hassle. This is Huaxia, one of the several shelters. It's not very large, and its facilities are dilapidated. In this perilous world, it stands on the brink of collapse. Yet, the most dangerous aspect outside the shelter is not the mindless zombies, but the roving bandits. They roam the world, burning, killing, and plundering, and there have even been instances of entire shelters being slaughtered. Everyone gritted their teeth, but there seemed to be no effective solution. Qin Si and Yang Feng work in the exploration team of the shelter, often venturing out to search for remnants of facilities and various useful resources. Although national laws state that all findings from exploration teams belong to the state, items like blue and white porcelain, which hold no value, can naturally be disposed of freely. This is also due to the long-term rupture in history. In an era where basic survival is a concern, anything can be discarded. For the shelter, the most coveted items are the advanced technologies of the old world, particularly weapons. The exploration team can exchange various technological products and even research materials for food or other necessities at the shelter. After all, restoring the original technological level as quickly as possible is the real priority in the current situation. Qin Si bid farewell to Yang Feng and left with the blue and white porcelain in hand. Returning to his dwelling, Qin Si closed the door behind him. The shelter was crowded, with barely enough space per person. His room was relatively nice, with the kitchen connected to the living room and a bathroom shared with others. There were no windows on the walls, leaving the place dim and shadowy. After shutting the door, he switched on a light and took out a piece of blue and white porcelain. Carefully wiping the stains off the vase, he gently placed it into his backpack. He opened the drawer under the bed, his mind reciting, Enter. Suddenly, blinding light filled the small bedroom, and Qin Si was engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a void, standing on a platform that hovered in midair. Fresh out of university, Qin Si had joined an exploration team, later being assigned near the Jianghuai region. He had been on 3 missions so far, and after becoming familiar with everything, he had settled in. Although the shelter was small, the distribution of supplies was relatively fair, and Qin Si was contemplating whether to bring his parents over as well. But now he had made up his mind. Half a month ago, Qin Si had stumbled upon this mysterious space. He could enter it at will, and through his research, he discovered that there was another person present in this realm. Sitting at the desk on the platform was a middle-aged man in a suit, tall and imposing, but his face was shrouded in mist, making it hard to see clearly. Qin Si focused his mind and strode confidently to the desk. yet he still couldn't discern the man's features. The mysterious man sized up Qin Si and then exclaimed warmly, "Mr. Qin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Did you bring what I asked for?" Without hesitation, Qin Si retrieved the blue and white porcelain from his bag. The pristine vase still bore some stains, but he had no time to clean it properly. The mysterious man appeared excited, standing up to take the porcelain, murmuring, "Blue and white porcelain, the inscription at the bottom should be from the Ming dynasty, well preserved." He paid no mind to the stains, eagerly examining it, as if afraid of missing something. "Mr. Qin, remarkable, truly remarkable." Qin Si nodded slightly and spoke, "Now how about what I want? Shouldn't it be revealed?" The mysterious man spread his fingers, and 6 beams of blue light appeared. 6 shiny black boxes were placed on the table, shimmering with a radiant glow and surrounded by flickers of electricity. Qin Si felt a stir in his heart, his breathing quickening. As a member of the exploration team, he had an inexplicable fascination with these technological products. Although he couldn't yet determine the exact functions of the black boxes just by looking, he sensed they were far from ordinary. "Mr. Qin, I want to confirm again. What you seek is the latest technology that can shield against both internal and external threats, correct?" "Exactly." The mysterious man let out a slight sigh of relief and continued. "This is the latest particle emitter, capable of generating a massive plasma shield with a radius of 30 kilometers. Though its durability is only 300 years, it should meet your needs." Listening to the man's explanation, Qin Si was both astonished and eager, nodding repeatedly. As he picked up one of the black boxes from the table, he realized it was surprisingly heavy, cold to the touch, with electric currents dancing at his fingertips, creating a tingling sensation that felt oddly pleasant. The mysterious man carefully tucked away the blue and white porcelain, clearly quite satisfied with the transaction. Noticing that Qin Si was still absorbed in his examination, the mysterious man spoke up, "These plasma launchers are designed to be used as a complete set. Once properly installed, just click to start, and they will operate automatically." Qin Si searched around and soon discovered a button beneath the black box. He set the box down and looked up at the mysterious man, who had already put away his porcelain, clearly very pleased. Perhaps noticing Qin Si's gaze, he quickly smiled and added, "Mr. Qin, the porcelain you provided this time is in excellent condition. If you have more of such quality next time, we can continue trading." Qin Si thought for a moment and said, "I'm looking for some standalone defensive equipment, something easy to store, preferably with offensive capabilities. Can you fulfill that?" The mysterious man fell into contemplation, appearing somewhat troubled. "There are indeed several options that meet your requirements." Anticipating this, Qin Si responded, "Could you give me a brief introduction?" "The highest quality defensive equipment with offensive capabilities I can procure is the Bionic Armor 8000, but I currently don't have any in stock." Qin Si was slightly surprised and asked, "How long will it take to obtain?" The mysterious man smiled wryly and pondered for a moment. "Mr. Qin, it seems you're quite anxious. If something happens to you, it would be difficult for me as well." "All right, how about this?" The mysterious man finally made up his mind, taking off his watch. "Mr. Qin, this is my personal bionic armor. While it lacks offensive capabilities, you can use it for self-defense." Chapter 2, What Happened? Personal? That's right. Although it's custom-made for me, it won't affect others' normal use. I've lifted the restrictions, so you can bind it at any time. Qin Si frowned, feeling somewhat skeptical. "How do I bind it?" The mysterious man paused for a moment, but quickly relaxed. This was common knowledge, yet he still felt the need to explain. However, he refrained from saying this out loud, and instead continued with a slight pause. "Just let it recognize your genes with the first drop of blood." Qin Si hesitated. The mysterious man, however, laughed with a hint of helplessness. "Mr. Qin, our transaction still needs to continue. How could I possibly do you harm? Rest assured." Qin Si stopped hesitating, packed away the various items, and asked, "So, what would you like to trade for next time?" The mysterious man sat up straight. "Anything will do porcelain, calligraphy, as long as it's an artifact from ancient times." "Ancient artifacts?" Qin Si nodded, then bid farewell to the mysterious man and, in a dazzling flash, returned to his original room. As soon as he was back, he began to examine the exchanged items. After a moment, he let a drop of blood fall onto the watch. Instantly, a cool sensation enveloped his entire body, and a layer of nearly imperceptible energy shield covered him. In that moment, Qin Si understood how to use the device and its capabilities. It's not complicated. There's no need to manipulate it deliberately. Just put the watch on your wrist, and a light shield will automatically appear. The functions are quite simple. It can defend against attacks and enhance physical abilities, allowing you to run faster and be stronger. Of course, flying or teleporting is still impossible at most. It can deflect bullets, which is about the limit. Glancing at the 6 black boxes on the table, he naturally had no doubts about the mysterious man. This enigmatic space was something Qin Si had stumbled upon by chance. The other party had already stated that he was a human from 1,000 years in the future. Through their conversations, the mysterious man indicated that he could exchange artifacts from ancient civilizations for technology from a millennium ahead. Of course, not everything was available, but some civilian technologies were. Originally, these ancient relics had been forgotten and neglected, so he had paid them some attention during his subsequent explorations. However, upon reflection, he wasn't sure of the true value of these ancient artifacts, but each piece of technology he had received in exchange was incredibly valuable. Qin Si didn't hesitate after all. Outside the shelter, there were still thousands of zombies and bandits lurking. The sooner he could secure these 6 black boxes, the more at ease he would feel. In just about 15 minutes of driving, Qin Si arrived at the Exploration Center's evaluation station. The station was bustling with activity, filled with people moving hurriedly, as if something significant had occurred. Qin Si was already well acquainted with the place, and he approached the counter to ask the receptionist, "Sisterly, what's going on? Why is everyone in such a rush?" The receptionist, putting down the document she had just picked up, smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing major, it's just that Yangfeng's team has lost contact." After handing the blue and white porcelain to Qin Si, Yangfeng had gone out on another mission. However, the communication system wasn't fully restored yet, and it was common for teams to go missing during outings. Was it really necessary to be this frantic? Seeing Qin Si's puzzled expression, Li Ruotian directly asked, "Is something wrong? I'm quite busy here." Snapping back to reality, Qin Si quickly pulled out the 6 black boxes from his bag and carefully placed them on the counter. "Sisterly, these are found by Yangfeng at the old ruins. He asked me to bring them in for appraisal, along with a research document." Naturally, Qin Si wouldn't reveal the true origins of the black boxes, and he had no worries about Yangfeng. They had grown up together, and he could easily come up with an excuse to gloss over things. "Oh, just a moment, let me contact the appraiser," Li Ruotian said as she set down the phone and started chatting with Qin Si. The evaluation station had specialists who were dedicated to appraising the technology from the old society, and under normal circumstances, they could quickly determine the technological content of items. Of course, there were exceptions. Exploration teams occasionally stumbled upon cutting-edge technology left behind by the old society. In such cases, direct appraisal was often impossible, and the items would need to be reported and handed over. Qin Si had anticipated this situation, which is why he included a research document that essentially contained the instructions for using the 6 black boxes. If the black boxes were submitted for evaluation, what would be the point of all his efforts over the past few days? Just then, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and round glasses approached the counter. He nodded at Qin Si before engaging in conversation with Li Ruotian. Clearly, he was the appraiser she had just contacted. The middle-aged man picked up the black box and examined it closely, using a dozen different tools in the process. He even attempted to force it open with a drill, eager to peek inside. This startled Qin Si. The mysterious man had warned him that this was plasma, and who knew if it might explode. Eventually, the middle-aged man, out of ideas, set the black box down and turned his attention to the research materials beside him. He glanced at the papers, his eyelids twitching, and then his heart raced wildly. This is definitely top-tier technology from the old society, and it's well-preserved enough to be used directly. The middle-aged man was so excited that his hands trembled, and his joy was palpable. This drew the attention of those around him, and soon a crowd began to gather. "What's happening?" asked a sharply dressed man with graying hair who had been attracted by the commotion. Qin Si recognized him at once. Yang Peng, the chairman of the research station, who held absolute authority. "Chairman, look," the middle-aged man said, still unable to contain his excitement as he hurriedly handed the research report to Yang Peng. The chairman raised an eyebrow at the man's uncharacteristic display, but didn't dwell on it. He began to read the documents. However, as he read on, his astonishment grew, and he eventually stared in disbelief at the black box on the counter, breaking into a joyful laugh. "Excellent, excellent. Which team discovered this?" Report to the chairman. It was Qin Si. Li Ruotian pointed to Qin Si, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, not hiding anything. "You are Qin Si? Good. Your discovery is invaluable. Just tell me what you want," Yang Peng said, placing a large hand on Qin Si's shoulder, clearly not a man to be stingy. But Qin Si shook his head. He hadn't done all this for food or money. What he truly hoped for was the unbreakable security of the shelter, especially for his parents who would be moving there soon. I don't need anything. As long as it can be useful to the country, that's enough. Chapter 3. I promise you, Yang Peng clearly did not anticipate Qin Si's attitude, but he was not put off by it. On the contrary, he had a particular admiration for such people. However, the issue was that what Qin Si submitted was far too important, and Yang Peng felt he had to express something in response. Just as he hesitated, his phone rang, a number he couldn't ignore. Hello, this is Yang Peng. What's the matter? All he could hear was the roar of gunfire mixed with the intermittent voices of soldiers. The city gate is about to fall. The call was abruptly cut off by a tremendous explosion, and no matter how much Yang Peng shouted, there was no response. Outside the shelter, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Dozens of tanks, loaded with live ammunition, slowly moved toward the city gate, their cannons occasionally belching forth brilliant tongues of fire. Bro, these old-world tanks are really something. If we could dig up a few dozen more, we'd never have to worry about food and drink again. A burly man in front casually blasted the head off a zombie before hopping into an approaching jeep. Of course, he got thousands of brothers relying on him to make a living, he added, his eyes glinting with a sharp, bloodthirsty light, resembling a beast just released from its cage. The sight of the defeated soldiers from the shelter only made his laughter louder. Suddenly, a massive shell exploded in the air above the shelter, sending plumes of smoke billowing out, making it all the more conspicuous. Wait, everyone hold on. Li Hu called a halt to the offensive. Although he wanted a quick resolution, he didn't want to be careless and lose everything. The dozens of tanks stopped in unison, lined up like an iron tide, imposing and awe-inspiring. Bro, what is going on? Why did we stop? You'll see for yourself. Following Li Hu's gesture, they noticed a barely visible thin membrane quietly enveloping the entire shelter. Damn it. Bro, give the order to blow it to pieces. Li Hu nodded but felt a vague sense of unease. He had traveled far and wide over the years and seen plenty of old-world technology, but he had never encountered anything as bizarre as this. He honestly didn't believe this thing could hold him back. With a thunderous roar, dozens of tanks fired simultaneously. The powerful recoil made the ground tremble slightly, and clouds of dust filled the air. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Dozens of shells exploded in mid-air. Yet not a single inch of the membrane was damaged. Bro, this is insane. What the hell is going on? Li Hu frowned as well. They were a ragtag group of thousands, living a nomadic life, constantly exposed to the elements and always on guard against hordes of zombies. A single mistake could lead to a grave without a body, which made them particularly bloodthirsty. Now, just when they were on the brink of breaching the shelter, a protective barrier suddenly appeared. How could that not make him anxious? A cooked duck can't fly away, right? A shout broke through Li Hu's astonishment. Bro, someone from the shelter is calling us. Let us go check it out. Inside the shelter, Yang Peng quickly assessed the situation and knew things were not looking good. Taking a bold risk, Qin Si activated the 6 black boxes he brought as instructed. It was his resolute action that saved the shelter, otherwise, it would have been in ruins by now. Qin Si didn't stay on the sidelines and followed Yang Peng and the others outside. However, what greeted them was a scene of devastation. Craters from shelling littered the ground, and the towering city walls were riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of collapse. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Clearly, the armed forces of the shelter were no match for these marauders. A green jeep soon appeared, and 4 individuals jumped out, clearly the leadership, all armed with semi-automatic rifles and on high alert. The leader was a burly man wearing a filthy yellow vest, his body marked with scars. Li Hu frowned slightly, his gaze sharp and filled with fury. Who is in charge here? Step forward and say what you need to say. Yang Peng stepped forward, showing no fear, and said sternly, we know what you want. Our reinforcements are on the way and will arrive in 2 days. I advise you to leave now. Oh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If you want us to leave, it's simple enough, Li Hu replied. Yang Peng was taken aback. He didn't believe these marauders would back down easily. After all, no shelter that had fallen to marauders had ever survived. Even if it wasn't utterly destroyed, the hordes of zombies would flood into the city. If Yang Peng had any reinforcements, he wouldn't even bother talking to Li Hu. 3,000 kilograms of rice, 3,000 kilograms of flour, 500 kilograms of meat, and 6 water carts filled to the brim. Not only Yang Peng, but everyone else was taken aback by Li Hu's outrageous demands. This was an absurd request. And even if they had the resources, the amount of food Li Hu mentioned was likely all the pure grain the shelter had. Absolutely not. We can't give you that. Yang Peng responded, unusually angry, refusing without hesitation. To his surprise, Li Hu didn't get angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. He turned to his men and ordered, bring those people over here. A few of them dragged a person forward, dressed in a research institute uniform and blindfolded with a black cloth. Qin Si immediately recognized him. It was the missing Yang Feng. Had they been captured by marauders along the way? Qin Si pondered silently. As if to confirm his suspicions, more individuals were brought out. Li Hu walked up to them with his gun, his eyes fierce, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly asked Yang Peng, "You know these people, right?" Bang! Before Yang Peng could respond, Li Hu fired, and one of the explorers fell to the ground. "See if you agree now." Li Hu pressed the gun against Yang Feng's head, viciously demanding an answer, giving Yang Peng no chance to speak. Yang Peng was stunned, his mind a jumble, unable to think clearly. Just as Li Hu was about to pull the trigger, a melodious voice rang out. "Fine, I agree." Qin Si stepped forward, facing the menacing Li Hu. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, Yang Feng would surely die. He could fulfill Li Hu's demands through the mysterious man, right now. His priority was to save Yang Feng's life. Seeing that it was a young man, Li Hu raised the gun he had just lowered once more. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "You think you can fool me?" Clearly, he did not believe Qin Si's words to him. This young man had no right to speak here. He raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation. Yang Peng only caught a glimpse of something flashing beside his eye when Qin Si suddenly lunged forward, moving so fast that there was no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Qin Si was in front of Yang Feng, using his body to shield him. The bullet struck Qin Si, producing a loud thud and sparking a burst of fire. Chapter 4. Willing to surrender, it was that armor that saved Qin Si. Qin Si looked at the group of bandits in front of him, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had not yet recovered from the shock. That bullet had nearly pierced his heart. After all, even in a post-apocalyptic society, firearms were restricted. Only police and special agents were allowed to possess them. How could these desperate outlaws be armed with guns? "Ha ha ha, you little brat. I'm going to make sure you die here today." A bandit pointed a gun at Qin Si's head, but he wore a cold smile, as if he didn't value his life at all. He calmly said, "If I'm not mistaken, you can't kill me." Qin Si's words ignited the fury of the crowd. A burly man wielding a long knife stepped forward, swinging his weapon at Qin Si. Bang! Qin Si casually extended his hand to block the strike. The man with the knife widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. How was that possible? The other bandits were equally stunned. Their strongest member couldn't even touch Qin Si. "You're all too weak." Qin Si sneered. He seized the long knife and forcefully drove it into the ground. The 3-meter-long blade sank deep into the earth, forming a stone monument. Standing beside the pit, although Qin Si was slender, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Everyone around him was frozen in shock. "Do you want to die?" Qin Si slowly spoke, his voice cold and filled with authority. One of the bandit leaders trembled at the sight of Qin Si and hurriedly said, "Big brother, we absolutely meant no offense. Please spare us." Upon hearing this, the others quickly knelt down, pleading, "We are willing to surrender." Qin Si shook his head and replied, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. In that case, you all shall die." Bang! Qin Si kicked the dirt beneath him fiercely, then leaped into the air and swung his sword down. The bandits clutched their necks and fell to the ground. Blood stained the earth, and the heavy scent of blood filled the air. This scene completely intimidated the leader. Qin Si turned to him and said, "Now you can choose to live or die." The man gulped, his mind shattering at the sight before him, his fear expanding infinitely. At this moment, Qin Si sighed inwardly. Fortunately, the equipment given to him by those mysterious people was truly useful. Otherwise, he would have died here today. The man trembled, raising both hands and saying, "I surrender. I'm willing to help you." Qin Si nodded and replied, "Good. Outside, it's filled with zombies, and the shelter is not absolutely safe. We need someone to help." This group of bandits was not weak, especially Li Hu. With a bit of training, they could become qualified fighters. This way, even if danger arose, at least they would have a chance to survive. "Now, tell me about the situation outside the shelter," Qin Si said to Li Hu. "Currently, only this group of bandits has come from the outside, and they are the most aware of the situation out there. Zombies. The entire area outside the shelter is filled with them. Last night, we went out to scout, and on our way back, we were besieged by countless zombies and had no choice but to escape." Hearing Li Hu's words, Qin Si couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's over. If the area outside the shelter is swarming with zombies, then it will be difficult for them to hold on for long. "Where did you get the tanks?" Qin Si asked next. "We found a cave nearby, which had some ammunition and fuel," Li Hu replied. Qin Si nodded. It was likely a fallen arms factory. Li Hu and his team happened to find the tanks inside and brought them out to use as weapons. "One last question. What era are you from?" Meanwhile, at the U.S. base, countless eyes were glued to the screen. What happened at the Jianghua shelter in Dragon Country? What was that mysterious light wave? How could they have invented weapons to resist zombies? Everyone was stunned. Initially, the U.S. military had received intelligence that the Jianghua shelter was surrounded by zombies and could fall at any moment. Who would have thought that suddenly? A dazzling white beam of light emerged from the Jianghua shelter, instantly sweeping away the zombies within several kilometers. This was nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that Dragon Country had invented some new technology? It must be new technology, otherwise, such immense power wouldn't be possible. No, they had to get to the bottom of this. Everyone got excited because, as it stood, there was no existing technology capable of resisting zombies. The whole world was facing the zombie threat, and if Dragon Country truly had some new technology, it must be obtained. Soon, a tall and beautiful female soldier walked into the command center. She was Colonel Li Yue of the U.S. military. As a seasoned agent, she was highly sensitive to various pieces of information. Moreover, Li Yue was one of the youngest brigadier generals in the U.S., and her resume was impressive. More importantly, she had multiple opportunities for achievements and had even killed 10 zombies in a single battle. Therefore, she was one of the best agents in the U.S. The U.S. leadership showed her the video from Jianghua. Upon seeing that blinding white light in the video, Li Yue gasped in astonishment. Oh my god. She was utterly shocked. At all costs, they had to seize this technology. Chapter 5. What era? From what era? Li Hu and the others exchanged glances. Their raised hands frozen in midair as they listened to Qin Si's words. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Hu's forehead, and his chills ran down his spine. Qin Si's gaze was as terrifying as a venomous scorpion. What does this mean? Li Hu forced a smile, partly because he didn't understand Qin Si's meaning, and partly because he was unsure of what era they were currently in. Rather than a question, it felt more like an inexplicable accusation from Qin Si. Li Hu gasped, feeling darkness engulf him, and then bit his lip, forcing a smile as he said, I don't quite understand what you mean. Upon hearing this, Qin Si's indifferent gaze swept over Li Hu and the others, all of whom looked bewildered, as if this matter truly had nothing to do with them. However, Qin Si's eyes darkened slightly as he meticulously adjusted his cuffs and asked again, I don't have time to waste with you. You just need to answer my question. What era do you come from? At this, Li Hu nearly broke down in tears. His knees weakened, and he almost knelt before Qin Si again. Looking at Qin Si's frostbitten face and listening to his slightly cold tone, Li Hu felt a shiver run down his spine and could only slowly reply, Isn't the current era the one plagued by zombie attacks for over a decade? What other era could there be? Please don't test us. Yes, you're the big brother. Whatever you say is right. We're just outsiders, really not understanding what you mean. It's our lack of comprehension. Please don't hold it against us. Yes, what other era could there be? Big brother, we don't understand your meaning. Li Hu and the others were left dumbfounded by Qin Si's questioning, frozen in place, afraid to provoke him into taking further action. No one understood what he meant by era, nor did they know what Qin Si's aim truly was. The group exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Having just been reprimanded by Qin Si, they were now quite compliant, their expression shifting as they hurriedly offered a few awkward explanations. Yet Qin Si's tone remained calm. After a long sigh, he sat down slowly opposite them. In the vast silence of the space, even a pin drop could be heard as everyone held their breath, not daring to speak loudly. Amidst this tranquility, all that could be heard were Qin Si's breaths, and one had to wonder, what could he be thinking so intently? Behind them, Yang Ping approached, but as soon as he spoke, Qin Si, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up. His tall and straight figure loomed there, and anyone who saw him would think he was simply an alternative handsome guy hidden beneath the apocalypse. Qin Si glanced at him, fully aware that it was not the time to get entangled any further. Since Li Hu and the others were unwilling to speak, Qin Si saw no reason to waste more time. Have you been too mentally strained during this time, leading to hallucinations, or perhaps your assumptions? Is it your hallucinations and assumptions? Qin Si believed this matter was not as simple as it seemed, but right now, it was not a good time to press for answers. Behind him, Yang Peng approached slowly, a smile on his face. Before Qin Si could speak, Yang Peng interrupted him, trying to lighten the mood with a teasing remark. All right, maybe you're just too nervous. Don't overthink it. After all, this place is fraught with danger. If you're not on your game, what will the rest of us do? Besides, with so many bandits captured, what do you plan to do with them? I don't have time to deal with that. Hearing this, Qin Si glanced at Li Hu and the others, surveying the captured bandits carefully. In the end, he concluded that aside from Li Hu, the rest were quite ordinary and lacked any real value. The man turned to Yang Peng with an understanding smile. And before Yang Peng could say more, Qin Si took the initiative and patted Yang Peng on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head out first. Hey, wait, where are you going? Yang Peng called out. I'm going out to explore on my own. As for how to handle these people, that's up to you, Qin Si replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Peng's expression darkened, but he still managed to smile, though the look in his eyes was inscrutable. Moreover, the man raised an eyebrow and said with a half-smile, "You just had a fight and still have so much energy. Aren't you afraid of running into something else out there? Do you want me to go with you? I can protect you along the way." "Protect me? Are you sure you can protect me once we go out?" Qin Si stopped in his tracks, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. Yet, Yang Peng's words lingered in his mind. "Come with me." Qin Si shrugged. And just as he was about to take a step forward, Yang Peng's voice came from behind him again. "Don't you trust me? Or how about I bring everyone along so we can look out for each other?" He said this because he intended to keep a distance from Yang Peng and the others, but they were like a stubborn adhesive. No matter where he tried to go, Yang Peng would always inquire, which gave Qin Si a headache. The man's demeanor was quite cold, and he picked up a nearby tool without another word. Ready to leave. Yang Peng's mouth twitched as he wanted to say something, but suddenly, Li Hu intervened, stopping Yang Peng in his tracks. "Boss, where are you taking us?" By then, Qin Si had already moved far away. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and casting a shadow over Yang Peng and the others. Yang Peng raised a hand to shield his face, and when he lowered it, Qin Si had vanished from sight. This time, Qin Si intentionally didn't bring anyone else along, aiming to quietly grab a few items without the distraction of companions. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Peng. He just felt uneasy whenever others were around, making it harder for him to act. These items could potentially be traded for armor in the future. Good thing no one followed. After Qin Si moved further away, he took a moment to glance back at the base engulfed in dust. Yang Peng and the others didn't pursue him, leaving the desolate scene with only Qin Si still on the move. From his position, he could see the mountaintop glowing with a bright red light, where the cliffs on both sides were tinged with a vivid yellow hue. As he ventured deeper, he encountered leaves growing in the deep crevices of the rock walls and dense shrubs. The landscape undulated endlessly before him. Qin Si thought to himself that to avoid having to explain the origin of the armor, the best approach was to prevent Yang Peng and the others from witnessing it firsthand. Only in this way could Qin Si confidently assert that these items were discovered in the ruins and not exchanged with people from the future. Chapter 6. Total submission. As they approached the Jianghuai refuge, all personnel in the cabin, please pay attention. Ding. On the other side, the team from the United States has already arrived at the Jianghuai refuge. When everyone stepped out of the time-space capsule, they were covered in a layer of dust. Particularly the officers behind them, who were on high alert, with some showing signs of nervousness as their palms were sweaty. It seems that this is indeed the Jianghuai refuge of the Dragon Country. "Colonel, we have arrived." The Jianghuai refuge before them resembled a desolate ruin. If it weren't for the presence of people, one might not even notice any signs of life. As Li Yue descended, the officers exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Yet, Li Yue remained poised, her fists clenched tightly, her brow furrowed, creating a deep line between her eyebrows. She stood at the entrance of the capsule, with an endless expanse of wilderness behind her. In the distance, there was a grove of trees, and at the edge of the trees, a small river wound its way toward the city. But Li Yue knew that the city today was no longer the bustling place it once was. What remained were endless yellow earth and dust, along with wandering bandits and ruthless thugs. "Colonel, everything is prepared. We can set off at any time." Behind her, an American officer stood tall, his backpack bulging, saluting Li Yue, then promptly adding, "I am at your command, Colonel." However, she lifted her gaze to the mountain in the distance, as if all her thoughts and concerns were drawn to it. "How many people do you think are still alive in the Jianghuai refuge ahead?" By this time, it was around 3 in the afternoon, the sun shining at its peak. In front of the Jianghuai refuge, there was a narrow stream. Li Yue looked out and could still see the shimmering surface of the water, illuminated by countless golden rays of sunlight, making the scene glow brilliantly. Yet, despite this beauty, Li Yue couldn't help but lament. The magnificent ruins lie collapsed in the dust. Everything that was once sheltered is now destroyed by its fall. The Dragon Country today is no longer the prosperous land it once was. Noticing Li Yue's silence, the officer reminded her again, "Colonel, during this operation, we must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot let our emotions guide us. The higher-ups have instructed us that the most important thing is to ensure nothing goes wrong." "Let us go?" the woman replied, her expression unreadable. Even though the officer said more, she remained indifferent, her lips moving slightly as she coldly stated, "Let us go meet the people of the Jianghuai refuge." In this mission, Li Yue's role was to assist the staff at the Jianghuai refuge. She needed to disguise herself along with the officers, so as soon as they appeared, the others at the refuge regarded them as outsiders. Who are these newcomers? Some cast wary glances at her, their suspicion becoming more apparent. Before Li Yue could approach with her team, the original residents of the refuge raised their weapons and rudely shut the door. "What do you want? We've never seen you before. Are you bandits from the area?" Li Yue's complexion was already cool and aloof, her graceful figure truly one of a kind, captivating yet hard to gaze upon. Her deep, inky black eyes exuded an enigmatic aura that was difficult to decipher. If one were to describe Li Yue with the phrase sword-like brows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, it would be perfectly fitting. Step back. Don't come any closer. We do not welcome strangers, especially since we do not know your identities. It's best for you to keep your distance until we are more familiar. Her cold, proud eyes seemed to lack any focus, and her long, raven black hair, now tied up, accentuated her striking presence. Her expression remained impassive, and her thin lips moved slightly without intention. Seeing the vigilance directed at her, Li Yue was not surprised. She had anticipated this reaction before arriving and expected that the locals would likely be quite resistant to her presence. Therefore, she did not display any unexpected reactions. We are here to assist the staff of the Jianghuai Refuge. Please don't misunderstand. We are not bandits. What kind of bandit dresses so well? Li Yue thought to herself. Her expression still indifferent. Staff? We haven't heard anything about that. I'm sorry, but without permission from above, we can't accommodate anyone. You know the situation is dangerous. Trust no one. I understand, but for everyone's safety, I still need to assist the refuge. Who believes your staff? Before Li Yue could finish speaking, the person closed the door even tighter. She caught a glimpse of Li Yue through the gap. Everything was unspoken yet clear. It was obvious that no one would believe her disguise as a staff member. However, Li Yue remained calm and composed, her acting skills impeccable. Not only could she glance sideways at the crowd's scrutiny, but she also smiled knowingly, saying, I understand your concerns. Since that's the case, we want to force our way in. When you trust me, I'll bring people inside. But I must warn you, there are many bandits around lately, and your refuge may not be as safe as you think. Meanwhile, Qin Si had already found the ruins. Following the path, he stumbled upon a cave that provided an ideal hiding spot. Venturing further inside, he discovered numerous intriguing items, as well as some supplies laid out. Truly a hidden paradise. He murmured in awe, lowering his head as he entered, naturally opening the large bag he carried. As he counted the treasures before him, he prepared to stash them away at a moment's notice. To him, it was only fitting that such ruins would contain rare and precious artifacts. Wow, it seems luck is on my side. To find treasures like this here. He continued to rummage while expressing his delight, his hands moving busily, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Hey, this is a good find. I must keep it safe. Who knows? I might sell it to someone in the future world for a good price. No worries about the armor now. This was a place that others could not find. Only someone like him could uncover such an extraordinary location and its treasures. With these supplies, daily living won't be a problem anymore. And this, haha. I can get another batch of armor. Qin Si was in high spirits as he entered, immediately starting to explore, murmuring to himself the whole time. Inside, there were not only some fun items but also essential supplies. The stored food was enough for the people in the shelter to last for half a month. However, Qin Si knew he couldn't bring everything back at once. Some items had to remain undiscovered by outsiders, and only he could know about them. He couldn't even easily share this information with Yangpeng. Chapter 7. The gift of armor. If his secret were discovered, it would likely provoke a collective backlash. To ensure the safety of the shelter, Qin Si needed to keep certain things hidden and act alone. These thoughts raced through his mind. No. He couldn't let anyone else find out. It seemed he had to take care of things first. As he spoke to himself, he tucked the items away into his bag. Before Yangpeng and the others arrived, he needed to thoroughly scour the area, keeping anything useful and handing over what was unnecessary. After 2 hours of rummaging, Qin Si finally made his way back. Yangpeng and the others were already eagerly waiting for him. One man, quicker than Yangpeng, asked, Brother Qin, what did you find out there? Qin Si maintained a calm demeanor, completely masking any internal turmoil. His eyes swept over the group, but he managed to hide any glimmer of insight lurking beneath. There's a cave on the mountain where I found some supplies. The provision should last us for about half a month, Qin Si replied. Yangping, take your team and bring everything back. It'll be a good supply for everyone during this time. As he finished speaking and turned to leave, Yangpeng instinctively blocked his way. Is that all? Just enough food for half a month? Nothing else? Yangping's words hinted at deeper suspicions. His shifty eyes were fixed on Qin Si, who understood that Yangpeng was sharp-minded and prone to questioning certain matters. However, it wasn't the right moment for Qin Si to lay all his cards on the table, especially with others around. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal the cave's secrets in public, nor could he let anyone know about the armor's existence. Acknowledging this, Qin Si sharpened his acting skills. He calmly adjusted his sleeve and replied coldly to Yangping, only supplies. You'll find out when you go there. Without waiting for Yangping's response, Qin Si turned and left. Behind him, Yangpeng called out, where are you going? Without looking back, Qin Si replied nonchalantly. I'm tired and need to rest. He definitely wasn't tired. He was simply avoiding Yangping's scrutiny and diverting him to fetch the supplies. Buying himself some time. He needed to convert all the other items into armor. Only then would he feel secure. Even after retrieving the armor. Qin Si wouldn't swallow it all at once. With Yangping around, he couldn't keep this from him. Yangping, come here. After completing all his tasks and successfully contacting the future allies, Qin Si had exchanged the batch of items he just gathered for armor that appeared to be of good quality. Satisfied, he planned to give some to Yangping. When Yangping returned with his team, he was overwhelmed with managing the supplies on the first floor. At that moment, Qin Si leaned casually against the railing of the second floor, casting a sidelong glance at Yangping. I need to talk to you. Come up for a moment. Yangping, looking up from below, noticed a peculiar gleam in Qin Si's eyes. Always observant. Yangping sensed that something was off and suspected that Qin Si had something important to discuss. He paused for a moment and quickly replied, Okay, I'm coming. After he finished speaking, he turned to see his subordinate nearby, who was busy organizing supplies. In a low voice, he instructed, Be careful. Don't let anyone else take things early. We have a fixed amount of these supplies. No one can take more or less. Got it, Yanggu. After giving these instructions, he eagerly headed upstairs to find Qin Si. What he didn't expect was that Qin Si had been waiting for him in his room with a suit of armor. As soon as Yangping entered, Qin Si instinctively shut the door and handed the armor to him. Here, take this. He said nothing else, but his eyes conveyed trust, and his movements were resolute. He not only handed the armor over, but also gave Yangping a rather strange smile. This. Yangping was taken aback, still trying to process what was happening when he felt the weight of the armor settle heavily in his hands. Where did you get this from? He stood there in shock, glancing from the armor to Qin Si, a growing sense of unease taking root in his heart. This armor was no ordinary item. Qin Si, where did you really get this from? In the vast room, only Yangping and Qin Si remained, exchanging glances, each harboring their own secrets. Yangping knew that this was the old era. Armor like this should not exist. To put it plainly, armor was not something that belonged in the past. How did Qin Si know? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression shrouded in mystery, his heart filled with caution. Qin Si, tell me the truth. Where did you get this armor? Did you find it while gathering supplies today? Or are you hiding something from me? Yangping's suspicions grew, and he began to speculate wildly. However, Qin Si had to admit that he was indeed clever, and sometimes Yangping's suspicions could easily fall on him. As they locked eyes, Qin Si felt slightly uncomfortable under Yangping's sharp gaze. Of course not. He replied with a knowing smile, turning his gaze away and casually sitting on the bed, boldly looking at Yangping. He knew Yangping wouldn't believe him. So instead of sticking to the truth, he decided to concoct an even more outrageous lie to throw him off. I know a reclusive scientist. He made this armor. I have no idea why he gave it to me, but rest assured, I've checked the armor, and there is nothing particularly wrong with it. In Yangping's mind, doubt had already begun to fester. Such things could not exist in the old era. Not only was it impossible for this suit of armor to exist, but the 6 black boxes from before were also beyond comprehension. This black box doesn't seem like something from the old days at all. Even though Yangping had sensed something was off for a while, he didn't confront Qin Si about it. Right now, Qin Si was becoming more and more outrageous, actually bringing back a set of armor for himself, and he claimed it was given to him by a scientist. A scientist gave you this. You can't be serious. Yangping's eyes were filled with suspicion, feeling utterly baffled. What kind of scientist would give you a suit of armor? Qin Si, you need to be honest with me. Where exactly did you get this? Please don't hide anything from me. Chapter 8. The dinner invitation. Oh, come on. How could I possibly hide anything from you? You know everything I do, right? You're well aware of my character and should know that I would never lie to you. So relax. This armor was indeed made by a scientist. He gave it to me personally. What else is there for you to doubt? After Qin Si finished speaking, he gave Yangping a cheeky grin, and the expression on his face left Yangping feeling utterly helpless. However, he couldn't afford to act rashly or make any strange noises. He knew that if their conversation caught the attention of anyone downstairs, it could spell trouble for both of them. The people in the shelter were watching them closely, and the bandits outside were particularly cunning, especially the newcomer, Li Hu. Yangping was unsure of his background and felt the need to be extra cautious. In such a precarious situation, Qin Si pulling out something like this was truly giving Yangping a headache. Yangping squinted, his heart pounding with fear, and pressed for more details. Why would he give it to you? Well, that question left Qin Si momentarily speechless, stumbling over his words. He casually plopped down on the bed, his smile faltering for a moment. However, this flustered demeanor quickly faded as he collected himself and responded smoothly. I'm not entirely sure, but this armor didn't come for free. The scientist had conditions, and it makes sense. Upon hearing that the scientist had conditions, Yang Ping's eyes lit up, and he immediately set the armor aside, bouncing over to ask, "What did he say?" "He wants some money. He said that if I accepted the armor, I would have to pay him a sum." Qin Si spoke his lie confidently, his gaze steady and his words flowing without hesitation. He even added with a hint of regret, "If this armor didn't look so good, I wouldn't have agreed to pay him at all. I was thinking that if I bought it, maybe you could use it too. But I just don't know if you'd like it." Yang Peng was taken aback, a different emotion flickering in his eyes. Downstairs, a few of the younger brothers had just finished organizing everything. As they were wrapping up, someone knocked on the door. The sound startled Yang Peng. "Hey, brothers. The supplies downstairs are all sorted. What is next?" Qin Si and Yang Peng exchanged glances, with the latter responding, "Let us rest for now. Don't let anyone know about this just yet. We'll announce it when the time is right." "Understood. By the way, Yang Guo, I have something else to discuss. We'll talk about it later. I'm busy right now and can't step out." Hearing this, the younger brother felt a bit confused, but respecting Yang Peng and Qin Si's authority, he left the room in disappointment. Inside the room, Qin Si winked at Yang Peng, eagerly asking, "So, are you satisfied with this armor?" To be honest, Yang Peng thought the armor looked quite impressive. If asked whether he liked it, he would admit he was quite intrigued. However, he was still uncertain about its origins, and even if he used it, he felt a bit unsure. But now, Qin Si actually said that this was bought from a scientist. Yang Peng was taken aback, pondering over it for a moment. Soon after, the man slapped his thigh and said generously, "Since it's something you bought, there's nothing more to say. How about this? I'll cover the cost. I'll get the money from my funds in a bit. After all, you've been running around for me every day, and I can't let you bear the expense of the armor." Qin Si hesitated, saying it was too much, but naturally accepted the money from Yang Peng. The two exchanged glances, and only Qin Si managed to smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Don't worry, I'll definitely hand this money over to that scientist intact." Later, after Yang Ping went out to handle official business, Qin Si was left alone at the entrance of the shelter, wondering for a long time. He felt the money in his hand was burning, pondering how to spend it. Just then, a familiar figure walked by. That figure suddenly blocked Qin Si's line of sight. When he looked up, he was unsurprised to see a familiar face. Her phoenix eyes still held the calmness that came from being accustomed to the abyss. And her stunning figure, with a tight waist complemented by long hair. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Qin Si clicked his tongue, about to tease her, but noticed that Li Yue's clothes bore the mark of the United States. "What are you doing here?" Qin Si frowned, his expression slightly skeptical. How did a true Dragon Country citizen suddenly become a representative of the United States? Standing before him, Qin Si felt a sense of alienation from her. Although he had seen Li Yue before, her eyes seemed colder now, different from how he remembered. "Do you have time to have a meal with me?" Li Yue's face was icy as she looked at him, but unexpectedly, Qin Si asked, "Aren't you a Dragon Country citizen?" At this, Qin Si looked around, scrutinizing her from top to bottom. After confirming that Li Yue was indeed a representative of the United States, he finally asked, "How did you become an American? What happened during this time? Also, what's your purpose for coming here? You haven't shown up in the Dragon Country for so long. And now you suddenly want to have a meal with me. Don't you find that strange?" Li Yue seemed to have anticipated Qin Si's reaction. Thus, when he questioned her, she still maintained a blank expression as she glanced at him. She turned her head slightly, just in time to see a few people inside the shelter casting glances in their direction. If this matter escalated, Qin Si would likely become the target of scrutiny. "Are you sure you want to talk here?" Li Yue's voice was extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. But Qin Si could see that there was finally a ripple of emotion in her calm eyes when she looked at him. "These people in the shelter don't trust me. If they find out that you've been talking to me for so long, I can't guarantee how they will react. How about this? Let's eat and chat at the same time. Is there anything interesting for us to talk about? And as for dinner, never mind. I'm not hungry right now." Qin Si initially wanted to refuse, his gaze cold. However, before he could respond, Li Yue hadn't replied yet when a figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was Sun Ping. The man hooked his arm around Qin Si's shoulder and smiled at the two of them. "Come on, it's just dinner. Why are you turning her down? Especially since she's a girl who invited you. If you keep acting all aloof, it might come off as a bit unreasonable." Qin Si was taken aback, and Sun Peng continued, "Just go. It's just a meal after all. If anything comes up, I'll handle it. Besides, it's perfectly safe right now, so you don't need to worry about anything." Chapter 9. Meeting the scientist. There was a restaurant still operating next to the shelter, but its atmosphere was unusually quiet compared to before. Qin Si led Li Yue closer, and they didn't even need to knock. The light glass door swung open with a gentle push from the wind. Li Yue paused for a moment, but Qin Si urged, "Let us go in. It's lunchtime. And I bet you haven't eaten anything before coming here." "Not yet," she admitted. Then Miss Li, would you kindly join me for a meal? Qin Si said nonchalantly, gesturing for her to go ahead. Li Yue shot him a glance, sensing something strange on his face that was different from usual. However, she brushed it off, and as soon as they entered, she was hit by a wave of nostalgia for a bygone era. Welcome, Qin Gu. The young man at the front desk noticed someone had entered and quickly set down what he was doing to attend to them, wiping the menu on the table repeatedly. Yet, Qin Si remained unresponsive, which piqued Li Yue's interest. Qin Si, I heard that a lot of technology here in Longhua is under your control. I'm curious and thought I'd ask you about it. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you, so you have to let me interrogate you a bit. She said. Qin Si didn't respond and walked straight to the ordering counter, glancing at her calmly. What do you want to eat? The young man at the front desk recognized Qin Si. After all, someone of his stature was always a welcomed presence wherever he went. Not only that, but his combat prowess was unquestionable. Unless it was the nearby bandits who dared to defy him, everyone else felt safe with Qin Si around. He was a reliable person. Qin Gu, what brings you here for a meal today? The young man asked. Qin Si didn't answer and instead waited for Li Yue to respond. I'll have this one, she said, pointing randomly at a relatively inexpensive dish on the menu, then redirecting her inquisitive gaze back at Qin Si. Qin Si raised his hand to place the order and finally addressed the young man. Just came to look around. You can continue with your work. The young man was taken aback, and before he could utter a word, he noticed their unusual demeanor. With Li Yue being a stranger he had never seen before, his expression quickly turned curious. But Qin Si had no time for small talk. He turned and led Li Yue to a corner table to sit down. Did you hear what I just said? He asked. What did you just say? Li Yue replied, unaware of what he meant. Qin Si had fully processed her words, but he suspected that her intentions were not pure. After all, she was currently an agent from the United States, carrying out a mission with military officers backing her. Every word and action from her was untrustworthy in Qin Si's eyes. Raising an eyebrow, a smirk appeared on his lips as he replied, Sorry about that. I've been here for a while, and my hearing isn't what it used to be. Li Yue's expression shifted unpredictably. She could tell that Qin Si was hiding something from her. She was straightforward, not giving Qin Si a chance to retort. I heard that this technology came from you, so I just want to learn more about it. If you're unwilling. Of course, I'm willing. Li Yue was playing hard to get, and Qin Si could see right through her. To avoid making the atmosphere even more awkward, Qin Si had no choice but to go along with her. Just then, the dishes they had ordered were served. The waiter gave Qin Si a knowing look, and he immediately understood. With a resigned sigh, he said, Go on with what you were doing. Li Yue narrowed her eyes, her expression inscrutable. Did you create these things, or did you find them? Or, who did you trade with? Just tell me their source, and I won't ask anything else. Of course, I didn't create them, Qin Si said self-deprecatingly, though his movements while fiddling with his food stiffened a bit. If I had that ability, would I still be here? He chuckled, trying to deflect the conversation. But Li Yue was not so easily deceived. She calmly set down her chopsticks and, unfazed by Qin Si's silence, asked, So you did trade with someone? Li Yue was as sharp as ever. Qin Si considered hiding the truth, but if he let her continue guessing, it might not end well for him. The man smiled. Appearing relaxed, I traded with a scientist. Li Yue already knew. Her expression showed that she wasn't surprised by Qin Si's admission. Instead, it piqued her interest. How about this? I'll treat you to this meal, but I'd like you to do me a favor. Qin Si knew this couldn't be good. Before he could refuse, Li Yue continued, I want to meet that scientist. If you help me make the connection, I can guarantee that everything will go smoothly for you in Long Country, and no one will dare to make things difficult for you. How can you guarantee that? Qin Si found it amusing but didn't call her out on it. He shook his head and replied softly, R&T from the U.S. How can you guarantee anything for me? Besides, that scientist doesn't meet with just anyone, so I can't agree to help you connect. I'll cover this meal. There's no need for a young lady like you to help me. Qin Si didn't say it too bluntly, but Li Yue wasn't a fool. She understood that his words were a blatant rejection. Throughout the meal, Qin Si wore a sullen expression, almost to the point of bursting. Li Yue found it amusing. Each time she tried to engage him, she was met with refusal, and ultimately, their meal ended on a sour note. As they were parting ways, Li Yue stopped him and asked, Are you sure you want to turn me down? Qin Si chuckled lightly, walking ahead without looking back. I've made myself quite clear. Since you're from the U.S., you should head back there soon. I don't care what your status is here, but right now, I don't want to entertain you. Qin Si returned home alone, still weighed down by his thoughts. But Li Yue was secretly following him. She had to uncover this secret. 10 minutes later, Qin Si returned home. Just as he sat on his soft bed, his childhood friend Li Rue called. Qin Si casually picked up the phone, and Li Rue's voice came through the receiver. Hey, What are you up to? Do you have time to hang out tomorrow? Qin Si and T relaxed all day, especially after seeing Li Yue. It felt like he had become a different person, lost in thought. He was about to refuse Li Rue's invitation when Li Rue added, "There will be others there. It'll be lively." Chapter 10. Zombie Assault. Alright, let's go. Qin Si readily agreed without saying much else. However, Li Rue fell silent for 2 seconds before chuckling. By the way, I heard you went out to dinner with a woman today. Who is she? You can still chat up a girl at a time like this. Your charm must be pretty impressive. Qin Si was taken aback upon hearing this. Where did you hear that? Has this already spread around? Yeah, quite a few people saw you walking with a tall girl. They just couldn't see her face. I mean, come on, your romantic prospects are really blooming again, aren't they? Stop talking nonsense. Qin Si usually didn't want to joke around with Li Rue like this. Moreover, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts and didn't have the time to deal with anything else, so he hung up the phone. In the large room, only Qin Si remained, lying on the bed with a heavy sigh. He thought to himself, Li Yue already knows about the scientist. If Qin Si wanted to keep this a secret, he would have to avoid her at all costs. And this time, Li Yue's visit didn't seem temporary. It felt more like a long stay. Qin Si was unsure of Li Yue's intentions and increasingly suspicious of her actions. On one hand, he worried about his own secrets being exposed. On the other hand, he sensed that Li Yue must be carrying some unique secret of her own. The next day, Qin Si went to meet up. Li Rue and the others had been waiting for a long time. Hey, here comes Qin Gu. The meeting place was on a small hillside about 2 kilometers from the shelter. It was not only on the edge of the shelter, but also close to the border. Ordinary people wouldn't come here, and even Qin Si rarely ventured into such areas. He frowned as he walked over and asked, "Why did you choose this place? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Li Rue chuckled, looking up to see Qin Si approaching slowly. The grease on the corner of his mouth hadn't been wiped away. And he casually replied, "Who would discover us? Don't worry, Qin Gu. Everyone knows what's going on. No one will come looking for trouble." Qin Si, with a heavy heart and many thoughts on his mind, was particularly cautious about the dangerous border area. "You should come here less often. You all know why. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you." As he spoke, Qin Si looked up to see the towering green mountains lit up by the morning sun, lush and vibrant. The dense trees and the vast blue sky were refreshing to behold. As soon as Qin Si entered, he was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of barbecue that Li Rue and the others were cooking. "Hey, you little rascal, coming out for barbecue so early in the morning? You really know how to enjoy yourself," Qin Si said with a smile, walking over and sitting next to Li Rue. Li Rue had already grilled a skewer and was just waiting for Qin Si to join him. "Here you go," he enthusiastically called out, his hands still busy. "After eating plain food for so long, we have to treat ourselves a little, right? Qin Gu, don't hold back. Eat as much as you want." Well, bam. As Qin Si bit down on a piece of meat, barely finishing his sentence, a sudden noise erupted from the nearby crack. The edges of the fissure instantly splintered, as if the very earth was trembling. Panic shot through Qin Si's heart. Instinctively, he dropped the skewer he was holding. Just as he thought everyone should flee quickly, several zombies unexpectedly burst forth in front of him. Hiss! Bang! The zombies had fresh blood smeared across their faces, and the flesh hanging from their mouths made a grotesque slurping sound. Li Hu and the others were so startled that they abandoned the barbecue, crying out in alarm. "This is bad. Zombies!" Li Rue instinctively shouted, "Brother Qin, run! The crack is letting zombies in." This was something Qin Si had never anticipated, but now was not the time to be dazed. Everyone move quickly. Li Hu, you and the others stay back and help me deal with the zombies. The peaceful and serene life in the shelter had left Qin Si unprepared for such a confrontation. Facing this sudden situation truly frightened him. However, Li Hu and the others were loyal. Upon hearing Qin Si's command, they immediately picked up the skewers on the ground, ready to join the fight. "Brother Qin, just give the order, and we'll back you up." Before them, countless zombies began to rise slowly from the crack. Their throats emitted low, guttural growls, reminiscent of someone clearing their throat, and their grayish-white eyes were as terrifying as a dead fish's belly. The zombies, bloodied hands outstretched and with long teeth and claws, charged wildly toward Qin Si and the others in a grotesquely eerie manner. Qin Si nervously swallowed, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. But he knew that now was not the time to show fear. There were so many people relying on him for protection. "Everyone, follow me. Grab your weapons and get ready to fight." Qin Si led the charge, tightly gripping a skewer. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, mounting one of the zombies by the neck. In that moment, Li Hu and the others gasped in shock, but their movements didn't falter. "Brother Qin, be careful." Dust kicked up in the small grove, but Qin Si moved as if on solid ground, thrusting the skewer mercilessly into the zombie's head. With a loud thud, the zombie collapsed. blood spraying from its mouth and splattering onto Qin Si's clothes. Li Hu tried to help, but found himself entangled by another zombie. Ugh! The zombie growled lowly, causing veins to bulge on Li Hu's forehead, yet he continued to fight. You little bastard! Die! He raised his hand to strike. But the zombie was more cunning than Li Hu expected. At a critical moment, it suddenly twisted away, evading his attack. In the next second, the zombie lunged at Li Hu, its mouth wide open to bite down. Just as it seemed like all was lost, Li Hu shouted, "Brother Qin, help me." As those words left his mouth, Qin Si descended from above. Following the zombie's movements, he had climbed a nearby tree, and multiple skewers were already embedded in the zombie's body. At that moment, Qin Si kicked out in anger, his foot landing squarely on the head of the zombie attacking Li Hu. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head smashed against the ground, blood gushing out in a violent spray. "Follow me. I'll handle this," Qin Si declared, and he meant it, even when fighting alone. These zombies were no match for his ferocity. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Si moved with lightning speed. With a few swift motions, he tore through the horde. And suddenly, the world fell silent. Li Hu stood behind him, panting heavily, his hands drenched in blood. Are they all dead? Chapter 11. A desperate struggle, he incredulously leaned forward and discovered that each of the zombies in front of him was skewered with a barbecue stick. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Qin Si. What a fine roast zombie, Qin brother. Phew, how about we not waste it? Li Hu, still shaken, could only resort to joking to alleviate the tension in the air. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qin Si's face broke into a wide grin, and he promptly slapped the back of Li Hu's head. The sound echoed, nearly knocking Li Hu's brain loose. Ouch! What are you saying ouch for? If you guys hadn't come over for a barbecue, we wouldn't have stirred up the zombies in this crack. All right, everyone head back first. I'll handle this. You all should get some rest, Qin Si said protectively, as he always did for his group. Even at this critical moment, he didn't abandon Li Hu and the others. Instead, he stepped up to save Li Hu. Li Hu felt grateful, but before he could express his thanks, Qin Si sent him back. On the way, Li Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I finally understand why Qin brother can kill zombies with his bare hands." Li Rui, still a bit confused, tilted his head and asked, "Why do you say that? That slap from Qin brother just now made my head hurt." Li Rui led Li Hu and the others back to the shelter to rest, while Qin Si remained on the hillside, carefully approaching the crack. The man furrowed his brow. With each step closer, he could feel the energy from the crack intensifying. "This is serious," he murmured to himself, reflecting on how much worse the situation was than he had imagined. Dealing with this was far from easy. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster in the future. When the zombies all surged out from the crack, the people in the shelter would likely be doomed. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Si felt a surge of panic, compelling him to don his armor and venture into the crack alone. Thank goodness for the armor. Qin Si raised his eyebrows, mentally patting himself on the back for his foresight, but a sense of dread lingered. After all, he had no idea what lay within this seemingly bottomless void. What if a zombie was waiting for him down there? One with a gaping maw, just standing at the bottom of the crack, ready to snap him up the moment he jumped down. Thinking about this made Qin Si shiver. Yet his body involuntarily leaped into the crack. Phew. Thud. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. This time, Qin Si found himself in another world, one distinctly different from the shelter. The man felt his way forward, delving into the secrets hidden within. Meanwhile, back at the shelter. "Hey, what happened to you guys?" Li Rui, having returned with the group, noticed that Li Hu was still smeared with blood. "Did you run into something?" The man gasped, as if he was about to utter the word zombie after a moment of contemplation. However, Li Rui knew that without Qin Si's permission and instruction, no one could speak of what had happened today. If it were to be shared, it would have to come from Qin Si himself. Li Rui quickly pulled Li Hu closer and smiled at the man, saying, "It's nothing, just a little trip on the road, nothing to worry about." The man looked puzzled but directed a suspicious glance at Li Rui. "Where's brother Qin? I haven't seen him all morning. I was hoping to find him." Li Hu interrupted before the man could finish. "He's out busy. Just wait for him to come back." With that, Li Hu casually brushed past the man, though inside, he felt a surge of anxiety. It wasn't until the man completely disappeared from their sight that the two dared to return to their room and whisper to each other, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Hey, do you think brother Qin will be in danger alone?" Li Hu's expression still showed concern, but Li Rui had grown accustomed to it. "Don't worry. Qin Si is tough. He's not that fragile. Besides, we've already dealt with the zombies, so there shouldn't be any more, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Rui felt a twinge of guilt. Meanwhile, the luckier Qin Si was thinking, "I have to find out what's causing the rift." Just as luck would have it, he had barely stepped inside when he stumbled upon a nest of zombies. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He believed he had encountered the most terrifying kind of zombie yet. They stood there with their arms hanging limply by their sides, their shoulders uneven, occasionally letting out a low growl. Among the seemingly ordinary horde of zombies, there were a few things that were decidedly unusual. Out of the ground, a dark and bloody creature suddenly emerged, followed by a continuous stream of zombies crawling out from that spot. Their eyes bulged, filled with terrifying red veins, and their facial expressions were grotesquely twisted. Although they staggered as they walked, their eyes were sharp and piercing. In an instant, they noticed Qin Si's presence. The leading zombie seemed to alert the others. After letting out a few low growls, all the zombies turned their gaze toward Qin Si. They quickly moved in his direction, their speed so fast that they blurred before his eyes. Damn it! Qin Si was taken aback, cursing under his breath as he tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking, "This is ridiculous. Don't go alerting the others. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. I refuse to believe a single zombie can outmatch me." At that moment, thousands of zombies were rushing toward Qin Si. "I'll take you on," he shouted, raising his leg to kick one of the zombies squarely in the chest. If it hadn't been for the sturdy armor he was wearing, he would have likely been swallowed up by the horde and turned into jerky by now. After this round of fighting, Qin Si realized the usefulness of his armor. Huh. The man smirked, not wasting any words, and charged straight in. His movements were so fast they seemed to flash like lightning. The weapon in his hand danced in sync with his actions, and he immediately executed an unbeatable technique in front of the zombies. With that strike, 5 or 6 zombies fell to the ground, cutting down a group of minor minions in an instant. "Wow," he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up and his fighting spirit ignited. His movements became even more enthusiastic. They were just a few small zombies, after all. As long as you behave, who knows? I might even take you back as my little pets. Chapter 12. The truth unveiled. Qin Si found himself in danger, having gone through countless hardships to deal with the zombies. Fortunately, he was lucky and managed to break through the encirclement thanks to his armor, so he came out unscathed. After eliminating the group of zombies, the man brushed off the dust from his clothes and coldly scoffed. "Is that all there is to it?" he mused to himself, thinking that this must be what it feels like to pass through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching you. Qin Si wasn't sure if he was right, but the thrill of just having killed the zombies left him feeling exhilarated, with every muscle in his body coming alive. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of unrestrained joy. "I want to see what is causing so many zombies to gather in this place. It's not unusual for zombies to appear in groups, but if there are this many here, something must be off." Qin Si narrowed his eyes, the depths of his gaze shrouded in mystery. He cautiously approached the area with the densest concentration of zombies, taking careful steps, wary of any undead that might still be lurking. However, it turned out that the recent battle had completely eliminated all the zombies in the vicinity. Suddenly, a sound echoed ahead. Qin Si's eyes lit up, drawn to the noise. Following the direction of the sound, he stumbled upon a hidden paradise. Could it be that this group of zombies was guarding something? From the outside, the secret realm appeared to be filled with shimmering streams of water, glistening under the sunlight. But upon closer inspection, the water looked utterly unreal. Qin Si speculated that this might be a mirage, as it was no ordinary place. If there was something significant inside, the zombies wouldn't need to protect such a seemingly insignificant spot. Curiosity piqued, Qin Si felt more intrigued. "Since I'm here, I might as well take a look inside." As he stepped in, he didn't feel any sensation of falling. Instead, it felt as if he were being drawn in by an unseen force. The aura surrounding him felt different from anything he had experienced before. How strange, muttering to himself. He was suddenly propelled forward by an inexplicable force into the secret realm. Inside, he discovered a hidden world. Not only that, but it appeared to be an art gallery from a bygone era. The place was filled with famous paintings, but they were unlike any ordinary masterpieces. As Qin Si approached one of the paintings, he could even sense a peculiar mist emanating from a landscape painting. "Whoa," he exclaimed, quickly stepping back 2 paces. Yet he was captivated by the painting before him. Could it be? Behind the unassuming mountain wall, a hidden waterfall cascaded down like silk, gently flowing into a shallow pool. Although it was a static image, each time Qin Si drew near, he could vividly feel the sensations the scene evoked in his mind. In the painting, the waterfall was surrounded by horseshoe-shaped cliffs. A few wispy clouds floated by, perfectly forming a delicate ink-wash landscape painting. Within it lay mountains draped in silver, rising majestically, reminiscent of snow waves whipped up by a raging sea, undulating endlessly. There were also layers of mountains, rolling like the surging tides of the ocean, grand and imposing. Qin Si could easily describe them as strange peaks standing alone, with ranges stretching far and wide. However, despite his curiosity, Qin Si remained still. refraining from making any hasty moves or adjusting the position of the masterpiece. Clearly, the zombies guarding this place had their own unique reasons for being here. This secret realm was anything but ordinary. Qin Si lowered his head, silently noting the landmarks around him, while doubt about the authenticity of this place crept into his mind. He simply couldn't understand why this group of zombies would be stationed here. What secrets could this hidden realm possibly hold that warranted such guardianship? A chill ran down his spine, starting from his feet. No, I need to leave quickly. It's not safe to linger here. As for these, I'll figure it out when I get back. By the time Qin Si returned to the shelter, it was already 6 in the evening. Yang Peng and the others had been waiting at the entrance, eager with anticipation. Since he hadn't seen Qin Si all day, Yang Peng was deeply worried. At 3 in the afternoon, he had sought out Li Rue and the others to inquire about Qin Si's whereabouts. At that time, Li Rue had hesitated, stumbling over his words. Brother Qin, he probably just went for a stroll and will be back soon, he stammered. Probably. Yang Peng squinted, his expression inscrutable. Though he hadn't known Li Rue for long, he could tell that Li Rue was lying. If Qin Si had just gone out, he wouldn't take this long to return, unless something had happened. You better tell me the truth. If anything has happened to Qin Si out there, you'll regret it. The thought of Qin Si in danger filled Yang Peng with dread. After all, this shelter couldn't function without Qin Si. Even from a friend's perspective, Yang Peng didn't want anything to happen to him. With this in mind, Yang Peng grew frantic and seized Li Rue's wrist, demanding an explanation. Before Li Rue could respond, Li Hu, standing nearby, panicked and blurted out everything that had happened that day. Brother Yang, here's the thing. We were just going out for barbecue when we unexpectedly ran into a few zombies. Before Li Hu could finish, Yang Peng gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What? Zombies? Shoo. Brother Yang, keep your voice down. We can't let anyone else hear about this. Brother Qin has told anyone yet. We must reveal anything until he returns." Yang Peng wanted to ask more, but Li Hu and Li Rue were tight-lipped, so he had no choice but to wait until 6 o'clock. When Qin Si finally returned, looking exhausted, Yang Peng let out a sigh of relief and immediately grasped Qin Si's hand, asking, "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back?" Qin Si's gaze was cold, and the words he spoke were sharp and unyielding. But right now, he scanned every person standing at the door and ultimately fixed his gaze on Yang Peng, softly saying, "You and I need to go upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." Yang Peng felt a mix of tension and excitement. However, in order to understand the situation, he followed Qin Si up the stairs. What Yang Peng didn't expect was that once they entered the room, the two got straight to the point. Qin Si closed the door and immediately said, "I encountered zombies today." Before Yang Peng could ask anything, Qin Si continued, "Not only that, but I also entered a secret realm and encountered even more zombies." Chapter 13. A New Adventure. What? Yang Peng was left speechless for a moment after hearing the news. However, Qin Si remained his usual calm self, waving his hand at Yang Peng and saying, "Relax, buddy. Didn't I come back safe and sound?" "I wasn't asking about that." Yang Peng wanted to say something, but as he moved his chin, he was cut off by Qin Si's playful tone. The man immediately raised his hand to strike, wrapping one arm around Qin Si's neck, and then asked, "Where did you go behind my back? How did you even get into the secret realm? Hurry up and spill the details. You're lucky to be back in one piece. I'm warning you, Qin Si, you can't take such risks again. Don't worry, those zombies were nothing serious. I took care of them in just a few minutes." He boasted, though deep down he worried about potential backlash. After all, it was the armor he wore that had kept him safe. To be fair, the fighting power of those zombies was quite formidable and shouldn't be underestimated. "What other secrets do you have? Just tell me, don't keep me in the dark." "Well, I just found an old gallery from a bygone era within the secret realm. But that place is definitely not ordinary. I feel like there is something hidden there." Qin Si suddenly became serious, making it impossible for Yang Peng to continue joking. The large bedroom was silent enough to hear a pin drop, with only the tense breathing of Qin Si and Yang Peng filling the air. Then, Yang Peng asked, "What secret?" "Go on." "The zombies were guarding that secret realm. And once I entered, I could feel the paintings in the gallery had a mesmerizing pull, almost like they were trying to draw me in. And then?" Yang Peng was on edge, a chill running down his spine, and his palms began to sweat nervously. Qin Si's expression was serious, making Yang Peng feel as if he were right there in the moment. "There is not much more to it. I just discovered that. But the strange part is definitely the zombies guarding the secret realm, which raises a lot of questions. So I was thinking." Qin Si paused suddenly, his eyes lighting up with anticipation as he turned to Yang Peng. "I want to continue exploring the secret realm and uncover its secrets." Without Qin Si needing to say more, Yang Peng understood his intentions. Qin Si had always been outgoing and would naturally not shy away from such matters. Now that he had stumbled upon something intriguing, he was eager to dig deeper. You mean, you want to delve further into the secret realm? Yes. Yang Ping felt a rush of anxiety. Something about this situation didn't seem straightforward. However, he also knew that if he refused Qin Si, he would find a way to get closer to the secret realm anyway. When do you plan to go back? In a few days. This is a ticking time bomb, and it's better to resolve it quickly to avoid any complications later. Qin Si's words resonated with Yang Ping, and he found himself agreeing with his friend's reasoning. The two exchanged a glance, and they quickly understood each other's thoughts, almost without needing Qin Si to emphasize it further. Yang Ping agreed to continue his exploration of the secret realm. Just as they were discussing this, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Qin Ge, are you busy? I need to talk to you about something, came Li Hu's voice. Without waiting for Li Hu to continue, Yang Ping wisely shot a glance at Qin Si, then obediently made space for Li Hu before returning to his room to rest. What is the matter? Li Hu hurriedly entered, closing the door behind him as he checked on Qin Si's condition. After confirming that Qin Si was fine, Li Hu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness. Qin Ge, I'm so glad you weren't hurt. If you hadn't come back today, we would all feel so guilty. What are you worried about?" Qin Si replied with a calm expression, showing no particular reaction. However, when Li Hu mentioned the zombies they encountered today, it sparked an unexpected idea in Qin Si's mind. Exploring the secret realm alone didn't seem safe. If he had someone to accompany him, it would make his mission much more efficient. By the way, Li Hu, sit down. I need to talk to you about something. Thinking this, Qin Si firmly held Li Hu, who was still animatedly talking, and looked at him seriously. If I asked you to accompany me to explore the secret realm, would you agree? Li Hu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "What secret realm?" Qin Si's gaze shifted, his expression deepening, but he quickly responded, "It's about the zombies. Don't worry. I've dealt with all the zombies inside the secret realm. What I need now is a group of helpers to stay right behind me, ensuring I can complete my mission and get what I want." So, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Hu meaningfully. "Are you willing to go with me?" "Of course I am," Li Hu replied eagerly. "Then tomorrow morning, you gather some people and wait for me at the entrance. This matter must not be leaked." Qin Si, ever shrewd, quickly arranged everything after finding the right person, preparing to delve deeper into the exploration the next morning. Li Hu also appeared resolute, determined not to cause any trouble for Qin Si. The next day, Qin Si set out early from the shelter to find Li Hu. However, unexpectedly, he was suddenly confronted by Li Yue on the way. She was still dressed in her sharp, professional training outfit, her long black hair tied up high, looking very capable. Yet, Qin Si felt as if she were like a stubborn adhesive, following him no matter where he went. "Where are you going?" Qin Si tried to walk away, but Li Yue grabbed his wrist, effectively restraining his movements. "What's wrong? You don't want to have a proper chat with me now that you see me?" Her question left Qin Si speechless, making him avoid her gaze. Desperately wanting to escape the situation, Li Hu and the others were still waiting for him. If he delayed here, it could lead to trouble. "Come on. Let us go have a cup of coffee and talk slowly," she insisted. Before Qin Si could react, Li Yue unexpectedly grabbed his wrist and pulled him into a nearby CAF. The morning sunlight had just begun to stream in, perfectly illuminating the side of Li Yue's face. Throughout the walk, Qin Si observed her every move. Although nothing seemed particularly odd, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "Come on, what exactly is your motive?" Once they arrived at the CAF, Li Yue ordered a cappuccino for herself without a second thought, then silently handed Qin Si another cup, her expression completely calm. Chapter 14. Li Yue is rejected by Qin Si. "You're just inviting me for coffee. What ulterior motive could you possibly have? Are you too tense?" Li Yue scoffed coldly. Her movements relaxed and natural. Within just a few minutes, she finished the coffee in front of her. This action immediately made Qin Si realize that Li Yue's purpose for inviting him over was definitely not as simple as just having coffee. "Just be honest with me." "There's no need to hide anything," Qin Si said, taking a sip of coffee himself, but the taste was so unpleasant that he couldn't take a second sip. He simply set his cup down and leisurely adjusted his cuff, speaking in a calm tone. "Li Yue, I know what you're thinking, but I advise you not to play mind games in front of me. I will notice." "What will you notice?" No matter what Qin Si said, Li Yue maintained her composed demeanor. She didn't seem afraid of his questioning or his methods. "I just want to ask about that scientist. Ever since you mentioned that your equipment came from him, I've been curious about it, so..." She paused. And after seeing no strange expression on Qin Si's face, she continued, "I want to inquire about other matters concerning the scientist." At this point, Qin Si looked as if he had already anticipated Li Yue's thoughts. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze shifting as he looked at her, a fleeting depth crossing his eyes before quickly disappearing. "Other matters?" He scoffed and shook his head. "No comment. I haven't even asked yet." "Then ask." Qin Si knew Li Yue was very concerned about this matter, but he couldn't help it. His secrets were not something he could reveal to the outside world. Especially since she was an American agent, he had to be on guard. Do you know the scientist's name? How long have you been in contact with him? What methods does he use to meet you? Why did he give you these things? Do you know any of this information? Li Yue's questions were thorough. Her piercing gaze felt like that of an interrogator examining a suspect. If it were anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to her intense stare by now. But Qin Si remained unfazed, smoothly sidestepping her inquiries, even adding at the end, I know very little about the scientist myself. If you want to know more, I suggest you meet him directly. Li Yue's eyes lit up, thinking Qin Si might share something useful, and immediately asked, can you introduce me? No, you should find him yourself. If he wants to meet you, he will naturally appear before you. That was as good as saying nothing. Li Yue's expression turned stiff and awkward, her sharp gaze still fixed on Qin Si. If it weren't for the presence of other customers in the CAF, she might have exploded with expletives by now. But for now, she was playing a psychological game. Qin Si, there's no need to hide things from me. I already know quite a bit of your secrets. I advise you to cooperate with me. It would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? My secrets? Qin Si raised an eyebrow, not taking her words seriously. Little did he know that Li Yue's next statement would reveal what he intended to keep hidden. I know you plan to take Li Hu and his gang to the secret realm today. I also know you encountered zombies yesterday. They crawled out from that fissure. But the others in the shelter are still unaware of this. Qin Si's heart raced, and his dark eyes betrayed no other emotions. However, he feared that Li Yue would expose even more alarming information. The reason I kept this a secret is that I didn't want to incite panic among everyone. Li Yue, I advise you to be cautious with your words and not to say anything unnecessary. I won't speak recklessly, but I do have conditions, she said, clenching her fists, feeling the urge to run away. Yet, Li Yue's bright eyes seemed to monitor him closely, leaving him with no escape. What conditions? As long as you take me with you to the secret realm, I will help you keep this matter under wraps. I don't want much, just to investigate what's really in that secret realm. With that, Li Yue raised her eyebrows and clinked her coffee cup against Qin Si's. After a moment, she asked, are you interested in collaborating with me and taking me along? Absolutely not. His refusal was swift and decisive. He scoffed coldly, cutting off any chance for Li Yue to backtrack. I know what you're thinking, but the secret realm is dangerous with zombies inside, and I won't take you there. I don't need your protection. I can handle myself. Forget it. After saying that, Qin Si picked up the remaining half of his coffee and downed it in one go. He thought he would say something to Li Yue after finishing his drink. But instead, he set down the cup and left the CAF, leaving her behind. A breeze brushed past her cheek, and the girl, annoyed, couldn't help but smile. Her thin lips curving into an attractive arc. Fine. Qin Si, you want to take me along, huh? With that, Li Yue stood up and cleverly followed him. Along the way, she remained cautious, nearly getting caught several times when Qin Si turned around. But she didn't give up, trailing closely behind. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Si had already noticed her every move, but chose not to reveal her little scheme. Heh, he chuckled softly, a hint of affection in his expression as he teased, you are the one following me. 5 minutes later, Brother Qin, you finally made it. Didn't we agree to meet at 10? Where have you been? When Qin Si returned to the entrance of the shelter, he found Li Hu and the others waiting impatiently. The man didn't elaborate much, only managing a wry smile as he said, nothing much, just got delayed a bit. Let us head out now. Li Hu was accompanied by 4 or 5 brothers, walking ahead of them, while Qin Si followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Li Hu was constantly on edge, his nervous eyes darting around, which caught Qin Si's attention. Are you scared? He teased. Li Hu awkwardly waved his hand, saying, it's not so much fear, just worried that something like yesterday might happen again. Don't worry, the zombies are gone. But we still need to be cautious of others lying in wait around us. Hearing this, Li Hu immediately looked around, his nerves instantly tightening in fear. Chapter 15. Entering the secret realm. Everyone, stay alert. Be careful of any ambushes or followers around us. Li Hu warned, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The matter of entering the secret realm was serious. If we were discovered or ambushed, we could quickly find ourselves in danger. Just then, Qin Si suddenly raised his voice to remind everyone. His loud tone made it clear even to Li Yue, who was behind him. Although he didn't explicitly mention her presence, he still subtly advised Li Hu and the others to be cautious. As soon as Qin Si finished speaking, everyone's expressions turned wary. Even their movements took on a defensive stance. Qin Gu, do you really think there is someone here? Li Hu asked cautiously as he continued to move forward, casting a doubtful glance at Qin Si just before reaching the secret realm. Qin Si remained calm and responded nonchalantly, who knows? There might be someone foolish enough to follow us. If they disturb our plans, it could turn into a disaster. His words seemed to warn Li Hu, but they were actually a hint to Li Yue behind him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Yue was so startled that she nearly slipped and fell behind Qin Si. We're here. Qin Gu. The secret realm is right ahead. One of the brothers ahead exclaimed, their voices rising as they spotted a crack in the ground. They looked down and saw a faint white glow emanating from below. A low, moaning sound echoed, reminiscent of the zombies they had encountered that day. Some were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, and they quickly stepped back, waiting for Qin Si and Li Hu to catch up. Indeed, it was an unexpected sight. Li Hu, you follow me down. The others wait up here. This place is extremely dangerous. Those with low combat skills shouldn't take unnecessary risks. You all stay up here on standby, and report any situation to me immediately. To be honest, Qin Si didn't want more people to know the secrets of the secret realm. He also didn't want to see so many people perish in a crisis. After all, he could only protect so many. If it were just Li Hu, he could ensure his safety. Qin Gu, you and Li Gu be careful. If anything happens, let us know right away, and we'll come down to rescue you. I got it. Don't worry. Without wasting any more words, Qin Si responded and jumped into the crack. Li Hu followed closely behind, leaping into the unknown as well. Their figures disappeared from the hillside, leaving Li Yue behind. Genuinely worried. This is bad. Li Yue clenched her fists, crouching behind a large tree. One hand braced against the trunk while the other pressed into the ground. Her heart raced as if it would leap into her throat. If this continued, she would miss her chance. No, I have to go out, she muttered to herself, slapping her thigh in frustration. With a determined shout, she burst out, Qin Si really has some tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, as Li Yue stepped into view, the bandits across from them raised their weapons, aiming directly at her. Watch out. Someone's coming. The leader of the bandits roared, immediately taking a vigilant stance in front of the crack. Protect Qin and Li. Do not let this woman handle it. The scene fell into silence. Li Yue narrowed her eyes, her gaze unapologetic. She scanned each person with her sharp eyes, and after confirming the weapons in their hands, she picked up a branch from the ground and wobbled toward them. What are you doing? She demanded angrily, but the bandits paid her little mind. Who are you? How did you get here? No one is allowed in or out without Qin's permission. How did you sneak in? They shouted. Step back. Li Yue wanted to move forward, but the tension and sensitivity of the group made them on high alert. The moment she took a step closer, one of them quickly raised their weapon, blocking the distance between them. Li Yue swallowed hard, but feigned nonchalance. Was that person who just went in Qin Si? The bandits exchanged glances, unsure of what was going on. They seemed to recognize Li Yue, but couldn't place her name. This vague identity left them puzzled, but they weren't about to let her in easily. What does it matter to you if that person is Qin Si? Who are you? What do you want? I said. Without Qin's permission, no one is allowed near. If you make another move, don't blame us for being rude. Are you really going to be rude to a little girl like me? Go ahead and try. In the midst of their conversation, Li Yue actually charged forward, gripping the branch tightly, teeth clenched, and chest out. As she rushed, her movements were fierce. Just as everyone thought her skills were impressive, a bandit sprang out from behind and easily pinned her in place. In that instant, before anyone else could react, Li Yue was swiftly subdued. The group fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into laughter. Little girl, you really are overestimating yourself. You thought you were something special, but look at you now. Don't get too cocky. Let me go, and I can take you on for a few more rounds. You've been caught, and you still want us to let you go? What is your goal? Li Yue was just one person, and against the bandits, she was no match, easily subdued. The bandits exchanged glances, unsure of how to handle her. Should they take her to see Qin? Or just keep her up here? After hesitating for a moment, one spoke, take her down. We don't know what is happening above, and if this woman escapes, we won't be able to explain it to Qin. So they decided, you take her down, and I'll stay here. The bandits, fearing they might ruin things, took Li Yue into the secret realm. Little did they know, everything they were doing was already part of Li Yue's trap. What kind of person is Li Yue? Her agility is well known in the US. Yet now, she was being held captive by a group of bandits, which was simply ridiculous. Li Yue's acting skills are quite impressive from the very beginning. Her intentions were clear. She wanted these people to pretend to capture her so she could enter the secret realm. As long as she found a way to get closer to what she desired, her efforts would undoubtedly yield great results. Be honest. Don't move. A group of people escorted Li Yue into the secret realm, but as soon as they stepped inside, everyone felt a distinctly different atmosphere. The air was heavy, and the surroundings had changed significantly. Even Li Yue appeared excited, eagerly looking around as they made their way through. Chapter 16. The Return of the Zombie Horde. Where are you taking me? Li Yue spoke up, trying to resist. But the two men gripping her shoulders tightened their hold even more. Before she could say anything further, one of the bandits warned sharply, I suggest you don't act recklessly. We'll discuss everything once we see Brother Qin. They were uncertain about where to take Li Yue and didn't know if they should bring her into the secret realm. However, since they had already entered, they had no choice but to escort Li Yue to meet Qin Si. Anything they were unsure about had to be clarified with Qin Si. Brother Qin? You mean Qin Si? Li Yue feigned ignorance, but her hands didn't stop moving. Unbeknownst to the two men, she was already prepared to make a run for it at any moment. As soon as they let their guard down, she would slip away and use the complex terrain of the secret realm to evade their notice. Of course, you better behave and don't try any tricks. Who knows what your intentions are now that you're near the secret realm? But whatever you're up to, you have to come with us for now. Li Yue remained silent, following their lead until they reached the very center of the secret realm. Just then, Li Yue suddenly rolled her eyes and squatted down, refusing to move. The two bandits were puzzled, and Li Yue said, My clothes are a bit disheveled. Can you turn around while I fix them? The bandits were confused, not understanding her meaning. What do you mean your clothes are disheveled? They look fine to me. Not that kind of clothing. She put on an expression of embarrassment, which led the two bandits to misinterpret her intent. One of them pretended to understand and pulled the other to turn away from Li Yue. Their playful banter about her supposed modesty gave Li Yue the perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, she quietly slipped away along the wall. By the time the bandits turned back, she had vanished without a trace. On the other side, Li Yue thought, those bandits are so foolish to fall for such a trick. Now completely free from their grasp, she strolled confidently through the secret realm, feeling a surge of joy. Everything around her intrigued her greatly. It truly was different from the outside world. As she marveled and explored, her curiosity overshadowed any fear she might have felt. In fact, her bravery surpassed that of the bandits. Meanwhile, Qin Si and Li Hu continued their exploration. Brother Qin, is this where you killed that group of zombies last time? The two retraced their steps back to the spot where Qin Si had fought the zombies the previous day, though there were no signs of zombies left. A large pool of blood remained. Seeing this, Qin Si nodded and ominously warned, yes, those zombies were quite powerful, unlike ordinary ones, so you need to be cautious. If there are still zombies lurking around here, we must be careful not to let them ambush us again. Li Hu shuddered at Qin Si's words, his shoulders trembling. Qin Ge, don't scare me. I'm really afraid of these things. I'm not like you, so skilled. But don't worry, if you stick with me, you'll be fine. Following Qin Si's lead, Li Hu continued deeper into the area. However, the journey was surprisingly smooth. Qin Si speculated that it was likely because he had dealt with all the zombies inside last time, which made this trip much easier. They hardly encountered anything particularly strange, and there were no low growls of zombies to be heard. Li Hu, who was somewhat clever, didn't hesitate to keep pace with Qin Si. Hey, Qin Ge, look ahead. The further they went, the more uneasy Li Hu felt. They had stumbled upon quite a few valuable items along the way, but the frequency of these discoveries was starting to make Li Hu anxious. Surprisingly, Qin Si remained calm, acting like a seasoned pro, collecting all the treasures without a care. He even reminded Li Hu, make sure you don't blab about this outside. These things are valuable, and if someone else finds out, they won't be treasures anymore. Li Hu nodded nervously at Qin Si and helped him gather more good items. Throughout their journey, they shared everything, growing closer in the process. Qin Ge, isn't there some noise up ahead? Did you hear it? Qin Si was too busy picking up treasures to notice what was happening ahead. But Li Hu had sharp ears. He quickly sensed something was off and decided to investigate. Not far away, the low growl of zombies suddenly echoed, startling Qin Si enough that he abandoned his treasure hunt. Wait, don't act impulsively. I'll go first, and you follow right behind me. Li Hu lacked experience. Standing at the front could put him at risk of being attacked by zombies. But Qin Si had been on multiple adventures and was well prepared for such minor issues. The problem was that he was unaware of the situation ahead, and if it was as dangerous as last time, he might also be in trouble. Qin Ge, we haven't been in this area before. Is that noise coming from inside? Yeah, let us check it out. Ahead was a secret room they had never encountered before. In Qin Si's memory, there hadn't been any structure here just 10 minutes ago. But now, a door had inexplicably appeared. As they cautiously entered, they found it was a hidden chamber filled with zombies, all currently facing away from the entrance, attacking something inside the room. The low growl resonated nearby, causing Li Hu to cling tightly to Qin Si, his palms sweating. Qin Ge, should we go in? The zombies haven't noticed us yet. Wouldn't it be better to take this chance and head back? Qin Si also considered leaving, but if they did, the zombies could emerge at any moment. The crack had not yet closed. If one day they find the exit, they will surely pour out in droves, just like those zombies, all rushing through the cracks. At that point, it won't just be us and Li Hu suffering the consequences, but everyone in the shelter. No, we can't leave yet. You stay by the door and keep watch. I'll handle these zombies. Without a second thought, Qin Si pulled out his weapon and was ready to fight. But Li Hu, terrified, grabbed Qin Si's wrist. The man's gaze was soft and tender, and when he looked at Qin Si, there was an odd feeling in the air. Qin good. It's too dangerous. Just as Li Hu finished speaking, a woman's scream suddenly echoed from within the room. Chapter 17. Saving Li Yue. This is really a death wish. Stay away from me. Hiss. What are you hissing about? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? At first, Qin Si thought he might have misheard. The voice he heard was unmistakably Li Yue's, echoing continuously from within the room. Beside him, Li Hu was already feeling uneasy, and upon hearing a voice inside, he immediately grabbed Qin Si's wrist and warned, Qin Ge, something's not right. We shouldn't just barge in. Did you hear that there was a woman's voice coming from inside? Qin Si also found it strange. Although Li Yue had followed him into the secret realm, he had been on high alert the entire time. He hadn't seen any sign of her along the way. Moreover, there were a group of bandits guarding the area above this secret realm. If they weren't neglecting their duties, they shouldn't have let Li Yue in. But now, Qin Ge, is there anyone else who knows about this secret place? Li Hu's voice echoed in the dim room, and Qin Si's heart raced, almost leaping into his throat. He instinctively replied, no one else knows. Then that's strange. There's definitely a woman's voice inside. Li Hu exclaimed, Qin Ge, do you think this could be a trap set by the zombies? As Li Hu speculated, he peeked curiously over Qin Si's shoulder. He wanted to follow Qin Si inside to investigate, but the sheer number of zombies in the room was overwhelming. There were so many that it looked like a thick swarm. Blood splattered, and severed zombie limbs flew out from the doorway. Li Hu was so frightened that he quickly stepped back, nearly screaming. Fortunately, Qin Si reacted quickly and covered Li Hu's mouth, preventing him from attracting the zombies' attention. Keep it down. Qin Ge, I get it. This is an illusion, right? They want to lure us in. We absolutely can't let that happen. Listen to me. We need to leave now. We can't give them time or a chance to retaliate. You stay at the door, I'll go in. What? Li Hu was shocked, trying to grab Qin Si, but it was too late. The man had already reached for his weapon and charged inside, even kicking Li Hu aside without hesitation. Li Hu felt helpless. He wanted to help, but the zombies' growls echoed in his ears, scaring him into trembling at the doorway, unable to move a single step. Inside the room, Li Yue was fighting off a horde of zombies with her bare hands, having no weapon. Fortunately, she managed to find a rusty axe, which felt somewhat manageable in her grip. She struggled with the zombies for over 10 minutes. At first, she was on the offensive, using the axe to decapitate several of them, but as time passed, she began to feel overwhelmed. How are there still so many of them? Li Yue cursed under her breath as she watched another wave of zombies rushing towards her from not far away, a sense of despair enveloping her. Little did she know. At that moment, a sharp male voice suddenly rang out at the entrance. Step back. The man, armed and charging through the horde, broke through the zombies and quickly made his way to her side. Li Yue was momentarily stunned, and when she looked up, she happened to see Qin Si's cold, stern face. What are you doing here? At that moment, Qin Si was already resolved to fight to the death against the zombies, and his serious demeanor made Li Yue feel an overwhelming sense of panic. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the corners of Qin Si's mouth twist into an unusual smirk as he replied, that's a question I should be asking you. Li Yue understood what Qin Si meant, so she didn't press further. But the zombies had no intention of showing mercy to the two of them. Grr. Another roar erupted, and the leading zombie charged directly at Li Yue. In a rush, Qin Si exclaimed, watch out. As he spoke, he pushed Li Yue out of the way and rushed forward to engage the zombie head-on. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, its bloody claws glistening with a murky mist swirling between its fingers. The rapidly swinging claws seemed poised to strike Qin Si's shoulder at any moment. However, Qin Si was preoccupied with fending off other zombies and had no energy to spare for his surroundings. In his mind, Qin Si thought that if he had that set of armor, he could easily take care of this horde of zombies. But he couldn't just think of himself. After all, Li Yue was still in this room. Outside was Li Hu. Watch your back. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yue's voice suddenly called out, snapping Qin Si's attention back. In the next moment, Li Yue threw the axe she was holding, and Qin Si stared in surprise, quickly catching the axe firmly in his grip. Their eyes met for a brief instant, as if they understood each other's thoughts completely. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past. Qin Si quickly stepped back and swung the axe with all his might, aiming straight for the zombie's arm. Suddenly, he felt the tremendous force pulling him vanish. When he focused his gaze, he found that the zombie's arm had been cleanly severed, as if cut by a mirror. Li Yue's heart sank. She realized that Qin Si's combat ability was no joke. Qin Ge, I'll help you. At the entrance, Li Hu rushed over after hearing the commotion. Armed and ready, he charged in from behind the door. The sight of the three of them fighting side by side made Li Yue temporarily forget that she was still on Qin Si's blacklist. Phew, that was too dangerous. Afterward, the zombies were dealt with by Qin Si and Li Hu, successfully saving Li Yue in the process. Qin Si, however, remained unfazed, still wearing a relaxed and carefree expression, even contemplating whether any loot had dropped from the zombies. But Li Hu didn't have the same stamina to spare. The man sat on the ground, panting heavily, nearly devoured alive by the horde of zombies. In the quiet atmosphere, Li Hu noticed that neither Qin Si nor Li Yue was speaking, so he decided to break the silence. Hey, are you two injured? Qin Ge, are you okay? Qin Si put down the axe in his hand, which was still dripping with a bit of blood. Hearing Li Hu's question, the man quickly nodded in response. I'm fine, don't worry about me. But the next moment, Qin Si's sharp gaze fell mercilessly on Li Yue. Speak up, how did you end up here? Chapter 18. Joining the team. Although Qin Si already knew that Li Yue had been following him all along, he still found it strange when she suddenly appeared in the secret realm. The man frowned and shot Li Yue a fierce glare. With all his emotions laid bare in his eyes, Li Yue felt a wave of guilt wash over her, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. You've mistaken me for someone else, Li Yue exclaimed and tried to run away. But Qin Si caught her wrist effortlessly. Her slender wrist felt completely at his mercy. She forced a laugh, attempting to wriggle free. You really have the wrong person. Mistaken? I hardly think so, Qin Si replied, skepticism evident in his tone. He shot her a sidelong glance, his gaze turning particularly intense as he looked into her eyes. Just as Li Yue opened her mouth to speak again, Qin Si immediately warned her, this isn't an ordinary place. If something happens to you here, how am I supposed to explain it to the others? Feeling increasingly guilty and embarrassed in front of Qin Si, Li Yue had originally planned to explore the secret realm on her own and perhaps continue tracking him along the way. However, she hadn't anticipated that the first room she entered would be filled with zombies. She had intended to flee, but when she discovered only 2 zombies wandering around, her competitive spirit kicked in, and she decided to fight them. Just as one of the zombies was about to fall, a horde suddenly surged in from behind, completely surrounding her. Recalling the earlier embarrassing moment, Li Yue wished she could find a hole to hide in, let alone confess her situation to Qin Si. You don't need to worry about me. I didn't follow you here, she lied, her frantic eyes betraying her true thoughts. It was clear that Qin Si's expression shifted as he regarded her. She had been tailing him the entire time, but he chose not to expose her. He merely wanted to understand why Li Yue had suddenly appeared and why she was so focused on his every move. Now it seemed, Qin Si had effortlessly caught her in the act. Not following me? Then why are you so nervous? What do you intend to do in the secret realm? You know the dangers here, and you don't have any gear. Are you really thinking of exploring this place with me? Li Yue, you're being a bit naive. You're overthinking it. I was just passing through, curious about the strange terrain, and accidentally wandered into the secret realm. Despite her protestations, Qin Si still didn't believe her. He scoffed and raised his hand to grip Li Yue's wrist, intending to drag her out. But Li Hu interrupted Qin Si's actions. Qin Ge, isn't it a bit inappropriate to grab someone here? We don't know what's happening outside. If there are still zombies, we need to stay alert to see if they might crawl out through the cracks. After all, even if Li Hu didn't finish. Qin Si understood the implication. After all, there are still many brothers outside the secret realm. If the zombies get out, the ones in danger will be those people outside. Qin Si was so infuriated by Li Yue that he felt dizzy. After Li Hue's reminder, the man quickly regained his composure. Li Yue, let me ask you again. What is your purpose for coming to Long Country? I have no purpose, she replied casually. I'm just a staff member at the shelter, here to assist you. Don't you have any tasks? What tasks could I possibly have? Li Yue shrugged nonchalantly, her demeanor somewhat provocative towards Qin Si. I'm just an ordinary staff member who got lost and accidentally stumbled into the secret realm. Who knew I would run into you guys? Qin Si didn't bother to ask further. He knew people like Li Yue were unyielding. No matter what he said, she would stick to the same line. However, Li Hu beside him sensed something was off. After pondering for a long time, he finally blurted out, wait a minute, aren't my brothers outside the secret realm? You suddenly barged in, and they didn't notice? Li Yue felt a pang of panic but quickly composed herself. Who knew when I arrived? It was completely empty. That doesn't add up. Qin Ge, you need to investigate this person thoroughly. My brothers would never leave their posts without permission. She must be lying. Qin Si could tell Li Yue was indeed lying, but at the moment, he couldn't expose her. Nor could he directly explain things to Li Hu. He waved his hand, signaling Li Hu to drop the matter. Since she was already here, there was no point in continuing the discussion. What he could do now was to get Li Yue out of this place as soon as possible. I don't have time to argue with you, but I warn you now, the secret realm is not as simple as you think. If something goes wrong in there, I can't guarantee your safety. Li Yue didn't respond, and Qin Si continued walking ahead, with Li Hu following closely. You should leave quickly. I want to pursue the matter of you barging in today, But my only request is that you leave here as soon as possible. After all, he wouldn't be able to extract any useful information from her. To Qin Si, Li Yue was just a cunning and slippery woman. But upon hearing this, Li Yue shook her head, looking quite unwilling as she quickly stepped in front of Qin Si to block his path. No, I'm not leaving. Qin Si found it amusing, but Li Yue smiled, unabashedly praising herself as she spoke. I know I'm still useful to you, so you shouldn't let me go. Qin Si narrowed his eyes, a profound expression flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. Li Yue truly understood what was on Qin Si's mind. He had no intention of targeting her, and since she said it that way, he decided to play along. Immediately responding, then stay and join my team. Beside him, Li Hu was stunned. What? Qin, you actually want to keep her around? She clearly doesn't seem like a good person. Li Hu's wailing seemed to be of no use. Li Yue raised her eyebrows at him, as if to provoke him. Following behind, Qin Si led the way, too occupied to pay attention to the squabbling behind him. I can't guarantee that nothing else will show up here. If you stray from the group and get into trouble, don't blame me for not protecting you. Here comes Qin. Throughout the journey, Li Hu kept a wary eye on Li Yue. Even though they were traveling together, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. Chapter 19. Blue and White Porcelain. Qin, why did you keep her? Li Hu grabbed Qin Si's wrist and, taking advantage of Li Yue's distraction, leaned in to whisper in Qin Si's ear. Qin Si had initially intended to avoid discussing too much with Li Hu, but Li Hu's wary expression made him uncomfortable about having Li Yue around. Relax, she might actually be useful, Qin Si replied. Useful? Behind them, Li Yue was constantly looking around, seemingly fascinated by everything she saw. This gave Li Hu a strong sense of her being unreliable. He clicked his tongue in disdain. To me, she just seems like a troublemaker. How can she possibly be of any use? If a bunch of zombies showed up now, she'd definitely run behind you for protection. That would only distract us. Qin Si found this amusing. With Li Hu chattering beside him, the journey no longer felt boring. However, Li Hu's expression changed rapidly. His gaze casually swept over Li Yue's hands, noticing they had traces of blood on them. Yet, she continued walking as if nothing was wrong, not caring in the slightest whether the blood was cleaned off. This scene made Li Hu realize that Li Yue was not an ordinary person. Hey, Qin, look. He quietly tapped Qin Si on the shoulder and cast a suspicious glance at Li Yue. She clearly doesn't seem like a decent person. There's definitely more to her than we think. Qin, keeping her around is like raising a tiger. Li Hu had a point, but Qin Si couldn't just throw Li Yue out for now. He understood that engaging in conflict with her at this moment would be unwise. If they fought, they would only end up hurting each other. Hey, Qin, why are you smiling? Do you have something else in mind? Li Hu asked, noticing Qin Si's expression. Qin Si smiled reassuringly, his expression shifting slightly. Don't worry, Li Yue will prove useful. You'll see in the future. His smile wasn't about Li Yue being of use to him, but rather about how genuine Li Hu was. Initially, when Qin Si brought him along, he worried about whether Li Hu might betray him or abandon him in a tough situation, but the reality had proven otherwise. Qin Si felt pleased that Li Hu was looking out for him. During the earlier fight with the zombies, Li Hu had even fought alongside him, making Qin Si feel he had a good ally and partner. What's wrong, Qin? Li Hu noticed Qin Si's silence and prompted him to speak. But Qin Si just waved his hand, speaking softly. It's nothing. Just keep up and watch out for zombies. While saying this, he thought to himself, it seems that this rogue is not inherently bad. Once a troublemaker, he now considers others. Hey, look ahead. Is that an underground palace? Just then, a charming female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Qin Si glanced sideways and, just as Li Yue had said, before the three of them stood a grand underground palace. They were all gathered at the entrance, exchanging glances and remaining silent for a long time as they took in the sight of the palace. It seemed that there must be plenty of treasures hidden beneath. Qin Si suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that this palace was not ordinary at all. Perhaps it was because he had previously acquired so many treasures, but now, upon seeing such a place, he wanted to pack everything inside and take it all away. However, this time was different. Li Hu and Li Yue were with him. The man spoke in a low voice, urging the two to move quickly inside. Let us go. Let us check it out. Li Hu had never seen anything like this before. Compared to Li Yue, he appeared somewhat inexperienced. However, Li Yue remained remarkably calm. So much so that it made Qin Si feel a bit suspicious. You two wait here for me. I'll go in first to take a look. Generally, places with treasures can be quite dangerous. Just as Li Hu was about to step inside, Qin Si immediately stopped him. Reluctantly, Li Hu stood outside the entrance, watching as Qin Si ventured deeper into the palace. It seemed there was more to this place than met the eye. It was somewhat different from the location they had encountered before. Qin Si, fearing a repeat of the last incident, decided to take the risk alone. After exploring for a while, he discovered that there were indeed many precious items inside, but no apparent dangers. In fact, after a thorough search, he didn't find anything that raised his suspicions at all. Come in. After finishing his observations, he waved to Li Hu and Li Yue, signaling them to come down as well. Brother Qin, what are these things? They all look like treasures. Li Hu exclaimed as he walked in, clearly fascinated by the scene. But Qin Si's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at Li Yue's demeanor and replied, "They're just some ordinary items, nothing special. We can just take a look and leave." Leave? Li Hu was puzzled and reached out to touch one of the treasures. However, Qin Si instinctively slapped his hand away. "You can't just mess with these things," he warned. "There's nothing unusual here. We'll do a quick search and then leave. After all, the guys outside are still waiting for us." "All right, there are still people outside," Li Hu exclaimed. "Then we need to move a bit faster." After exploring the area, Qin Si had found an opportunity to acquire what he wanted. But on the way back, Li Yue kept closely following him, seemingly wanting to say something. "If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Si saw right through her intentions and, rather than beating around the bush, asked directly, "Are you wanting to ask me something about the secret realm?" Li Yue was taken aback, as if her secret had suddenly been exposed. She stared at Qin Si for a long moment before finally stammering, "How did you know what I wanted to say?" Qin Si didn't answer her question and continued walking ahead, his long legs leaving Li Yue trailing somewhat awkwardly behind. "What do you want to ask? Why are you so concerned about these things?" After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, most people stopped caring about these blue and white porcelain items. Everyone was focused on survival, and those trivial collectibles were as disregarded as the weeds in the mud. But Qin Si was different. Li Yue, being perceptive, noticed that he had a unique perspective, especially when he paid extra attention to the blue and white porcelain. Her suspicions about him only grew stronger. Chapter 20. Mind your own business, hey. I'm talking to you. Seeing that Qin Si was ignoring her, Li Yue panicked and immediately grabbed his wrist, wanting to confront him. However, Li Hu, who was ahead, noticed the scene and quickly came over to separate them. Hey, what are you doing? If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you getting physical?" Li Yue was so angry that she wanted to retort, but Qin Si walked away even faster, leaving both her and Li Hu behind. Li Yue couldn't be bothered to engage in meaningless chatter with Li Hu. Since Qin Si was no longer there, she saw no reason to continue pursuing the matter. The group soon returned to the shelter. But to Qin Si's surprise, once he got back, everyone in the shelter looked serious, as if they were harboring some heavy thoughts. Especially Yang Peng, who was sitting quietly in the hall on the first floor, as if the low pressure surrounding him was palpable. Li Hu dared not approach him and could only stand at the door, cautiously observing the scene. "What's wrong?" Qin Si boldly walked over to inquire about Yang Peng's situation. But Yang Peng's eyes flashed with a deep, unsettling look as he coldly replied, "Something has happened." In that moment, an uneasy feeling surged within Qin Si. Throughout the journey, he had been worried, sensing that something significant was about to occur. Even after returning to the shelter, that feeling had not subsided. But now, with Yang Peng's words, it felt like all his suspicions were about to be confirmed. "What do you mean?" He looked alert, worried that the others might overhear, and quickly signaled to Li Hu. Understanding Qin Si's intent, Li Hu immediately began to clear the area. "Everyone, please head upstairs. If there's nothing important, don't linger here. Qin Gun needs to handle some matters. Those not involved should head back." Some people complied, while others lingered, glancing back at Qin Si and Yang Peng. But Qin Si had already sat down next to Yang Peng. They exchanged a glance, and the weight of their concerns grew heavier. "Where did you hear this news?" His wary and suspicious demeanor made Yang Peng's heart tighten, but he quickly replied, "The zombie crisis outside has flared up again. And this time it's said to be quite serious. If we don't have sufficient means and strong technology to fend it off, our shelter might soon be destroyed." Qin Si had anticipated this outcome long ago. The shelter couldn't survive indefinitely. Once a zombie outbreak occurred, the shelter would be the first to collapse. When that happened, everyone would be at risk, not just in terms of numbers, but also the supplies they relied on would be utterly depleted. Qin Si felt a surge of anxiety and couldn't help but swallow hard, while Yang Peng looked disheartened and forced a bitter smile. It seems like everyone won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Qin Si slapped the table, trying to interrupt Yang Peng's grim thoughts. "What are you saying? It's not like there is no way out. As long as we can think of alternative solutions, the shelter won't be destroyed. You don't have to comfort me like this. You know better than anyone that if the zombie crisis breaks out, the shelter won't last long. We can protect ourselves. But what about the others?" Yang Peng's question was sharp and to the point, leaving Qin Si speechless. Qin Si could protect himself, and he could also protect those around him. But what about everyone else? Qin Si asked himself, could he really ensure the safety of everyone during an escape? It's inevitable that some people wouldn't follow orders, and if chaos ensued, Qin Si couldn't save everyone. He felt powerless and helpless. Don't worry. I'll handle this too. You don't need to stress too much. We have to keep a positive mindset, Qin Si said, knowing that Yangping would see this situation as the end of the world. But if a horde of zombies really did break in, how would Yangping cope with that? Qin Si sighed and urged Yangping not to panic, assuring him that he would come up with a solution. Yangping, however, thought Qin Si was just talking big and scoffed. What's your plan? Protect everyone? I could reach out to that scientist friend of yours, remember? He has the means to help. The mention of the scientist suddenly lit up Yangping's expression. Ever since he got the armor from Qin Si, he had unwavering faith in this scientist. If he could produce armor, maybe he really had a way to help everyone survive this crisis. He gasped, nearly losing control of his emotions. Fortunately, Qin Si quickly pressed down on Yangping's arm to prevent him from revealing their plans. Keep your voice down, he whispered, covering Yangping's mouth. Act like this conversation never happened. I'll contact the scientist and I'll take care of the rest. Can you really handle this alone? Of course. It's just a horde of zombies. I managed to deal with them before, and I can do it again. Just trust me, and I'll keep you safe. After saying this, he patted Yangping's shoulder and stood up to leave. But Yangping felt something was off. It was one thing for Qin Si to talk big on ordinary days, but in a crisis like this, his confidence seemed strange. Yang, did you call for me? Yangping collected his thoughts and called one of his subordinates over. Seeing the tension in Yangping's expression, the subordinate sensed that something was troubling him. Yet Yangping was suspicious and thought Qin Si's behavior was odd. To get to the bottom of it, he instructed, follow Qin Si and see what he is up to. Report everything you encounter along the way. If you run into any danger, make sure to come back and tell me. On the other side, Colonel, if you have any orders, just say the word. In the lounge next to the shelter, Li Yue noticed something was off with Qin Si early in the morning. Just 5 minutes ago, Qin Si had passed by the door of the lounge, and Li Yue's senses immediately heightened. She waved her hand, and the agents beside her lined up, ready for her orders. Sure enough, Li Yue squinted her eyes, a deep and inscrutable expression lurking within. She slowly said, follow Qin Si and report any developments promptly. After she spoke, one of the agents, who had a good relationship with Li Yue, suddenly chimed in. Colonel, I've noticed that you seem particularly concerned about Qin Si. What is your relationship with her? Before he could finish, Li Yue's sharp gaze interrupted him, cutting off his words. Mind your own business. Just focus on your duties. Chapter 21. The shield. Throughout the journey, Qin Si felt a heavy weight on his heart, as if someone was following him. Yet, every time he looked back, he saw no one. The man was solely focused on getting home quickly to enter the alternate space. Only then could he find a way to avert the apocalypse. No, the shelter absolutely could not be destroyed. He murmured to himself, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, Li Yue and Yangping's team were hastily catching up, stealthily trailing behind Qin Si, fearful of being discovered. Boss, there are people over there too, Li Yue reported, referring to the 4 American agents she had sent out. One of the leaders was walking at the front, his gaze fixed on Qin Si. The 2 agents flanking him, while surveying their surroundings, noticed Yangping's group and immediately reported back to their leader. To their surprise, the leader's expression was filled with disdain. He merely glanced at them and confidently replied, no need to worry, they're just a bunch of rogues. Yangping's men indeed wore ragged clothing typical of bandits and were cautiously moving along the path, also keeping an eye on the American agents. However, the officer behind them still felt uneasy. These guys have been tailing us for a while. Should we take action? No, came the curt reply, devoid of any emotion. The colonel didn't send us to deal with bandits. The priority is to ensure Qin Si doesn't get away. While they spoke, Qin Si had already reached his doorstep. The American agents and Yangping's men hid downstairs, watching Qin Si enter. In an instant, they were baffled as Qin Si seemed to activate some mechanism. Just a few seconds after stepping inside, he completely vanished from the room. A blinding light flashed before the eyes of the pursuers, and in the next moment, Qin Si's figure was gone. All that remained was a cloud of gray smoke and the stunned expressions of the onlookers. Qin Si had disappeared, right before their eyes. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed that Qin Si could simply vanish into thin air. What just happened? The American agent was the first to lose his composure, rushing into the room. Yangping's men followed suit, and everyone surged in, effectively surrounding Qin Si's room. Where's Qin Si? One of the rogues shouted. Despite the thorough search of Qin Si's home, they found no trace of him. In a matter of seconds, a living person had seemingly vanished before their eyes. No, I clearly saw Qin Si walk in. How could he just disappear like that? One of them exclaimed. Let us search the room again. I refuse to believe this. Boss, we've already checked this area. There is definitely no one here. Just as disbelief filled the air, a voice shouted from behind them. Who are you? Are you following us? The speaker was one of the American agents, and he was addressing Yongpeng's men, who had suddenly entered from behind and appeared to be the bandits. The other party found it strange as well. Not only had Qin Si disappeared, but there was also another group of people present. This band of outlaws couldn't figure out who else was investigating Qin Si. "What do you mean by tailing you?" "We came here with Qin Si," they exclaimed. "As for you, we've never seen your group before. You're the unfamiliar faces here, and now you're the ones playing the victim." "Unfamiliar faces? I think it's you who have ulterior motives for stalking Qin Si. What are your intentions?" One side shot back. The two groups nearly came to blows over the disagreement. Meanwhile, the matter of Qin Si's disappearance was quickly forgotten by everyone involved. The leader of the American agents sensed that something was off and hurriedly pulled the others aside, saying, "All right, let's not get entangled with them. Remember, we still have a mission to complete." They needed to quickly return to rendezvous with Li Yuwei and report everything that had happened today. Hearing this, the outlaws were momentarily taken aback, recalling that they had also come at Yongpeng's command. They promptly retreated from the room. The confrontation between the two groups abruptly ceased, leaving Qin Si's room empty. The spot where Qin Si had vanished only deepened their suspicions. Before leaving, the two groups couldn't resist some parting insults, but in the end, neither side managed to get the upper hand and had to leave in defeat. On the other side, phew, whoosh. Qin Si had already entered the alternate space. He had come here to quickly find a way to avert the apocalypse. Without the right weapons to combat the threat, the shelter would soon be overwhelmed. Thinking this, a bitter smile crept onto Qin Si's lips as he quickened his movements. "No, the weapons I currently have are still insufficient. I need to exchange for something else." Qin Si pressed on, walking until he reached the exchange area. Before entering the alternate space, he had collected other items for this trip, treasures scavenged from the secret realm that he now carried with him. Finally, they were proving useful, and Qin Si felt a sense of relief. "Confirm exchange?" The notification sound pulled Qin Si back to the moment. Holding several pieces of blue and white porcelain and other treasures in his hands, he nodded firmly and placed everything on the exchange table. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and the treasures were taken away. In their place, he received a document detailing the weaknesses of zombies and excellent methods for combating them. Qin Si picked up the document and, after carefully reading through it, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed a valuable item. It's quite useful." Before the zombie outbreak, he could at least learn some things he hadn't known before and take precautions in advance. It's always better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Continuing with the exchange, Qin Si stored the document and placed more treasures on the exchange table. Sure enough, a new weapon appeared on the surface once again. More precisely, it was a protective shield designed to fend off zombies. Qin Si stood before the protective shield, feeling a bit puzzled. While the voice from the other side remained calm and composed, the shield could temporarily fend off the zombie invasion, providing refuge for the shelter. But it also had its limits. Beyond the line of sight, the shield was useless. A time limit. Truly a remarkable feature. Qin Si nodded in admiration and asked, "How long can it hold up at most?" "A protective shield can last for a week." For Qin Si, a week should be enough. If the shelter's equipment was strong enough, it could also buy them a chance and some space for survival. Chapter 22, The Burglary at Home. Can you tell me about other weaknesses of zombies? There is just too much information in this material. I might have to go back and read it slowly, but is there anything simple and easy to understand? Qin Si smiled, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. He initially thought the other person wouldn't agree, but upon his inquiry, the individual calmly helped him clarify his doubts. Zombies have many weaknesses, but they need to be combined with other conditions to be effective. For example, they cannot detect subtle sounds. If you act with enough caution, zombies usually won't notice your movements. Is there more? If you operate at night, zombies lose most of their vision. They can see a bit during the day, but once night falls, they become like blind people, especially when combined with sound. You get the idea. What the person said sparked a lot of inspiration for Qin Si. The man nodded immediately, indicating he understood, but his mind was already racing with strategies for future encounters. If a zombie outbreak really occurred near the shelter, these insights could help them hold out for a while. However, if the shield's capabilities were lost and Qin Si couldn't lead people to escape. Thinking of this, Qin Si's hands trembled slightly, and he felt a wave of fear. No, he needed to gather more information and secrets. He had to be more thorough. The weaknesses of zombies were far from limited to what he had heard. "Can I make a trade with you?" Qin Si proposed, and the other person found this intriguing. "What kind of trade?" "I want to know more about zombies, but at the same time, I promise to help you obtain what you desire. As long as you can share some additional information, I can help you get those things in the future. How does that sound?" For Qin Si, it wasn't collectibles he needed, but weapons for survival. Even if exchanging weapons required some treasures, surely the information on zombies shouldn't need treasures to be traded for, right? Thinking this, Qin Si glanced at the other person with keen interest and asked, I'd like to know more about zombies, especially things I haven't heard before. Things like how zombies might lose their attacking capabilities at night or ways to carefully move past them. He already knew all that. After all, he had slain so many zombies. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He understood their weaknesses and habits, so he didn't need anyone to explain basic knowledge to him. But what about the other details? What do you think? If you can agree to this condition, I can immediately help you scavenge for other treasures once I go out. This is equally important to me. We both get what we need, so why not? The man hadn't intended to break the rules. However, Qin Si's offer was quite tempting. If he didn't agree, wouldn't it make him seem too stingy? Of course I can. The man raised his eyebrows, his tone relaxed, and he extended a hand to shake with Qin Si. Qin Si paused for a moment, then enthusiastically leaned in for the handshake. However, you know that my collaboration with you comes with conditions. Today, I can share some information with you in advance, but you must make sure to provide me with what I need in a timely manner. Otherwise, we might as well end our partnership here. Of course, you can trust that I, Qin Si, am not someone who breaks promises. Through our back-and-forth exchanges, we have established a deeper relationship and friendship, and have reached a consensus on collaboration. The other person shared a lot about zombies, which Qin Si found fascinating. But before leaving, that person reminded him to bring back the information he wanted on time. Qin Si waved goodbye and soon returned to his own room. However, after looking around, he was almost startled enough to scream. He had been robbed. The place was in disarray. Many items were knocked to the ground, and to make matters worse, the front door was wide open. It was as if the thief had just walked away. Qin Si felt a surge of panic. Fearing that his activities in the alternate space would be discovered, he quickly rushed to close the door. What exactly happened? Was it a burglary or something else? Qin Si was anxious and hurried to check other important areas of the house. Some hidden corners where he kept his savings and valuables had not been discovered by the intruders. Aside from the mess, nothing else seemed to be missing from the room. He racked his brain, trying to figure out who could have broken in. Why would someone come into his house, rummage through it, and leave without taking anything? It didn't make sense. He searched his memory, afraid he might have overlooked something significant. After a thorough search, he concluded that his memory was intact. If it wasn't a burglary, then he was being followed. Regardless, the fact that someone had entered his home was dangerous. If they discovered his activities in the alternate space, things would not be so simple. With that thought in mind, he immediately called Li Hu and summoned him over. Half an hour later, Brother Qin, what do you need? Li Hu barged in casually. But as soon as he entered, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene in the house. Qin Si was bent over, tidying up the mess while frowning, as if something was bothering him. Li Hu stood frozen at the doorway for a moment, then finally changed into slippers and stepped inside to help Qin Si with the cleanup. Let me take care of this. Did someone break in? It looks so chaotic. If I didn't know better, I'd think a thief had a brawl in here. I suspect someone broke in. Qin Si sighed deeply, picking up items and placing them back in their spots. Before Li Hu could say anything else, Qin Si cautiously said, I have a feeling that someone followed me into my house, figured out the layout, and then came in to steal something while I was away. What did you lose? Li Hu asked. Nothing, which is what makes me suspicious. They didn't take any money, nor did they steal any supplies. The other party seemed completely uninterested in Qin Si's belongings, not touching anything at all. So what was their purpose in rummaging through Qin Si's home? The man found it strange and felt increasingly restless. When he looked at Li Hu, his eyes were filled with worry and suspicion. It wasn't until Li Hu gasped in shock and boldly speculated, their goal isn't the stuff, it's you. They want to kidnap you or do you harm. This can't happen. If this issue isn't resolved, you'll be caught up in turmoil for the next few days. Chapter 23. The capable ones. Li Hu's guess wasn't entirely off the mark. Qin Si had always been quite arrogant in the shelter. It wouldn't be surprising if someone found him unlikable. If someone had been tailing Qin Si all along and figured out the secrets of his family, then the real danger wouldn't be the treasures in his home, but rather Qin Si himself. As the zombie tide approached the shelter, Qin Si believed he was still quite important to the safety of everyone. He needed to protect them all, so at this critical moment, he couldn't afford to get into trouble. How about this, Brother Qin? I'll call my guys over to protect you. For the time being, you'll be under our watch, and I guarantee no one will dare to come near you. Those thieves won't easily harm you either. Li Hu's sudden offer took Qin Si by surprise and even moved him a bit. The last time Qin Si had subdued Li Hu and his gang, he saw Li Hu as a smart person capable of achieving great things. However, the rest of his crew was all brawn and no brains, which didn't quite suit the situation. But right now, don't worry, Brother Qin. These guys listen to me. Their loyalty is unquestionable. If you need anything, I can bring them over right away to keep you safe until this storm passes. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Hu's words were quite touching, and Qin Si found it hard to refuse. After all, he was also worried and scared. Having someone to protect him was certainly a good thing. On the other side, what? Someone found out. Yang Ping's subordinate had been cautious on his way back, and only dared to report what had happened once he saw Yang Ping. The man gritted his teeth in frustration, about to curse his lackluster crew for being more of a hindrance than a help, but then the subordinate added, in Qin Si's house, we weren't the only ones there. There was another group, and they appeared to be quite capable, not your average bandits. Yang Ping felt a surge of anxiety. He had already learned from his men that his own people had been compromised. The man had no words to say, as he was busy contemplating a countermeasure. But then his subordinate claimed there were others on site. Did you get a clear look at who they are? Yang Peng shot a sharp glance at his subordinate. His eyes filled with intensity and suspicion. Before the subordinate could answer, Yang Peng's mind was still racing with tension. But once the subordinate responded, all he felt was doubt. We couldn't get a clear view. They were very vigilant. When we approached, they even questioned us about who we were and why we were following Qin Si. And when we tried to get in, they kept blocking us at the door. I suspect they know Qin Si. Yang Ping had no idea who Qin Si's men were. If these people had been hanging around Qin Si's house, could that imply something was off about Qin Si? The man took a deep breath, holding back his thoughts as he remained silent. But just then, the shelter's main door was suddenly swung open. Yang Ping heard a sound and instinctively looked down, only to see Qin Si and Li Hu swaggering in. Boss, Brother Qin is back. I know. You all go out first. No one is allowed up here without my permission. Yang Peng on the upper floor had been observing Qin Si's every move. He could tell that Li Hu seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Si. However, according to reports from Yang Peng's subordinates, those at Qin Si's house were not Li Hu and his bandit brothers. This indicated that there were others involved. But did Qin Si have other friends? Or someone who could ensure his safety? Yang Ping pondered this, curiosity gnawing at him, so he decided to head down the stairs to greet Qin Si. How long have you been back? The man approached slowly and casually found an excuse to send Li Hu away. The scene was left with just Qin Si and Yang Ping, and a glance exchanged between them spoke volumes. I heard you were back home today, Yang Ping said, pulling Qin Si to sit down, subtly probing for information. At first, Qin Si didn't think much of it, but Yang Ping's questions became increasingly probing, leaving Qin Si somewhat puzzled. How did you know? Oh, I heard it from someone else. Was the journey smooth? Smooth? Why was Yang Ping asking him this out of the blue? Although he harbored doubts, Qin Si answered casually, it was fine. Didn't he encounter anything strange? I was just asking. After all, there have been reports of a zombie outbreak lately, and I'm genuinely worried about everyone's safety. It's nothing. I've already said I'll protect everyone's safety. If we're here, we might as well be at ease. We can't hide forever. If a zombie outbreak really happens, we'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. As for the outcome, Qin Si sighed lightly, reflecting. We can't force what's beyond our control. This was something he had resolved on the way. If a zombie wave truly broke out, he would do everything he could to protect everyone. As for the outcome, he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to. Even if they couldn't withstand it, at least he would have tried his best. After he finished speaking, Yang Peng's expression shifted noticeably, prompting him to clear his throat and ask, by the way, I noticed you've been getting along well with Li Hu lately. Have you two been hanging out often? Not really. I just think he is quite clever. If I mentor him a bit, who knows, he might fight alongside us in the future. Oh, I see. Hey, how are your family doing since you got back? Family? Yang Peng's sudden question struck Qin Si as odd. He hesitated for a long time without answering. Yang Peng's seemingly casual inquiry had already raised Qin Si's suspicions. However, he suppressed his doubts, mistakenly assuming Yang Peng was referring to Li Hu and his group. So, Qin Si proactively admitted, you mean those people near my house, right? I do have a group of capable people at home. Is there a problem? Oh, no. I was just asking. It's nice to have someone to look out for you, especially since things have been a bit dangerous lately. You can't trust anyone these days. An awkward tension seemed to hang in the air. Qin Si didn't directly clarify that the group of people were from the neon lights, which led to a misunderstanding on Yang Peng's part. Their conversation was heavy, with both of them holding back the full truth. Yang Peng, in particular, had sharp eyes that seemed to radiate a keen insight. Even his expression when looking at Qin Si had changed dramatically. What's going on with you today? You've asked so many strange questions. You can't possibly be. Chapter 24. The zombie tide. At this point, Qin Si suddenly paused. He then turned his keen gaze towards Yang Peng. Feeling a bit flustered under Qin Si's scrutiny, Yang Peng quickly swallowed to mask his embarrassment. But then Qin Si burst into laughter, teasing, You're not scared, are you? Aha, what are you worried about? Seeing that Qin Si didn't expose him, Yang Peng finally let out a breath of relief. He blinked and chuckled awkwardly before responding, No, I'm just a bit concerned about the situation at the shelter. After all, there are so many people here. If a zombie tide really breaks out, what are we going to do? You keep saying you can protect everyone. But how exactly will you do that? Qin Si's expression suddenly grew serious. The man paused, and Yang Peng continued. I know you mean well and want to think about everyone, but right now, we don't have any solutions. If that day really comes, are we? I've already obtained a concrete plan to deal with the zombies. Before Yang Peng could finish, Qin Si interrupted him. His gaze was fierce, and his expression was grave, devoid of any emotion. This sudden change made Yang Peng realize that Qin Si seemed to be serious after all. What plan? Yang Peng asked, intrigued, lowering his voice. Qin Si then pulled out some documents regarding the zombies and carefully tucked them into Yang Peng's pocket. Let us head upstairs to talk. The living room was only a few meters away from Yang Peng's room, but as he walked that short distance, emotion swirled within him. He was genuinely curious about what Qin Si wanted to say. So when the door closed behind them, Yang Peng eagerly took out the documents and couldn't wait to flip through them. Yang Peng stood frozen in place. The files contained not just ordinary information, they detailed the weaknesses of the zombies. Not only that, but there were also careful annotations indicating when to attack and when to hide. Yang Peng thought to himself that if everyone memorized this information, they would have more strategies to combat the zombies. Where did you get this stuff? Yang Peng squinted, cautiously tucking the documents away as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Qin Si, on the other hand, offered a calm smile, looking completely at ease. Of course, I got it from a scientist. He continued to use the scientist as a shield. Once he finished speaking, Yang Peng's jaw dropped in astonishment, and his expression towards Qin Si shifted dramatically. A scientist? He developed all this? Of course, and not only that, but there's also this. As he spoke, Qin Si displayed what he had exchanged for earlier that day. In his hands was a protective shield designed to safeguard the shelter. Though the shield appeared a bit small, it could expand when needed, rising into the sky to envelop the entire shelter. The contents within the shield would be protected from external threats and influences. Even with wave after wave of zombies attacking, the protective shield keeps them at bay for its duration. Yang Peng was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity. What is this thing? Did that scientist give it to you? Yes, this is called a protective shield. It can safeguard the entire shelter. When we need it, we can use it to ensure everyone's safety. After Qin Si explained, Yang Peng still found it hard to believe. He wondered if using this thing continuously would keep everyone safe for years. But Qin Si's next words shattered that dream. However, this device only lasts for a week. After that, it will be useless. But a week is good enough to buy us some time. Yang Peng was shocked but couldn't express his thoughts. Qin Si understood that he was just amazed by the shield's power. To help Yang Peng familiarize himself with these things, Qin Si handed over all the information about the shield and the zombies. He looked at Yang Peng with a trusting expression, but it only added pressure on him. I'm giving you these things because I believe in your ability to handle them. But there are no buts. I have other things to take care of. But if a zombie outbreak occurs, I will be there with everyone. After explaining everything, Qin Si handed over the items to Yang Peng. He patted Yang Peng on the shoulder and then turned away with a confident stride. This resolute demeanor stirred mixed emotions in Yang Peng's heart. These feelings lingered until the next morning. Yang Peng thought they would be safe for the next few days, but then the zombie horde erupted again. Early in the morning, people heard low growling sounds outside the shelter. At first, some thought they were mistaken, but the next moment, it was bad. The zombie wave is broken out. Everyone back to the shelter. The horde is coming. Hurry to the broadcast station and warn everyone. Everyone must hide in the shelter. No one is to come out. Help. The screams echoed, and the zombies outside were drawing closer. Yang Peng took charge, standing in the hall on the first floor, watching as a few civilians who hadn't returned were sprinting towards the shelter. Right behind them were the zombies, chasing relentlessly. Oh no. Xiaomei and the others haven't returned yet. Don't close the door yet. Wait for everyone to get in before shutting it. Some wanted to leave a crack in the door for the others, but those hiding in the shadows were trembling with fear. Amidst the tension, unpleasant voices began to rise behind them. Why leave the door open? Can't you see how close they are to the zombies? What if they've already been bitten? What if they transform once they come in? Who will take responsibility then? If anything happens inside the shelter, no one will escape. Don't jeopardize everyone else's safety for one person. Yang Gu, listen to me. Hurry and close the door. Yang Peng had become the one in control of the situation. Outside, the crowd was still rushing in, but the zombies seemed to be faster than them. Amidst the chaos of heated arguments, more people fell victim to the relentless pursuit of the undead, and some were even screaming as they tried to break through. Yang, what are you thinking? Hurry and close the door. A blood-soaked individual was running towards the shelter. Yang Peng felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to shut the door. Instead, he commanded, let her in. Everyone, stand by. Chapter 25, Discovering new technology as the words fell, the townspeople outside just happened to rush past the crack in the door. Yang Pru was tense, his gaze fixed on his subordinates defending the entrance. The next moment, bang, moan, the door was tightly shut. All the zombies pressed against the glass door, staring face to face with the other citizens in the shelter. The people who had just rushed in were bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. Some were terrified, while others were already prepared to face death. In an instant, the entire shelter was in chaos. Everyone, upstairs. Yang Ping stood at the top of the staircase on the second floor, holding a megaphone and shouted urgently. The people downstairs exchanged glances. And after a brief moment of confusion, they suddenly surged up the stairs. In that instant, the sounds of zombies outside seemed to grow louder. Not good. The zombies are going to break in. Someone shouted in anger, yet their tone was laced with chilling despair. But some remained cold and composed, calmly watching the group of zombies outside from the staircase, witnessing as they had just torn apart a living person, blood still dripping from their mouths. He snorted, filled with endless disappointment. Everything is going to be lost. Lost. The person looked up at the ceiling, then at the zombies outside. And a weary smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The shelter is going to be lost. Yang Peng happened to catch that voice. The man clenched his fists tightly, standing nervously in place, his gaze still fixed on the zombies outside. If they didn't act quickly, the shelter's door wouldn't hold for long. And he had. Right. The protective shield is still here. Everyone, get behind me. You too, come with me. Yang Ping quickly gathered everyone to stand by on the second floor while he took two subordinates down to the first floor. One of them was trembling with fear, following Yang Ping with a hint of hesitation in their movements. But without a second thought, Yang Ping pulled out the protective shield from his pocket. The person beside him exclaimed in panic, Yang, what are you doing? This is bad. The zombies outside are about to break in. We need to think of a way out. We can't just wait here to die. Everyone else, get your weapons out. I refuse to believe we can't fight back this time. As the words fell, Yang Peng's actions also shifted. The shelter was in imminent danger. If he didn't quickly activate the protective shield, everyone inside might be overrun by the zombies. Amidst the chaos, Yang Peng grabbed the two men beside him and commanded, help me open this protective shield. What protective shield? Just do as I say. He didn't have time to answer their questions. The most important thing was to activate the shield and start defending against the zombies. The three exchanged glances. Though they didn't understand Yang Peng's actions, they followed his lead and managed to unfold the seemingly small item. They initially thought it was just a strange weapon. But once the mechanism was triggered, the protective shield's function was activated. A sudden flash of blue light swept across the sky above the entire shelter in an instant. It created a natural barrier between the shelter and the zombies. No matter how the zombies outside attacked, the people inside wouldn't hear a sound or suffer any harm. Those who had planned to fight the zombies to the death were momentarily stunned by this scene. What was happening? Someone cleared their throat, and their weapon clattered to the ground. The noise startled those in front of them, prompting them to quickly turn and look. Many of the civilians on the second floor exchanged anxious glances. Brother Yang, what did you bring? Why is there blue light? If we open this thing, will the zombies not be able to get in? Brother Yang, are you sure? Yang Peng was initially uncertain. However, when he opened the device, he suddenly had a premonition that Qin Si was right. This thing could indeed defend against zombies. But the shield had a time limit. It could temporarily fend off the zombies' attacks, but it was conditional. The shield could only hold for a week. Within that time, we would be safe. As he spoke, the zombies outside the shelter suddenly went quiet. Their movements gradually calmed down, as if they had lost their sense of direction due to the absence of sound. Someone on the second floor exclaimed, alerting others to look at the situation outside. Following their gaze, Yang Peng also witnessed this scene. And a thought began to rise in his mind. Successfully repelling the zombie invasion meant that the item given by Qin Si was useful. Moreover, the scientist beside Qin Si was even more valuable. If we had a scientist, could we save everyone from this disaster? Yang Ping felt a surge of joy at this realization and was eager to meet the scientist soon. However, a discordant voice suddenly broke through. This thing only protects us for a week. What happens after that? If these zombies don't disappear, will we be doomed? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell back into silence. Don't worry, we'll think of other solutions. Before anyone could respond, Yang Peng took the initiative. The man aimed to calm everyone's emotions, hoping to send the other civilians back to their rooms to rest as soon as possible. Only then could Yang Ping find a chance to speak with Qin Si privately. While some people were worried about when the next wave of zombies would attack, most felt relieved, believing the zombie crisis was temporarily averted. At least, we were safe for this week. All right, everyone, please go back and rest. We'll handle the rest. This time we turned a crisis into safety, and I believe we can do it again. As his words fell, the doors to the other rooms closed. Yang Peng walked back with a heavy heart. eager to meet the scientist. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the crisis in Dragon Country was alleviated, other nations were thrown into chaos. Officer, we discovered that Dragon Country has deployed a new technology, something we have never seen before. The American agents received the latest intel and transmitted real-time footage of Longwood to their base. The leader's expression was cold, with deep lines etched across his brow. However, his eyes were serious, revealing no hint of emotion. What kind of technology is this? Are there any other leads? His voice was sharp and cutting, like an eagle's gaze fixated on the surveillance video before him. The footage showed a light blue protective shield hovering over Longwood's shelter, keeping the zombies at bay. No matter how they attacked, they could not get even a fraction closer to the sanctuary. Chapter 26. Hand over the technology. Currently, there are no other leads. All we know is that this technology has never appeared in the Dragon Kingdom before. Moreover, other countries are unaware of it. The leader of the United States instantly darkened his expression upon hearing this. The man casually sat down, his legs crossed. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the large screen before him. He could see that the other party's shelter was securely protected by a shield. No matter how the zombies outside attacked, they couldn't penetrate the barrier. If this technology has always existed, wouldn't that mean the Dragon Kingdom is the ultimate winner? But this technology is not only unknown to the United States, even other countries have never seen it before. The officer pondered for a moment before finally saying, if this technology has always been in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, then other countries are likely to suffer. The most important thing now is for us to quickly determine whether to collaborate with the Dragon Kingdom, or... He suddenly paused, then glanced at the leader. Or should we steal this technology? After all, we have never even heard of such technology before. It's likely that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered new advancements. If we don't intervene, the Dragon Kingdom might grow even more powerful. After the officer spoke, the leader felt he made a valid point, and his expression grew even more serious. However, the man remained calm and composed, saying nothing. If the Dragon Kingdom has developed a protective shield, can we assume they have expanded their technological projects? If that's the case, the officer didn't continue his thought. Instead, he cast a questioning look at the leader. After a long pause, the leader closed his eyes and slowly uttered a few words. Let us collaborate. We need to seek assistance from the Dragon Kingdom for this technology. If possible, our country should also benefit from it. At the same time, Li Yue, who was ambushed in the shelter, received a notification from her superiors. This is Li Yue. You have my attention. Holding her smartwatch, Li Yue deliberately avoided the others present and chose a more discreet location. She always acted cautiously in the shelter. Only by remaining undetected could she fulfill her purpose for coming to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the voice of the U.S. leader came through. What is the situation at the Dragon Kingdom shelter? In recent days, Li Yue had noticed something unusual about the shelter. Despite the zombies launching an attack, she and other U.S. agents were prepared for a confrontation. Yet, the noise outside had suddenly turned into silence. The zombies that could have attacked were all repelled by a barrier. Li Yue was curious about this technology but had been unable to learn more. No matter how many people she asked, the responses were always the same. They didn't know. To avoid exposing herself, she refrained from directly questioning Yangping and Qin Si. Li Yue, I have a task for you. You need to quickly obtain the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom shelter and also bring back their new technology. These are all advantageous assets for us in the United States. Understood. I'll take care of it. Li Yue responded decisively, without hesitation. Another sharp voice echoed from the other side. Also, once you obtain the new technology, make sure no one from the Dragon Country discovers it. If they have no intention of cooperating with us openly, you must steal all the technology. For Li Yue, this task was still quite easy. However, there were still several formidable individuals in the shelter, and besides Qin Si, people like Yang Peng were not easy to deal with either. Moreover, Qin Si now had a new enforcer by his side. Although Li Hu was simple-minded, he was loyal and righteous. As long as someone dangerous approached Qin Si, he would immediately push them away. It seemed that Li Yue would have to rethink her plans for stealing the technology. At that moment, the Jianghuai shelter had already convened an internal emergency meeting. Qin Gu is here. In the third-floor conference room, everyone was on high alert, waiting for Qin Si to appear. When the man slowly walked in, everyone in the room was filled with excitement. All eager eyes were fixed on Qin Si. Qin Gu, please take a seat. We need to discuss this matter with you. Yangping looked serious and guarded. The dark circles under his eyes were particularly noticeable. As soon as Qin Si entered, he noticed Yangping's demeanor and guessed he must be troubled by recent events. However, the others were very enthusiastic, each harboring their own concerns. They all likely knew the purpose of today's meeting. Other countries had noticed our Dragon Country's new technology. Just half an hour ago, the United States had sent a message wanting to cooperate with us. But to be precise, Their true intention was not for cooperation. As Yang Peng spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze to Qin Si. The two exchanged a glance but didn't speak immediately. Instead, they chose to remain silent for 2 seconds before Yang Peng said, "This time, the United States is here because of the shield over our shelter." Everyone knew that Qin Si had the shield and that it had saved everyone in the shelter. If the United States wanted this technology, they would first need Qin Si's consent. Everyone present held their breath, their focused gazes fixed on Qin Si. It seemed the United States wasn't foolish. They understood the importance of securing benefits for their country and knew that the shield could repel zombies. We must not underestimate them in the future. But that wasn't the main point. Yang Peng sighed, looking burdened. His words carried a mix of determination and helplessness. They contacted us under the guise of cooperation. But in reality, they just want us to hand over part of our technology. The purpose of today's emergency meeting is quite simple. Are we willing to give away our country's technology? If we could refuse, who would willingly hand over their technology? In this day and age, we are barely managing to survive. Everyone is living for their own interests, and they can't guarantee what the United States would do with the technology once they got it. Qin Si, these things were brought here by you. So, this matter is for you to decide, and we will follow your lead. Just as everyone was at a standstill, Yang Peng suddenly placed the dilemma squarely on Qin Si's shoulders. I have to decide? Qin Si furrowed his brows, looking at Yang Peng with a hint of helplessness. But he knew that he was in a tough spot and needed to make a decision. Whether it was the protective shield, the information about the zombies, or the black box, these were all brought by Yang. We won't discuss where they came from for now. But the fact is that other countries are demanding we hand over our technology, and we need to respond accordingly. Someone beside him chimed in, "That's right. These are all Brother Qin's things. It's up to Brother Qin to decide." Chapter 27. Meeting the scientists, Yang Peng suggested that Qin Si should speak, and the others nearby agreed. In this tense moment, Qin Si felt quite nervous. Setting aside the fact that this technology was not obtained directly from the scientists, he was mainly concerned about how the United States would react once the technology was revealed. What if the alternate dimension was discovered? After pondering for a while, Qin Si finally said, "I need to think it over. Please give me a few minutes." The room fell silent. Only Qin Si raised his hand to shield his eyes, then rubbed his aching temples, appearing to be in a dilemma. However, deep down, he was contemplating whether it would really matter if this information got out. In fact, he thought, we could hand over the technology. Yang Peng gasped in surprise. He had expected Qin Si to refuse, but to his astonishment, Qin Si agreed. This meant that the technology, which was uniquely owned by Longhua, would soon become common knowledge among all countries. Why? Yang Peng questioned, perplexed. But Qin Si felt a sense of relief and explained, we don't have to hand over the protective shield, but we can still share the initial few black boxes. On one hand, it enhances Longhua's international image. On the other hand, it tests the waters with the United States. Yang Peng was taken aback, realizing that there was some logic to Qin Si's reasoning. Qin Si smiled, feeling more optimistic. Don't worry. We'll deliver the black boxes to the international conference shortly. Even if the United States wants other technologies later, they won't dare to ask us outright. This will elevate our status on the international stage. Qin Si's long-term perspective was something that Yang Peng and the others hadn't considered. After Qin Si finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement with his reasoning. Let us do it that way, Yang Peng said, slapping his thigh in agreement. He immediately ordered, you all, take the first 6 black boxes over there. No need for extra words. If they give you a hard time, report back to me at any time. The transfer of the black boxes was swift. Before long, the international seminar received the 6 black boxes sent from Longhua. The individuals standing next to the boxes were in awe, realizing the prowess of Longhua even before the research had begun. Everyone, let us be cautious. These black boxes are different from anything we've dealt with before. We haven't fully grasped this technology yet, so it's best to be careful, the leading officer advised. But the next moment, the contents of the black boxes were revealed, immediately eliciting gasps of amazement from those nearby. They had never seen such advanced technology. Even in the present day, it was impressive beyond belief. Someone in the crowd gasped and exclaimed, with this, we probably won't have to worry about zombie invasions anymore. Meanwhile, Qin Si, you stay behind. The rest of you can leave, Yang Peng said. Concluding the meeting and keeping Qin Si back for a private discussion, Qin Si was about to stand up when he was interrupted by the man. The man glanced at Yang Peng, who had a gloomy expression, as if he had something important to announce. What's wrong? After the conference room door closed, Qin Si feigned casualness as he sat down and even tried to get close to Yang Peng by casually draping an arm over his shoulder. But Yang Peng suddenly changed his demeanor, and his next words took Qin Si by surprise. The only reason the shelter escaped disaster this time was because of the shield. So, I want to meet that scientist. Qin Si was taken aback, his expression revealing some hesitation, and a depth of thought crossed his eyes. Yet Yang Ping remained sharp, and a crack of frustration appeared on his otherwise handsome face. He looked at Qin Si, sometimes frowning, sometimes puzzled. Meet the scientist? Yes. All the credit goes to him. If it weren't for his shield, we wouldn't have made it through, and Longwa's technology wouldn't have been discovered by the Migwa. But I already told you, the scientist is hard to reach, and it might be tough to arrange a meeting, Qin Si replied. This time is different. Yang Peng exclaimed as he slapped his thigh. The citizens of the shelter are truly in danger, and it was his creation that saved us. Even if I don't ask him about anything else, I must properly thank the scientist on behalf of everyone. Yang Peng intended to appeal to Qin Si's emotions and logic. He not only wanted Qin Si to agree to arrange a meeting with the scientist, but also hoped the scientist could help solve the zombie problem. However, he hadn't yet revealed this part to Qin Si. Both men had their own agendas, but were not being completely honest with each other. As for the scientist, Qin Si shook his head, looking visibly troubled. It's not that I don't want to help you, but communicating with the scientist is really difficult. I struggle just to see him, let alone arrange for others. You could give him a heads up. Just say I'm your friend. Or take me along the next time you meet him. What do you think? Yang Ping suggested eagerly. Qin Si knew he couldn't agree to Yang Ping's idea. Only he knew that there had never been a precise arrangement for meeting the scientist. It was something he simply couldn't facilitate. Yang Ping's insistence had turned into a knot in Qin Si's heart. Actually, you mentioned this before, right? I already tried asking the scientist. And he made it very clear that he doesn't want to meet anyone else. Only me. Furthermore, he warned that if I recklessly brought others to see him, he would never meet with me again. He wouldn't provide us with these valuable resources, which would leave us to fend for ourselves. Yang Peng wanted to say more, but Qin Si interrupted him, making it clear that he wouldn't arrange anything for Yang Ping. Even if he did, the scientist wouldn't meet with him. This left Yang Peng feeling awkward and increasingly suspicious of Qin Si's motives. He narrowed his eyes and, after a long pause, finally asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" When Qin Si was questioned by Yang Peng like this, he felt a bit flustered. He had indeed concealed the matter of the alternate space. And the fewer people who knew about it, the better. If Yang Peng found out, wouldn't he lose his leverage and weapons? Of course not. He quickly swallowed to ease his nerves and explained, "You're overthinking it. What I just said were really the words of a scientist. I can't arrange a meeting for you. If he finds out that someone else knows about his existence, he probably won't provide me with weapons in the future." Chapter 28. Doubt and confrontation is just meeting not enough? Of course it isn't. Do you want to see him? Or do you want to protect everyone in the shelter? At this point, Qin Si suddenly threatened with the lives and interests of everyone involved. As expected, his words stirred something in Yang Peng. The man hadn't anticipated that Qin Si could speak like this. He merely wanted to meet the scientist to discuss a few matters, but Qin Si's secretive demeanor raised suspicions. Why was he refusing him? It was just a scientist. Why was Qin Si protecting him so fiercely? Yang Ping felt a surge of anger and helplessness, but the next moment, he shot back sharply. "Qin Si, I know you're hiding something, but I want to pry. I only have one question. Why are you hiding a group of people at your home? What does that have to do with the scientist? And why have you been going out so much lately?" In Yang Ping's memory, ever since Qin Si discovered the secret realm, he had always acted alone. Qin Si had never been this cautious before. Now he was guarding against him at every turn. Yang Peng had sensed something was off for a while, but he hadn't brought it up in front of Qin Si. Now, with Qin Si daring to refuse him repeatedly, it only fueled Yang Peng's frustration. What do you mean by that? After Yang Peng finished asking, Qin Si was momentarily taken aback. The man furrowed his brows and looked at Yang Peng in confusion, then laughed lightly. "You know about those people at my place, don't you? I thought I told you last time. There have been misunderstandings on both sides regarding the last incident." After Li Yue and Yang Peng's people withdrew, Li Hu and his men moved into Qin Si's home, ostensibly for protection. This was something Qin Si hadn't hidden and had communicated clearly to Yang Peng. However, Yang Peng's questioning now put Qin Si on the defensive, as if he had done something wrong. Upon hearing this, Yang Peng clenched his fists, his tension palpable. He recalled that Qin Si had indeed mentioned it last time, but something still felt off. "Then explain to me why you've been going out so often lately." Yang Peng's question made Qin Si swallow hard, visibly nervous. "You know, I'm just exploring the secret realm. Besides, everything I brought back from there, I've shared with you, right? And I've told you about everything that has happened. Are you doubting me?" This explanation only heightened Qin Si's own sense of paranoia. The two men exchanged glances, each harboring their own suspicions. Even the air in the conference room felt heavy and silent for several seconds. "Of course not. I'm just curious. And I want to understand that scientists are only trying to protect everyone, so there's really no need for you to be so guarded with each other. But if there is some kind of deal between you and the scientists, then I have nothing to say. Rest assured, what kind of deal could we possibly have? Our goal is simply to ensure the survival of the shelter. As the conversation continued, it seemed like the topic had veered off course. However, Yang Peng had something on his mind and kept sighing in front of Qin Si. With no other option, Qin Si had to follow Yang Peng's lead, and they ended up discussing a lot of irrelevant things until Yang Peng finally let Qin Si leave. All right. You go ahead. Yang Peng waved his hand, but his expression was still filled with distrust. Qin Si noticed it but chose not to address it too overtly. What about you? She asked. I want to be alone for a while. Too much has happened recently, and I need to rest properly. Without continuing the conversation, Qin Si turned and left, leaving Yang Peng alone in the large conference room. Later, after returning home, Qin Si lay in bed for a long time, constantly murmuring to herself. Did Yang Peng discover something after a pause? She added, I can't let him know the real situation with the scientists. If he finds out, my plan will surely fall apart. Looks like I need to be more careful with future exchanges. I can't let anyone catch on. The quiet room was filled with Qin Si's soft murmurs. Yang Peng is a smart guy. If I'm not cautious, he'll inevitably figure things out. Just then, her phone on the bed suddenly rang. As it vibrated, Qin Si reached out and accidentally touched the screen, opening the call. Li Rui's voice came through, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of billiard balls clacking. What is up? Are you playing? Qin Si quickly sat up from her bed, casually put the phone on speaker, and placed it on the bedside table. Then she got up to pour herself a glass of water, appearing very relaxed. Qinggu, we're at the pool hall. Want to come play a few rounds? Li Rui asked. Right now? Of course. We were just talking about you. We thought it'd be fun to have you join us. If you have time, come on over. We'll meet at our usual place. Qin Si never turned down an invitation from friends. After finishing her glass of water, she agreed to meet Li Rui and the others at the pool hall. 10 minutes later, Qinggu is here. As soon as Qin Si walked in, someone raised their arm and shouted, Qinggu has arrived. If Qin Si hadn't known that today was just a regular gathering, he might have thought that a zombie had barged in and taken everyone hostage, waiting for him to walk right into the trap. The man flashed a smile and casually walked over, naturally taking the cue that Li Rui handed him. He enthusiastically introduced Qin Si, saying, This is the little buddy I mentioned last time, Old Pai, and this is Zhang Lin Lin. They're all my friends. And this is Qinggu. I'm sure you've heard of him. Of course we have. Qin Si greeted them, and they responded with equal enthusiasm. Who in the shelter hasn't heard of Qinggu? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it through this mess. Exactly. At first, it was Brother Yang who opened the shield, and we all thought he had found something amazing. It was only when we started to doubt that we realized all this stuff was brought in by Qinggu. In the end, he is the real hero. Qin Si generally disliked boasting about himself, but he felt a bit uncomfortable with all the praise. He couldn't help but think. Thank goodness Yang Peng didn't hear that. Chapter 29. I'm his girlfriend. Everyone can rest assured, with Brother Qin around, our shelter will definitely turn every danger into safety. As the discussion continued, Li Rui's voice grew more excited. However, Qin Si wore an awkward expression, and his grip on the cue stick seemed distracted. Despite this, the cheers from the crowd didn't stop Qin Si from making a hole-in-one right off the bat. With a thud, the little fans around him erupted into cheers. Brother Qin is truly versatile. When we first introduced him, we thought he was bragging. But now it's clear he lives up to his reputation. Li Rui chimed in. Not only that, Brother Qin can do so much more. Everyone should learn from him. And if you have any questions, just ask Brother Qin. Amidst the lively atmosphere, there were still a few people sitting at the back. When they looked at Qin Si, there was a hint of anxiety in their hearts. Initially, Li Rui didn't notice them, but soon one of them stood up, looking uneasy as he addressed Qin Si. Brother Qin, when is the next zombie attack? Will we be able to survive? Right, when is the next zombie attack? Will we find a solution? Can the protective shield be reused? Brother Qin, can we all get through this tough time? This question was met with shocked silence. The cheers abruptly ceased, and Qin Si froze, the ball still not in the hole, as the voices behind him plunged him into deep contemplation. Li Rui, quick on his feet, tried to ease the tension. What a great atmosphere. Why talk about zombies? Many nearby felt the negativity and chimed in. Exactly. The protective shield is up, so zombies can't attack us for now. Everyone can relax. With Brother Qin here, we have nothing to worry about. Do you really believe that Qin Si can always protect us? In the midst of this, that same person disrupted the discussions again. The lively atmosphere suddenly came to a halt, leaving everyone breathless. Qin Si had no words to say, slowly lowering his cue stick. When he turned back, the person was already sighing, looking troubled. Brother Qin, I didn't mean to make things awkward, but I'm really worried. I don't know when the zombies might break through our shelter. Qin Si frowned at him, managing to offer a dry reassurance. I'll think of a solution. But then the person pressed on. But can you always protect our shelter? If the zombies attack again, do you have any other plans? Qin Si considered himself fairly clever and fortunate. The thought that things would naturally work out had crossed his mind before. However, now he couldn't help but worry about the future of the shelter and everyone else's well-being. The protective shield could be activated once, but what about the second time? Were they going to rely on the shield forever? Qin Si had previously thought that it wasn't impossible, but suddenly the man interrupted that line of thinking. The protective shield only lasts for a week. Are we really expected to change it every week? If the zombies outside don't disappear, we'll always be at risk of an attack. I'm not saying this to bring down your spirits. I'm just worried about our future. A heavy silence fell over the room, especially on Qin Si's face, which looked particularly grim. He was also concerned about what lay ahead, but he didn't show it on the surface. Everyone relied on Qin Si as their pillar of support, and he thought to himself, if he were to break down, would the entire shelter fall apart as well? Therefore, he couldn't let his emotions show. The only thing he could do was to try his best to reassure everyone and ensure that he would help them all safely navigate through each crisis. Don't worry, you don't need to stress about this. I will definitely come up with a solution during this time. The air was filled with silence once more. Qin Si sat with his head down on a nearby couch, but Li Rui quickly sensed that something was off. The oppressive atmosphere had made it impossible for everyone to continue their earlier activities. To lighten the mood, Li Rui shouted, "All right, the zombies are still outside. So let's not worry about that right now. Let's all cheer up. We're here to play ball, not talk about doom and gloom. Come on, let's have some fun. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. Worst case scenario, the world ends. Come on, let's get back to playing." The energy in the room picked up again. Qin Si quietly watched the scene from the corner, and only when Li Rui invited him did he move to join his brothers for a game of pool. However, after the earlier conversation, Qin Si had quite a lot on his mind. Even his playing style took on a more aggressive tone, as he quickly won several rounds. The brothers around him couldn't help but praise Qin Si's skills, and soon they began to cheer him on. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, a voice called, "Hey little lady, do you have a reservation?" Just as Qin Si and his friends were getting into the game, Li Yue suddenly rushed in from outside. With a stern expression, she was blocked at the door by two scrawny men who looked somewhat unfriendly. Li Yue initially didn't react much and replied with raised eyebrows, "No, I don't have a reservation." "Then you can't go in, or else. I'm here to find my boyfriend." Without waiting for them to finish, Li Yue pushed past the two men and walked straight in. The shouts faded away behind her. As she approached Qin Si, the people around finally noticed her presence. "Hey, Qin Ge, looks like she's here for you." Just as Qin Si sank another shot into the pocket, he turned around to find Li Yue standing right behind him. She had a slight smile on her lips, but Qin Si couldn't decipher her intentions. Just as he furrowed his brows in confusion, someone nearby chimed in. "So who is this girl to you, Qin Ge? Why haven't we heard you mention her before?" Qin Si initially didn't want to respond. His gaze towards Li Yue grew even colder. However, Li Yue took the initiative, quickly silencing Qin Si and publicly declaring their relationship. "Sorry everyone, I'm his girlfriend." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent, everyone holding their breath in curiosity. They had never heard of Qin Si having a girlfriend before. Moreover, Li Yue was quite attractive, definitely a beauty. Not to mention, she had a great figure as well. They seemed like a perfect match. Someone gasped in surprise and quickly teased, "Qin Ge, how come you have a girlfriend and didn't tell us? Do you not consider us your brothers anymore?" Chapter 30, Breaking the Armor in a Flurry of Excitement. Everyone was quite eager to discuss the relationship between Qin Si and Li Yue. Only Qin Si stood across from Li Yue, casting a cold glance at her, his displeasure growing more evident. "Qin Ge, why aren't you speaking? Are you shy?" Someone teased when they noticed that Qin Si remained silent. To everyone's surprise, Qin Si's expression shifted unpredictably, swaying along with the crowd's banner. But only Li Yue knew that Qin Si was practically dying to tear her apart. "No. You're all overthinking it." "Overthinking? Isn't she your girlfriend?" "Qin Ge, you've hidden it too well. We've never heard about this before." "Yeah. We never knew Qin Ge had such a beautiful girlfriend. You're quite lucky." The crowd continued to joke about Qin Si and Li Yue. Someone even playfully pushed Qin Si from behind, implying they wanted him to get closer to Li Yue. Qin Si steadied himself, making a conscious effort not to lean toward Li Yue. To his surprise, Li Yue raised her eyebrows calmly and naturally linked her arm with his. "I'm so sorry, everyone. My boyfriend is a bit shy and doesn't want to admit our relationship in front of you all. But it's okay, we know the truth. By the way, Qin Si, I still need to talk to you about something." Her gentle demeanor left those around them envious. Meanwhile, Qin Si could only shoot her a cold glare, desperately wanting to shake off her hold. Little did he know, Li Yue's eyes hardened as she gritted her teeth and said, "You better give me some face." Qin Si didn't explain himself or respond to her comment. They stood there, locked in a tense stare for quite some time, creating a stalemate in the pool hall. However, Qin Si was filled with frustration. He didn't want to be associated with Li Yue at all. Now he had become the center of attention. What would he do in the future? The man sighed and reluctantly followed Li Yue's lead, turning to grasp her wrist. With a low voice, he said, "I need to step out for a moment. I have some serious matters to handle. Let's save the pool for another day." As soon as he finished speaking, he led Li Yue out of the pool hall. Yet, the chatter behind them continued to rise and fall. Many cast dreamy glances at Li Yue and Qin Si's figures, teasingly exclaiming, "Wow, they really do make a perfect pair." Qinggu just said he has something important to do. It can't be. Hiki, you know what I mean. Once outside the pool hall, Qin Si immediately released Li Yue's grip, wanting to put as much distance between them as possible. But he still had questions for her and couldn't just let her go without clarification. "Where are you taking me?" Throughout the walk, Qin Si led the way, with the light around them gradually fading. The secluded path inevitably made Li Yue's heart race. Sure enough, Qin Si brought her to a small, dark alley. There were no residents around, and if Li Yue were to meet with an accident here, it might take a while before anyone discovered it. "Qin Si, you're not planning to silence me, are you?" Li Yue said, casting a suspicious glance at him. The latter scoffed coldly and replied bluntly, "Aren't you my girlfriend? I bring you to a place like this, and you still don't know what I'm up to?" Li Yue fell silent, and an awkward tension filled the air. They exchanged glances, and it seemed that everything was left unspoken between them. "I'll ask you again, what exactly is your purpose for staying in the Dragon Kingdom?" "Purpose?" Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief as she noticed that Qin Si didn't seem intent on doing anything to her. Surprisingly, her attitude shifted to one of defiance. She smirked slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. Soon, she leaned against the wall, looking at him with indifference. "Why do you care about my purpose? And do I have to have a motive to come to the Dragon Kingdom? You don't need to beat around the bush. I'm questioning you right now. Why do you keep showing up in front of me, and this time, declaring publicly that you're my boyfriend? I don't believe you have no ulterior motive." Qin Si found the whole situation regarding Li Yue to be quite strange. It was one thing for her to appear beside him initially, but the frequency of their encounters lately had been alarmingly high, so much so that he began to question his own life choices. Feeling that Li Yue was becoming a nuisance and a troublemaker. To make matters worse, she had followed him all the way to the secret realm. Throughout the journey, Qin Si had been observing her every move. Although she didn't exhibit any odd behavior, he couldn't shake off his worries and doubts. "Are you overthinking things? Or is this your way of showing that you like me?" Qin Si was so frustrated that he couldn't find the words to respond. He just felt helpless. But Li Yue let out a cold laugh, her expression remaining utterly flat and unruffled. "Qin Si, I know what you're thinking. You're just worried that I might do something to the shelter, but don't worry, I'm not that petty." Qin Si had thought this would be a normal conversation. Little did he know that after Li Yue finished speaking, she began to provoke him with her words. This stirred up a storm of agitation within him, fueling a deep-seated anger that he wanted to unleash. "What? Are you unhappy?" Li Yue was adept at reading emotions. Seeing Qin Si like this, she approached him playfully, eager to dig deeper. However, Qin Si refused to indulge her antics, turning away in anger and leaving her alone in the alley. He thought to himself that he couldn't let Li Yue have the upper hand like this. In their future interactions, he needed to be vigilant and not let her little tricks succeed. After returning home, Qin Si poured all his energy into researching technology, leaving no room for anything else. In the spacious room, he stripped off his armor in one fluid motion, completing the action smoothly without any hesitation or mistake. After the man removed all of his armor, he let out a long sigh and remarked, "Looks like this is going to be quite a project." What he needed to do now was to start studying the internal structure of the armor. Only by doing so could Qin Si grasp the specific technologies within. He had to take this step to ensure that he wouldn't have to rely on others when facing zombies in the future. The alternate dimension didn't allow for these treasures to be exchanged at any time. And what if there were no opportunities for Qin Si to obtain these things later on? Would the people in the shelter just have to wait for death? He had to be prepared, just in case. Unfortunately, the technology behind the armor was too advanced. With the current available technology, it was impossible to decipher it. Chapter 31. Kidnapping Qin Si. Qin Si sat in his room, studying for a full 2 hours. However, the more he delved into the research, the more he felt something was off. With the current technology available, he simply couldn't crack the secrets hidden within the armor. If he wanted to uncover the specifics, he would likely have to enter the alternate space. There was no other way. Sighing, Qin Si stood up, determined to enter the space. As he transitioned into the alternate world, the familiar scenery reappeared before his eyes. It had been a while. A voice echoed from above in the space. Qin Si walked straight ahead and once again encountered the mysterious figure from before. How's it going? Looks like you're quite satisfied with the shield's functionality. Has it helped your shelter through tough times? This time we managed to get through smoothly, but afterward, Qin Si's concerns were likely shared by the mysterious figure. They exchanged glances, and even though Qin Si didn't elaborate further, the other person seemed to understand his meaning. A faint smile appeared on the figure's face as he remarked, after all, zombies still exist, so the crisis in Long Country is far from over. That is why I came to find you today. Qin Si nodded, noticing a subtle change in the mysterious figure's expression. He hesitated to be more explicit and instead continued to mumble to himself. I'm researching ways to resist zombies. But I just realized that the technology in Long Country can't crack this for now, so. He looked up, locking eyes with the figure. The mysterious person remained silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a moment, Qin Si's voice broke the silence again. So I'd like to collaborate with you. If you could provide me with a research facility, I believe my investigation would progress smoothly, and I can deliver whatever you want in return. He spoke with hope lighting up his face. But just then, the window of Qin Si's room was suddenly smashed. With a loud crash, shards of glass flew everywhere. And the cold wind from outside rushed in. Qin Si stood in the center of the room, his conversation with the mysterious figure abruptly interrupted by the chaos. The man paused for a moment, but then a group of masked individuals stormed through the broken window without hesitation. They clearly had hostile intentions. Who are you? Qin Si shouted in anger, but they paid no heed to his protests. The leader, a burly man, gestured to his comrades, and they dispersed like a well-drilled team. Some flanked him from the side, while others charged straight at him. Regardless of the chaos, their goal was singular, to take Qin Si away. What do you want? Let go of me. In the struggle, Qin Si failed to grab the armor amid the confusion and slipped into the hands of his captors. 10 minutes later, when Qin Si regained consciousness, he found himself in a small, dark room. Throughout the journey, he had asked the masked individuals around him who they were, but none answered his questions. The small, dark room was eerily empty, and the echoing sounds only heightened the fear. Qin Si initially stood in the middle of the room, but soon a loud crash from outside caught his attention. The man felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Welcome, we finally meet, a voice said. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on. Someone slowly walked in from outside, but Qin Si couldn't make out who it was. All he knew was that he was facing a masked figure. Once the lights were on, he noticed the walls were adorned with various torture devices. Some mounted on the walls, and others laid out on the table. No matter the type, they made Qin Si swallow hard in apprehension. As he pondered the situation, it seemed the person across from him noticed Qin Si's gaze and immediately explained, "These items are all prepared for you. Do you like them? What do you want?" Qin Si had no time to engage in their games, yet the masked figure seemed aggressive, as if they were intent on extracting something from him. Their movements were forceful, and their words were sharp. Qin Si took a step back, but the leading masked figure instructed his subordinates to restrain Qin Si. In that instant, he found himself unable to move. "You're an adult now. You should know that you must take responsibility for your words and actions." Fearing for his safety, Qin Si hastily warned them. Unbeknownst to him, they were not intimidated by his threat. One of them scoffed, "In this apocalypse, the only thing that can control me is my own mind." "What do you mean by responsibility?" Qin Si understood what they meant. After all, it was the end of the world, and survival was a struggle for everyone. In such extreme circumstances, it was not surprising that some could resort to extreme actions. Even if they did, it was likely no one could hold them accountable. Feeling a sense of despair, Qin Si sighed multiple times, clearly expressing his helplessness. Yet the person across from him raised an eyebrow and smirked, saying, "But it's okay. As long as you cooperate with us, I can guarantee that you won't be harmed." At that moment, a few more masked figures in black entered the room, standing in a line behind the speaker. It was unclear whether they were there to protect him, or if they were all in cahoots, sharing the same intention to collaborate with Qin Si. However, Qin Si genuinely had no idea why he would be considered worthy of collaboration. What cooperation? Qin Si played dumb, forcing a resigned smile. "I'm just an ordinary person. What could you possibly want to collaborate on with me?" "You're not ordinary," the masked figure retorted. "Do you really think you're just an average guy in the eyes of others? Who in Long Country doesn't know your name? But at the same time, everyone knows you have your secrets." Qin Si's heart raced, unsure of what they meant. But the next moment, they continued. "We've received intel that you know a very mysterious scientist, and this scientist often provides you with rare treasures. Moreover, the shield you have was obtained from this scientist." The matter of the shield was already common knowledge. What Qin Si didn't know was that the information about the protective shield had somehow reached others as well. Was it Yang Peng who let it slip, or had someone overheard Qin Si when he first briefed Yang Peng? Qin Si blinked, his lips pressed tightly together in anxiety. Yet he showed no sign of wanting to reveal any information. You must have the wrong person. This protective shield is mine, but I'm not privy to the scientist's matters. Qin Si tried to play dumb. However, these clever individuals could see right through his ruse and immediately followed up with, Qin Si, I advise you not to play games. We know everything about you. We don't need to hear your excuses or lies. We just want to know, do you want to cooperate with us or not? Chapter 32. Rescued for Qin Si, collaborating with others was inherently unsafe. Moreover, these people had come right in and kidnapped him. How could he possibly negotiate with them further? On top of that, these demands were not something a scientist would ever entertain. Right now, they were resorting to threats and temptations. How was Qin Si supposed to spin this lie? Cooperation? Qin Si narrowed his eyes, a deep look passing through them. What kind of cooperation? We're all just grasshoppers on the same boat, united against the zombie threat. If you're suggesting cooperation, does that mean you want to protect yourself while ignoring the safety of everyone else? You don't need to know the details. Just understand this. If you refuse to cooperate with us, we'll have to take more drastic measures. The so-called drastic measures were nothing more than continued threats. But Qin Si wasn't afraid. The only thing he worried about was the possibility of his alternate space being discovered. If others found out, he would lose his chance to continue trading, and the alternate space could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Who knows what chaos that could cause in Long Country? The best solution for now was for Qin Si to hold on to these treasures. As long as he could step in to resolve issues when necessary, everything would be fine. But it seemed these people didn't share that perspective. Qin Si, we're not asking for much. I just want to know the exact location of the scientist. Hand over the location, and we'll handle the negotiation ourselves. No matter the outcome, you won't have to bear any responsibility. In that moment, Qin Si fell silent. But the other party continued. I know you have concerns, but I must tell you that if you don't agree to our terms, we will keep coming back to find you. We're only asking for a location. That is not too much to ask, is it? How could Qin Si possibly reveal the location to them? He found the idea laughable. The man took a couple of steps back, unconsciously swallowing hard, his heart pounding with anxiety. After all, he had just removed the armor tonight for research. The armor was still at home, not on Qin Si. Without the protection of the armor, Qin Si felt a bit uneasy. He believed he didn't know these people well, which meant they would show no mercy. If they really did something to him, he would regret it too late. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to tell you the location. Surely, if you know about the scientist, you also know he never meets with outsiders. I know, but I don't care. Even if he doesn't meet with you, you need to find a way to make it happen. They spoke without any courtesy, showing no leniency just because they were facing Qin Si. In the face of personal interests, everything else seemed trivial. Qin Si remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a shred of information. When they pressed him again, he simply replied, I don't know. You don't need to ask me again. I won't say anything. All right then, you brought this upon yourself. Since that's the case, don't say we weren't polite. As he spoke, the masked leader picked up a torture device from the table, the weight of it reassuring him. Qin Si couldn't help but swallow hard, nearly convinced he was about to meet his end. What do you want? He squinted, coldly staring at them. Let me remind you, using torture tools without permission is illegal, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, no one will come to protect you afterward. Don't worry. We're just here to teach you a lesson. Just tell us where the scientist is, and I can guarantee we won't bother you again. And how can you guarantee that? Even if they could promise, Qin Si doubted they would tell him the truth. He lowered his gaze, a smile tugging at his lips despite the situation. The masked leader, however, showed no hesitation, the torture device poised as if it would strike Qin Si's face at any moment. Just then, in a flash, a deafening crash echoed from outside. Stop. It was a man's voice, deep and hoarse, sounding oddly familiar. Qin Si's eyes brightened. He knew someone was coming to save him. When he looked up, he saw a group of men in black rushing in, positioning themselves in front of the masked figures to protect Qin Si. Everyone, protect Qin Si. If these people show any signs of violence, not one of them will be spared. The chaotic scene quickly came to an end. Qin Si was escorted away by the men in black. It wasn't until they returned to their base that he realized his savior was Yang Peng. The man wore an expression of helplessness, his words tinged with a hint of reproach towards himself. But Qin Si understood that Yang Peng was genuinely concerned for his safety. Why didn't you tell me? Yang Peng bit down on his silver teeth, feeling somewhat exasperated about Qin Si's predicament. But Qin Si merely shook his head. There was nothing to say. These people must be causing you trouble because of the scientist. After all, as you know, everyone is aware of the power of the protective shield. They all want to gain some advantage for themselves, and they're primarily targeting you. I understand. But the fact that they know your address and can come and go with such ease, not to mention that they know the layout of your room. Qin Si, doesn't that strike you as odd? Yang Peng's words left Qin Si somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, Yang Peng continued, Qin Si, if I'm not mistaken. These people should be familiar to you. Or rather, you could say they are people close to you. So, why would the soldiers you raised turn against you? There was a hidden meaning in Yang Peng's words. Even if Qin Si didn't fully grasp what Yang Peng meant, he could sense the implication. However, Qin Si had no idea who these people were, nor did he understand their intentions. The only thing he was certain of was that these individuals were not associated with anyone he recognized. The man squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Peng again. While Qin Si explained, "You might have misunderstood. Those people just now weren't Li Hu and his gang. The soldiers in my family are Li Hu and his brothers." After Qin Si finished speaking, Yang Peng still seemed a bit confused. He glanced at him sideways and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Si replied, "It's nothing. I don't know if you misunderstood, but the people stationed at my place are Li Hu and his subordinates. The ones who just kidnapped me are definitely not Li Hu and his people. They shouldn't be from my side either." Chapter 33, The Space Ring. In the following conversation, Qin Si and Yang Peng exchanged the information they had. During their exchange, they realized that they had misunderstood each other's words all along. Yang Peng believed that Qin Si was raising a potential threat, while Qin Si couldn't understand why Yang Peng was so hostile towards Li Hu and his group. However, once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Peng suddenly recalled something he had discovered during Qin Si's last visit to his home. "It seems someone has already set their sights on your place," Yang Peng said. Qin Si's heart skipped a beat, a profound look shadowing his eyes. "What do you mean? Last time, my people ran into another group at your house. According to their description, these people all had a uniform appearance and unclear motives. Yet they were also searching for you. At that time, it seemed that Qin Si hadn't yet obtained the protective shield. It was during that encounter that Li Yue's people had been tailing Qin Si until he suddenly disappeared after returning home. They had searched the entire house but found no trace of him. But this secret was still unknown to Qin Si." Feeling anxious, the man looked at Yang Peng with an expression filled with unexplainable hesitation. "Are you sure about this?" "Of course, this is the information my subordinates reported back to me." "They wouldn't lie," Yang Peng replied. "But that makes this situation even stranger. Who exactly wants to track you, and what are their intentions? If you hadn't entered the alternate space that day, wouldn't you have been in danger?" Qin Si didn't know the reasons behind this, but after pondering, Yang Peng continued, "Could it be that they also want to get their hands on what you have?" Qin Si was taken aback, feeling that the other man's assertion lacked logic. But after a moment of silence, Yang Peng added, "You have the protective shield, and everyone wants it. After all, you understand how unpredictable people's hearts can be in this apocalyptic world. No one knows what the other is truly thinking. So, Qin Si, you must be careful. Everyone is aware of the protective shield. There's only one, and no more. If we want to survive, we need to think of other ways." At this point, Yang Peng suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Si didn't understand his meaning, but the man shook his head and scoffed. "They are here to kidnap you, aren't they? It's all for the secrets you hold, specifically, to find out the exact location of the scientist. I know that if they also possess a winning weapon, they wouldn't fear facing zombies anymore." Yang Peng then shook his head again and said, "It's not just that." A deep look flickered in Qin Si's eyes as he understood what Yang Peng meant. This group wanted to be like Qin Si. As long as they could present something that others didn't have and save everyone in a crisis, that person would become a hero in the shelter. At that time, everyone would follow his commands, and his status in the shelter would rise dramatically. Qin Si was that kind of person, but within the shelter, there would inevitably be those who resented him. They might appear to be friendly on the surface, but internally, there were turbulent currents. You need to protect yourself. It's best not to go out for a while. At this point, Qin Si suddenly realized that his situation was no longer safe. Or rather, his home was no longer safe. Someone had discovered his address and was taking strong measures to impose sanctions on him. The man thought long and hard but couldn't pinpoint anyone specific. However, Li Yue's face flashed through his mind. Slap. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Si suddenly slapped his thigh, as if a moment of clarity had struck him. Yang Peng was startled, but before he could ask anything, Qin Si said, "I just remembered I have some things to take care of, so I won't be able to host you today. Let's talk another day." Yang Peng was taken aback, feeling helpless. "We've only been chatting for a short while, and you're already in such a rush to send me off. You're not really in a relationship, are you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Peng continued. "Li Rue and the others have been spreading rumors that you have a thing with that girl named Li Yue. She even admitted to being your girlfriend right to your face. I mean, come on. That is pretty irresponsible of you, isn't it?" Qin Si felt like crying, but had no tears left. The man awkwardly touched his nose and politely sent Yang Peng on his way, but inside, he was a whirlwind of emotions. The news about Li Yue was already spreading like wildfire, but in Qin Si's mind, she was the first person he suspected. She had been approaching him without any clear motive, and that alone was enough to raise his suspicions. Li Yue, what are you really after by getting close to me? Qin Si mused as he tidied up his home. But what he needed to do now was not to confront Li Yue, but to enter the alternate space and obtain the Research Institute. Once he had the Research Institute, everything else would fall into place. After Yang Peng left, Qin Si returned home. But all the way he kept glancing back as if he were trying to see through all the passers-by behind him. His expression clearly showed he was afraid of being followed, terrified that someone from Li Yue's side would take action against him again. Fortunately, Qin Si made it home safely and once again entered the alternate space to meet the mysterious figure. What are you doing back here? The mysterious figure wore an expression of helplessness. But Qin Si brushed this off and directly stated his intentions. I just encountered a bit of trouble. But I'm fine now. I've already told you what I want, and if possible, you want a research institute? Yes, whatever you need. I can help you get it, but I need the research institute right now. After all, the technology in Longhua isn't very advanced, as you know. The two exchanged glances, and the mysterious figure seemed to understand Qin Si's intent, immediately pulling out an item and placing it on the table. It was a ring-shaped treasure. Qin Si was taken aback and wanted to question what this had to do with a research institute. But the mysterious figure's words left him stunned. This ring is called a spatial ring. I think someone as clever as you should understand what that means. Following the mysterious figure's gaze, Qin Si noticed that the ring was indeed different from ordinary rings. However, he still couldn't grasp its meaning. Nor could he connect the ring to a research institute. Before long, the mysterious figure spoke again. The research facility you desire is inside the ring. Inside the ring? There's a laboratory within the ring, and if you need it, you can easily conduct your experiments there. This design saves space and is quite convenient. The other party was straightforward with Qin Si, leaving him somewhat bewildered when he received the ring. At the same time, a serious realization gradually settled in the man's mind. Future technology has advanced to the point where space can be folded for research. Moreover, if even a laboratory can exist within a ring, what is there that the people of the future cannot achieve? Chapter 34. The transfer space. If you need anything, feel free to come back anytime. Just as Qin Si was lost in thought, the mysterious person's voice echoed in his ears again. The man nodded immediately and then stepped out of the alternate space. The ring on his finger, however, returned with him to his bedroom. It looked unremarkable. But who would have thought this little ring possessed such great power and utility? Qin Si pondered to himself, playing with the ring for a long time. His gaze fixed on it. The ring appeared to be an ordinary object, yet it held a weight unlike any other ring when held in his hand. He carefully wore it, planning to enter the research facility later with his armor for some experimentation. At the same time, Qin Si felt a sense of astonishment. People from the future had managed to develop technology to such an extent. First, there was the armor, then the data on zombies, followed by the protective shield. And now even a space ring. What else could those from the future possibly have that he didn't know about? He lay on his bed, deep in thought. And after a while, he muttered, it seems this thing can't be discovered by others. I've already caught the attention of Li Yue's people. If they find out I have a space ring, their desire to revolt will only grow stronger. Right now, the most important thing is to research the armor quickly. With that, Qin Si directly opened the ring and entered the laboratory within. The layout and structure of this place exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a simple lab. But upon entering, he was greeted by a room decorated in a strikingly futuristic style, complete with specialized equipment for conducting experiments. If Qin Si could utilize these tools, his future endeavors would surely be foolproof. He gasped in astonishment and immediately began his research. The armor required a specific substance for maintenance. Much like how one would care for a car, however, the internal structure was far more complex than that of a vehicle. Moreover, the research data for the armor was significantly more challenging than anything he had encountered before. If he could derive the corresponding data, would that not prove he could use existing technology to perfectly replicate a set of armor? Qin Si murmured to himself, his mind racing with countless ideas. He thought, if he could grasp the specific data within, it would mean he had mastered the construction method of the armor. With sufficiently advanced technology, he could replicate another set. Once he had the first set, countless more would follow. By then, he could provide each person in the shelter with their own piece, making it possible for them to survive without the protective shield. Furrowing his brow, he looked at the armor on the table, lost in contemplation. However, this matter could not be disclosed to others. For now, the only person who could possibly know was Yang Peng. Qin Si's hands kept moving, his words spilling forth without pause. After 3 hours of research, he finally managed to analyze the basic data of the armor. As the dense data lay before Qin Si, he couldn't help but exclaim, the technology of the future space is indeed far more advanced than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Such data must have taken the Dragon Kingdom years to develop. While he felt a sense of joy, he was also filled with concern. with new weapons at his disposal. It meant that Qin Si's situation had become a bit more precarious. If Yang Peng were to acquire the armor, and it became known that Qin Si was replicating it, he would surely become a target for everyone in the shelter. By then, before Qin Si could replicate armor for others, his home and the alternate space would likely be overrun. Lost in these thoughts, Qin Si's hands trembled for a moment, but he still managed to extract all the data from the armor and transfer it to his USB drive. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group that had kidnapped Qin Si was huddled in an empty warehouse, discussing the unexpected turn of events. They were not discouraged. Instead, their morale had risen. Each of them, burly and imposing, waved their sticks around as if ready to confront Qin Si at any moment. Boss, what do we do now that the mission has failed? After a long hesitation, they finally dialed the number on the other end. The voice that answered was indistinguishable in gender, likely due to a voice changer, lending an air of mystery. However, the henchmen were already accustomed to this. Calmly reporting the situation, we've taken Qin Si out, but he refuses to disclose the scientist's location. Moreover, a group rushed in and rescued him. Upon hearing about the other group, the person on the other end paused for a moment, but quickly asked, "Where is Qin Si now?" "He should be back home, boss." "Should we continue the attack?" "This might be the best time to strike, as he is likely to think we won the attack again. If we barged into his house now, he wouldn't have time to react." "Boss, should we go again?" "I'm sure Qin Si has other secrets. He has protected that scientist so well. I suspect there is something fishy going on between them." After this suggestion, there was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Just when everyone thought they might have misspoken, the voice slowly replied, "No rush, let us take our time." At that moment, the subject of their discussion, Qin Si, was still buried in his research. The lab lights remained on, not too harsh, allowing him to focus. The man had saved the contents of the USB drive and was mumbling to himself about showing it to Yang Peng later. However, just before leaving, Qin Si suddenly noticed the space ring on his hand. Since armor could be researched here, could the space ring also be examined? With this thought, Qin Si took off the ring without hesitation and placed it on the table, ready to investigate it. He wondered if he could grasp such spatial technology. Would it not prove that the shelter could survive? After all, if the folding space is successful, everyone in the shelter can move to another dimension. As long as they change their place of existence, they won't have to worry about zombie attacks anymore. "Wow," Qin Si exclaimed, feeling like a genius for coming up with such an idea. But as he was studying it, he noticed something strange about the ring's space. This was no ordinary item. It was far more powerful than armor or shields. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a purple crystal inside. As it rotated, the crystal was completely transparent. Yet it emanated a faint purple glow. Qin Si knew that this was definitely not an ordinary object. Chapter 35, The Purple Crystal. Wow. I can't believe my luck. I actually found something like this. Qin Si's exclamations echoed around him, filled with astonishment. What amazed him was that this purple crystal was far from an ordinary object. If Qin Si were to obtain this item, he could surely walk freely through the three realms. Thinking this, he directly took out the purple crystal. In that instant, the sound of the crystal separating from the ring reached his ears with a distinct click. Immediately after, the crystal naturally settled into the palm of Qin Si's hand. At that moment, he felt a surge of power that didn't belong to him swirling around him. This is definitely not an ordinary item. If it were in the past, I would have surely obtained a secret to cultivation. Qin Si mused, while manipulating the purple crystal. During this process, he realized that he seemed to have grasped the power of space. This was no illusion, nor was it just him boasting. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and waved at the air, and to his astonishment, an object right before him simply vanished. The object flickered and disappeared right in front of Qin Si's eyes. For a second, he was puzzled, but his actions didn't stop. With another wave, the object once again vanished into thin air. As he operated the crystal, Qin Si felt he was beginning to understand the secret of the spatial ring. He was uncovering the mysteries contained within it. If this item could be used to combat zombies, wouldn't that make things much easier? With that thought, Qin Si raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit smug. The fact that he had stumbled upon such a treasure made him quite pleased with himself. Yet, he also understood that although the purple crystal was powerful, once discovered by others, it would bring its own risks. Just like the group that was planning to attack him today. Reflecting on this, he noticed that the group hadn't dispersed from the warehouse. "Hey, are we going to make a move or not? Just now, the boss didn't give us a clear order, so should we wait, or just charge in?" One of them, feeling bored, repeatedly stomped on a cigarette but on the ground. Eventually, the butt and the remaining cigarette became stuck in the mud, impossible to retrieve. The heavy-hearted one across from him remained silent for a while. Hearing the question, he finally responded, "Who knows? But if the boss hasn't given orders, we shouldn't take the initiative. If we mess up, Neither of us can afford the consequences. What could go wrong? I don't get it. We're just looking for a scientist's address. It's not like we're after Qin Si's life. Why can't he just tell us? If he had let us know earlier, wouldn't he have avoided all this trouble? You don't understand. This is about survival skills. Everyone in the shelter respects Qin Si because he knows the scientist. But if the scientist's location is discovered by someone else, do you think the people in the shelter will still respect Qin Si? The younger member thought that the other person's point wasn't he entirely wrong. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Qin Si chose to keep this matter to himself when he could easily reveal it to save his life. After all, everyone's goal was to survive by avoiding zombies. So, who possessed this information shouldn't really matter. With this thought in mind, someone raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, "Do you think Qin Si might be hiding something from us? Or perhaps, this scientist has some secrets of his own." Why say that? It was merely speculation. If it weren't the case, Qin Si wouldn't need to conceal anything. Even if everyone threatened him with torture, he still wouldn't spill the beans. This clearly indicated how important the scientist was to him. The group exchanged glances, as if someone had suddenly reminded them of something, and everyone gasped in surprise. But how did Qin Si even know this scientist? They didn't even know if the scientist was real. All they had were rumors they heard from Qin Si. Honestly, have you ever seen a scientist? Have you ever seen how Qin Si got his hands on these things? The room fell silent again. No one dared to speak. And this topic seemed to just fade away. Meanwhile, Qin Si was still examining the purple crystal he had discovered earlier. It seemed that the ring was just a medium. Not the most important item. The crystal itself was what mattered. Once he obtained the crystal, he could directly enter the space. The ring's function was to protect and enhance. As Qin Si analyzed, he waved his hands at countless objects in the room. Everything around him moved with his gestures. After doing this for a while, Qin Si could almost visualize how he would use the crystal against zombies. However, after 2 more hours of research, he still hadn't figured out the main components of the crystal or its technological elements. But for now, these things couldn't be shared with anyone else. It seemed that the only thing he could discuss was the armor. Qin Si stored the crystal away and put the ring back on. As he slowly walked out of the space, he felt a sense of detachment that was different from his usual self. He sighed internally, realizing this was the unique aspect of the ring's space, which would be something he needed to study in the future. With that in mind, the matter of the armor seemed more pressing. Qin Si glanced at the time. It was already around midnight. If he went over now, he might disturb Yongping's rest. After pondering for a moment, he decided to draw the curtains, freshen up, and lie down to sleep. That night, he didn't toss and turn. In fact, he had no dreams at all. When he opened his eyes, it was already around 8 in the morning the next day. He had been thinking about revealing the secret of the armor to the others, so after washing up, Qin Si hurried towards the shelter. Along the way, many people greeted him, but there were also a few who lacked social awareness and asked, "Hey, Qin, where's that little girl from the other day?" Qin Si pretended to be clueless, not wanting to answer their question. "What little girl?" "You know, the one who asked her girlfriend." "I wasn't at the pool hall that day, but I've heard others talk about it." "Qin, you really have good luck with the ladies. Everyone thinks Li Yue is quite good-looking and has a great figure. If Qin Si is really with Li Yue, they would make a perfect match. You're overthinking it. I'll explain this to you properly later." "Explain? What, Qin, is it not real with that girl?" "No way. I saw how enthusiastic she was. It seemed like she was totally chasing after you. Could it be that you two had some kind of conflict before?" Qin Si didn't bother to respond, just awkwardly smiled and said nothing. Chapter 36. Are you hoarding treasures? Go take care of your business. I still need to meet with Yangpeng. As for Li Yue's situation, we can talk about that another day. Hey, wait a minute. Qin Ge, you're looking for Yangpeng? Qin Si turned to leave, but was suddenly stopped by someone grabbing his wrist from behind. The two exchanged glances, and Qin Si was still a bit confused about the other person's intentions. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, "Yeah, what's up? Is Yangpeng not around?" "Not exactly." The person looked around cautiously before locking eyes with Qin Si. Once they were sure no one was nearby, they asked tentatively, "Qin Ge, did you have a falling out with Yang Ge?" "Falling out?" Qin Si was taken aback by the question and couldn't figure out what the other person meant. After all, thinking back to last night, Yangpeng had rescued him, and they had chatted happily for quite a while. They had cleared up their misunderstandings and exchanged a lot of words. This morning, Qin Si had woken up wanting to share his research findings with Yangpeng. Where was the falling out talk coming from? No, not at all. He shook his head, a bit dazed. "You must be overthinking it. Yangping and I are on good terms. There is no conflict." "That's strange. I saw Yang Ge looking a bit off this morning. He mentioned wanting to see you soon, and it seemed like he was upset about something related to you." Hearing this, Qin Si felt puzzled. But before he could ask more, the person chuckled and released Qin Si's wrist. "Oh, forget what I said, Qin Ge. I don't really know what's going on, so I won't take up any more of your time." With that, The person turned and walked away, leaving Qin Si with no chance to follow up. Feeling perplexed, he lowered his gaze and entered the shelter. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted Yangping approaching from a distance. This time, his expression was indeed off. It lacked the usual playful demeanor and showed no signs of emotion whatsoever. Hey, Yangping, just the person I was looking for. I have something to discuss with you. Initially, Qin Si didn't notice anything unusual about Yangping and waved enthusiastically as he approached. However, Yangping's response was quite cold. He pushed Qin Si's hand away. His face stern as he replied in a frosty tone, "Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you too." The atmosphere shifted instantly as they locked eyes. Many passers-by stopped to observe, but Yangping was unyielding, snapping, "This doesn't concern you. Just go back." With that, Qin Si found it strange but followed Yangping upstairs. The two remained silent throughout the walk. And it wasn't until they entered the meeting room that Qin Si finally stared at him, bewildered, and asked, "What is going on?" Yangping's attitude was extremely cold, which puzzled Qin Si even more, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off. Recalling the earlier conversation with the person outside, Qin Si felt even more confused. "I heard you were looking for me this morning. What is up? I have something to discuss with you too. Should I go first?" Yangping put down what he was holding but didn't rush to talk to Qin Si. Instead, he silently glanced at him and said, "You sit tight. There's no rush. I need to step out for a moment, but I'll be back soon." "How long will you be gone? Do I have to wait here for you?" Qin Si asked. 5 minutes, Yangping replied as he opened the door. Just before leaving, he added, "Wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll be right back." Qin Si indeed waited in the meeting room for 5 minutes. He thought Yangping must have something important to deal with, but 5 minutes later, he caught a glimpse of two figures passing by the entrance. Then, Yangping entered first, followed closely by Li Yue, the last person Qin Si wanted to see. The sight of them together put quite a bit of pressure on Qin Si. What is this about? He instinctively stood up and warily glanced at the two of them. He quickly added, "Yangping, the matter we discussed can only involve the two of us. If others are present, it might not be convenient for me to talk. There's no rush. We can discuss your matters whenever you want." "But what Li Yue wants to say seems quite serious," Yangping replied with a serious expression, almost as if he had done something wrong, which made Qin Si feel uneasy. "What is it?" Qin Si raised an eyebrow, a deep look flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to others, he had already prepared himself to counter any sudden attacks from Yangping and Li Yue. "Qin Si, do you really not know what I want to say? Let me ask you, with so much technology at home that others don't know about, why aren't you telling everyone at the shelter?" This time, Yangping sat down without speaking. It was Li Yue who spoke up. She raised her index finger and pointed it at Qin Si, scolding him. The sudden accusation left Qin Si puzzled. "What technology? Li Yue, what are you talking about?" Feigning ignorance, he looked at Li Yue, then at Yangping. To take the initiative, Qin Si asked Yangping first. "Is this something you and Li Yue have already discussed?" "No, this is something Li Yue discovered on her own. She just came to discuss it with me today." "Let her continue," Yangping replied. Qin Si didn't have the patience for this. He didn't want to hear any more of what she had to say. But before he could protest, Li Yue continued, "Qin Si, you don't have to play dumb with me. I know you have a stash of items at home. And those things are incredibly useful right now. They could save everyone from disaster. Why aren't you bringing them out? I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know? You have a shield, data on zombies. Surely you have other things at home, right? Everyone says you know a scientist. Yet so many people want to know the identity and address of that scientist, and you refuse to say anything." Qin Si knew that Li Yue had been investigating him for some time. It seemed she had made some progress and felt more confident, even daring to threaten him. He raised an eyebrow, and a smile crept across his lips. "What I choose to keep to myself is my freedom. And whether or not I want to share everything about the scientist is also my choice. I think you have no right to interfere with me, right? I'm doing this for everyone's good." "For everyone's good?" Li Yue. "Let's ask ourselves honestly, are you questioning me today for your own selfish reasons or for the sake of everyone in the shelter?" Qin Si believes Li Yue falls into the former category, while he considers himself to be the one truly concerned about the shelter. Li Yue, feeling indignant, insists she doesn't disregard the lives of others. But Qin Si smirks devilishly and says, "If I didn't care about the lives of others, I wouldn't even bother bringing out this protective shield." Chapter 37. Home search. Qin Si's words were not without reason, but after he spoke, Li Yue's expression changed repeatedly. In an instant, a shadow crossed the woman's face, as if she strongly disagreed with Qin Si's statement. She quickly followed up with, "I don't care what you think in your heart, but since you have such technology in your hands, not handing it over is selfish." Qin Si found it hard to grasp Li Yue's intentions and couldn't understand what was going on in her mind. Was she targeting him because he hadn't given her enough respect during their interactions? Or was it because he had ignored her when she claimed to be his girlfriend last time? Regardless of the reason, Qin Si believed that Li Yue had no right to criticize his actions. I'm sorry, Miss Li, but I consider these items at home to be my personal belongings. And how I handle them is none of your business. Whether or not I choose to hand them over is not up to you. Li Yue glared at him, ready to retort, but Qin Si continued. Also, this is a matter for our dragon country. What does it have to do with you, an American? By drawing a clear line, Qin Si wanted Li Yue to realize this boundary between their two countries. However, Li Yue let out a cold laugh and shifted her focus to Yangping. All right, I'm an American and I won't interfere, but Yangping is definitely from Dragon Country. I see he is quite upset about your hoarding of items as well. How do you plan to deal with that? Qin Si was taken aback to find that Yangping actually had an issue with him. He slowly turned to look at Yangping, who was sitting there looking troubled. The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue or respond. But Li Yue pressed on relentlessly, leaving Yangping with nothing but a simple, "It is indeed wrong for you to hoard items. This is a critical moment, and the shelter is in danger. You can't prioritize your own desires over contributing to everyone else's safety." Qin Si found it amusing. Contribute? I think you need to clarify something. Haven't I been the one helping everyone through each crisis at the shelter? Yet he saw that their response to a crisis by demanding he produce something was, in his view, not considering the group's needs, merely a way to keep control in their hands. After Yangping spoke, Qin Si finally understood what he meant today. It was clear that they were blaming him for not handing over these treasures timely. However, for Qin Si, there were some items he could surrender, and some he could not. He knew that the items he couldn't hand over would certainly cause chaos. If that were the case, Qin Si thought it would be better to remain silent and take on the role of someone being protected. Qin Si, I won't waste any more time with you. This situation has escalated to a point nobody wanted to see. Since Li Yue claims you have some treasures at home, let me take some people to search your house, and we can consider this matter settled. A deep look flashed in Qin Si's eyes. He felt that Yangping was acting like a robber. A search? All the items in his home were his personal belongings, and he had the right to decide whether to give them to someone else. If you insist on searching my house, you are breaking the law. In that moment, Qin Si had no intention of giving Yangping any leeway. He simply wanted to warn him that his boundaries could not be crossed. But Yangping was just as agitated. The man stood up, his fierce gaze as if he wanted to pierce a hole through Qin Si. In the next second, he slammed his hands on the table and warned sharply, Qin Si, I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. Those things in your home should be surrendered. If you refuse, I'll have to take a tougher approach. Qin Si was infuriated and slammed the table in return. The tension between them seemed ready to explode, as if the flames of their argument would soon engulf Li Yue. The things in my home are my personal belongings. I want to give them up, and there's nothing you can do to take them. As their argument escalated, their heated words attracted a crowd from downstairs to come and watch. Yangping's reaction solidified Qin Si's resolve that he couldn't let Yangping have the armor technology for now. Qin Si, I hope you understand that this isn't just about you. It concerns everyone in our shelter. As he spoke, Qin Si discreetly stashed the USB drive containing the technology into his space ring. He was careful not to let Yangping notice. Even Li Yue standing beside him didn't catch on. Do you really have to do this, Yangping? After everything, Qin Si scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. But Yangping nodded firmly in response. As long as you let me search your house, I want to hold it against you afterward. What if there is nothing in my house? Qin Si's question caught Yangping off guard. The man paused, blinking in confusion, unsure of how to respond. But before Yangping could gather his thoughts, Li Yue interjected. It's impossible that you don't have anything, Qin Si. Stop struggling. It would be better for all of us if you hand it over. Those things shouldn't belong to you alone. Qin Si smirked, raising an eyebrow, but said nothing. Since they were determined to go through with this, he saw no reason to keep blocking them. With that thought, he coldly scoffed and stepped aside, making a gesture that implied they should move the discussion to his house. Behind him, the crowd erupted with murmurs, speculating about what had just occurred. What happened? I heard Qin Si and Yangping got into a fight. Apparently, Li Yue discovered something significant in Qin Gu's house, and after she reported it, Yang Gu wasn't too happy, which is why he confronted Qin Si this morning. Wait, aren't the things in Qin Gu's house his personal belongings? Qin Si's home was far from the shelter. A group of people swaggered over, and just before entering, Yangping was still acting quite arrogantly. Once they stepped inside, Yangping wasted no time and began searching. However, Qin Si blocked his way, gritting his teeth. You still have a chance to reconsider. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yangping shot him a glance, then shrugged off Qin Si's hand with a cold sneer. I have no regrets. While searching the house, Qin Si remained relaxed and composed on the sofa, which made Yangping feel a bit anxious. After all, Qin Si knew that since he had acquired the ring space, All the treasures had been placed in another dimension by him, even without the ring space. Qin Si wouldn't have displayed these items openly. He was acutely aware of how many eyes were watching him from the shadows, understanding that he was in a precarious situation. Therefore, he certainly couldn't let anyone discover anything. After this thorough search, it was clear that Yang Ping's men found nothing. Brother Yang, there's nothing in the bedroom, nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen. Chapter 38. The replica armor. Yang Peng wore an awkward expression. The man glanced at Qin Si and then at the group of brothers in front of him, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. What about other places? No sooner had he finished speaking than the brothers who had been searching other rooms rushed out, reporting in unison. Not in the study, not in the bathroom. After this round of searching, Yang Ping's men had practically turned Qin Si's house upside down but found nothing. Qin Si could see that Yang Ping's face was exceptionally grim. However, during the standoff, Yang Ping shifted his embarrassed gaze to Li Yue. His eyes carried a hint of blame, as if questioning her about the false report. But Li Yue merely narrowed her eyes, her expression inscrutable. Clearly shocked that nothing had turned up. Qin Si, did you move it somewhere in advance? Li Yue wanted to argue, but Qin Si crossed his legs naturally. His gaze sharp as a knife, piercing into Li Yue. Then tell me, where could I have moved it to? Who knows where you would have taken it? The location of the shelter is so vast, you could have sent it somewhere out of sight. Qin Si indeed had relocated the items. But even so, he wouldn't admit it. Oh really? Since you suspect me, go ahead and investigate. If you can find out, I'll admit it. But if you can't, then accusing me of hoarding treasures is nothing short of slander. As soon as he said this, Li Yue froze on the spot. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word, while Yang Peng felt a bit awkward. Yang Peng knew that the relationship between the two had already cracked due to his abrupt intrusion today, barging into Qin Si's home without considering the consequences. By the time he fully realized this, he regretted it, but there was nothing he could do to rectify it. Qin Si. He stepped forward, but Qin Si dodged him. You've searched and investigated. Yang Peng, what have you found? Qin Si's sarcastic tone left Yang Peng speechless. But he was doing it on purpose. Qin Si hadn't expected Yang Peng to believe Li Yue's claims and, instead of defending him, to cooperate with her in searching his home. After all, to Qin Si, Li Yue was not someone to be trusted. But Yang Peng siding with her was. Qin Si, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way before coming over. I only heard it from others. So what? Qin Si raised an eyebrow, not intending to let the matter slide. Despite the guilt on Yang Peng's face, Qin Si's words were harsh. You listen to other slanders. But I'm the one who gets hurt? What if word gets out that I'm hoarding treasures? Yang Peng, you know I'm not safe lately. I've been targeted. Are you trying to create enemies for me? Of course not. Then what do you mean? Do you want to help them take me down? Do you want to get your hands on what you call treasures? Just because I took out the protective gear and the black box, do I have to hand over everything in my house? Qin Si's questioning left Yang Peng feeling deeply ashamed. The man lowered his gaze, a shadow of depth passing through his eyes, but he said nothing. I'm sorry, I know my actions have upset you, but I had no choice. I was only thinking of everyone in the shelter. I don't want to know too much. Right now I need you to take your people and leave quickly. Yang Peng's apology did not earn Qin Si's forgiveness. His attempt to get closer was met with Qin Si's strong resistance. With a single command, Yang Peng had no choice but to lead everyone away. Yet he still had things he wanted to say, but Qin Si was unwilling to listen. After everyone left, Qin Si sank into the couch with a long sigh. He felt relieved that his belongings had not been discovered, and he secretly rejoiced in having seen through Li Yue and the cluelessness of Yang Peng. It seemed, the matter of the armor could not be disclosed to others just yet. With this thought in mind, Qin Si headed straight into the laboratory within the ring space. This place held all of his belongings, as well as the armor data he had just researched yesterday. He had initially planned to hand this information over to Yang Peng. But after today's events, that idea was immediately dispelled. Yang Peng, it's your lack of trust in me that has led us here. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to share the armor data with you. Qin Si sat down, studying his armor data while continuously updating the results on his computer. He aimed to create new armor based on this new batch of data. The shelter was on shaky ground, and the technology from the alternate space was still too immature. All I can do now is create more armor. If I succeed, it will protect everyone. If not, Qin Si sighed deeply and helplessly shook his head, saying, I can only hope for the best. Qin Si spent the entire afternoon in the laboratory. By the end of it, he successfully replicated a new set of armor. And the manufacturing of armor was still ongoing. However, he didn't want to waste more time in the lab. He wanted to hurry home to see his parents. He needed to understand the situation there and, combined with his own circumstances, figure out when the armor could be completed. With this in mind, he put down the materials in his hands and, after exiting the space, headed straight for the shelter. However, along the way, Many people turned to look at Qin Si. Some even whispered to each other, casting curious glances his way. Hey, Qin Gu's here. Keep it down. Don't you know Yang Gu is in a bad mood right now? Inside the shelter, people reacted similarly upon seeing Qin Si. Yang Ping's office was on the second floor, and to enter it, Qin Si had to pass through an open spiral staircase. Yet he deliberately slowed his pace, wanting to overhear what these people were saying. I heard Yang Peng took people to Qin Si's house just to collect his other treasures. Huh, what treasures? Who knows what treasures they are? They made such a big scene when they went over. You'd think someone had raided a house, but when I returned, I heard from insiders that Brother Qin's home was completely empty. They didn't find any other treasures at all. Qin Si happened to be halfway up the stairs. As for the discussions among the group, Qin Si could hear them even more clearly, although he had saved the shelter from danger time and again. It must be said that whether or not to take out those treasures is entirely up to Qin Si. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Isn't that the point? Even if Qin Si is hoarding treasures, so what? He can say what he wants and take what he wants. No one has the right to force him. It seems there are still quite a few supporters behind him. Qin Si nodded in appreciation, but behind him, the discordant voices continued. What do you all know? Qin Si is just trying to maintain his position as the boss in the shelter. Chapter 39. Gift of Armor. Hearing this, Qin Si suddenly stopped in his tracks. He reflexively turned around and noticed that the two people across from him had been discussing him for quite some time. However, they seemed completely oblivious to his intense gaze. And their chatter continued unabated. Always calling him the boss? That can't be right. I don't see Qin Si as that kind of person. One of them exclaimed. Besides, isn't the real boss Yang Peng now? On the surface, it's Yang Peng, but in reality, whenever something comes up, Qin Si always confides in Yang Peng. Although Yang Peng is the one doing the work, the true mastermind has always been Qin Si. The first man found this hard to believe and gasped in disbelief. But his companion chuckled and teased. I guess you don't know why, do you? Qin Si has the skills. No matter what, Yang Peng has to listen to him. If he ever crosses Qin Si could easily strip Yang Peng of his power and refuse to help the shelter in the future. Things seemed to be getting more outrageous. Qin Si believed he wasn't that petty and wouldn't let these people's discussions bother him. But he couldn't ignore the rampant speculation around him. Some even suggested that since Yang Peng had offended Qin Si, it was possible Qin Si would never help the shelter again. With a question lingering in his mind, a man knocked on Yang Peng's office door. Come in. Yang Peng was feeling extremely annoyed, sitting on the couch, lost in thought. But when he heard the sound of someone entering, he instinctively turned to look, only to find Qin Si walking in. Qin Si, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Before Qin Si could collect his thoughts, Yang Peng sprang to his feet and hurried over to greet him. What brings you here? Is it about what happened yesterday? I was just thinking of coming over to explain. That incident was truly an accident. Qin Si, can we just let it go? Qin Si paused, raising an eyebrow at him. Yang Peng continued. I was too worked up that day, thinking about the welfare of everyone in the shelter. If you were hiding something from us, it would be unsettling for us too. If it weren't for Li Yue saying what she did, I wouldn't have gone to search your house. That incident. Qin Si hadn't planned to respond, but Yang Peng's enthusiasm forced him to chime in. There's no need to dwell on that. I don't want to bring it up again. He didn't express his thoughts or opinions, leaving Yang Peng momentarily stunned. His expression turned awkward, and he helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth, asking, So, what did you come for today? I came to request leave. I want to go home and visit my parents, Qin Si said seriously, as if he were discussing official business. However, this was not how he used to ask for leave. Upon hearing Qin Si's polite and distant words, Yang Peng suddenly realized that their relationship seemed to be drifting apart. Oh, requesting leave, huh? He had no reason not to approve it. It would be strange to keep someone from going home. Taking leave is fine. I'll approve it right now. But I need to be clear with you. That day was really. Just approve my leave for today, will you? Before Yang Peng could finish, Qin Si interrupted him directly. He didn't want to hear any more from him. This action made Yang Peng realize that Qin Si was indeed angry. Even the motion of writing the leave note became a bit quicker. I understand. But I still need to tell you that I didn't mean any harm that day. I just wanted to prove a point. I was also thinking about the others in the shelter, but I never intended to hurt you. Qin Si, that day Li Yue said so many things that put me in a difficult position. Alright, the leave note is done, right? Once again, Qin Si didn't let Yang Peng continue. He silently took the leave note, turned around, and left without a second thought. Behind him, Yang Peng looked helpless, a hint of sadness visible on his face. An hour later, Qin Si returned home and was happily greeted by his parents. They were very warm, pulling him into the house and reminiscing about old times. However, before long, Qin Si mysteriously pulled the curtains and led his parents to the adjacent bedroom. What is going on? Why so secretive? His father glanced at him, and seeing him pull the curtains made his heart tighten. Qin Si, what's the matter? His mother asked. Did something happen at the shelter? Or is someone treating you badly? I've heard quite a few rumors lately. I hope they haven't affected you too much. Qin Si shook his head, worried about his parents' concerns. But he still took out the protective gear and introduced it to them in a casual manner. This is protective armor, as the name suggests. Wearing this can help you fend off zombies. Where did you get this? Qin Si didn't respond but silently looked at them. His gaze seemed to convey that the armor he brought back was definitely real and would be useful. However, his mother, worried about him, hesitated as she reached for the armor. What are you doing? You didn't cause any trouble at the shelter, did you? I heard about your situation a couple of days ago. I thought it was just a rumor. Qin Si was taken aback and asked, what situation? Don't worry. I'm fine at the shelter. Fine. Those people are treating you like a scapegoat now. They even raided your home. What is going on? Before she could finish, Qin Si interrupted her. Mom, it's all a misunderstanding. It's been resolved. From now on, don't listen to anything about this. It's all false. Just keep the armor safe. It will definitely ensure your safety. Qin Si's words were exceptionally firm. After he finished, his eyes sparkled as he looked at them. His mother, though puzzled, accepted the armor, feeling a warmth in her heart. Qin Si, you've finally come back. Stay for dinner tonight. Your dad and I bought some meat, and we're planning to have a feast. Of course, Qin Si hadn't been home for a long time. So when his parents invited him back, he readily accepted. Qin's mother immediately started bustling around in the kitchen, while Qin's father settled into the living room to chat with Qin Si. However, during their conversation, Qin's father inadvertently brought up the issue of the armor. The question caught Qin Si off guard. Tell me the truth, did you steal that armor? He asked. The man froze for a moment, his hand holding the fruit suddenly stopping, and then he broke into an incredulous smile. Steal it? How could you even think that? Where did you hear such rumors? Do you really believe I'm that kind of person? Chapter 40. The future world. Qin Fu slapped his thigh, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, Qin Si quickly blinked, afraid that the other might misunderstand him, and hurriedly explained, the rumors about the shelter are all false. They are just malicious slanders from people with ill intentions. So please don't think too much about it. It's not that we are overthinking. I've been hearing people talk about how you used the shield to save everyone. It's already become common knowledge. At first, I thought you were a hero of the shelter, but, after all, a tall tree catches the wind. The father spoke earnestly, as if he had some important advice to share. Qin Si nodded blankly, indicating that he understood. I get your point. And I know what you're worried about. You're just afraid that I might be taken advantage of by others. But don't worry, I will take care of myself. That's good to hear. I know you're mature enough not to be troubled by these matters. Qin Si realized that his father was concerned about him, so he didn't say much more. However, his father's reminder led Qin Si to think about something else. The issue of the armor was still unknown to others. Qin Si had initially planned to discuss it with Yang Peng, but since Yang Peng did not trust him, that idea was quickly abandoned. Helping everyone in the shelter replicate the armor was put on hold. His only concern was for his parents. So, the first set of replicated armor was soon delivered to his parents, but this matter couldn't be disclosed to others. By the way, Dad, please don't mention the armor to anyone. Qin Si slapped his thigh and urged. At that moment, his mother happened to come out of the kitchen with a dish and called out loudly, dinner's ready. Qin Si didn't finish his sentence as his father quickly moved to help with the bowls and chopsticks. Qin Si followed behind, his eyes deep with thought. Once they sat down to eat, the man finally let out a sigh of relief and proactively reminded, Dad, Mom, you absolutely must not tell anyone about the armor. This matter is not that simple. If others find out, many might covet what we have. His mother suddenly paused while serving herself, startled and gasping. Is it really that serious? Qin Si nodded but didn't elaborate. Instead, it was his father who spoke up for him. Of course, I doubt there are many people in the entire Long Kingdom who have something like this. If others find out that we have it, they will surely come looking for Qin Si. We should keep a low profile and not add trouble for our son. That's true. So, Qin Si, you can rest assured that we won't say anything. During dinner, Qin Si felt anxious. His mind was chaotic, and he hardly ate anything. Nor did he engage in meaningful conversation with his parents. It was until they finished eating that Qin Si sat on the sofa alone, contemplating life, feeling uncertain about what to do in the future. Just a few days ago, Qin Si was full of ambition, eager to uncover more treasures to unravel the secrets, wanting to explore alternate dimensions and to understand the future of humanity. He wanted nothing more than to help everyone in Long Kingdom safely navigate through this zombie crisis. Just when Yang Peng's research was starting to show promise, he and Li Yue created quite a stir, leaving Qin Si feeling hopeless about continuing. It seemed that everyone around him was in urgent need of his attention. Lost in thought, his mother approached and gently patted his shoulder, her tender gaze resting on him. In that moment, Qin Si felt a surge of strength from his mother. He could tell she was worried about him, even if she hadn't voiced it. It's nothing, Qin Si shook his head, not wanting to worry anyone. But his mother was perceptive and noticed his emotions. Is it because of the shelter? She asked. Her concern evident. Qin Si paused, then looked down and smiled faintly. Maybe, maybe not. What do you mean? Isn't the shelter quite stable now? The zombie tide has passed, and those people seem to be living well. You don't need to step in for now. That is not the point. Just because this wave of zombies has passed doesn't mean the next one won't come. His mother understood his meaning and chose not to press further. This was a topic of concern for both of Qin Si's parents. Mom, do you really think Longwo will get through this crisis? Qin Si sat at home for another 2 hours, until it was completely dark outside, before finally leaving. Before he left, his parents were visibly worried about his state. They stood at the door, reluctant to let him go, but Qin Si had to return. He needed to hurry back home and enter the mysterious space. He wanted to learn everything he could. Once back, Qin Si set down his backpack and successfully entered the alternate space. This time, he didn't bring anything with him and had no intention of exchanging anything with the mysterious figure. However, to his surprise, the figure initiated a conversation. You're back again. The mysterious person was shrouded in mist, and sometimes Qin Si couldn't clearly see his features, but he could hear his voice distinctly, ignoring his appearance. The man set down what he was holding, glanced around, and before he could say anything, the mysterious figure asked, What are you here to exchange for this time? I'm not here to exchange anything. I just want to ask you a question, and once I get the answer I'm looking for, I'll leave. The mysterious figure paused, intrigued. After all, Qin Si had always come loaded with treasures in the past. Many pieces of blue and white porcelain had been offered to him, and he had received what he was owed in return. But this time, Qin Si came empty-handed, yet his gaze was resolute. What question? I remember I should have told you that to exchange for information about your space, I need to offer something in return. No. What I want to know this time isn't about our space, it's about the future world. This time, Qin Si wanted to discuss humanity's future with the mysterious figure. He understood that the world of the future would not resemble the present. Given the technology the mysterious figure had provided him, the future developments would surely surpass those of the U.S. and other countries. It was possible that it had already advanced to a level he could hardly imagine. The mysterious figure raised an eyebrow, finding Qin Si intriguing, while also sensing a hint of danger in his thoughts. He was not someone to be underestimated. If you ask, and I can answer, I will certainly tell you. However, I must make it clear from the outset that I won't necessarily reveal all the secrets of the future world. Of course, I understand the rules. If you prefer not to speak, I won't press you. The current atmosphere is relatively harmonious. Yet, Qin Si knows that beneath this harmony lies an endless tide of turmoil. I want to ask, since the future world has advanced to the point of being able to fold space, what other technologies have developed to what extent? I want to understand the gap between our world and the future world, or perhaps how long it will take Longwo to reach the level of the future world. Chapter 41. What is the future world like? Qin Si asked this question but did not receive a satisfactory answer. The other party blinked, their emotions in their eyes unclear. After a moment, a deep look crossed their gaze, followed by a smile. Aren't your questions a bit beyond the scope? Beyond the scope? Qin Si was taken aback, still unsure what the other person meant. However, he quickly shifted his approach and asked, given that the situation in Longwo is quite perilous, I still want to know more about the future world. If possible, could you share more with me? The future world is just what you already know. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. People walk the roads, birds fly in the sky, there's not much that has changed. The mysterious person was merely deflecting Qin Si. He could see through their evasive tactics, but he didn't know how to call them out on it. The man's eyes narrowed. The contrast between the black and white of his pupils stark, and he quickly added, What about other information? I'd like to know about the differences between the future world and the present. There aren't any differences, except for advancements in technology. Seeing the mysterious person's evasive answers, Qin Si realized he wasn't going to get anything useful today. If he wanted to know what had truly happened in the future world, he would have to figure it out himself. The man nodded, letting out a resigned smile, and ultimately left the alternate space. Qin Si hadn't learned much about humanity's future, but it made him suddenly aware that the mysterious person's failure to provide him with any useful information might be intentional. He sensed that something was off. With this thought in mind, just as he stepped out of the alternate space, he suddenly turned back, catching the mysterious person off guard. Why are you back again? The other party asked in a low voice, a deep look in their eyes. However, they quickly sat down, expressionless, and looked at Qin Si. Qin Si, forcing a smile, also took a seat, feeling as if he was about to have a heart-to-heart conversation with this person. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Brother Yang, where's Qin Gu? Yang Peng had been distracted ever since he approved Qin Si's leave, his mind replaying his previous actions, and his heart felt as if it was gripped tightly by someone. One of his subordinates happened to see Yang Peng's troubled expression as they came upstairs and quickly asked, "Brother Yang, about what happened before. Qin, you shouldn't still be upset, right?" Yang Peng hoped Qin Si was still angry, but his demeanor clearly indicated that he was upset with himself. Who knows? You know Qin Si's temper. If he has made up his mind about something, not even 8 horses could pull him back. If he holds a grudge over this, I doubt anything I say will matter. Yang Peng knew he had made a mistake, but couldn't he find the right way to apologize to Qin Si? After all, the incident had escalated so much that nearly everyone in the shelter believed Qin Si was hoarding treasures without sharing them, while everyone began to criticize Qin Si's character. Yang Peng and the others found nothing in Qin Si's home. This not only embarrassed them, but also shook the morale of the people. Yang, if you ask me, you should really go apologize to Qin. I know how Qin is. If you talk to him sincerely, he will definitely understand. Yang Peng found it hard to swallow his pride. He forced a smile and looked at the other person with hesitation. Apologize? I've already apologized to him. What more do you want me to do? Kneel down. That is not what I mean. It's just, because of this incident, everyone at the shelter has misunderstood Qin. We can't let this misunderstanding go on forever. Besides, who is it that brought this up in the first place? How shameless can someone be? Isn't this just stirring up trouble between you and Qin? At this point, Yang Peng suddenly paused. He looked up at the other person in disbelief, seeing the sincerity and certainty on their face. There was some truth to the words. Initially, it was Li Yue who told him about the situation, and in a moment of impulse, he believed her and rushed over. If it weren't for Li Yue, Yang Peng sighed, slamming his fist on the table, filled with regret. What is wrong, Yang? Did you come up with something important? I knew this was something you just decided on your own to search the house. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yang Peng froze, the depth in his eyes becoming more pronounced. Ever since this incident, Li Yue has rarely come to the shelter, making it hard to see her. This couldn't help but make Yang Peng suspect that Li Yue was feeling guilty and didn't dare to face him and Qin. Where's Li Yue? Have you seen her in the past few days? With this thought, Yang Peng turned to his subordinate. But his subordinate stammered for a while and didn't say anything, not even knowing where Li Yue was. I don't know. Ever since we searched the house last time, Li Yue hasn't shown up. By the way, Yang, didn't everyone say that Li Yue is Qin's girlfriend? How come this time it was Li Yue who exposed Qin and even lied and spread rumors about him? Yang Peng also found it curious. Whether she is his girlfriend is another matter. I don't see any indication that Li Yue and Qin have a romantic relationship. It seems more like enemies. Li Yue's gaze could kill. Every time she looked at Qin, there was an unusual emotion behind it. If Qin were to date someone like that, Yang Peng couldn't believe it. In the coming days, keep a close eye on Li Yue's movements. We can't let her cause any more trouble. Actually, there is something else I want to ask. In the alternate space, Qin hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking up, finally expressing what he wanted to say. Go ahead. The mysterious person didn't hold back. Seeing Qin's eager expression, he immediately replied, "You can ask me anything you want to know, but whether I'll answer is another story." What about the issue with the crystal? Qin asked, catching the mysterious person off guard. He looked up at Qin, narrowing his eyes as if trying to see through him. Qin simply chuckled and rephrased the question he had just asked. I found a purple crystal inside the space ring. I don't know much about it yet, but I do know that after I obtained the crystal, it seems to grant me a kind of power that I can't fully control, yet I can still wield it. It's not exactly the contradiction that Qin Si mentioned. This situation mirrors my last experience with the purple crystal. He could manipulate the crystal to move objects, but he couldn't control which object to move, when to move it, or where it would go. All I know now is that I can move objects after I have the crystal, but beyond that, I am completely in the dark. Chapter 42. To save Yang Feng. As soon as he finished asking, the mysterious person's expression changed instantly. However, there was no surprise on his face. Instead, he seemed intrigued. Just as Qin Si was puzzled, the other party suddenly said, I knew you would discover the crystal, but I didn't expect you to find it this quickly. What do you mean? Did you anticipate that I would find something in the ring's space? Or is this something you deliberately gave me? Of course not. He waved his hand and quickly began to explain. The purple crystal inside the ring is the secret of the space. I knew before the ring was given to you that someone like you would definitely be able to explore the differences within it. It's just that your speed surprised me. Qin Si didn't have time to continue the small talk. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, eager to get back to the main topic. So, what is next? What secret does the purple crystal hold? Or what principle does it represent? After all, I've spent half a day trying to figure out the data inside. It's simple. This crystal is a future crystal. However, in the future, several kinds of crystals emerged, each representing different things after splitting. The mysterious person's explanation piqued Qin Si's interest. He raised his eyes to look at the other man. His gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge and anticipation for the answers. The mysterious man didn't keep Qin Si in suspense. He stated directly. The future crystals represent time, space, power, speed, and flight. Obtaining different crystals grants you different abilities. The purple crystal can attach to you, but once you set it down, that ability will disappear. Qin Si, who had never thought deeply about the world outside, gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected human technology in the future to develop to this extent. The crystal could split into so many varieties and represent different meanings. So, is there anything I need to be cautious about when using the crystal? Are the powers limited or unlimited? Of course, it depends on the crystal's own situation. Among them, the time crystal is the rarest. There is only one in the entire world. And we are currently in the mysterious space inside that time crystal. So you should now understand the importance of the crystal, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Si couldn't help but lower his head to glance at his reflection and then carefully surveyed his surroundings. Although this mysterious space looked quite enigmatic, once it was linked to the time crystal, it instantly indicated its uniqueness. The man gasped, nearly slamming his hand on the table. This is incredible, Qin Si exclaimed again. Before I came in, I never expected to get such an answer. But now that you mention it, it all makes sense. No wonder I couldn't research the other data within the crystal. His current ability was limited to studying the data within the armor and recreating it based on that information. However, the uncertainty of something like a crystal was too great. For now, Qin Si lacked the confidence and capability to tackle it. After the man finished speaking, the mysterious person revealed an enigmatic smile that was impossible to decipher. Don't worry, you'll understand more about the crystals in due time. After all, the more you interact with them, the more familiar you'll become. So, can the crystals be exchanged freely? Well, it all depends on whether the treasures you bring meet my taste. Qin Si is quite accommodating and readily agrees to the request, but at the same time, he sets a condition. Next time, can I exchange for a power crystal? After he says this, he senses the mysterious figure giving him a sidelong glance. The emotion in that glance is hard to decipher, but Qin Si knows the other party is contemplating. Of course, the mysterious figure nods, agreeing to Qin Si's request. After Qin Si leaves the mysterious space, he quickly receives a message from Yangping. His phone vibrates for a second, and he shifts his gaze just in time to see the name Yangping flashing on the screen. It seems Yangping has called him multiple times, but Qin Si was just engaged in conversation with the mysterious figure and hadn't noticed the calls. Hello. When he answers the phone, his voice is unusually calm, making Yangping feel a bit awkward on the other end. Do you have time right now? I need to ask you for a favor. Yangping's words are filled with urgency, yet he speaks slowly, as if deliberately waiting for Qin Si's response. After finishing, he doesn't rush him, but instead waits for Qin Si to reply. What is the favor? Yangping had an accident outside, and I think you're the only one who can ensure his safety. So, could you go help him? Qin Si has never been a stingy person. Although they had some previous conflicts, he wouldn't directly blame Yangping for it. After all, they still need to be friends. It's not like Qin Si would hold a grudge just because Yangping brought someone into his home. Thinking this way, he clears his throat and replies, I understand. Just give me a location, and I'll head over right away. Yangping is overjoyed. Receiving Qin Si's words feels like getting approval from a superior. The man nods and responds immediately. Thank you, Qin Si. I thought you might hold a grudge against me for what happened before. I've been unsure how to talk to you these past few days, worried it might upset you. How could I? I'm not that petty. But right now, the most important thing is for you to send me the location quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yangping breathes a sigh of relief. While Qin Si is too focused to worry about anything else and plans to set off with his things to help. However, the address Yangping sends leaves Qin Si stunned. The outskirts. Yangping is located in a rather remote area, not a central one at all. Qin Si furrows his brow, his sharp brows knitting together as he struggles to understand why Yangping would be there. But since Yangping has reached out to him, it indicates that Yangping's situation is quite dangerous. Li Hu, do you have time now? Come out with me. To be safe. Qin Si makes a call to Li Hu before he leaves. Li Hu has become quite important to Qin Si lately. If nothing else, he is very loyal, which is enough to reassure Yangping and help them get there quickly. Of course I have time. Brother Qin, just tell me what you need, and I'll go with you right away. Let us save someone. Huh, Li Hu exclaimed, nearly waking the brothers sleeping beside him. But he deliberately kept his voice low to avoid disturbing anyone. Someone let out a long sigh and impatiently asked, What the hell are you doing, Li Hu? Why aren't you resting? Li Hu held his breath, focused. Before he could say anything, Qin Si warned from the other end of the line. This is something only we know. Don't tell anyone else for now. Nodding in agreement, Li Hu put on a casual facade and replied to his half-asleep brother lying next to him. I can't sleep. I'm just going out for a walk. Chapter 43. Another horde of zombies, Brother Qin. You say the word, and I'll follow you anywhere. I'm out now. Li Hu found a secluded spot, successfully managing to meet with Qin Si away from the others for a private exchange. However, Qin Si quickly stepped outside, standing at the entrance of the shelter, already planning to wait for Li Hu to emerge. Come to the entrance of the shelter first. I'll tell you the rest later. It's best if you bring a weapon. As for the others, they don't need to come for now. You can go back and inform them if necessary. Qin Si didn't elaborate further but hung up the phone, awaiting Li Hu's arrival. When Li Hu hurried down, he noticed that Qin Si's gaze was sharp and alert. Let us go? Li Hu was taken aback, but he quickly followed, unable to suppress his curiosity. What is going on, Brother Qin? Is there a situation? Is it another zombie outbreak? Wait, that doesn't make sense. If it's a zombie outbreak, shouldn't we be heading the other way? Keep your voice down. We need to move quietly. We can't alert them just yet. It's something that happened over at Yang Feng's place. Yang Peng just called me, asking for help. It shouldn't be related to the zombies. Oh, Yang Feng, once Li Hu realized it was about zombies, it felt like all his enthusiasm drained away in an instant. Yet, Qin Si remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings and occasionally reminding Li Hu to stay safe. All right, stop being so carefree. Be alert once we go in. You never know what we might encounter. Be careful not to get into trouble. Come on, Brother Qin is here. With you around, there won't be any surprises. Li Hu confidently patted his chest, trying to sound brave. But Qin Si was in the mood for bravado. He felt something was off. Whether it was intuition or the tension that had been building up lately, everything around them felt unusually cautious, the rustling of leaves and the wind sounding especially clear. The two quietly left the shelter and were heading toward the signal when they suddenly heard a familiar low growl in the distance. Ugh, not the sound again. Li Hu froze, his steps faltering. When he turned to look at Qin Si, they both silently understood what was happening. It's zombies. That sound was unmistakably from the familiar zombies they had encountered before. Oh no, Brother Qin. There are filthy things ahead. At some point, Li Hu had stopped calling them zombies and instead referred to them as filthy things. Qin Si felt his heart race. He had expected that so little time had passed, and they were already facing zombies again. The sound was slowly approaching, as if the zombies were about to feast on the brains of those nearby. Li Hu took a couple of steps back, striking a battle-ready pose, prepared to charge into battle alongside Qin Si. Brother Qin, just give the command. I'll rush in right away. Qin Si glanced at him and noticed that Li Hu was only holding a makeshift spear. With so many zombies so close, how could a single spear possibly solve the problem? Brother Qin, watch out. A startled shout rang out. A horde of zombies appeared right in front of Qin Si. Li Hu instinctively let out a startled shout, and in the next moment, he aggressively pushed Qin Si aside, planning to charge into battle himself. However, those zombies seemed even more formidable than before. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and his low growls of anger caused Qin Si's mind to short-circuit. Yet he still managed to make a move and instruct Li Hu. Step back. I'll give you something. Li Hu didn't quite understand what Qin Si meant. But following his actions, the man took out a piece of armor from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Hu. In this critical moment, Qin Si backed away while protecting Li Hu's safety until Li Hu, still a bit dazed but compelled to follow along, saw Qin Si don the armor. They finally found a gap to hide for the time being. The zombies continued to wander in front of them. Li Hu and Qin Si held their breath, buying themselves some time. But Li Hu couldn't help but be curious about the item he now held. Qin Gu, what you just gave me, what is this thing? Your new treasure? Although Li Hu knew Qin Si had many treasures, he had never coveted them like others did. Now that Qin Si had actively given him the armor, Li Hu felt somewhat flattered and surprised. Upon hearing this, Qin Si instinctively made a shushing motion towards Li Hu and then lowered his voice, saying, when I give the signal, we charge out. The armor will keep you safe. The zombies won't be able to harm you. You just need to do your best to take them down. Is this armor really that powerful? Qin Si was already prepared to charge out at any moment. Li Hu's question made him chuckle, and he replied, what do you think? Get ready. Go. At Qin Si's command, the two of them charged straight into the tide of zombies. Among this group, there were indeed some strong and capable ones. But unfortunately for them, both Li Hu and Qin Si were wearing armor, making them impervious to harm, and they easily managed to escape. A claw swiped towards Qin Si. But before he could react, the power of the armor had already sent the zombie flying back. From a distance, Li Hu watched this scene, deep in thought. Li Hu, watch your back. It was unclear whether it was intentional or if Li Hu was just naturally careless. Just as he was about to secure a kill, Li Hu relaxed his guard, exposing his back to the nearby zombies. The zombie was within arm's reach of him. Just as the situation seemed dire, Qin Si quickly stepped in to save Li Hu from the crisis. At that moment, the armor on Qin Si shimmered with an unusual light. Qin Gu, Li Hu squinted sharply at Qin Si, asking, "Are you all right?" Qin Si, panting and catching his breath, glanced around to ensure there were no unexpected dangers before withdrawing his hand. Then he turned back to Li Hu and replied, "I'm fine, let us go. By the way, where did you get this incredible armor?" After putting on their armor, the two easily dealt with the group of zombies. At first, Li Hu thought it was just for protection, but he was surprised to discover that the armor had such capabilities. Qin Si moved effortlessly in it, as if he were a fish in water. No zombie could come near him at all. With that, wasn't he practically invulnerable? As Li Hu pondered this, Qin Si noticed that something was off with Li Hu's mood. A scientist? Li Hu hesitated, then quickly replied, "You all know I have a friend who's a scientist, right? Of course, he was the one who gave me this." Chapter 44. Rescue Yangfeng. Qin Si was unsure how much Li Hu actually knew. However, he could clearly see a change in Li Hu's gaze towards him. Li Hu licked his lips and stared at Qin Si with a smile that was more of a smirk. Qin Si thought that if he weren't so worldly wise, he might actually be intimidated by Li Hu's look. But was Li Hu trying to threaten him? What was going on? Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Qin Si instinctively asked. But Li Hu simply shook his head and continued walking ahead. To Qin Si, Li Hu's behavior seemed rather strange. Previously, Li Hu had never dared to engage too closely with zombies, but now he was kicking at them casually. No matter whether the zombie lying on the ground was dead or not, Li Hu dared to provoke it. If someone were unaware, they might think Li Hu was brave. But Qin Si, who understood the situation, knew that Li Hu was testing the effectiveness of his armor. "Li Hu," Qin Si suddenly called out from behind. Li Hu reflexively turned back to look at him, his expression still unsettling. The smirk on his face became even more pronounced. He forced a smile and replied, "What's up?" "Qin Gu? The zombie has been dealt with. Shouldn't we move on?" Little did Li Hu know how worried Qin Si was when he said that. Nevertheless, Qin Si maintained his composure and nodded, following along. "Let us go, move forward." In the past, Qin Si had relied on this armor to defeat Li Hu. Li Hu had a certain fear and eagerness towards the armor. This time, however, he seemed to be feigning ignorance, even deliberately testing the armor's strength afterward. Qin Si could easily pick up on Li Hu's hidden intentions. Now that Li Hu also had armor, from another perspective, Qin Si no longer posed any threat to him. As long as both of them had armor, they were on equal footing. There was no longer any implication that Qin Si's higher status meant Li Hu had to obey him. The two of them seemed to have an unspoken understanding, both aware of each other's thoughts, but choosing not to expose them. Li Hu pretended to be indifferent, casually engaging Qin Si in conversation. "Qin Gu, with so many zombies around, what should we do? If the zombie horde discovers our shelter again, then..." He deliberately paused for a second, raising his eyes to meet Qin Si's gaze. This time, Qin Si let out a cold snort, whether out of helplessness or some other emotion. He responded to Li Hu in a lackluster manner, "Let nature take its course. After all, zombies are here to stay unless all of them are wiped out globally. The protective shield can be activated once, but for the second or third time, who knows? We can't rely on the shield to survive indefinitely, can we?" That made sense. But I've realized that there are other ways. Qin Si knew exactly what Li Hu was getting at, so he didn't encourage him to continue. But Li Hu sneered, his voice low. "If the armor is so effective, wouldn't it be better if everyone had one? Then we wouldn't have to fear the zombies at all. Everyone having one." Qin Si had indeed thought about that. This idea just needs some time to be realized. Moreover, it requires discussion with those around him, and he must anticipate what might happen. If someone is dissatisfied with Qin Si's actions, they might not appreciate his efforts, or even dismiss all of Qin Si's achievements. In that case, no matter how hard Qin Si tries, it would be in vain. At the same time, if someone with ulterior motives tries to thwart Qin Si's plan, it would be Qin Si who ends up in danger. Thinking of this, he suddenly chuckled, catching Li Hu next to him off guard. Qin Si then asked, "Why would you say something like that?" There was a brief moment of silence, as if all emotions were about to explode at that instant. But surprisingly, Qin Si didn't lose his cool. He maintained his calm demeanor, though his gaze turned a bit sharper. Li Hu was taken aback, feeling a cold sweat suddenly trickled down his spine. He sensed Qin Si's intense gaze directed behind him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, followed by a tremor throughout his body. He quickly said, "It's nothing, just a sudden thought." "Hey, Qin Gu, look ahead. Are we almost there?" Following Li Hu's line of sight, they spotted the place where Yangfeng was in danger. They exchanged a knowing glance and moved forward together, but the urge and other thoughts brewing inside them were about to break free from their restraints. Qin Si realized that Li Hu had other ideas, though he found it difficult to express them directly. "Be careful ahead, there are a lot of zombies inside." Even from a distance, Qin Si could tell that there were zombies lurking within. They were similar to the previous wave, and their attack power was quite strong. If they weren't careful, they could easily be overwhelmed. But Li Hu blinked, somewhat confused. Qin, how do you know? I can't see them. Listen to the sounds. Sounds? As soon as Li Hu's words fell, a low growl echoed from a distance, getting louder as it approached the two. Yet despite this, Qin Si couldn't back down. After all, they still hadn't found Yangfeng, and they needed to bring him back. There were indeed a lot of zombies here, and it seemed that they were under the control of some mysterious force, making them exceptionally strong. Just as Qin Si stepped in, several zombies charged at them, attempting to attack. Fortunately, they worked well together, with Qin Si and Li Hu covering each other, and after a fierce struggle, they managed to break through the encirclement. Are you okay? Qin Si glanced back at Li Hu concerned. Li Hu shook his head, quickening his pace to catch up with Qin Si. I'm fine, don't worry. But these zombies are a bit strange. They seem to come in groups. They don't all swarm at once. And the zombies further away don't seem to notice the noise we made coming in. That's true. Qin Si cautiously moved forward, gripping his weapon with heightened vigilance. There was some mysterious force controlling all the zombies here, which was different from what they had encountered before. But we still need to be careful. Once we find Yangfeng, we leave immediately. All right, you go ahead, and I'll follow behind. This time, Li Hu didn't play tricks on Qin Si. The two of them entered one after the other, and soon they encountered Yangfeng trapped inside. I'm here. A voice suddenly rang out. Qin Si's eyes widened. And before he could speak, Li Hu behind him responded, Hey, I'm coming. Qin, that's Yangfeng up ahead, right? Let's hurry over. Something feels off. Li Hu didn't notice anything unusual, but Qin Si sensed that something wasn't right. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange, but from a distance, he noticed that Yangfeng didn't seem to be speaking. So who exactly said that earlier? I'm here. Chapter 45. Yangfeng's mutation. Oh no. How did you get hurt like this? Don't move. We'll get you out soon. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Hu had already stepped closer to Yangfeng. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but Qin Si couldn't shake the feeling of unease in his heart, seeing Yangfeng with his head hanging low. Qin Si couldn't help but ask, What happened to you? Did these zombies appear out of nowhere, or have they been lurking here for a while? Qin Si was afraid of a repeat of the last incident. If there were too many cracks here, it would mean that zombies would surely crawl out of them. When you spot a few, there could be a massive horde lurking in the shadows, ready to attack humans at any moment. Qin Si felt a bit anxious, his heart racing. I don't know. Yangfeng slowly lifted his head to meet Qin Si's gaze. Whether it was due to Qin Si's tension or Yangfeng's weakened state after the injury, his voice came out raspy, making it hard to listen to. I was just passing by when they suddenly appeared. I don't have any useful information. Qin Si couldn't press him any further, so he waved his hand to indicate he would carry him out. All right, I'll take you out now. We've managed to deal with some of the zombies outside, but I'm not sure if there are any left nearby. To be safe, we should proceed with caution and leave as soon as possible. As Qin Si spoke, he placed a hand on Yangfeng's body, but at that moment, he immediately sensed something was off. Yangfeng's body lacked the warmth a normal person should have, and his skin felt unnaturally hard. However, Li Hu didn't think much of it and hoisted Yangfeng onto Qin Si's back. Qin, you lead the way. I'll watch your back, Li Hu said cheerfully. But with every step Qin Si took, he felt increasingly uneasy. The breath coming from Yangfeng was icy, and there was an eerie, unfamiliar scent surrounding him. Qin Si pondered for a long time about what it reminded him of. It wasn't until they reached the spot where the zombies had just been defeated that he suddenly realized Yangfeng was giving off that same smell. Before he could react, Yangfeng suddenly transformed into a zombie and straightened up on Qin Si's back. Grr. The low growl echoed in his ears. For the first time, Qin Si realized how close the sound of a zombie was. He had been carrying a zombie on his back. Grr. Another growl followed. Doubts flooded Qin Si's mind as he instinctively tried to throw Yangfeng off. But Yangfeng clung to him like a stubborn leech. Leaning down, he aimed to bite Qin Si's neck. Just at that critical moment, the man quickly spun around and slammed him against the wall. A muffled grunt escaped, and Qin Si released his grip, trying to throw him off. But in an instant, Yangfeng was furious and lunged to bite Qin Si. Qin Si, watch out, Li Hu exclaimed, rushing over in shock. With a swift motion, the man grabbed Yangfeng by the collar. Following their movements, Li Hu directly yanked Yangfeng off Qin Si's back. A sudden force caused Yangfeng to stumble and fall to the ground, and Qin Si, startled, took 2 steps back, his face filled with fear as he glanced at Yangfeng. What was happening? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How did he suddenly turn into a zombie? Yangfeng hit his head and sat in front of a stone, head down, making it hard to tell if he was unconscious or just pretending. Li Hu and Qin Si dared not approach. They were even more suspicious of Yangfeng's condition. Was Yangfeng a zombie or still a normal person? Li Hu's question left Qin Si momentarily speechless. But soon, he smirked and answered in a low voice. A zombie with consciousness and thought is indeed different. What? A thinking zombie? Li Hu was taken aback. and his follow-up words caught in his throat. But when he turned to look at Yang Feng again, he noticed that the other's gaze had indeed changed. Compared to a regular person, Yang Feng's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, but for a zombie, they were filled with a keen awareness. He was caught between the two states, which was genuinely frightening. Brother Qin, I've heard that regular zombies don't have the ability to think actively. They can only react to sounds and evade human attacks if they're a bit more advanced. But this is the first time I've seen a thinking zombie. He mused, while Qin Si stayed vigilant, constantly monitoring their surroundings. To ensure nothing went wrong, he treaded carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Yang Feng must have been affected by some unusual toxin. I can't determine the specifics right now. However, a thinking zombie would indeed end up like this. Logically, zombies lack intelligence, but Yang Feng has become one of those intelligent zombies. This is not a good sign. After all, Yang Feng is a member of the shelter. During this outing, Yang Ping had entrusted him with bringing Yang Feng back. But now, how could they return? Qin Si scrutinized Yang Feng from head to toe, questioning himself. Could it be that he would have to bring back an intelligent zombie for Yang Ping? Brother Qin, what do we do now? Yang Feng isn't human anymore. He's a zombie. He merely looks like a regular person on the surface, but logically, he should ultimately be a zombie. Look, he's mutating. Recalling the earlier scene, Qin Si felt a lingering fear and surprise. Just as Yang Feng was about to bite him, Li Hu had intervened just in time to save him. But now, Qin Si swallowed hard, helplessly watching as Yang Feng began to twist and contort. His expression turned somewhat grotesque, and his limbs made creaking sounds. In that moment, Qin Si had to prepare himself for a fight, ready to take Yang Feng down at any second. But just as the situation seemed dire, Yang Feng let out a low growl and, in the next moment, charged straight at Li Hu. Stay back. Yang Feng's speed was astonishing, surpassing Qin Si's imagination. Seeing this, Li Hu raised his hand to defend himself, only for Yang Feng to bite down on the steel rebar he was holding. As he finally let go, a neat row of bite marks was left on the steel bar. Well, you've got a strong bite, Li Hu exclaimed. In the next moment, Yang Feng continued his assault. Li Hu struggled to defend himself, while also retreating to protect himself. Fortunately, Qin Si had equipped him with a set of armor. Thanks to this armor, Li Hu managed to gain the upper hand. Not only did he avoid injury, but he even pushed Yang Feng back step by step. How are you doing? Qin Si, wanting to help, tried to jump in, but their movements were too intense for him to intervene. Li Hu, however, was handling it with ease. Casting a casual glance at him, I've seen mutated zombies that are tougher than this. Their combat power is so weak, I can take care of this myself. Qin Si, step back. I've got this. Qin Si couldn't tell if Li Hu was just putting on a brave face or if Yang Feng's combat ability was genuinely lacking. Regardless, he felt a twinge of concern, his brows furrowing deeper. But soon after Li Hu's declaration, more and more zombies gathered outside, their low growls drawing closer. Chapter 46. Bringing Li Hu into the ring space. Li Hu, be careful. There are other zombies outside. A familiar low growl echoed in their ears, swirling around them. Qin Si knew that they had stirred up the zombie stronghold, and there were likely more hordes lurking near Yang Feng. If that was the case, it would be tough for just the two of them to make it out alive. Li Hu, don't fight recklessly. Safety first. With a fierce shout, he immediately prepared to confront the zombies outside with all his might. But Li Hu was gradually getting worked up, intending to take down Yang Feng in one blow. In the blink of an eye, a group of zombies broke through the entrance first, and Li Hu was nearly caught off guard by the leading zombie. If it hadn't been for Qin Si's timely intervention, Li Hu might not have seen the light of day again. What the hell? Why are there so many zombies? I said to be careful. Just stick close behind me, don't get caught up in a fight. We can talk about it when we get outside. As he spoke, a claw swiped toward their position. With a whoosh, the claw grazed past them, causing Li Hu to take a step back in fright, while Qin Si seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The metallic scent of blood began to spread around them. Li Hu's wrist trembled, but he still gripped his weapon tightly and began to fight back. However, the mass of zombies continued to close in, and both Li Hu and Qin Si realized their stamina was waning. If they didn't resolve this quickly, they would surely be overtaken by the zombies. Brother Qin, what do we do? There are new zombies outside. Every time we finish off one group, another shows up. It's like a bottomless pit. It truly was a bottomless pit. Qin Si hadn't expected this rescue mission to be so perilous. The sound of his own breathing filled his ears, and he could even hear his heart pounding in his chest. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Si knew his energy was fading. If they didn't find a solution soon, it would be bad for both of them. Watch out. Distracted, Li Hu pushed Qin Si aside, and the man stumbled, barely dodging a zombie's attack. The creature's sharp teeth clanged against the railing right in front of Qin Si, and the sensation of it getting stuck there made him swallow hard. This was the first time he had observed a zombie up close. Oh no. He could see the zombie's eyes were a deep crimson, with red veins spidering across the sclera, its grayish-white face smeared with blood. And the rotting flesh emitted a foul odor. But Qin Si didn't have time to dwell on any of that. In that instant, the spatial ring flashed through Qin Si's mind. That's right. He slapped his thigh as if he had just thought of something monumental and immediately set out to retrieve the ring, intending to pull both himself and Li Hu inside. As long as they could avoid this crisis, Qin Si would be able to return to the original space using the ring. Li Hu, don't fight recklessly. I'll handle it. He barked out angrily, ready to pull out the ring. But at that critical moment, Li Hu suddenly stood in front of Qin Si. He was still desperately grappling with the zombies and prepared to protect himself. What are you doing? Brother Qin, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. You go first. He actually told himself to leave first. For a moment, Qin Si felt a stir in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Li Hu didn't know about the ring space, nor did he realize that at that moment, he was planning that as long as he took out the ring space, they could easily avoid disaster. What are you talking about? Qin Si clicked his tongue and raised his hand to push Li Hu away, but Li Hu looked serious, with a profound glint in his eyes. While Qin Si wasn't paying attention, Li Hu gave him a shove and shouted, "Hurry up and go." In Qin Si's view, Li Hu's willingness to let him go first was enough to prove that he was trustworthy. In such a critical moment, the fact that Li Hu could say such a thing warmed Qin Si's heart, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Li Hu didn't understand what the other meant and quickly added, "Qin go, hurry up. There will be more zombies coming soon. You go first, otherwise. You can find help at the shelter. Go get my brothers. They definitely won't just sit by and do nothing." Mentioning Li Hu's brothers, Qin Si suddenly realized something significant. Although Li Hu's brothers were all bandits, they were trustworthy. They were not only loyal to Li Hu, but also showed loyalty towards Qin Si. Sometimes, Qin Si would think that while some people might be bandits, they treated their friends with sincerity, whereas others might pretend to be brothers, but would never care about others' feelings in times of crisis. "I can't just leave you here," Qin Si shouted angrily, raising his fist and swinging it at a zombie. As more and more zombies surrounded Li Hu, Qin Si knew he couldn't delay any longer. "You stand behind me. I'll take you out." "Qin Ge, don't joke around. In this situation, how can we leave? You go first. I can manage to escape." "Stop talking nonsense," Qin Si ordered, directly shielding Li Hu behind him. In the next moment, he took out the ring space and instantly transported both of them to a safe place. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just a second ago, Li Hu was still anxious about how to deal with the horde of zombies, and the next second, Qin Si had brought him to a place that felt like a paradise. There was no slaughter around, nor the low growls of zombies. He couldn't see those ugly creatures, nor did he have blood splattered on his face. Li Hu felt incredulous, gasping in shock. "Qin Good, what kind of magic is this? How can you teleport like that? Where are we? Is this someone else's territory? Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to barge in like this?" Qin Si silently glanced at him, his feelings growing even more complicated. He knew he hadn't made the wrong choice back then. Li Hu was a person who valued loyalty and was, in fact, trustworthy. Although he had been a bandit before, it was due to the circumstances of life. The man cleared his throat and explained, "It's fine. This is my place. Also, we're not teleporting. We're in another space." "Another space?" Li Hu gasped in amazement, his curious eyes scanning the surroundings as he examined every detail of the place. The space was quiet, devoid of any signs of the recent zombie massacre. Li Hu thought to himself that he could easily spend a whole day just daydreaming here. The zombie tide from a few minutes ago felt like a distant memory. Sitting in the middle of the laboratory, he could still see treasures and data swirling around him. On the counter, there were some items previously used by Qin Si. In an instant, Li Hu realized that this was likely one of Qin Si's hidden treasures. "Qin Gu, I never knew. You had so many good things." Qin Si couldn't quite decipher the meaning behind Li Hu's words, but there was no strange emotion in his eyes. Chapter 47. Li Hu's betrayal. "It was just a coincidence that I discovered it." "Coincidence? Brother Qin, you really are lucky. Everyone says you have quite a few treasures. When Yang Ping searched last time, I thought he would find something special, but it turned out there was nothing." Li Hu sighed as he spoke, chuckling without noticing the strange expression on Qin Si's face. "Brother Qin, you say Yang Peng is really blind. Even if you were hiding something, he could just pretend not to see it. Who doesn't he know that you, Qin Si, are the head honcho of the shelter? If he truly crosses you, those people will have a hard time in the future." After he finished speaking, he turned and happened to catch a glimpse of Qin Si's sharp gaze. Sure enough, the latter was taken aback, then forced a wry smile and dryly explained, "That wouldn't happen." Li Hu didn't understand what Qin Si meant and casually picked up a valuable item from the table, weighing it in his hand. Upon realizing its high value, he carefully set it back down. "I'm not that blind," he continued. "I wouldn't make things difficult for them. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. Everyone's goal in the shelter is simply to survive. Qin Si's words were indeed accurate, which made Li Hu feel a bit embarrassed. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. But soon, Li Hu picked up the item again and waved it in front of Qin Si. By the way, Brother Qin, what is this thing? Oh, and what exactly is this mysterious space for? Can you explain it to me? Qin Si had already anticipated that Li Hu would be curious about this place. However, he found it hard to refuse his friend's questions. After all, he had foreseen that Li Hu would ask these things before bringing him here. If he didn't answer, it might seem even stranger. Come on, let me show you my lab. You're the first friend I've brought here. Besides you, no one else knows about this place. Really? Then I'm truly honored. Let us go, Brother Qin. Show me around. Following Qin Si's lead, Li Hu wandered around the lab, marveling as if he were a child exploring a wonderland. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the hidden treasures within. Wow, he exclaimed, feeling captivated by the treasures Qin Si had collected. It's no wonder others had been eyeing him for so long. Unintentionally, Li Hu remarked, Brother Qin, if someone else saw these things, who knows how they would attack you? Those people are just coveting your treasures, wishing you'd reveal them sooner. Qin Si, who had been following silently, didn't respond. He noticed Li Hu stop in front of the armor and explained, this is the armor you are wearing. Brother Qin, how many sets of armor do you have? It feels like you're a treasure chest. You can just casually pull out a piece of armor. Not too many. Qin Si pondered for a moment and then sat down to explain, I've already researched the specific data of this armor. As long as the conditions are right, I can replicate it infinitely. So, you should understand what I mean. At first, Qin Si didn't want to share any of this. But since Li Hu was already there, he reluctantly took him on a casual tour. Whenever they came across something Qin Si was familiar with, he would explain a bit. However, Li Hu didn't seem as open as Qin Si the replication technology. When Qin Si was paying attention, Li Hu's gaze shifted, as if he had something to say. But after hesitating for a long moment, he ultimately kept silent, his eyes lingering on the armor. Then he looked around at the other treasures, realizing that this place was indeed remarkable. Brother Qin, what stage are your inventions at? Just the initial stage, I suppose. Qin Si replied casually, not even glancing at Li Hu. But in the shadows, Li Hu had clenched his fists. Ready to make a move on Qin Si, he took a slow step forward, the dagger he had tucked at his waist now gripped tightly in his hand. As soon as Qin Si turned his head, he would throw it. This was the scene Li Hu had envisioned, but now initial stage. Yet everything here looks quite complete. It doesn't seem like something you could whip up overnight. By the way, Brother Qin, aren't those people curious about your treasures? Can you let me in on the secret of where these things come from? Li Hu's question was casual, and Qin Si treated it as such, answering blandly. Haven T, I already said. They're from scientists. These people have been trying to uncover the scientists' whereabouts. But Brother Qin, you're quite tough, no matter what they say. You stick to your guns and refuse to give them the address. So tell me, is the scientist really that mysterious? At that moment, Qin Si sensed something was off in Li Hu's tone. His question didn't seem like a typical conversation. It felt more like he was digging for answers. A tremor of unease ran through Qin Si, and he quickly concocted a lie to deflect. Yeah, it is quite mysterious. I was told not to reveal his location without permission. I've promised him, so I can't just go back on my word, right? Well, aren't we brothers? Can't you tell me? As Qin Si said this, he was already turning to gauge Li Hu's expression. But just then, the light reflecting off the wall illuminated Li Hu's sinister face. He held a sharp knife, and in the next second, he lunged at Qin Si. In a split second, Qin Si dodged just in time, narrowly escaping disaster. But the next moment, Li Hu charged at him with a fierce intensity, clearly intent on not letting Qin Si survive. Li Hu, what are you doing? The sudden attack left Qin Si at a loss. Fortunately, Li Hu's combat skills were beneath Qin Si's. Despite being on the defensive, Qin Si managed to gain the upper hand. Li Hu glared at him, his eyes filled with malice. Li Hu, have you been bitten by a zombie? Why are you acting like this? At that moment, Qin Si thought Li Hu must have been injured in the earlier scuffle. After a brief struggle, Qin Si found no obvious wounds on Li Hu. Instead, Li Hu's expression and his gritted teeth didn't resemble someone who had been bitten by a zombie at all. Qin Si, come and face me. Li Hu, are you crazy? Back off. I'm not crazy. Haven't I always been like this? In that moment, Qin Si realized that Li Hu was not as he had imagined. His sharp eyes were like a keen blade, ready to pierce Qin Si's chest if he let his guard down for even a moment. Just as Qin Si attempted to counterattack, Li Hu leveraged the advantage of his armor, forcing Qin Si's attacks to falter one after another. In that instant, Qin Si understood Li Hu's intentions completely. Chapter 48. Li Hu, the zombie. No one has ever truly cared for Qin Si. The reason Li Hu stayed by Qin Si's side, caring for him so attentively, was simply because Qin Si held something of value. Once, Li Hu was his defeated subordinate, and he was eagerly waiting for Qin Si to make a move against him again, so he had to learn to be accommodating. Throughout their interactions, Li Hu endured and compromised at every turn. Now, he had finally gotten close to Qin Si, learned his secrets, and obtained Qin Si's armor. With no urgent needs left, he naturally became a bit arrogant. Qin Si, are you really that foolish, or just pretending? At that moment, Qin Si felt as if his sincerity had been thrown to the dogs. For a brief instant, he genuinely believed that Li Hu was someone he could trust. But little did he know, Li Hu had ulterior motives. He was aware of the various inventions and the technology related to armor production in Qin Si's laboratory. With these resources, Li Hu could easily dominate the shelter. Why would he want to remain under Qin Si's thumb? Li Hu, I thought I treated you well. I never expected you to be this kind of person. What kind of person am I? Brother Qin, I've always had your best interests at heart. What I'm doing now is just to prevent others from coveting your treasures. Don't worry, once you give these things to me, you won't have to deal with such troubles anymore. Qin Si slapped him again, this time landing squarely on Li Hu's face. You're talking nonsense. Li Hu, it's the apocalypse, and you dare to do such things? Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Li Hu interrupted before Qin Si could finish. You know it's the apocalypse. Everyone is living for their own goals. Very few are genuinely caring towards one another. In that moment, Qin Si seemed to grasp something. Yes, it was the apocalypse. No one could be trusted. Everyone was willing to harm those around them for their own survival. Even someone like Li Hu, who seemed righteous, was no exception. Li Hu, I really misjudged you. As the words fell from his lips, Qin Si felt a surge of determination to sever ties with Li Hu. In the face of death, the man bit down hard, and with a heavy heart, he took out the spatial ring he had been holding. With a slight flick of his finger, the spatial ring began to rise slowly into the air. Li Hu was drawn in by the spectacle, but before long, Qin Si took the opportunity to push Li Hu, positioning him directly beneath the ring. What are you doing? Li Hu exclaimed in shock, warning Qin Si. There are zombies outside. You mustn't act recklessly. We barely made it in here. Do you really want to see me thrown back into a horde of zombies? His voice grew fainter. Qin Si exerted force, directly using the spatial ring to send Li Hu through. A flash of white light suddenly obscured most of Qin Si's vision. Help. It was Li Hu's screams and struggles. Whoosh. The spatial ring completed its transport, returning calmly to Qin Si's hand. Thud. Wailing echoed in the aftermath. In Qin Si's ears, he could still hear the sound of Li Hu hitting the ground, as well as the horde of zombies sensing the disturbance and instantly roaring towards him. At that moment, Li Hu had just landed in that world, and a swarm of zombies became aware of his presence, surging towards him in a frenzy. For a brief moment, Li Hu thought he was done for, but he still had his armor. Grasping onto it like a lifeline, Li Hu attempted to break through the encirclement using his protective gear. However, there was no one around to help him. No matter how much he struggled, it seemed futile. Qin Si, what are you doing? Hurry and get me inside. Qin Si, can you hear me? A zombie had already bitten down on Li Hu's arm. The man gasped in pain, wanting to retreat. But the zombies didn't care about Li Hu's feelings. One of them took a chunk of flesh from him with a savage bite, causing Li Hu to grimace in agony. His next words were, Qin Si, let me in quickly. I was wrong. I'll never treat you like that again. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Qin Si heard his desperate cries clearly, but there was no doubt he didn't want to intervene, let alone acknowledge him. After all, keeping a tiger as a pet was a risk. He had once thought of Li Hu as someone he could trust and had even considered sharing his secrets with him. But Li Hu had done something so reckless. Qin Si wasn't petty, but he wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive him either. He simply closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear to the chaos outside, which grew hoarser by the moment, shifting from an initial high pitch to a slow, heavy sound, until it finally faded away. Outside the space, Li Hu was being unrecognizably devoured by zombies, yet he still crawled on the ground, trying to escape. Help me. Qin Si, you shouldn't treat me this way. Qin Si, didn't you say I was your brother? Qin Si, save me. His voice grew fainter, slowly disappearing into silence. Sigh. Inside the space, Qin Si had long anticipated this outcome. The echoes of Li Hu's furious shouts gradually faded, further making Qin Si realize that in the apocalypse, no one could be trusted. Although the armor provided some protection, Li Hu had underestimated the situation. With so many zombies, even if Li Hu wore 10 sets of armor, he might still end up a mangled corpse. Outside, it was likely nothing but a scene of carnage, and Li Hu would slowly become a new zombie. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Li Hu, if you hadn't done such a foolish thing, I wouldn't have treated you this way. The echoes of Li Hu's voice and the words he had said before leaving played in his mind. Reflecting on the past few days, Li Hu had indeed treated him well. In every aspect, Li Hu took good care of him, even making Qin Si believe for a time that he finally had someone he could rely on completely. He chuckled softly, sitting alone in the laboratory, lost in thought. It seemed that everything in the shelter had been off for quite some time. In a whispering soliloquy, Qin Si seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. He slapped his thigh, followed by a series of sighs. First, it was Yang Ping's distrust towards him that nearly caused the community in the shelter to fall apart. Although it didn't show on the surface, Qin Si could tell that these people were already itching to kidnap him. Finally, someone took action, but there was no tangible reward. They had all been swayed by Yang Ping's rhetoric, believing he was right, and that Qin Si was indeed hoarding treasures. They coveted everything Qin Si had and were constantly eager to uncover the truth. Now, even Li Hu was in the same boat. Yet, in the end, he fell victim to his own delusions. Oh, Li Hu, if only you hadn't been so radical, perhaps I would have revealed the secret of the treasures to you. Chapter 49. In investigation, Qin Si felt utterly despondent. Even the surrounding data on armor held no interest for him at this moment. First, there was Yang Ping's suspicion, followed by Yang Feng's unfortunate fate. Now, even Li, who had betrayed him, turning into a zombie as soon as he stepped outside. Qin Si was left wondering whether the problem lay with him, or if these people truly wanted to distance themselves from him. But deep down, he questioned the fairness of it all. He had acquired these treasures and naturally wanted to keep some for himself. He had no reason to share everything, even in this apocalyptic world. But the pressure from the others was so intense that he felt powerless to argue back. Feeling dejected, the man pondered how to proceed. The spatial ring was connected to the real world. If he stepped outside now, would he be transported back to that same place? Qin Si paced back and forth in the lab, squinting in contemplation as his brows furrowed. If he went out now, there was a chance he could end up as a zombie too, and then he could at least have some company with Li Hu. But if he stepped out, how would he explain things to Yang Peng upon his return? Should he just tell him that Yang Feng was gone and had turned into a zombie? Or perhaps add that Li Hu, who had betrayed him, was now also a zombie? If the others in the shelter learned that two familiar companions had turned into zombies in a single day, it would likely incite rebellion among them. The urgency to escape and their resentment and jealousy towards Qin Si for possessing treasures surged within him. Alone and lost in thought, Qin Si found the situation overwhelmingly difficult. Just then, he suddenly heard a strange, eerie roar from outside. The sound seemed to be coming from zombies. Ugh. Ugh. Hiss. Ugh. The noise gradually faded, as if it was directed at his location. Yet their voices were more intense and aggressive than before. Qin Si understood that hearing such sounds was never a good sign. No, I need to check it out, he murmured to himself, pulling out the spatial ring to take a look, and indeed, through the ring, he saw what was happening outside. All the zombies had suddenly gathered together. They seemed to be attracted by something. Meanwhile, in the shelter's office, Yang Ping wondered why Qin Si had been gone for so long. With his legs crossed and leaning back comfortably, he felt unusually relaxed. Initially, when this task was assigned to Qin Si, Yang Peng was confident. After all, Qin Si had so many treasures and was quite capable. The mission to rescue Yang Feng naturally fell on his shoulders. But now, after an entire day without any sign of Qin Si, Yang Ping began to feel genuinely concerned. What are you worried about? Qin Si is incredibly strong. Everyone knows that. He is not likely to run into trouble, said a man who had been standing beside Yang Ping, known by everyone as Lao San. On regular days, Lao San found Qin Si somewhat displeasing. However, Qin Si held too much power, and despite his dislike, there was nothing he could do. Yang Peng glanced at him from the corner of his eye and scoffed. Stop saying things you don't mean. I know you don't truly acknowledge his capabilities. You've been wary of him from the start. It's just that you're held back by his abilities. I know exactly what each of you is thinking. Lao San was taken aback, a deep look flashing in his eyes. He had just closed the office door when he heard Yang Peng's words, and his movements momentarily froze. Soon after, the man slowly took a seat and looked at him. Brother Yang, do you really respect him? To be honest, I think you're a bit resentful of Qin Si too. It's just that he has more resources at his disposal. Who doesn't he know that Qin Si is currently acquainted with a scientist and holds the key to the Shelter-S lifeline? Yang Ping wanted to retort. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Si and I are brothers. Lao San remained dismissive. Brothers? Brother Yang, if you were true brothers, Qin Si wouldn't keep things from you. For a moment, Yang Ping found some truth in what was said. But after thinking it over, he chose not to pursue the topic further. Qin Si had already established his position in the shelter. Whether people respected him or envied him, no one dared to act recklessly against him. That was the status Qin Si held at the moment. But Yang Ping was different. Any one person who disliked him could unite against him one day. And at that time, Brother Yang, it's been a while since Qin Si has been back. Is he hiding something from you out there? What could he possibly be hiding? I heard he went with Li Hu. Lao San casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. But Yang Ping shot him a skeptical glance. Did you see them? No, I just heard it from others. However, they spoke with disdain for Qin Si. To be honest, Brother Yang, if you had the technology in Qin Si's hands, I'm sure you'd be more respected than he is. Yang Ping dared not speak recklessly. In this shelter, if there was even one of Qin Si's informants around, every word he said could reach Qin Si's ears. The human heart is treacherous. And he was genuinely afraid. Keep your comments to yourself. By the way, there is still no word from Qin Si. If he doesn't return soon, make sure to gather some people outside to wait. If something happens, it could stir unrest. What unrest could there be? Brother Yang. Some people are just waiting for Qin Si to run into trouble. When Qin Si was kidnapped before, I saw that group didn't seem too worried about his situation. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Yang Ping spoke in a deep voice, but Lao San continued, by the way. Since Qin Si was kidnapped and has mentioned where the scientist is, what does that scientist really mean to him? It's such a strong protection. I wouldn't be surprised if the scientist doesn't even exist. At that moment, the protagonist they were discussing, Qin Si, had already exited the ring space. Following the eerie low growls of zombies, he saw a massive horde of them rushing in the same direction one after another. Without exception, they all continued to run forward, ignoring Qin Si's presence and the sounds he made, as if they hadn't heard him at all. It seemed as though if they didn't keep up, they would face some dire consequences. Qin Si felt puzzled and quickened his pace to catch up, all the while gripping his weapon tightly, fearful that these zombies might attack again. I want to see just how dangerous this place really is. As he muttered to himself, Qin Si accidentally kicked an arm. It was stiff and hard. When he looked down, he realized it was Yang Feng's arm. To be precise, it was the fabric of Yang Feng's clothing. But lying on the ground, it was just a severed limb, with no sign of Yang Feng anywhere. Damn it, they completely forgot about him. I need to check the situation first. As for the two of you, we'll deal with that later. I don't even know if Li Hu is a zombie now. Or, Sai. Chapter 50, the zombies kneeled Qin Si's side and stepped forward. In the gray, sandy area, he could even see the footprints left by the zombies. Suddenly, a massive pit appeared before him, and he cautiously maneuvered around it, his heart racing with fear. It was truly strange. The low growls seemed to be moving away from him, or perhaps something was controlling them. As Qin Si silently looked back, he suddenly spotted the severed limb belonging to Yang Feng on the ground. It lay quietly in place, but in that moment, Qin Si realized something crucial. These zombies seemed to be under some sort of power that compelled them, drawing the entire horde in one direction. That's right. Yang Feng was also under this influence just moments ago. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Aha!" The zombies ahead slowly turned their heads, blood still oozing from the corners of their mouths. Fearful that they might erupt into chaos again, Qin Si quickly crouched down, not daring to say much more. Yet deep down, he understood that this group of zombies was definitely being controlled by someone. Their spirits were taut, obeying commands from the direction they were headed, all rushing towards a common goal. Thinking back to Yang Feng's condition, it seemed he was also manipulated by someone. Yang Feng, Li Hu. I didn't mean to leave you behind. Just wait for me to find out what's going on, and I'll come back to rescue you. Qin Si thought to himself, though he knew in his heart that there might not be a later for them. Yang Feng's severed limb still lay on the ground, and Li Hu had vanished without a trace. Now, Qin Si felt helpless and unable to save either of them. He moved forward slowly, trailing behind the zombies, driven by the need to uncover the final truth. Suddenly, another series of low growls erupted around him. The horde of zombies went into a frenzy, but they weren't attacking him. Qin Si dodged to the side, only to realize that the zombies had once again changed direction. Ahead of him, a strange white light flickered, and they charged toward it, completely ignoring Qin Si, who remained rooted in place. "Hey, can you still hear me?" Qin Si shouted recklessly, sensing something was off. Yet this time, the zombies did not charge at him as he had feared. They continued to race toward the source of the white light. What a sight. They didn't even care about me, the living target standing here, Qin Si thought, wondering what kind of creature could possibly exist in the cave ahead to control the souls and minds of all these zombies. I can't just stand here. I need to find out. He patted his armor, as if trying to encourage himself. Soon enough, the man took a step forward, disguising himself as a zombie to blend in with the horde. Each step was taken with utmost caution, careful enough that he almost tripped over his own feet. But in front of him, the swarm of zombies had already vanished. It was as if they had disappeared into some mysterious place. All that remained were a long trail of footprints, which didn't look human nor animal. Qin Si deduced that these tracks were likely left by the zombies. Could it be? Has it really vanished in an instant? He exclaimed, intrigued, his curiosity growing even stronger. After speaking, the man followed the trail of footprints, hoping to uncover the truth behind it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the shelter, Yang Ping felt a twinge of doubt. The sky was darkening, and Qin Si still hadn't returned. Even Li Hu's brothers had woken up. It was now their time to be active. However, as they approached the entrance of the shelter, they sensed something was off. "Hey, Yang Gu, where did Li Hu go?" One of the younger brothers, who hadn't seen Li Hu all day, asked the person next to him, only to learn that Li Hu had gone out with Qin Si today. But no matter where they had gone, the two had yet to return, which was indeed suspicious. "We're not sure," Yang Ping replied, shaking his head, even though he knew more than he let on. He didn't want to share anything with these rogues. The younger brother saw through Yang Ping's thoughts and mocked him. "Yang Go, are you trying to avoid talking to us? Or do you think we're not worthy of your conversation? I mean, Li Hu is practically one of Qin Si's favorites now. We've been following Li Hu for so long. We're practically half-brothers of Qin Si." At this point, Yang Ping's expression darkened. He glanced at the younger man, who continued, "You're one of Qin Si's brothers. Logically, we're all part of the shelter, yet you always act so superior. It makes everyone feel. Do you have something else to attend to?" Before the man could finish, Yang Ping shot him a glare that silenced him. Ultimately, the two men didn't reach any common ground. Yang Ping turned to leave, but just then, a striking figure flashed before his eyes. When he looked closer, the woman had already turned a corner and vanished from sight. "Is that Li Yue?" he thought, clenching his fists tightly, yet he said nothing. Ever since that incident, Li Yue had rarely appeared, vanishing without a word of explanation to Yang Ping. But now, damn, what is this? Amidst the dust, Qin Si's figure slowly emerged. He had followed the trail and had just stumbled upon a gathering place of zombies. To be precise, he wasn't sure what lay within, but the footprints indeed came to an abrupt halt at this spot. With a glimmer of hope, Qin Si moved forward, only to find nothing ahead. And the footprints ultimately vanished at the entrance of a chamber. Sure enough, places like this were always shrouded in mystery, but surely it was filled with zombies, right? Perhaps even the zombie leader. As Qin Si pondered, he lingered at the entrance of the chamber. But it soon proved that he wasn't mistaken. As he ventured inside, he discovered all the zombies had congregated in the innermost room. Although there was no sound around, Qin Si felt an overwhelming noise, as if thousands of zombies were growling right beside him. Before long, he arrived at the doorway, standing to the side, taking a deep breath, but still hesitating to look inside. Unbelievable, he muttered to himself, raising his foot to step inside. But it seemed that a massive figure was kneeling at the entrance. It emanated an aura of dark malevolence, and at that moment, the stench of decay wafted into Qin Si's nostrils, making his nose sting. He dared not speak and could only silently wonder, what on earth is that thing at the door? It's radiating dark energy, it must be a zombie. But why is it still kneeling at the entrance? He turned to get a better look inside, and was shocked to find that the figure on the ground was indeed a zombie. Moreover, there was more than one zombie crawling on the floor, seemingly engaged in some sort of fervent prayer. Looking further, he realized that all the zombies were kneeling in an oddly reverent manner, and they were facing a person who seemed to be seated in the distance. Chapter 51. Back to the shelter. Something feels off. Qin Si's heart skipped a beat as he spotted a familiar figure sitting ahead. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Si had just gone through that harrowing experience and had been in close proximity to Yang Feng, he might not have dared to recognize who was sitting there. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yang Feng. Qin Si was taken aback, gasping in shock, his hands trembling slightly. Yang Feng. He still didn't dare to speak, silently repeating the name in his mind. But he was already drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. A chill ran down his spine as he instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was definitely Yang Feng. His clothes, his demeanor, everything was exactly the same. Following Yang Feng's arm down, Qin Si noticed that he appeared completely unharmed, with no signs of injury whatsoever. Qin Si was utterly baffled by Yang Feng's strange situation. Just moments ago, in the midst of the swirling dust, Yang Feng had been killed in battle against Li Hu. And there were indeed remnants of Yang Feng's clothing among the severed limbs on the ground. Yet now, he sat there at ease, as if nothing had ever happened. The sight of the zombies kneeling before him, accepting him so calmly, was even more astonishing. Yang Feng, how bizarre you are. You were dead, and yet here you are, sitting as the leader of this horde of zombies. That beam of white light earlier must have come from you. Recalling the scene from just moments ago, all the zombies had seemed to hear a strange sound, causing them to rush toward that direction. When the sound faded, they stopped, only to have an unusual disturbance arise from this side. With white light suddenly shooting up into the sky, the zombies went wild, rushing forward as if they had lost all reason, desperate to be at the front. Qin Si couldn't help but marvel at the situation, only to realize that the one commanding the zombies was none other than Yang Feng. Why was this happening? With another sigh, Qin Si had reached the back door. Yang Feng likely wouldn't see him from there. Qin Si sidled in and positioned himself at the back row. He slowly crouched down, trying to blend in with the others around him, so that he wouldn't be discovered by Yang Feng. Wu, all my subordinates, heed my command. It was Yang Feng's voice. This time, Yang Feng didn't speak aloud, but Qin Si could hear Yang Feng's voice echoing throughout the room. Had he misheard? For a brief moment, Qin Si doubted himself, but he quickly shook his head, convinced that it was indeed Yang Feng's voice. After all, when Qin Si and Li Hu had first found Yang Feng, he had spoken in the same manner. His memory was suddenly pulled back to a few hours earlier, when he and Li Hu rushed over and found Yang Feng sitting not far away. Li Hu was in front, and upon hearing Yang Feng's voice, he quickened his pace. But Qin Si sensed something was wrong. Yang Feng hadn't even opened his mouth. Where was that voice coming from? Just like now. However, at that time, Qin Si didn't think much of it, and simply followed Li Hu's lead. As time went on, Yang Feng remained silent, and there was a heaviness about him, as if Qin Si were carrying a 1,000-pound stone on his back. He reached out to touch him, and could even feel the icy chill of his skin. For a moment, a sense of unease washed over Qin Si, similar to the anxiety he felt at that moment. The man clenched his silver teeth, watching Yang Feng command the zombies, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Yang Feng, he silently thought, still too afraid to voice his concerns. It seemed you had become the leader of this horde of zombies. Is it because of your strange behavior before? Qin Si suspected that Yang Feng had likely turned into a zombie as well, but he had no proof. At that moment, Yang Feng sat there, surprisingly resembling a normal person. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. If these zombies suddenly realized he was present, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. He needed to leave. With that thought, Qin Si quickly slipped out from behind the door. Just then, Yang Feng's eyes slowly opened, staring directly at the spot where Qin Si had just been. An oppressive, dark aura suddenly surged around him. For a moment, Yang Feng gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to crush Qin Si. Half an hour later, "Hey, Qin Gu is back." Qin Si finally returned. "Yang Gu, come out and take a look." A group of people had been waiting at the door for some time. As soon as Qin Si walked in, they enthusiastically greeted him. The man still felt a bit dazed and glanced back at their reactions, asking, "What's going on? Why have you all been waiting for me at the door?" One of Li Hu's subordinates clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't that right? We heard you left early this morning, but no one knew where you went. With things being so dangerous lately, we were all worried since you hadn't returned for so long. By the way, where's Li Hu?" How was Qin Si supposed to explain? Li Hu had been sent away for betraying him. He might have already turned into a zombie by now. Qin Si forced a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, "I'm not too sure about Li Hu's situation. I'll explain later. But right now, I have other matters to report." Many were curious about what Qin Si wanted to say. Behind him, Yang Peng's gaze was sharp. He scanned the surroundings, but noticed no one else behind Qin Si. In a sudden, cold tone, he asked, "Where's Yang Feng?" Qin Si's mind went blank for a moment. His finger trembled, then he looked up at Yang Peng, who had put an arm around his shoulder as they headed upstairs. "I want to talk to you about Yang Feng. Let us go upstairs. As for this group behind us," Qin Si didn't finish his sentence. But Yang Peng understood. "Everyone out. We have matters to discuss." With a single command, the group had no choice but to obey Yang Peng and retreated from the room. Qin Si then stepped inside, casting a deep glance at Yang Peng. "Now that they're gone, what is going on? Why didn't Yang Feng come back with you? Don't rush to ask me. I actually want to ask you how much you know about Yang Feng's predicament." Yang Peng was taken aback and looked up at him. "What do you mean? Do you think Yang Feng's situation is just about some external safety concerns? Or is he being besieged by a large number of zombies?" There was a moment of silence in the space. Qin Si shook his head, a deep look crossing his eyes. "When I got there were many zombies around Yang Feng. I couldn't handle that many by myself, so I had to come back to inform you first. But you need to prepare yourself mentally." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Feng. Yang Peng's words trailed off, unable to continue. But he knew in his heart that with Qin Si's expression, it was highly likely that Yang Feng wasn't in a good situation. Chapter 52. Bringing back the body. Let me briefly explain the situation at that time, but there's no need for you to rush. You just need to listen to me recount it in detail. After Qin Si finished speaking, Yang Peng's expression changed once again. He pondered for a moment before looking up at Qin Si. "You can go ahead. When I got there, Yang Feng was already surrounded by zombies. After I dealt with those zombies, I finally had time to check on Yang Feng's condition. But the bad news is that Yang Feng was already dead." At this point, Qin Si cleared his throat and instinctively reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table. He pulled one out, lit it, and the swirling smoke made him sneeze several times. Then, Yang Peng's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Are you serious? Qin Si, you're not lying to me, are you?" "Why would I lie to you?" Qin Si took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. After Yang Peng finished speaking, the man scoffed coldly. "Is this your first day in this apocalyptic era? You should know how powerful these zombies are. Yang Feng was alone, without any protection or suitable weapons. Did you really expect him to come back alive?" Qin Si briefly explained that after he dealt with some of the zombies, he intended to bring back Yang Feng's body. But unexpectedly, more zombies appeared afterward. Qin Si stated that he didn't dare to linger, as his weapons were not sufficiently prepared. so he had to rush back to report the situation. He laid everything out, fully explaining Yang Feng's perilous encounter. But he didn't mention the fact that Yang Feng had already turned into a zombie. Yang Ping, I don't know what you're thinking, but I need to tell you, you shouldn't talk about Yang Feng's incident. Yang Ping was taken aback, confused by Qin Si's meaning. Why? What is there to hide? Do you want everyone to fall into panic? They will definitely be curious about how Yang Feng died and what he looked like when he died. How will you explain that? Qin Si's words suddenly left Yang Ping speechless. He paused, unable to respond for a long time, until Qin Si let out a long sigh and continued. Also, as long as no one mentions it, let this matter pass quietly. Yang Peng also wanted things to be settled quietly. However, for him, this was a mental burden that wasn't easy to shake off. I understand. You should go back and rest. Thank you for your hard work today. By the way, when I was waiting for you at the entrance of the shelter, everyone was asking about Li Hu. They seemed quite worried about where he is. The mention of Li Hu struck Qin Si like a thunderclap. The memory of Li Hu's betrayal and self-preservation flashed vividly in his mind. If Qin Si hadn't discovered it in time, he might have been backstabbed by Li Hu that day. Yet, he also knew that Li Hu's actions were merely for his own benefit. People are selfish. If one doesn't act for oneself, they are doomed to perish. Li Hu. Qin Si was about to leave when he heard Yang Peng's question, and he instinctively paused. Did Li Hu go out with you? How come you're back? But he is not here? Qin Si still didn't know how to explain himself to the other party. To be on the safe side, he could only fabricate a random lie. I'm not sure, but I remember he came back first. I stayed behind to deal with the aftermath of Yang Feng's situation. By the way, there were too many zombies at that time. We could barely protect ourselves. If it weren't for my experience, I might have been done for. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, trying to use the zombies to confuse the issue. As expected, Yang Ping behind him didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, gazing deeply at Qin Si's back. This time, he dug his fingers into the flesh between his thumb and index finger, stopping only when a few drops of blood began to surface. On the other side, phew, I'll just go home first. Qin Si slipped out the back door, avoiding everyone's gaze, his mind solely focused on returning home to quickly enter the mysterious space. Only there could he acquire more weapons and have a chance to deal with that horde of zombies. If it weren't for the fact that I only had armor on me back then, I might have taken care of those zombies long ago. He muttered as he twisted the lock on the door. A refreshing breeze rushed in, and he noticed the window on the left was open, allowing a considerable amount of wind to blow inside. For a moment, Qin Si was dazed, thinking that perhaps a thief had broken in. But after recalling, he realized that he had left the window open before he left. First, to the alternate space. He didn't have time to think too much and hurried into the mysterious space, planning to exchange weapons with the mysterious figure. However, this time, the mysterious person crossed their arms over their chest and, with a sharp gaze, scrutinized Qin Si from head to toe before saying, "How many times has it been now?" Qin Si didn't understand the implication. Huh? I don't think I've been here much recently. The last time we chatted, I let it slide since you're my old friend and didn't ask for anything in return. But this time, their expression was vague, their eyes glimmering with shrewdness. Even without continuing, Qin Si understood their meaning. Every time he came to exchange weapons, he had brought treasures or antiques to trade. But this time, he had no time to search for such items and rushed into the mysterious space empty-handed, which was rather unappealing. We're friends, right? How about a line of credit? Credit? Exactly. Qin Si slapped his thigh excitedly. We've known each other for so long. You should know my character. Anything, I guarantee. I promise you, I won't deceive you. I have urgent matters today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so reckless. Then tell me, what is so urgent? The question piqued Qin Si's interest immediately. I can tell you this. I discovered a gathering place for zombies and found that some people, after turning into zombies, did not lose their consciousness. Instead, they became intelligent living zombies. To be precise, I still can't tell if they are human or zombie. The mysterious figure expressed disinterest in that detail and directly urged Qin Si to get to the point. The point is the weapons I have are not enough. If I want to completely deal with these things, I might need to have more of a conversation with you. The mysterious figure shrugged and scanned him from top to bottom. Then tell me, what kind of weapons do you want? Handy ones. Effective ones. Capable of taking on 10 or even 100 opponents. The mysterious figure sighed deeply and ultimately agreed to let Qin Si take the weapons and treasures on credit. With these items, he felt confident enough to return to that place. After leaving the mysterious space, Yang Peng happened to text Qin Si, expressing a desire to meet and talk. Qin Si didn't refuse, thinking he had things to say as well. What do you want to talk to me about? After they met, Yang Ping struggled to find his words, stammering for a long time but unable to say anything. Growing impatient, Qin Si interrupted. Well, since it seems you're having trouble speaking, I'll go first. Yang Peng shot him a sidelong glance. What do you want to say? I want to go back to that place from this afternoon and bring back Yang Feng's body. Chapter 53. Escorting Qin Si. Qin Si did not tell Yang Peng the truth. He returned once more, but only to bring weapons to deal with the remaining zombies. As for Yang Feng, he needed to uncover the truth behind everything. At the very least, he wanted to know why Yang Feng had become the leader of the zombies and why he had done such unfathomable things. With this thought in mind, Qin Si felt a growing urgency to leave. However, Yang Peng wore a troubled expression, hesitating as he glanced at Qin Si before slowly lowering his gaze, remaining silent. Yang Peng, why aren't you speaking? I'm going back to retrieve Yang Feng's body. After all, he was our friend. Since he's gone, it doesn't really matter whether I bring the body back or not. It's getting dark. Are you sure you want to go? After he finished speaking, he shot a sidelong glance at Qin Si, but that glance contained a myriad of emotions that left Qin Si utterly perplexed. Why not go? Qin Si looked outside, realizing it was indeed getting dark. But if he moved quickly enough, he could easily return before midnight. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I promise I'll be back before midnight. It's just about bringing someone back, nothing too difficult. Yang Peng was taken aback, swallowing hard. Didn't you say there are still other zombies around? Trust me, I've got plenty of experience. Those zombies can't harm me. Qin Si asserted confidently, patting his chest in assurance. Yang Peng was momentarily stunned and had nothing more to say, so he reluctantly agreed to let him go retrieve Yang Feng's body. However, after Qin Si left, Yang Peng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There was an oddness about Qin Si this time, something he couldn't quite put into words. But he sensed an underlying worry. It was now 7 in the evening. The sun had set, and darkness was creeping in. As Qin Si walked along the road, an inexplicable anxiety washed over him, as if someone were following him. This thought suddenly solidified in his mind. Hey, a familiar voice called out, and a graceful figure flashed past his view. It was Li Yue, accompanied by a group of people, boldly blocking Qin Si's path. What had started as a solitary journey now turned into a grand display of her entourage. What are you doing here? The man felt suspicious and instinctively maintained a safe distance from her. Unexpectedly, Li Yue's gaze shifted suddenly, and a glint of sharpness flickered in her dark pupils. Of course. I'm here to discuss a partnership. Tell me, are you interested in making a deal with me? Qin Si dared not refuse her outright. The agents behind her were all strong and towering, holding sizable iron rods in their hands, as if ready to thrust one into Qin Si's abdomen should he disagree. You tell me, Qin Si replied, casting a wary glance at her while remaining tense. Moreover, he held his weapon tightly, ensuring that Li Yue could not get close. I know what you want to do, but are you sure it's safe to go alone? You know? He looked at Li Yue with skepticism, clearly not believing her words. To his surprise, the other person scoffed coldly and said slowly, Everyone in the shelter has been talking all day about how Qin Si has been gone for so long without returning. Is it possible that something went wrong? I just sent someone to investigate, and guess what? I found out all about your plans and schemes. A deep look crossed Qin Si's eyes. When he went to that place, only Yang Peng and Li Hu knew where he was. Now he was the only one who came back. Yet Li Yue had discovered his whereabouts. This showed that her capabilities were not to be underestimated. She must have been playing the part of a fool all along. So what? Qin Si was not easily fooled. He raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, What plans and schemes do I have? I just want to rescue Yang Feng. I don't care what you went there for, but you should know that it's dangerous. Are you sure you can come back alive alone? Li Yue's question made Qin Si fall silent for a long time. She was right. He didn't fully understand the situation over there. To be honest, Yang Feng had already turned into a terrifying zombie, and Qin Si had no idea whether he was alive or dead. Going alone was indeed unsafe, which was why he had contacted the mysterious person to exchange for a bunch of weapons. Yet, even with that, he still felt uneasy. What do you mean? He glanced at Li Yue and then at the people behind her, guessing her intentions. Sure enough, the woman smiled and spoke without holding back. I have people. You have a way, so why not cooperate? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Qin Si didn't respond. Li Yue was more straightforward. I can bring people to protect you. But I have conditions. You must tell me the secrets of the technology. Only then can I guarantee your safety and ensure you come back alive. The phrase come back alive sent a jolt of anxiety through Qin Si. He took a step back, remaining cautious, but Li Yue showed her sincerity and assured him first. I won't use this against you. Although I have my own motives, at least this time, you'll have bodyguards, right? This deal intrigued Qin Si. Although he still had doubts about Li Yue, at least they were at peace for the moment. Li Yue thought Qin Si would refuse, and she had prepared to continue the standoff. To her surprise, the next second, Qin Si smiled and readily agreed, Of course, but I have conditions too. Only if I return safely to the shelter can I tell you the secrets of the technology. It's a deal. On this journey, both of them had their own hidden agendas. But at least Li Yue kept her promise. When they encountered some wandering zombies, before they could get close, Li Yue swiftly dealt with the threat for Qin Si. Surrounded by protection, Qin Si felt like the center of attention. The further they walked, the more pronounced the dust and sand became. Qin Si felt a bit anxious and quickly reminded everyone, stay safe. The path ahead isn't exactly smooth. The zombie's nest is just inside that ear chamber over there. Li Yue focused her gaze and indeed spotted a hidden ear chamber shrouded in dust. This time, she held her breath and obediently stayed close to Qin Si. I mean, you don't have to be this close to me, Li Yue said, retreating slightly and gradually leaning against Qin Si's arm. The moment their bodies touched, Qin Si shivered and quickly retorted, I'm not afraid of dying. You don't need to protect me like this. Before Qin Si could say more, Li Yue interjected, no way. I have to keep you safe. What if you die? What will happen to the secret I want? As they spoke, the group had already reached the entrance of the ear chamber. There was nothing particularly strange here. The horde of zombies was still lying on the ground, and low growls could be heard coming from inside. Chapter 54. The stamp. Is this the place? Li Yue took a deep breath and boldly stepped forward. Qin Si was startled and quickly grabbed her wrist, whispering a warning. What are you doing? Li Yue blinked innocently and replied, I'm just scouting for you. Qin Si felt a wave of embarrassment. Did she even realize how dangerous it was inside? If there were still zombies lurking around, Li Yue would be walking straight into a trap. And if Yangfeng was there too? Who knew what tactics he would use to counterattack? Li Yue, however, was undeterred and marched bravely inside. If Qin Si hadn't reacted quickly, she might have already turned into a live target. Stay behind me, I'll go in first. Li Yue was indignant. Thinking Qin Si looked down on her, she coldly huffed. What? Do you think I can't protect you? Or do you not want me to know the secrets inside? Qin Si rolled his eyes, not waiting for her response before pulling her behind him. What secrets could there be? If I didn't want you to know, I wouldn't have brought you here today. Just be smart when we go in. There are zombies everywhere, so caution is key. Qin Si's sudden concern caught Li Yue off guard. Typically tough and unyielding, his words left her a bit flustered. You guys follow us. Protect Qin Si, she ordered, and several burly men rushed to her side. But Qin Si was alarmed and quickly pushed them away. There are too many filthy things inside. I'm familiar with this place and can guide you all in. If you lead the way, we might end up with a lot more corpses here. Fine, he had a point. Li Yue fell silent and quietly followed behind Qin Si. The group successfully made their way into the inner chamber of the ear room, following Qin Si's lead. The zombies were still kneeling on the floor, their low growls piercing through the air. Qin Si clenched his fists and glanced at Li Yue. Be careful, the zombies inside are quite powerful. No one is allowed to rush in without my permission. If they notice us, it will be a disaster. Li Yue nodded, understanding. After he finished speaking, he stealthily moved inside. Meanwhile, Li Yue lingered at the entrance, peering in. There were still plenty of zombies, but the figure of Yangfeng was missing from the front seats. Hey! Realizing this, Qin Si raised his foot to enter. Li Yue, startled, reached out to stop him. But Qin Si slipped past her like an eel. Before long, he had blended in with the group of zombies. Colonel! Li Yue immediately wanted to follow him in. But an agent behind her grabbed her wrist and warned in a low voice, it's dangerous ahead, don't go in. Though they said it was dangerous. Qin Si moved through the zombies as if he belonged there. He was cautious, and it seemed the zombies didn't even notice him, ignoring his movements entirely. Qin Si, Li Yue called out in a hushed tone, trying to get his attention. However, Qin Si did not turn back to look at her. Instead, he continued his exploration ahead. He had never imagined that one day he could freely navigate among zombies. The zombies crawled on the ground as if under a spell, leaving Qin Si puzzled. Yet his exploration never ceased. In front of him, amidst the stark white walls, he noticed a stamp affixed to the surface. Taking a deep breath, the man tiptoed over and reached out to take the stamp from the wall. This stamp. Before the construction of the shelter, humanity still had many stamps. However, in the rush to build the shelter, those stamps were not brought inside. People at that time unanimously believed that with survival so uncertain, who would carry stamps? Who would they mail them to? The zombies? They thought it was useless to bring such things. Better to carry more weapons and food. Surviving in the apocalypse was the real concern. Those useless items were better left behind. Qin Si agreed and did not take the stamp. But at that moment, the stamp unexpectedly appeared in the chamber, filled with zombies. Something felt off. Hey, Qin Si, what are you looking at? Did you find something? Should we deal with these zombies? Outside the door, Li Yue was still waiting for Qin Si's orders. Little did she know that Qin Si had tucked the stamp away. And after circling around, he finally came out. His first words were, let's go. Go? Where to? Li Yue peered over Qin Si's shoulder and caught sight of the group of crawling zombies. She thought such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Rather than fleeing in a panic, It would be better to take out a few more. Don't you have weapons on you? Besides, there are so many of us. If we don't deal with these zombies now, when will we? She insisted. This is a great opportunity. It's useless, Qin Si said, patting her shoulder as he led Li Yue towards the exit. The agents behind them were puzzled but dared not act on their own. So they could only leave the chamber looking dejected. These zombies aren't as simple as you think. I can sense that there are other groups of zombies lurking nearby. If we make too much noise, we will definitely attract them, and then. He looked at her seriously. You won't be able to run away. Li Yue was not afraid, but Qin Si's words were chilling. After hearing him, she involuntarily shivered, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Let us go check outside. The endless sand and dust continued to swirl as if it would never cease. Li Yue didn't know Qin Si's intentions and could only follow behind him, seemingly wandering aimlessly. But only Qin Si knew that he was thinking. Where did Yangfeng go? He had watched Yangfeng turn into a zombie, and then he had seen him leading the other zombies in a fervent prayer. But now, where was he? Hey, Qin Si. Isn't there someone ahead? Just as Qin Si was lost in thought, Li Yue suddenly exclaimed loudly. Qin Si didn't have time to cover her mouth, so he followed Li Yue's movements and looked straight at Yangfeng. Instinctively, Qin Si murmured a name. He focused intently. And every detail of that person's figure, outline, and features was exactly the same as Yangfeng's. But now he couldn't be sure if this person was truly Yangfeng or a zombie. Qin Si, what are you staring at? Is this the person you were looking for? Come on, let us go check it out. Qin Si never expected that after wandering around outside, he would find Yangfeng. Even more surprising was that Yangfeng was sitting on the ground, looking drowsy, as if he had suddenly awakened after a long slumber. Upon seeing Qin Si and the others, he immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Hey, I'm right here. Joy and excitement. These were the two emotions Qin Si could see on Yangfeng's face. Chapter 55, collecting stamps this time. His voice came from his mouth. Qin Si couldn't tell if he was dealing with a man or a ghost. Even his steps were hesitant. But Li Yue was already charging towards Yangfeng like a wild horse that had broken free. A group of agents followed closely behind her, as if they were ready to engage in a fight. Hey, what are you doing here? There are so many zombies inside. Didn't they attack you? Clearly, Li Yue was unaware of the dangers. Upon seeing Yangfeng, she sprinted over, even cheerfully greeting him. Qin Si was taken aback, his heart racing. He wanted to intervene. But just as he was about to speak, Li Yue was already by Yangfeng's side. In that instant, Qin Si really wanted to criticize this reckless teammate. How are you? Were you hurt by the zombies? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so down? To Qin Si. It seemed like Li Yue was concerned about Yangfeng. However, in Qin Si's eyes, he harbored hostility towards Yangfeng. He gritted his teeth, as if ready to rush over and grab Yangfeng by the collar to demand answers. He wanted to ask, what the hell are you? A man or a ghost? I don't know. Yangfeng shook his head, looking innocent and bewildered. I have no idea what happened. I woke up here. And just when I was about to call for help, you all showed up. Li Yue pondered for a moment before asking, what happened before we arrived? Do you know that there are zombies in the cave behind you? If you had woken up a little later, you might have ended up as their prey. Her words were enough to frighten Yangfeng. Indeed, he stepped back, panic evident in his eyes. He glanced at Li Yue, then looked at Qin Si, and finally sighed in relief, saying, that scared me. But thankfully you're here. Still, I don't remember what happened. All I know is that I was sleeping. And when I woke up, everything felt so unfamiliar. By the way, where is this? Li Yue didn't answer, as she was just as clueless. The only one who knew anything, Qin Si, stood coldly opposite Yangfeng. His stern face bore no expression, making it hard for anyone to approach. Li Yue looked up, wanting to speak, but she was inexplicably intimidated by Qin Si's aura. She froze, slowly falling silent, unable to utter a single word. Are you sure you don't remember anything at all? This time, Qin Si didn't respond to Yangfeng's question, but instead asked sharply. Yangfeng pushed himself up from the sandy ground, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and muttered to himself, of course I don't remember. By the way, why are there so many people in black behind you? Qin Si, are you here on a mission again? What about those? Oh, did you deal with the zombies in the cave? Now, Yangfeng appeared to be just a normal person. He was able to converse without any barriers. His voice was not coming from the air, but was genuinely emanating from his throat. Qin Si was puzzled. But as he watched Yangfeng standing calmly in front of him, he found himself at a loss for words. All right, you all head back first. It's too dangerous here, and no one knows when the zombies inside might decide to go on the attack. If we don't leave, we could end up wiped out, Qin Si said, gripping his weapon tightly and casting a determined glance at Li Yue. You take him back. Li Yue was taken aback, puzzled by Qin Si's sudden trust in her. Me? She looked between Qin Si and the others around them. Why should I be the one to take him back? You seem to care about him more than I do. Enough. Just hurry and go. You staying here won't help at all. It's better to take Yangfeng back to rest. I'll explore a bit more before I leave, Qin Si insisted. Still hoping to send Li Yue and Yangfeng away first. This was the only way he could continue his exploration of the ear chamber. In his mind, he wasn't just thinking about Yangfeng. There was also the stamp on the wall of the ear chamber. And he had accrued so much debt. He had to find a chance to repay it. If he didn't bring back something valuable, how could he explain himself to the mysterious figure? The stamp wasn't anything rare. Its value certainly didn't compare to the weapons the mysterious figure had given him. He was quite self-aware about that. No way. Just as Qin Si had arranged everything, Li Yue suddenly pouted and refused. I'm not going back. Who knows what you might do once you're away from us? Qin Si, don't forget our agreement. I said I wouldn't go back on my word, and you leaving now doesn't change that. Staying here won't help either, so why the insistence? Li Yue scoffed, her anger simmering. What do you mean it won't help? I have so many people behind me. Aren't they a workforce? Qin Si was at a loss for words. But Li Yue stood her ground. And let us not forget, our agreement is set. I promise to protect you. And if something happens to you, how can I be sure you'll tell me what I want to know? This girl was quite cautious, Qin Si thought, chuckling despite his frustration. All right, since you're so adamant, you can come with me. But what about Yangfeng? His gaze turned skeptical, landing on Yangfeng. Yangfeng, full of confidence, patted his chest and declared, I'm perfectly fine. No need to worry about me. Since you have things to do, I'll go with you. Qin Si couldn't help but think, what a situation. What was supposed to be a solo mission has turned into a group outing. With no other choice, Qin Si had to lead everyone into the ear chamber. Before he could say anything, Li Yue was already questioning him. You say there are zombies inside. Sure, these ones are motionless for now. But why do you insist on going back? Is there a female zombie in there that has caught your interest? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Si was so exasperated he couldn't finish his sentence, shooting her a glare. But Li Yue wore a triumphant smile. As if teasing Qin Si was all in good fun. Behind her, Yangfeng glanced around nonchalantly. She was right, there wasn't much to see here. What are you hanging around for? Qin Si cleared her throat and spoke casually. Yangfeng, could you do me a favor? Yangfeng turned back with a cheerful smile. Sure. What do you need? Qin Si pretended to be looking for stamps, but in reality, she wanted to observe Yangfeng's every move through this task. Yangfeng was so calm, almost too calm, which made Qin Si suspicious. Stamps? Yangfeng paused, puzzled. In the apocalypse, why would anyone want stamps? Qin good. When did you develop a hobby for stamp collecting? Beside them, Li Yue chimed in. That's true. Qin Si, why on earth would you want stamps? Chapter 56. Confession. Qin Si couldn't be bothered to explain much. The most important thing right now was to quickly find what he wanted. He glanced at Li Yue and Yangfeng before casually explaining, it's just a collection. Yangfeng was skeptical. A collection? Why haven't I heard about this before? Plus, it's the apocalypse. What we need are weapons and food. What's the use of stamps? When we established the shelter, we didn't bring in a truckload of stamps. I know. Qin Si said as he searched, fabricating a lie. Who knows, maybe after the apocalypse is over, these stamps will be valuable. Why are you talking so much? Are you going to help look for them, or not? Go on, look. Of course I'll look for them, Qin Ge. Yangfeng replied with a forced smile as he stepped out of Qin Si's sight. Li Yue, however, gave Qin Si a deep look and added, I'll help you look as well. Everyone, go find stamps. At her command, the bodyguards behind her swarmed in to assist. As expected, Qin Si suddenly had a large group of helpers. They managed to collect quite a number of stamps without attracting any zombies. Even Yangfeng exclaimed, I didn't expect to see these things after the shelter was established. I thought stamps had disappeared long ago. Qin Si felt a sense of satisfaction. After obtaining the stamps, he planned to head back, knowing this place wasn't suitable for lingering. All right, everyone, let's go. He tucked the stamps away and glanced at Yangfeng and Li Yue. That's enough for today, we should head back. Qin Si thought this trip had been quite fruitful. Not to mention, he had gathered enough stamps to exchange for the weapons he had borrowed. With that in mind, he remained silent on the way back. When they reached the fork near the shelter, Yangfeng went to report to the command center, while Qin Si parted ways with Li Yue. Qin Si, don't forget what you promised me, Li Yue said, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Qin Si understood what she was implying, which caused his mind to momentarily blank. After a second of hesitation, he replied, I know, but I have other matters to attend to right now, so I can't discuss it with you. If you're not in a hurry. Before he could finish, Li Yue sharply interrupted him. Qin Si paused, and she continued, I know what you mean. You still need to report back, right? That's fine. Just remember your promise and don't forget it. If you're free tomorrow, I'll arrange to meet you again. We can discuss tomorrow's matters then, but since I've already made a promise, I won't go back on it. They said their goodbyes at the fork. As Li Yue watched Qin Si's departing figure, one of her agents looked puzzled. Colonel, why did you let Qin Si go? This was such a good opportunity. We could have coerced him. After he finished speaking, Li Yue shot him a disdainful glance from the corner of her eye. Qin Si is not one to be easily swayed. Even if you were to hang him up, if he doesn't want to speak, he won't. Instead of making the situation tense, it's better to go along with him, especially since he has already agreed to it. But why wait until tomorrow to reveal the secrets of technology? What if Qin Si doesn't have time tomorrow? Li Yue inexplicably trusts Qin Si. Deep down, she believes that even if he doesn't have time, he will make up for today's promise in the future. On the other side, after returning to his residence, Qin Si pondered for a long time. The sudden revival of Yang Feng is indeed strange. Or rather, everything about Yang Feng today is bizarre. First, Yang Feng was attacked by zombies. Then he suddenly resurrected on Qin Si's back, and afterward, his severed limbs inexplicably appeared before Qin Si. He initially thought Yang Feng was dead, yet he somehow became the leader of the zombies. Not only that, but at that moment, Yang Feng acted just like a normal person. However, he emanated a power that seemed to control all the zombies. Moreover, by the time Qin Si brought Li Yue over, Yang Feng had actually come back to life. He even claimed not to remember anything that had happened before. This matter was suspicious, and Qin Si felt the need to discuss it with Yang Peng. Hey, do you have time? I need to talk to you. With that thought in mind, Qin Si immediately dialed Yang Peng's number. On the other end, Yang Peng's deep voice, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, replied, I have time. Then I'll come over to find you. Qin Si didn't waste any time with small talk. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone, leaving only the buzzing sound in his ears. At that moment, Yang Peng was sitting by the window, feeling troubled. Qin Si, it's so late. What is so important that you need to tell me? 10 minutes later, Qin Si met with Yang Peng as promised. Yang Peng's eyes held a mix of anticipation and uncertainty, as there was still a lingering tension from their last encounter during the house search. Although Qin Si claimed he didn't care anymore on the surface, Yang Peng was still very much affected by it. Now that Qin Si had taken the initiative to reach out to him, Yang Peng was genuinely curious. What is going on? Did something happen? Can it wait until tomorrow? He gestured towards the window, indicating that it was getting late. However, Qin Si didn't want to beat around the bush and directly said, it's about Yang Feng. I need to clarify something with you. The mention of Yang Feng sent a sharp pain through Yang Peng's heart. Yang Feng, what about him? He asked slowly, his brow furrowing deeper. At that moment, Qin Si sighed deeply and revealed everything he had initially intended to keep from Yang Peng. Actually, when I got there, Yang Feng wasn't dead yet. But he was strange, exuding a terrifying aura that didn't seem human. At the time, I didn't think much of it and carried him, intending to take him back to the shelter, but Qin Si looked up, a deep glimmer in his eyes. While he was on my back, he suddenly turned into a zombie. What? For a moment, Yang Peng doubted the authenticity of what he was hearing. Qin Si's serious expression didn't seem like he was joking at all. What did you say? Turned into a zombie? Qin Si, that's not a funny joke. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Of course not. Qin Si was determined to tell the truth, so he spoke candidly without any concealment. Just listen to me. He continued. Yang Peng's hands trembled, already in disbelief. I thought Yang Feng was dead. After all, I saw a severed limb belonging to him on the way. But when I regained my composure, this group of zombies suddenly charged towards a specific spot, so I followed them. At this point, Yang Peng was already feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't interrupt Qin Si, as he showed no signs of stopping. And guess what? When I went in, I actually saw Yang Feng's figure. He was sitting right there at the front, and there was a group of zombies kneeling below him. Chapter 57. Weapon Blueprints ISNT. This self-contradictory? Yang Peng felt a chill run down his spine and didn't want to admit what Qin Si had said. But Qin Si waved his hand and continued. At first, I thought it was contradictory too, but I'm absolutely sure of what I saw. The person up there is Yang Feng, and this group of zombies is kneeling before him, looking utterly devout. It even makes me question whether Yang Feng is actually one of them. What nonsense are you talking about? After hearing this, Yang Peng slammed his hand on the table in anger. Yang Feng is human. How could he possibly be a zombie? Qin Si, are you out of your mind? If others hear you, what will happen? It's not nonsense. Qin Si was equally agitated. He would rather believe that everything he saw was false. But the reality before him was just like that. The Yang Feng I saw is no longer human. That's why I didn't dare to tell you the truth when I came back. Later, when I said I wanted to take another look, it was because I wanted to find out what was really going on. And then, what did you find out? I discovered that Yang Feng was no longer there. He was sitting outside, looking relaxed, claiming he had just woken up here and couldn't remember anything from before. Yang Peng, doesn't that sound strange? If their relationship hadn't been a bit delicate, Yang Peng would have probably punched Qin Si in the face the moment he heard this. Strange? What is strange about it? Qin Si, I think you're really confused if you can say such ridiculous things. Seeing that Yang Peng didn't believe him, Qin Si opened his mouth to argue a bit more. But Yang Peng had already raised his hand to shoo him away, showing no intention of retaining him. Hey! Qin Si wanted to say something else, but Yang Peng's expression was impatient, clearly not wanting to hear more from him. I don't care what you saw. And I don't believe what you're saying. Qin Si, I know we have some conflicts, but you don't need to use this matter to deceive me. Pushed out by him, Qin Si stumbled slightly. He really wanted to tell Yang Peng that there was definitely something wrong with Yang Feng at that moment. Although he didn't know what the issue was, it was better to be cautious. But Yang Peng didn't care about his feelings at all and wouldn't listen to what Qin Si had to say afterwards, directly kicking him out. I think I've treated you fairly well, even though we had some tension the last time I searched your house. You don't need to hold a grudge against me like this, joking about Yang Feng's situation. I'm not holding a grudge against you. No need to say more, it's getting late, and I need to rest. Qin Si, you should think about it carefully when you get back. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Qin Si stood at the door, dumbfounded. He had no words to respond to Yang Peng's actions. He knew this was Yang Peng venting his frustration and also his unwillingness to face what he had said. Outside the door, however, many onlookers passed by and pointed at Qin Si, as if discussing something significant. Look, Qin Si and Yang Peng are at odds again. I see. Yang Peng is just being petty. Qin Si didn't say anything, yet he is acting all sneaky. Look, this clearly shows they couldn't come to an agreement. And he just kicked Qin Si out. There is no need to talk like that, right? After all, the relationship between these two is quite delicate. Everyone watched as Qin Si left the building. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the entire shelter. Yang Peng didn't take Qin Si's words seriously. He just considered them nonsense. Meanwhile, Qin Si was worried, mumbling to himself on the way home. Let go of the need to help others. Let go of the need to help others. As long as he didn't care about it, Yang Peng's words wouldn't affect him. To be honest, what happens to Yang Feng has nothing to do with him. Even if he turned into a zombie once they returned to the shelter, he wouldn't be the one getting attacked. Qin Si reassured himself, thinking he had weapons to deal with Yang Feng if necessary. As for the others, well, it's not his fault Yang Peng doesn't trust him. With that in mind, Qin Si entered the mysterious space again and encountered the mysterious person. I knew you'd come, the mysterious person said, casually crossing his legs in a striking manner. Qin Si glanced at him and eagerly pulled out what he had. I'm very trustworthy. I said I'd owe you. And I definitely want to go back on my word. I've finished my business, and these are for you. Take a look, do you like them? The colorful stamps spread out on the table were quite eye-catching. The mysterious person was overjoyed upon seeing them, repeatedly praising Qin Si for his skills in acquiring such rare items. Qin Si thought to himself that if it weren't for the zombie outbreak, there would be even more of these. If you like them, these stamps can be exchanged for the weapons I owed you a few days ago. Is that enough? Of course it is. The mysterious person was knowledgeable and recognized Qin Si as a trustworthy individual, so he didn't beat around the bush. After a quick compliment, he agreed to give Qin Si a blueprint. Here, this is for you, he said, pulling out a piece of paper from behind him. Qin Si was astonished, wondering where the blueprint had come from. The next moment, he was left speechless, staring at the open blueprint that detailed various weapon manufacturing methods. I'm giving you this blueprint today. You should know how important you are to me, right? Now that the blueprint was in his hands, Qin Si was overjoyed. This also meant that if he needed weapons in the future, he wouldn't have to exchange anything with the mysterious person. He could create new items based on the contents of the blueprint himself. Are you sure this blueprint is for me? He was so excited he almost squealed. And the expression on his face changed dramatically as he looked at the other man. However, the mysterious person calmly nodded, showing no concern for the blueprint in Qin Si's hands. What he cared about were the stamps on the table. Of course, if you have any questions or don't understand something, feel free to ask me. But the blueprint is very detailed, and I believe with your intelligence, you should be able to create weapons of equal capability, right? This is. Qin Si thought to himself, feeling even happier. He said goodbye to the mysterious figure and returned to his lab, where he began crafting numerous weapons according to the blueprints. The mysterious person's words were indeed true. With Qin Si's abilities, he could easily replicate new things. In fact, given enough time, he could innovate. At that moment, Qin Si was completely focused on his research. But his father's phone kept buzzing. By the time Qin Si heard the ring it was already the 10th call from his father. What's wrong, Dad? Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Si wedged his phone between his shoulder and ear while using both hands to finalize the weapons. However, his father's voice on the other end was tinged with an unusual urgency. Qin Si, you need to come back and take a look. Your mother's heart condition has flared up, She's in critical condition. We're already at the hospital, but you know how things are at the shelter. Hurry, Qin Si. Chapter 58. Qin Si's mother admitted to the hospital. Qin Si was somewhat taken aback when he suddenly received a call from his father. However, the news on the other end left him even more surprised. He froze for a moment, trembling for several seconds before finally asking, "Is this true? You're not joking, are you? How? How could this be possible?" A barrage of questions and disbelief filled his mind. Qin Si put down the weapon he was holding and quickly exited the laboratory. The next moment, his father's voice came through again. "Am I joking with you? Hurry and get over here. We can't wait any longer." As the call ended, Qin Si felt a surge of panic. Just before the line went dead, he had heard the chaotic sounds of footsteps and voices on the other end. He knew the situation at the shelter all too well. The space was already small, and the hospital had been established for emergency care, but there was hardly enough room to accommodate so many people on a regular day. As one of the initial founders of the shelter, Qin Si was well aware of the circumstances. He could almost visualize the chaos in the hospital without his father needing to elaborate. Sure enough, "Qin Si, you finally made it." As Qin Si pushed his way through the crowd, he found his father with tear-streaked cheeks. This was probably the first time Qin Si had seen his father cry, and it was heartbreaking. "How's Mom?" Qin Si's concern rang in his ears. He anxiously scanned the area, wanting to get a clearer picture. But there were too many people around, making it impossible for him to see if there were any available hospital rooms, let alone find his mother's figure. His father choked out, "The hospital is overwhelmed. You can see the situation. They said there are no available beds for the time being. This can't be happening." Without waiting for his father to continue, Qin Si slammed his palm against the wall with a loud thud. The sound drew the attention of those around him, who turned to look. Qin Si spoke in a low voice, gradually regaining his composure. "All right, Dad, you wait here. I'm going to handle this right now. We can't have no hospital room." With that thought in mind, Qin Si felt a rush of determination. He jogged his way to Yangpeng's office, knowing he had to seek help from him to find a bed for his mother as quickly as possible. Yangpeng. This time, Qin Si didn't even knock. He barged right in, startling Yangpeng, who nearly spilled his coffee all over himself. The coffee stain made him frown, and the next second, he snapped, "Qin Si, I told you, before you enter my office, you need to. I don't have time for this." Without waiting for Yangpeng to finish, Qin Si cut straight to the point, grabbing Yangpeng's wrist without any courtesy. "I need your help." Yangpeng was taken aback, almost spilling the rest of his coffee. To his surprise, Qin Si sat down directly across from him, looking serious. "My mother is critically ill, and we need a hospital bed now. I just went to the hospital, and it's overcrowded. I really had no other choice but to come to you. After all, given your status, people are more likely to yield." Yangpeng is the backbone of the shelter. Although Qin Si has control over the weapons, it is Yangpeng who handles all matters, big and small. Some may not respect Yangpeng, but they have no choice but to follow his orders. Qin Si is aware of this, so he didn't overstep but chose to resolve the issue through Yangpeng. Upon hearing this, Yangpeng felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and his expression changed. "What is the situation with Auntie? There are no available beds, and surgery hasn't been scheduled yet. I need your help. I can trade with you." Yangpeng was initially inclined to agree, but before he could speak, Qin Si surprisingly said, "Trade something with me?" For a moment, Yangpeng's eyes widened with excitement. He cautiously glanced at Qin Si and quickly asked, "What do you have to trade?" It's worth noting that Qin Si has plenty of valuable items, so if he was willing to offer something, it must be significant. At that moment, Qin Si was flustered and didn't he notice the glint in Yangpeng's eyes. He continued, "I can give you one of the weapons I made myself. Here, take this." As he spoke, he pulled out a treasure from his pocket. Although Yangpeng didn't know its exact function, it looked impressive with a faint white glow. He had never seen such a rare item before, and when Qin Si handed it to him, he felt a bit overwhelmed. But Qin Si had a purpose. "Yangpeng, I'm giving you this. You need to help me with this matter." "Don't worry." Yangpeng accepted the weapon without hesitation, and his speech quickened. "I'll take care of it. I'll help you resolve this. It's just a matter of a few words." In Yangpeng's eyes, this wasn't a particularly big request. After all, he had control over the entire shelter. To be precise, with a single command from Yangpeng, even if there were many people involved, they would yield to him. He agreed decisively and added, "I'll arrange for your mother to be admitted right away. So, go home and get her. We'll discuss the next steps when we meet." Qin Si didn't dare to delay. To ensure his mother could undergo surgery, he rushed back to take her to the hospital. As expected, Yangpeng handled the situation efficiently, quickly securing a bed for Qin Si's mother and ensuring the surgery proceeded on time without any delays. Thank goodness. Qin Si ran out of breath, watching his mother finally being wheeled into the operating room, and he let out a sigh of relief. He collapsed onto the ground like a kite with its string cut. His father, equally anxious, nearly broke down in tears and hurriedly hugged Qin Si to comfort him. It's okay, we got her here in time. She'll be fine. Qin Si's voice trembled as he echoed, yes, she'll be fine. Dad, try not to worry too much. Just then, a familiar figure flashed before Qin Si's eyes. When Qin Si finally looked up, he realized that Yang Peng's tall figure was standing right in front of him. Yang Peng gave Qin Si a deep glance, his emotions difficult to decipher. But Qin Si knew he had ulterior motives. How's your aunt doing? The man asked with a feigned concern. Observing the anxious expressions on Qin Si and his father's faces, he awkwardly tried to reassure them. She'll be fine. After all, the room has already been arranged. He mentioned that the current shelter hospitals are not what they used to be, but at least they have something. Qin Si understood his meaning and could only manage a faint smile in response. He didn't know how to say more. With his father present, he had to play along. Thanks to you this time, he said dryly, but his father was even more excited than Qin Si. By the way, Xiaopeng, you arranged the ward this time, right? Uncle wants to thank you. We really appreciate you helping the Qin family out. Chapter 59, The Survivor Conference. For a brief moment, a look of confusion crossed Yang Peng's face. However, he quickly shook his head humbly and pulled Qin Si aside for a private conversation. Uncle, you should rest first. I need to talk to Qin Si. Qin Si, not understanding the other person's intentions, looked at him deeply and asked, what's wrong? As he spoke, he locked eyes with Yang Peng, whose bright gaze seemed to see right through his thoughts. I've already given you the weapons. Is there something you're not satisfied with? This question left Yang Peng momentarily speechless. Of course not. I came here today to check on your mother. But that was just a pretext. The most important part was what Yang Peng said next. So, did you make all these weapons yourself? Of course. Qin Si replied without hesitation, not trying to hide anything. But he noticed that Yang Peng's expression was a bit off. How did you do that? And did all this technology come from scientists telling you about it? It's been so long since the incident, and the scientists are still in contact with you. That suggests you have a good relationship with them. Qin Si realized that there was more to Yang Peng's words than met the eye. However, he didn't directly confront him. Instead, he smirked and said, our relationship is all right. He guided me on how to make these. Qin Si didn't want to reveal any more than that, but Yang Peng was curious and seemed intent on digging deeper. Is that so? If this scientist is so close to you, I'd imagine if you introduced me to him, he wouldn't refuse, right? Qin Si knew it. Yang Peng's real intention was just to meet the scientist. From the beginning, Yang Peng's mind was focused on the scientist. Qin Si let out a cold scoff and asked knowingly, what do you mean by that? By the way, I remember I mentioned before that the scientist doesn't see outsiders. If you want to know about him, I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out on your own. What did that mean? Yang Peng looked puzzled and awkward. But Qin Si was going to make it easy for him. I believe what I said should be clear enough, right? If this scientist is someone you found on your own, I have no right to interfere with your meeting. But an introduction? I'm afraid that's out of the question. Yang Peng snorted lightly, his disdainful gaze carrying a hint of mockery towards Qin Si. He looked knowingly at Qin Si, then glanced at Qin Si's father across the way. A sense of threat began to rise, as if Yang Peng was about to do something. He gritted his teeth and said, don't forget the favor today. I know it was you who helped, but I've exchanged my weapons with you. And that evens the score. As for meeting the scientist, sorry, it's off the table. Before Yang Peng could finish, Qin Si interrupted him directly. He couldn't stand Yang Peng's attitude and didn't want to let him take advantage any further. After the conversation ended, Qin Si's father noticed that Yang Peng's expression was not quite right. When Qin Si returned, he immediately asked with concern, what did you talk about with Yang Peng? He didn't look good. Did you argue? Qin Si shook his head, not wanting to worry his father. It's nothing. I didn't say anything. Don't make things too tense with him. After all, he helped out today. It's better to treat him well if you can. Just make sure he doesn't catch you in a mistake. Got it? Father's words served as a reminder for Qin Si. The man nodded in agreement. The two of them sat in front of the operating room for over an hour. The tension gradually faded, only to resurface soon after. Finally, the door to the operating room opened, and the doctor stepped out. Family members just then, Qin Si, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed forward, attempting to shake the doctor's hand. Fortunately, the doctor was quick on his feet and avoided the gesture. Don't worry, the surgery went smoothly, and there were no complications. That's good. Make sure to take good care of her after you go back. Remember not to overexert yourself. All the additional precautions are listed on her medical record. Feel free to ask us if you have any questions. And if she still feels unwell, come back for a checkup. Qin Si let out a sigh of relief. In the face of the doctor's instructions, he seemed to carry a weight off his shoulders. On the other hand, Yang Peng's dissatisfaction with Qin Si was growing. He was increasingly unhappy with Qin Si's actions. Brother Yang, what are you thinking about? Yang Peng was sitting on the office sofa, lost in thought. When someone knocked on the door and entered, it was one of Yang Peng's subordinates. Seeing Yang Peng's expression, the subordinate immediately sensed that something was bothering him. Are you worried about Qin Si or your own issues? He teased, moving closer. To his surprise, Yang Peng shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. What does it have to do with you? All right, it's none of my business. But I must remind you, Brother Yang, don't create any conflicts with Qin Si. After all, he holds something that we don't have. It's like our lifeline. At that moment, Qin Si, who was holding the lifeline, was still lying in bed, lost in thought. He had just received news that next month there would be another global survivors conference, set to take place at the Jianghuai Refuge. As the name suggests, representatives from survivors around the world would come to participate. If it were lively, Qin Si could even see advanced weapons and technology from various countries showcased in a competitive manner. This thrilling prospect piqued Qin Si's curiosity. A month, he murmured to himself. Feeling relaxed. Give me a month, and I will definitely amaze everyone. In the month that followed, Qin Si didn't go out at all. Instead, he immersed himself in his laboratory. He needed to create more weapons. Only then could he obtain what he desired and secure his future. Qin Si understood that he had made too many enemies inside the refuge. Without some backing, he would likely be devoured by them. A month passed quickly. As Qin Si emerged from his seclusion, representatives from other countries were boarding private jets heading to the Jianghuai Refuge in Long Country. When the representatives from various nations met, the atmosphere in the refuge was bustling beyond words. Wow, I haven't seen a scene like this in a long time. Above, someone leaned on the railing with both hands, looking down with a sense of satisfaction. Representatives from various countries were exchanging pleasantries, speaking in each other's somewhat clumsy languages, sharing the difficulties and events they had faced over the past few months. In the corner, Qin Si quietly observed the scene. Ever since the zombie crisis broke out, he hadn't seen so many people gathered together. This was a good sign. As long as there was hope, we would eventually meet more people. Once the crisis was resolved, he believed that Long Country would return to its former state. Really, that person sighed and fell silent. However, Qin Si nearby caught every word of their conversation clearly. Downstairs, Yang Peng shouted loudly. All the representatives from various countries are here. I declare that the Survivor Conference at the Jianghuai shelter is officially underway. Welcome to all the representatives visiting Long Country. I'm Yang Peng, the head of the Jianghuai shelter. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Wow. Welcome, everyone. Chapter 60. Moral Coercion. You are Li Yue, right? I've heard about you back in the States. The reputation of American agents truly precedes them. The conference began, and everyone split into small groups to discuss topics of interest. As a colonel from the U.S., Li Yue, with her striking appearance, naturally became the center of attention. Upstairs, Qin Si cast a sidelong glance at her. The emotions in his eyes were inscrutable, and there was a depth to them that was hard to fathom. He cleared his throat, his ears perked up, eager to catch what was being said downstairs. Oh, I'm just an ordinary person, she modestly replied. Still so humble, Colonel. Everyone in the States has heard of your reputation. By the way, you didn't come to Longwood just for the conference, did you? Li Yue had already concocted an excuse to bring a large group of agents to Longwood. Her initial goal was to extract some valuable information from Qin Si. Moreover, she needed to figure out what kind of technology he had. However, Qin Si was too sharp and difficult to entangle. Despite her considerable efforts, she still hadn't obtained any concrete information. She licked her lips, lost in thought. Yes, I work at the shelter. I heard there were troubles here in Longwood, so I brought my team over. But you know, good people have their own protection. Her words carried a double meaning as she cast a meaningful glance at Qin Si. Indeed, Qin Si sensed something was off and was about to leave. However, downstairs, someone continued to follow Li Yue's thread of conversation. Isn't their new technology here in Longwood? Someone chimed in. Yes, I heard there's a remarkable person at the shelter who effortlessly saved everyone, and they say there's technology here that other countries don't have. Li Yue. Longwood is truly impressive. Yang Ping on stage also noticed the scene but didn't intervene. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, appearing to enjoy the unfolding drama, quietly waiting for Li Yue to continue. Looks like you've all heard something, Li Yue said, creating an air of mystery to pique their curiosity. Hey, why don't you tell us? You've been in Longwood for quite a while. Have you discovered anything? We're all very curious about the technology here. Who is this remarkable person with so many novel gadgets? At this point, Qin Si was already thinking of leaving, but Li Yue suddenly exclaimed, You still don't know, do you? That person with the technology is right upstairs. Look, it's him. She pointed her finger, cutting through the crowd, directly aiming at Qin Si. Qin Si's footsteps halted abruptly. For a moment, his mind went blank. He realized Li Yue was up to no good. The new technology at the Jianghua shelter all came from Qin Si. As she finished speaking, the room fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds. The compatriots from Longhua held their breath, afraid that Qin Si would be taken away by agents from other countries. Meanwhile, the representatives from other nations had their eyes gleaming, as if they were ready to snatch Qin Si away at any moment. Is it true? Some people raised their eyebrows, looking at Li Yue in disbelief. However, Li Yue nodded firmly and stated, "Of course. The protective shield and armor from Long Country, as well as other weapons. Oh, and the 6 black boxes from before all came from Qin Si. You might not know this, but the reason Qin Si has these is that he knows a scientist." In an instant, Qin Si became the target of everyone's scrutiny. Li Yue continued her impassioned speech, but Yang Peng, worried that others might turn against Qin Si, quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Qin Si has already explained these things, and he has given the black boxes to the agents from the U.S. As for the other weapons, they are all for protecting against zombies. Although Yang Peng wanted to know the scientist's whereabouts and how Qin Si knew him, he understood the principle of not letting outsiders benefit from their own. Qin Si, right? In that case, call him down. We have something to discuss with him. Yang Peng's intervention seemed to have little effect, as the crowd's attention remained fixed on Qin Si. He knew that if he fled, the rumors would only worsen. All he could do was nonchalantly walk down the stairs, appearing calm while turmoil raged beneath the surface. "I am Qin Si," he introduced himself, his demeanor impeccable. As he took his seat, someone from another country scoffed, mocking, "No need for an introduction. We already know your reputation. All the technology from Long Country is in your hands. Qin Si, you have quite the ability, don't you?" It was clear that the comment was not a compliment. Qin Si sensed the underlying meaning. Whether it was an insult or a blatant challenge was unclear. "You flatter me. I only learned about these weapons by chance, and I haven't kept much for myself. Most of it has gone to aid the shelters. Besides, didn't I already hand over the black boxes to the international organization?" After hearing this, Yang Peng chimed in, agreeing, "Exactly. Qin Si has done more than enough. He is one of us from Long Country, and naturally, the technology he obtains is used for Long Country. I hope everyone understands this." The two of them played off each other, but the other U.S. agents were not convinced. Li Yue, watching the drama unfold, pushed Qin Si further into the spotlight. Amidst the discussions, some began to morally condemn Qin Si. "The technology you acquired should all be turned over to the international organization. After all, the zombie crisis is not something only Long Country faces. Every nation is in danger. You can't just hoard these life-saving resources for yourself." Qin Si was left speechless. And the accuser continued, "Moreover, humanity is one. In this time of shared peril, how can there be such a selfish person like you?" This remark clearly struck a nerve with others, who echoed in agreement, "Exactly, Qin Si. If you ask me, all the technology you have should be handed over. Also, didn't you say you know a scientist? Since all these things were given to you by the scientist, why not hand over both the technology and the scientist? We can contact the scientist directly, so we won't have to go through you every time." Their words are laced with coercion and sarcasm. But the common goal seems to be to blame Qin Si for not considering his fellow countrymen from other nations, only thinking about himself and Longhua. Those from Longhua who might want to speak up find it hard to voice their opinions and are quickly interrupted. If Qin Si truly becomes the target of criticism, it seems that the people of Longhua won't have a good outcome either. After all, even if Qin Si is hiding something, the ones who first benefit from the treasures he reveals are his fellow countrymen. "I'm sorry, but the technology one currently possesses is not something I plan to hand over. Moreover, I have already done what I can. I've given the black box to the international organization, and for the rest, I cannot comply." This time, Qin Si was straightforward in his rejection, showing no mercy to others. Li Yue, however, spoke up in rebuttal, engaging in moral coercion. "Qin Si, there's no need to be like this, right? We are all fellow countrymen, all human beings. The weapons you reveal could also save lives." Chapter 61. Another invitation to meet what was said is indeed correct. However, Qin Si is not a saint. He believes he has done all he can. He can surrender some weapons and treasures, and use them to aid the Dragon Kingdom shelter. He can hand over the black box to international organizations, providing inspiration and ideas to other countries. But at this moment, the moral coercion from Li Yue and the others puts Qin Si in a difficult position. The man raised his eyebrows and smirked, his words dripping with sarcasm. "I'm someone who is very clear about love and hate. If someone has helped me, I will repay them 1,000-fold. But if someone stands by and does nothing, I won't show them any kindness in return." After he spoke, the crowd was still somewhat puzzled by his words. But Qin Si scoffed, took a sip of coffee, and continued, "When the Jianghua shelter faced difficulties before, other countries didn't lend us a single hand. If it weren't for our luck, the Jianghua shelter would have been long gone. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Qin Si, however, was unrelenting. Given that, I quietly resolved at that time that I wouldn't help those who stood by and did nothing. His words rang true. Those who had previously demanded that Qin Si surrender his weapons felt a wave of shame wash over them. Yet, amidst the crowd, there were always some shameless individuals who began to question him. Qin Si, we live in the same environment. Although we are from different countries, we share the same planet. We are a community of shared survival. If you don't help us today, tomorrow, we want to lend a hand to the Dragon Kingdom. Someone beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, Qin Si, you can't give up on friendly relations with other countries just because of previous misunderstandings. This remark left Qin Si feeling embarrassed. His expression was troubled, but he knew that if he didn't react, the shelter would certainly become the target of everyone's criticism. Sure enough, Yang Peng on the stage could hear the growing commotion from the audience, and finally couldn't sit still anymore. He slammed his hand down and stood up. All eyes turned to him, but Yang Peng said, Qin Si, come here for a moment. I have something to say. The unexpected interruption gave Qin Si a moment to think. He stepped forward slowly, remaining silent, but Yang Peng leaned in close to whisper in his ear. Don't let the relationship get too tense. Just that one sentence made Qin Si understand Yang Peng's meaning. The two exchanged glances, and Yang Peng added, everyone present is a notable figure from other countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here representing their nations. If things get too contentious today, the people of the Dragon Kingdom won't have it easy either. Qin Si had no intention of handing over his technology. However, out of a sense of humanity, he was somewhat moved by Yang Peng's words. He could offer some technology, but not everything. The man's gaze shifted, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. For a brief moment, he was ready with his speech, just waiting for the right moment to turn and articulate it. But behind him, Li Yue added fuel to the fire with another comment. Qin Si, what are you hesitating for? Do you think the lives of people from other countries aren't worth anything? Yes, but I haven't finished speaking yet. On stage, Qin Si suddenly turned around, cleared his throat, and spoke with righteous fervor. I can provide the technology, but my actions are not out of fear of you. Rather, I am considering the innocent civilians in your country. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Si casually pulled out a USB drive from his pocket, shaking it between his fingers, his tone rising slightly at the end. This USB contains all the manufacturing methods for the armor. As long as you follow the tutorials inside, anyone can use the equipment to create this armor, and the armor can be worn to protect you from zombie attacks. This was likely the only thing he could offer. As for other weapons, those were Qin Si's secret techniques that he could never reveal. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, unsure if Qin Si was lying. However, Yang Peng on stage immediately explained, we have all witnessed the power of the armor in our shelter. If you don't believe it, you can manufacture it and test it yourselves. This armor can indeed protect you from being harmed by zombies. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Qin Si's actions quickly became the focus of attention for various countries. He had shared the technology for the armor, and following the tutorials and data on the USB, countries were indeed able to develop new armor. Overnight, scientists around the world were astounded. The entire scientific field experienced a monumental shift. Numerous shelters around the globe began to follow Qin Si's example, gradually researching and producing even more armor. At this point, the armor was no longer a monopoly of Long Country, nor was it a treasure that only a select few could possess. With the data in hand, countries began to don armor to protect themselves. This farce came to an end only after Qin Si had shared the technology. Afterward, Yang Peng approached Qin Si and, with a serious tone, patted him on the shoulder, saying, I need to talk to you. If you have time, please come to my office. Qin Si had no particular thoughts about it. He just felt that Yang Peng had something weighing on him. Go ahead, he said. Once the office door closed, Yang Peng took a seat, with Qin Si following suit. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains tightly drawn, giving off an air of lifelessness. Qin Si felt puzzled but still asked, what is it? Please get to the point. Yang Peng felt helpless. He knew he had approached Qin Si multiple times regarding the scientists, but he had no choice. For the future, and for himself, Yang Peng had to speak up again. It's about the scientists. Even if Yang Peng didn't continue, Qin Si already knew he was there regarding the scientists. I understand. He leisurely crossed his legs, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Peng, nonchalantly saying, it's about the scientists again, isn't it? Yes, Yang Peng admitted readily. The man's gaze was expectantly fixed on Qin Si. Now that you've shared the technology for the armor, can we also have a serious discussion about the scientists? Once upon a time, Qin Si always used the excuse that scientists don't see outsiders. But this time, things took a turn. Yang Peng approached Qin Si with a glimmer of hope, his eyes shining with something different. He scoffed, shaking his head helplessly. You're only here to talk to me again because of this meeting, aren't you? I know you've always wanted to meet the scientist, and get something beneficial from him, right? Since you're aware of that, I want to beat around the bush. Yongping took a deep breath, about to say something more. But this time, Qin Si raised his hand to interrupt him. Cutting straight to the point. I can consider it, but you'll need to wait. Wait? Why? Yongping asked, confused. Meeting with the scientist requires prior approval. I can ask him, but if he declines, there is nothing I can do. You'll have to wait until after I meet with him to know the specific outcome. As he spoke, Yongping's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He understood that Qin Si's implication was that there was a high likelihood of agreement. Thank you. Hey, not so fast with the thanks. I still have something to ask you. He abruptly interrupted Yongping's gratitude, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is the situation outside the shelter now? Ever since the last zombie attack, I haven't kept up with what is happening in the outside world. Are there any other unusual developments? Chapter 62. Acquiring new technology, unrest. Not really. The office returned to its earlier tranquility. The two of them wore serious expressions and discussed a number of important matters. The news I learned was that for some unknown reason, the zombies outside suddenly retreated en masse. It was precisely because of this that we had the opportunity to hold a global meeting. Retreated? When did that happen? Just a couple of days ago. Yongping casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, answering Qin Si's question somewhat absent-mindedly. You know how dangerous it is outside. No one dares to investigate, so the news isn't timely. A mass retreat of all the zombies is something Qin Si had never encountered before. Since the establishment of the shelter, Qin Si was well aware of the situation outside. However, this time, Qin Si had been in seclusion for a month to study weapons, and had missed some information from the outside world. Yet, Yongping claimed that all the zombies vanished overnight and retreated to a place that even technology couldn't detect. Such strangeness made it hard for Qin Si to believe. Are you sure? He looked at Yongping suspiciously and asked, after the retreat, did those zombies have any other reactions or movements? Not at all. I haven't heard anything from them. Yongping said this nonchalantly, as if it were a simple matter. But Qin Si felt a vague suspicion in his heart. Before he could say anything, Yongping added, Hey, why are you so concerned about this? Isn't it a good thing that the zombies have retreated? It would be even better if they all left. If the zombie era is over, we can return to normal life. Qin Si didn't respond. But he knew in his heart that the zombies retreating was not a good sign, especially such a large-scale retreat. He suspected that this must be related to Yongfang's special mutation. However, this thought only settled vaguely in his mind, and he didn't voice it. I understand now. You tell the brothers guarding the outside to be extra careful, never act impulsively, and if they encounter any unusual movements, they must report back to the shelter promptly. They should never try to handle it alone. Once their conversation ended, Qin Si finally left the office. The man stood on the balcony for a long time, contemplating. He had other thoughts on the matter. Since so many zombies outside have retreated, he suddenly had an idea, slapped his thigh, and said while walking, this is a great opportunity. In that case, I'll take advantage of this time to go outside and gather some supplies. With this thought, he quickened his pace. The man first went home to check on his parents, and after confirming that they were in good health, he decided to leave. His father, with a concerned tone, reminded him, I don't know what you've been busy with lately, but please be careful. Just before leaving, Qin Si felt a sudden pang of emotion at the tip of his nose and said, It's nothing, just normal work. After saying that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Out of curiosity regarding Yongfeng's mutation, Qin Si decided to investigate the original ear chamber. There must be something there that recorded Yongfeng's unusual changes. Even if there isn't, Qin Si thought, with so many zombies over there, they should be able to answer my questions. Thankfully, Li Yue didn't come along. Along the way, Qin Si muttered to himself, feeling a sense of dread about Li Yue. He pressed on until he reached the ear chamber from last time, finally feeling at ease. The ear chamber didn't seem strange at all, and its internal structure was quite ordinary. After looking around, he didn't find anything unusual until he heard a sound. Clink. Qin Si looked down and saw that he was stepping on a coin. It felt hard underfoot. So he bent down to check and discovered it was a silver dollar from the last century. In a daze, the man quickly scanned his surroundings to ensure safety before exclaiming, There is actually a silver dollar in this ear chamber, and it's from last century. As he spoke to himself, a gust of wind blew by. Out of nowhere, a banknote fluttered down and landed right in front of Qin Si. Following his movements, it came to rest at his feet. In that moment, Qin Si was utterly astonished. Banknotes and silver dollars. They actually appeared inside the ear chamber. It seemed this place was truly extraordinary. It contained not only stamps but even silver dollars, items that only existed in the last century. Even if he exchanged them for weapons, it would be more than enough. After the establishment of shelters, human currency underwent a dramatic transformation. These banknotes and silver dollars had become useless. Who knows? Taking them out might even lead to disdain from others. But Qin Si could definitely use them to trade with mysterious individuals for more weapons. With this thought, he happily collected the items, preparing to leave. The ear chamber no longer held any value for him. He wanted to seize the opportunity to explore new places. Meanwhile, on the other side, have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you? A deep voice suddenly rang out, causing the girl standing at the door to shiver. Her gaze was sharp, but a shadow of depth crossed her eyes. After a moment, she looked up at the person across from her, her voice firm. Not yet. Upon hearing this, the person slammed their palm on the table. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the dark room. Not done? You can't even handle such a small task. Tell me, should I still trust you? Another question and warning followed. The person was older, and when he pursed his lips, the lines around his nose were clearly visible. His voice carried a low tone, slowly wafting into the girl's ears. In the dim room, the old man suddenly waved his hand, signaling the girl to come a bit closer. The sound of her shoes clicking against the floor grew louder as she approached. Emerging from the shadows, the girl kept her head down. It wasn't until she reached the old man's side that she lifted her gaze to look at him. Her eyes were sharp like an eagle's, dark and unfathomable. This person was none other than Li Yue. I've been doing my best to handle the tasks you assigned to me, but Qin Si is just too cunning. Constantly trying to change the subject. Li Yue frowned, her delicate brows knitting together, revealing a hint of other emotions. The old man didn't understand what she meant. So he absent-mindedly stroked his stubble and said, Is that so? I've heard that although Qin Si appears cold-hearted, he is actually quite soft-hearted. If you find a way to ask him for something, you might just get what you want. Soft-hearted? Li Yue was taken aback. She hadn't considered that. When she interacted with Qin Si in the past, he had always been unyielding, refusing everything she said. And Li Yue wasn't the type to indulge him either. So their exchanges had turned almost brotherly. Remember, I need the secrets of the new technology as soon as possible. Also, keep a close eye on Qin Si. After the last conference, he has been very resistant to interacting with others. Li Yue understood what he meant. Since the last conference, Qin Si had cut off contact with those around him, only responding if someone approached him first. And Li Yue had no chance to get close to him. I understand. Also, you were too aggressive last time, publicly confronting Qin Si, which made him a target. I imagine he is now wary of you. If you want to get the technology, you'll need to build a better relationship with him. The old man's urging echoed in Li Yue's ears. She paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 63. Indirect approach. I know. Don't worry. I will get the new technology as soon as possible. I understand that the armor Qin Si handed over last time was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman's gaze was sharp, with an air of wanting to dissect Qin Si completely. At that moment, in the office of the shelter, Brother Yang, we found them. Qin Si's parents are at home. But Qin Si isn't there, and we can't be sure when he'll return. Yang Peng casually crossed his legs, leaning back in the chair with a relaxed demeanor. However, when the person reporting to him spoke, Yang Peng suddenly opened his eyes and shot a cold glance at him. Qin Si is out. Is he on a trip or just taking a break? The person held a document, the contents of which Yang Peng was unaware. But what he did know was that he needed to talk to Qin Si's parents. Since he couldn't get anything out of Qin Si, he would try a different approach and go after his parents instead. He had heard that Qin Si was on a trip, but the exact destination was unclear. Some insiders said that Qin Si left yesterday and did not return last night. Before he left, he specifically went home, probably to check on his parents. Qin Si had always been someone who was well prepared. He wouldn't put himself in danger, nor would he let anyone find a weakness to exploit. With this thought, Yang Peng's eyes shifted, revealing a stark contrast of emotions. Even the words he spoke carried a hint of something deeper. Perfect. Let us go over there right now and catch him off guard. With that, he stood up and walked toward the door. His subordinate quickly followed, but couldn't help but ask, Boss, are we going to cause trouble for Qin Si's parents this time? Of course not, he replied briskly. As Yang Peng strode ahead, his steps quickened, while his subordinate, unaware of the situation, hurried to keep up. When they reached Qin Si's front door, Yang Peng paused, his movements slightly hesitant. He was still conflicted, but before he could decide, his subordinate knocked on the door first. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Knock, knock, knock. A sense of dread washed over Yang Peng. Huh, Xiaopeng, what brings you here? Come in, come in. The door opened quickly. Before Yang Peng could say anything, Qin Si's parents welcomed him inside. Yang Peng felt a whirlwind of emotions, his expression hard to read. Uncle, Aunt, no need to fuss. I just have a couple of questions to ask, and then I'll be on my way. The air froze for a second. Qin Si's father stood still, casting a wary glance at him before quickly asking, What? Questions? Are you asking us or Qin Si? After a moment of thought, he added, If you're looking for Qin Si, he isn't here. He probably can't answer your questions. No, 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 I'm here to talk to you. Yang Peng forced a smile and boldly sat down on the living room couch. His gaze was sharp, and he had no intention of giving Qin Si's parents a friendly face. After all, he was here to interrogate, not to engage in small talk. All right. You two sit down. I just have a few questions to ask, and then I'll leave. Qin Si's mother felt a bit anxious and quickly grabbed the old man's arm. The father furrowed his brow, forming a deep crease, and after seating his wife, he looked at the visitor with a face full of skepticism. What do you want to ask us? Well, do you know who Qin Si usually interacts with? The implication was clear. Were there any close friends he had regular contact with? Or anyone he frequently communicated with when he was at home? Whether through phone calls or in person, was there anyone like that? Qin Si's parents typically did not live with him. They had only brought him home now because his mother was ill. However, the father knew very little about Qin Si's situation. In fact, he could be described as somewhat clueless. The man hesitated, glancing around awkwardly. We're not really sure. He usually stays alone in his room. And I haven't seen anyone invite him out. As for phone calls, there is not much noise coming from his room, so it's hard to hear. Is that so? Yang Peng raised an eyebrow, planning to probe further. You see, we've recently discovered that Qin Si has been meeting some rather unusual people. There are all sorts of rumors circulating in the shelter. Some even say that Qin Si is colluding with foreigners and planning to betray the Dragon Kingdom. The father gasped and quickly waved his hands in denial, insisting that Qin Si was not that kind of person. But Yang Ping remained casual, continuing to dig for information. Oh, don't be so anxious, uncle. It's not a big deal. I'm just a friend checking in. I just wanted to ask if Qin Si has made any special friends recently or if he has been hanging out with anyone. It was unclear whether the father saw through Yang Ping's intentions or if he truly was unaware of the situation. The man shook his head and waved his hands again. Denying, I wouldn't know about that. You'll have to ask Qin Si directly. A moment of silence hung in the air. The father forced a dry smile and added, Qin Si isn't one to actively make friends. Besides, he is an upright person and wouldn't collude with foreigners. I think you should really investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, his social circle seems quite clean, and I haven't noticed anything unusual. This statement essentially provided Yang Ping with an answer, though it wasn't the one he was hoping for. All right, he said through gritted teeth, feeling quite helpless. I understand now. I won't disturb you two anymore. On behalf of our shelter, I just wanted to check in on you and express my concern for Qin Si's family. Yang Peng didn't linger any longer. Even as Qin Si's father invited him to stay for dinner, which he hurriedly declined. As he stepped outside, he felt a bit dazed. He had initially thought he could gather information through Qin Si's parents, ideally uncovering the scientist's true identity, but instead, he had come up empty-handed. On the way back, one of Yang Peng's subordinates looked puzzled and asked, Yang Ge, why didn't you just ask directly? Why beat around the bush? Yang Ping shot him a glare. And he explained, I see that Qin Si's parents are decent people. If you confront them directly and threaten them, I can't believe they won't talk. Yang Peng sneered and, as if teasing a child, asked like what? Like, just tell them that the scientist Qin Si knows has been discovered by various countries. If they don't reveal the scientist's true identity in time, their whole family will be punished. Or you could say that something has happened to Qin Si. And only that scientist can help. The guy continued, Boss, there are so many ways to do this. Why go the long way around? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ping landed a fist squarely on his back and followed it up with a scolding. Qin Si's parents may be older, but they aren't fools. They'll see through such clumsy tactics. Besides, Qin Si will be back in just a few days. They're a family. Do you really think they won't tell Qin Si about this when he returns? The subordinate paused, chuckling at first, but then reconsidered and seemed to agree. Still, he wasn't satisfied. Boss, honestly, everyone can see that you and Qin Si are on the verge of a fallout. What else one more push? Just threaten them directly. I bet Qin Si won't reveal anything. Yang Ping remained silent, but deep down, he knew that this approach wouldn't work. Chapter 64. The appearance of Li Hu. Though the relationship between the two had nearly reached a freezing point, Qin Si held a weapon, which meant Yang Ping would not dare to make things difficult for him, unless Qin Si wanted to sever ties completely. At the same time, Qin Si had stepped into a new area of exploration. The landscape was vast and filled with dust, evoking a sense of an open space in front of an ear chamber. Yet, this place was somewhat different from the ear chamber. As soon as Qin Si entered this territory, he felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart, as if something was about to happen, making his heart race in his throat. The man swallowed hard, forcing himself to suppress his inner fear and continue onward. Ahead lay a thick haze. He couldn't see anything clearly, only the vague outline of low buildings standing in the distance. Qin Si strained his eyes but couldn't make out the landscape ahead. So he pressed on. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. Qin Si clenched his fists tightly, filled with tension. In such an expansive area, he had to summon his weapon for protection. With cold weapons and sturdy gear, Qin Si felt a bit more secure. I want to be scared. No matter what lies ahead. He gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws. Yet, his feet did not stop. He continued to venture forward. This time, Qin Si had come alone, so he needed to be extremely cautious, making sure not to let anything here harm him. There was no one around him. And Qin Si was acutely aware that he had no one to help him observe the surroundings. If he wasn't careful, a zombie could suddenly leap out and take his life. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily silent, and Qin Si didn't dare to speak. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. It was truly bizarre. Deep down, Qin Si silently repeated a phrase, preparing himself for battle at any moment. However, as he moved deeper, he saw nothing at all. Along the way, there were only abandoned items and small, deserted buildings. Qin Si let out a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to let his guard down. This place was so dangerous, yet there wasn't a single person around. Something felt off. It was too strange. I simply don't believe it. As he murmured to himself, Qin Si arrived at a relatively open area. The layout here resembled a mysterious ancient ancestral hall. The intricate carvings above left Qin Si in awe. He gasped, yet his movements were cautious. Without disturbing any living beings around him, Qin Si carefully made his way inside, leveraging his own advantages to successfully blend into the ancestral hall. This place seemed to have been untouched for a long time. Cough, cough. Indeed. It had been a long time since anyone had been here. Qin Si walked forward while marveling at the surroundings. The incoming dust choked him, causing him to cough. At that moment, he stood frozen in place, quickly raising his hand to fan away the dust. And it was this action that allowed him to catch sight of something extraordinary. Wow! He exclaimed in surprise as several bronze Buddha statues suddenly came into view before him. The Buddha statue was either always there or had suddenly appeared. In any case, Qin Si was somewhat surprised when he saw it. He took slow steps forward, eager to investigate. But not far away, a figure suddenly flashed by. Whoosh! The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, just slipping out of Qin Si's peripheral vision. Stunned, Qin Si quickly turned his head, but saw nothing at all. Was that someone? Qin Si felt a wave of panic wash over him. For a moment, he even imagined a ghost story unfolding in his mind. But he knew he couldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was just seeing things. This place had been uninhabited for so long that even the dust was thickly layered. How could there be anyone here? Moreover, if it were really zombies, they would have sensed his presence and attacked by now. Qin Si reassured himself as he spoke, though he was still quite anxious inside. However, at the moment, he was more interested in the bronze statues. If he could bring these back, he could probably exchange them for some valuable treasures and weapons from the mysterious person. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling a bit hopeful. Come on, let us go back with me. I'll store you in my ring space, he said as he took out his ring to start collecting the statues. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a gust of wind suddenly swept past him from behind. Whoosh! It was the same strange sound again. This time, Qin Si quickly turned around, but still saw nothing. Was it just my imagination? The man muttered under his breath, moving his feet quickly, his mind focused on leaving this place as soon as possible. But just as Qin Si reached the doorway, he noticed something was off. On a table by the entrance, there was a spot without dust. The dust couldn't just vanish into thin air. It looked like someone had wiped that spot. There were even fingerprints left behind. Aside from a layer of dust, there was nothing else on the table. It didn't seem like it was the work of zombies. Where zombies tread, there should be bloodstains, but this table had only this one spot without dust. Qin Si concluded that either someone had been standing at the doorway, watching him while he collected the statues, or someone had been here a couple of days ago. But when I first came in, Qin Si recalled how he had entered. He had stood at the doorway for quite a while, noticing that the table was covered in long accumulated dust. Since there was nothing placed on the table, the dust was consistent, but now it had been disturbed. So, when he was collecting the statues, someone must have been standing at the doorway. They were right behind him, watching Qin Si. Whoosh! Again, that strange yet familiar sound. No, this time. Qin Si quickly turned around to see what was going on. But in an instant, Qin Si saw a face that was hard to believe. It was Li Hu. Qin Si was frozen, but he instinctively took 2 steps back. He looked at the man before him. The familiar cheeks and stature confirmed it was indeed Li Hu. But isn't he already dead? Why? Why is he here now? Moreover, when Qin Si turned around, Li Hu was standing right behind him. How did Li Hu get in here? You. Qin Si took a step back, trying to keep his distance from the other man. Li Hu, however, looked confused and kept moving closer to Qin Si. Qin Gu, that familiar voice. In that moment, Qin Si was startled, but Li Hu looked just as shocked. He still had that familiar expression, his brow furrowed, and when he was nervous, his eyes always darted around. This scene left Qin Si feeling a bit disoriented. Qin Good. Why are you hiding? He tilted his head, eager to close the gap. But Qin Si raised a hand, abruptly halting Li Hu's approach. Wait. Li Hu paused. And Qin Si continued. Just stand there for now. Don't come any closer. Li Hu didn't understand what Qin Si meant, but he complied and stayed put. Not moving around. He looked around and then back at Qin Si, asking Qin Ge, where are we? I don't remember what just happened. Just happened? Qin Si felt puzzled, his suspicion evident in his eyes. In his memory, Li Hu should have been long gone. Chapter 65. Taking Li Hu back. Qin Ge. Qin Ge. When Qin Si remained silent, Li Hu had no choice but to move a little closer. But this action suddenly made Qin Si realize that the Li Hu in front of him was not a zombie, but a real human being. Every gesture and movement he made was so natural, just like Yang Feng before. Qin Si snapped back to reality, opened his mouth to say something, but still kept his distance from Li Hu. Let me take a moment. The man stood at the door. Li Hu's words echoed in his ears. But Qin Si was lost in thought. In his memory, he had thrown Li Hu out of the ring space long ago. He recalled Li Hu's desperate voice and knew that at that time, Li Hu had been overwhelmed by many zombies, blood and flesh flying everywhere. That scene was something Qin Si could never forget. But now, Li Hu was standing right in front of him, completely intact and at ease. Which was hard for Qin Si to believe. Qin Ge, by the way, what were you doing just now? When I arrived, I saw you being so cautious and sneaky. Li Hu interrupted Qin Si's thoughts, pointing at the spot where the statue had been. Qin Si was taken aback and quickly explained, it's nothing. Don't think too much about it. He then asked in return, have you been here the whole time? Yeah, but it seems I took a nap. And when I woke up, I was here, but I can't remember anything. So, Qin Ge, where are we? What are we here for? In Qin Si's impression, it had already been a month since the Li Hu incident. Li Hu's sudden appearance now was just as shocking as Yang Feng's at that time. Moreover, Li Hu said he had taken a nap and woke up to find himself here, not remembering anything. This reaction was exactly the same as Yang Feng's. Qin Good. You seem a bit off. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Si's mind was racing with thoughts. Li Hu, however, sensed something was amiss and came closer to show concern. Seeing this, Qin Si immediately stepped back to maintain distance from Li Hu. No, you're overthinking it. Can we go back now? Qin Ge, I just feel like something's not right about this place. There's not a single person around. When I woke up, there was sand and dust everywhere. It was blinding. We should hurry and leave. Of course, let's go, Qin Si said, moving his feet but not allowing Li Hu to get too close. Whenever Li Hu asked questions, Qin Si would find excuses to deflect. Yet, secretly, he was observing Li Hu closely, taking in every detail. Qin Ge, how far is it to the shelter? On the way, Li Hu, feeling a bit tired, couldn't help but ask Qin Si. Qin Si glanced at him and replied casually, not far, just about 5 minutes, we'll be there soon. Li Hu fell silent. However, Qin Si was deep in thought. On the surface, the two were calm, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, Qin Si was already planning to capture Li Hu and Yang Feng separately for questioning once they returned. The situation with those two is really strange. Qin Si initially thought that Yang Feng and Li Hu were both dead, but now, one after another, they are appearing right in front of him, almost giving him a heart attack. Oh wait, hold on. Before leaving this area, Qin Si explored the surroundings. Li Hu, unaware of the situation, had no choice but to wait at the spot for Qin Si. The man took almost everything around that he could carry. Li Hu was puzzled by his actions. Qin Ge, what are you doing with all this stuff? None of it is useful in this era. Qin Si calmly lied in response, it just looks nice. I'm collecting it. Huh, since when did you have a hobby for collecting these things? He didn't answer, and they fell into a silence on the way back. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was almost dark. Fortunately, the two arrived safely without any incidents along the way. Outside the shelter, just as Yang Peng had said, a large number of zombies had retreated. Compared to a month ago, this place was relatively safe. However, Qin Si believed this had to do with Yang Feng. Now, with Li Hu appearing under similar circumstances, he instructed, Li Hu, go up the side stairs at the back door. Qin Si didn't want to alert anyone. He thought it would be best to secretly send Li Hu up without disturbing others. But just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure flashed by behind him, and a seductive voice called out again, Qin Si. Li Yue stepped forward from behind, welcoming the two at the entrance of the shelter. However, when she saw Li Hu, her expression froze for a moment. Li Hu had been missing for too long. During this time, no one knew where he had gone. Some people assumed he had just gone out, as in this apocalyptic era, few truly care about others. But now that Li Hu suddenly returned, if others found out, there would surely be a lot of questioning, and at that point, Qin Si's plans would be ruined. What are you doing here? Qin Si thought of this and cast a cold glance at Li Yue, his words carrying an icy tone. Where is everyone else? His question was probing. Li Yue was taken aback, but quickly forced a smile. Of course, I'm here to find you. I've been waiting for you to come back. You know I have something to discuss with you. Qin Si thought to himself, it must not be anything good. Better not to speak of it. It's getting late. You should head back first. I still have things to take care of. Hey, you promised me something before, and you haven't followed through. Qin Si, how can you be so untrustworthy? Qin Si shot her a sideways glance. Am I untrustworthy? Li Yue, did you mention my name at the meeting to embarrass me publicly, or to make me the target of everyone? After saying this, Li Yue suddenly looked a bit stunned. She forced a shy smile but didn't continue speaking. Li Yue, I haven't settled the score with you yet regarding that incident, and as for what happened before, let us talk about it later. I don't have time to get involved in other matters with you. Hey, why are you like this? Before she could say anything, Li Yue found herself speechless for a long time, frustrated by Qin Si. Beside her, Li Hu was oblivious to the situation. To her surprise, Qin Si boldly walked in with Li Hu, completely ignoring her. Rather than engaging with Li Yue, he chose to directly bring Li Hu inside. In the command center, Yang Peng was caught off guard when someone knocked on his office door. Instinctively, he glanced through the glass window and saw Qin Si but couldn't make out who was behind him. When the door opened and Qin Si stepped in, Yang Peng greeted him warmly, but his words were abruptly cut off as he noticed Li Hu standing behind Qin Si. Li Hu, what's going on? Yang Peng shot a look at Qin Si, but the questions he wanted to ask remained unvoiced. He was curious about why Li Hu was here, where he had been for the past month, and why he had come with Qin Si to see him now. However, these inquiries stayed stuck in his throat. Instead, Qin Si took the initiative, standing in front of Yang Ping and saying, I need your help with something. It's about Li Hu. Could you arrange a place for him to stay? Preferably close to the command center. Huh? Yang Pi was puzzled and slowly asked, is there no room for Li Hu at the shelter? Where was he staying before? Why isn't he going back and insists on staying at the command center? Qin Si glanced at him, and a flash of sharp insight crossed his eyes. Chapter 66, Giving Silver Dollars. As for the extra details, it's better not to ask for now. I'll explain everything to you later. All I need is for you to arrange a room for Li Hu to stay in. It doesn't have to be fancy, just a place to live is fine. Yang Ping indeed didn't pry further, but he still had his suspicions. The man prepared a room for Li Hu, and that very night, Li Hu moved in. Qin Si, on the other hand, returned home to take care of his own matters. After the recent incident with his mother being hospitalized, Qin Si felt a deep sense of guilt and sadness. Therefore, he decided to go back and chat with his parents. After all, he had been so busy lately that he hadn't had the time to talk with them. When Qin Si got home, it was already late, but his parents were still awake. They were genuinely happy to see him return. Why are you back? His father exclaimed with surprise, embracing him with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Qin Si wrapped his arms around his parents and expressed his feelings. Dad, Mom, I just wanted to come back and talk for a bit. I've been so busy recently that I haven't had a chance to catch up with you. His mother, already feeling much better, stood before him with a warm smile. The three of them sat together on the sofa, but none of them spoke at first. After a long silence, his father suddenly mentioned, by the way, Yang Peng came by today. Did he say anything to you? Qin Si's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Hu and Yang Feng, so he was a bit puzzled when Yang Peng was brought up. No. Why did he come? Qin Si asked. I don't know. He just asked some strange questions and then left. Your mom, and I thought you might have gotten into some trouble. But he seemed pretty calm, like it wasn't directed at you. The relationship between Yang Peng and Qin Si was quite complicated. Hearing that he had visited made Qin Si tense up immediately. He raised his eyebrows, looking suspiciously at his father. What did he ask? Well, he asked if you've been socializing lately, or if you've been in frequent contact with anyone. He also asked us who you usually hang out with. We didn't know, so we just answered honestly. Qin Si felt a jolt of alarm. He knew Yang Peng had ulterior motives. So what did you say? I just said we don't really know about your daily life or who you're hanging out with, but you usually stay in your room. And no one really asks you to go out. His father replied, and his mother chimed in teasingly. It would be nice if someone asked you out to have some fun. Qin Si, confused, tilted his head and asked, why? You're not a kid anymore. It would be great to find someone special. However, at this moment, Qin Si hadn't found any girl who caught his eye. Besides, there were very few females around him, except for Li Yue. Hey, son, what have you been busy with lately? I see you hardly come home. You need to be careful out there, his mother said, her worried expression evident. Qin Si couldn't bear to say anything that would make her more anxious. Clearing his throat, his voice came out a bit hoarse. I know. As it was getting late, Qin Si knew he couldn't stay any longer. He still had his own matters to attend to. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Si returned home. This time, he didn't go straight to sleep. Instead, He chose to enter the mysterious space to converse with the enigmatic figure. The person was not surprised to see Qin Si again. On the contrary, he looked at him as if they were old friends. So, are you here to bring me treasures again? Or do you want to take something from me? He had already figured out Qin Si's pattern. It was as if he could tell what Qin Si intended to do just from the slightest smile on his face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Si scratched his head and replied, "Of course, I'm here to bring you treasures." "Then let us see what you've got," the figure said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Si took out the silver dollars he had brought back that day from his pocket. Not only were there silver dollars that had circulated in the market for a long time, but there were also some paper bills. The mysterious figure's eyes widened, and a gleam of excitement shot from them. Wow, this is a good find. He was knowledgeable about such things. Qin Si placed the coins on the table, and the figure immediately picked them up to examine them. Under the bright light, the silver dollars glimmered softly, indicating they were in good condition. "Where did you go to find such treasures? You brought back so many," the figure exclaimed, a hint of greed in his tone. But Qin Si remained calm, pretending to be mysterious as he replied, I can't tell you that, but there are indeed many treasures there. If you like, I can bring you new items next time." Like weapons, he let his gaze linger meaningfully on the figure. The mysterious person understood Qin Si's implication. "Don't worry. I'll extend credit for you. I trust you to get things done. As long as you can bring out these treasures, those weapons won't be a problem." "Great. I like straightforward people like you." The back and forth between them created a friendly atmosphere. The mysterious figure continued to praise the silver dollars, showing an almost obsessive admiration that made Qin Si curious. He couldn't help but ask, in the future world, are there really none of these things? They're just silver dollars, yet you treasure them so much. The mysterious figure's eyes sparkled, and upon hearing Qin Si's question, he felt that Qin Si was blissfully unaware of his good fortune. "Of course," the man said, sitting down and slapping his thigh before carefully putting away the silver dollars. "It's not that there are none. It's just that they're rare. We rarely see such treasures over there. These are very valuable in the future world." It's kind of like the weapons you get, which are also quite precious in your world, if that is how it is." Qin Si began to understand the figure's meaning, but he couldn't help himself. He gasped in curiosity. "Hey, do you think this mysterious space can allow for world travel?" The mysterious figure was taken aback and asked warily, "What do you mean? Since you can take out a spatial ring, doesn't that mean I could also go to the future world?" After he said this, there was a moment of awkward silence in the air. The mysterious figure twitched his lips, firmly rejecting the idea that is not possible. "I understand what you mean. However, looking at it now, traveling to the past would disrupt the laws of time and space. Unless it's absolutely necessary to go back, you should really drop that idea." Qin Si was quite curious about what constitutes an absolutely necessary situation. The two of them were going back and forth like a game of Tai Chi, each wanting to learn something new. In the end, it was Qin Si who conceded, deciding not to pursue the matter further. However, the mysterious figure believed that Qin Si must have a secret in his heart. "By the way, you suddenly came over today and brought me so many things. Are you after some treasure again?" This statement was indeed accurate. Qin Si's eyes twinkled as if he had concocted something remarkable, and he immediately chuckled. "You guessed it. I really do want something." The mysterious figure was taken aback and laughed in response. "Don't be so polite with me. You've taken quite a few treasures from me, and I've given you plenty in return. Being so formal now is really too much." Qin Si knew that the other party understood him well, so he didn't hold back. "No need for formality. What I want is something to dissect zombies." Chapter 67. Glasses and the Truth. Qin Si spoke these words only after deep contemplation. He wanted something that could dissect zombies, primarily to investigate what had happened with Yang Feng and Li Hu. However, he knew he could not dissect those two, so he had to focus his attention elsewhere. The mysterious person, upon hearing this, did not seem surprised. Instead, they raised an eyebrow and said, "Wow, you've grown quite bold. Before, you were only taking things to protect yourself, and now you want to dissect zombies? Are you planning to dissect all the zombies from your era?" Qin Si understood the other person was joking, but he maintained a serious expression and did not engage in banter. "Of course not. Well, I have other uses for this thing. Just tell me if you have something for dissecting zombies." "Of course I do." In that moment, a look of disbelief flashed in Qin Si's eyes. He smirked, a deep thought crossing his mind. Soon, the mysterious person pulled an eye from their pocket and handed it to Qin Si. Qin Si was taken aback and joked, "I'm not nearsighted, you're quite humorous." The mysterious person retracted their hand, giving Qin Si a helpless look. "This is your treasure. Inside, there are nerve cells that can ambush zombies. It may look like just a pair of glasses, but the contents are extensive." "Is it real?" Qin Si exclaimed, still somewhat skeptical. The mysterious person nodded seriously, saying, "Of course. I believe with your intelligence, you should be able to figure out how this glasses work. By the way, the other weapons I gave you can also be studied in conjunction with this, and that blueprint likely has records as well. Take a good look at it when you get back, and if you really don't understand it, come back and ask me. That sounds great. You even provide after-sales service, Qin Si thought to himself, realizing that the things he had taken before were all paving the way for the future. All right, don't worry. Since you've given me such a great treasure, I'll definitely bring more rare items to trade with you. After exiting the mysterious space, Qin Si sat on the sofa, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the glasses. Just moments ago, he had been studying them and discovered that wearing them allowed him to see through certain objects, especially zombies. Qin Si pondered, as long as he had these glasses, could he unravel the mystery surrounding Yangfeng and Li Hu? After all, this situation was too strange. He still couldn't understand how two people who had turned into zombies returned unharmed. Why did they both have the same reaction? Claiming they couldn't remember what had just happened? Qin Si didn't believe it was an accident. He preferred to think it was a conspiracy. With this in mind, Qin Si went straight to the command center to find Yangfeng. Hey, Qin Si, what brings you here? Yangfeng was still awake. It was around 1 in the morning. Previously, Yangfeng was someone who needed to sleep by midnight unless there were special circumstances, but this time Qin Si, feeling a bit suspicious, subtly asked, is there some sort of emergency at the command center? Qin Si knew that Yangfeng would only be wandering around the lobby in case of an emergency, but right now, there was nothing going on. Yangfeng smiled and said everything was normal. Everything normal? That meant something was off. Since there's nothing happening, why aren't you sleeping? Qin Si asked. Oh, I just came out for a walk. I couldn't sleep last night. Too much has happened recently, and I haven't been resting well. The two exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. By the way, Qin Si, it's late. Did you come here for something important? Yangfeng asked. Not really. But I need to discuss something with you. By the way, where's Li Hu now? At the mention of Li Hu, Yangfeng was caught off guard. He glanced at Qin Si and slowly replied, he's in the room on the 2nd floor. When you asked Yangping to arrange a room for him last time, I found an empty one for him. It should still be a single room, no roommate. I need to talk to him. You should come up too. Qin Si was familiar with the layout of the command center, so he didn't hesitate and went straight upstairs. Yangfeng followed behind with a hint of suspicion, still unsure of Qin Si's intentions. Before long, Qin Si pushed open the door to the room. Li Hu was inside, still awake. These two, not sleeping at night, Qin Si was convinced they were hiding something. Hey, Qin Ge, what brings you here? Li Hu turned around quickly upon hearing the voice. And upon seeing Qin Si, he calmed his demeanor and asked, Qin Ge, why are you here so late? Can't this wait until tomorrow? You know it's getting late. While joking, Qin Si asked with deeper implications, it is indeed late, and you two aren't sleeping. Is there something going on? Yangfeng and Li Hu exchanged glances, but said nothing. In the tense atmosphere, Qin Si suddenly sat down and casually pulled out a pair of glasses from his pocket. As he put them on, the world before him instantly changed. To others, the glasses seemed ordinary, but only Qin Si knew they could reveal things invisible to the naked eye. Qin Ge, when did you start wearing glasses? Yangfeng squinted, asking with a hint of curiosity. Qin Si casually made up an excuse, perfectly seamless. Recently, my vision hasn't been great at night. Your room is a bit dark, so I wear these to see clearly. Dark? Li Hu looked around and quickly turned on the lights. But at that moment, Qin Si lifted his gaze to look at Li Hu and Yangfeng. Through the glasses, he saw the internal structures of their bodies. For normal people, the glasses would show blood and organs, but Li Hu and Yangfeng were not normal. Qin Si was shocked but managed to stay calm for a moment before confirming again. This time, he could clearly feel that Li Hu and Yangfeng were not human. Their bodies did not contain blood and organs. Instead, countless insects were sustaining these bodies. In other words, a swarm of insects formed the framework that supported the physical forms of Li Hu and Yangfeng. At that moment, the figures of Li Hu and Yangfeng before him were not the real Li Hu and Yangfeng. Most likely, they were puppets controlled by zombies. They were fake. Qin Si furrowed his brows, disbelief filling his eyes. But just then, Li Hu and Yangfeng exchanged a glance, as if they understood something. In the next second, Yangfeng's face twisted into a snarl, and he lunged at Qin Si, baring his teeth. Li Hu's appearance also mutated, becoming grotesque and frightening. Since you've discovered the truth, then, there is nothing left to hide. Let us fight. The two moved like a gust of wind, their actions swift and their words even quicker. In just a moment, Yangfeng slithered his way to Qin Si's side with snake-like agility, raising his hand to strike down fiercely. Thud. Qin Si dodged just in time, but Yangfeng's sharp claws hit the door with a resounding bang. Yet, it seemed as if his opponent felt no pain at all and brushed it off. Wait. Qin Si tried to reach out to awaken the two, But it was evident that Yang Feng and Li Hu had completely lost control, ignoring everything around them. They didn't care about Qin Si's struggles at all. Chapter 68, Blending Among Humans. Stop. In a moment of crisis, it was Yang Ping's sudden arrival that saved Qin Si. He rushed in from outside, without hesitation, and supported Qin Si's waist. In that instant, their eyes met, and Qin Si felt as if he could sense Yang Ping's strong, powerful heartbeat. The other party asked in a panic, "Are you okay?" Qin Si steadied his emotions and quickly got to his feet, outwardly appearing ready for battle. "I'm fine." But Li Hu and Yang Feng are not human. As Qin Si explained, he was still worried that Yang Feng wouldn't believe him. He furrowed his brows and looked at Yang Peng, fists clenched tightly, his voice carrying a sharp warning. Li Hu and Yang Feng are filled with bugs. It's the bugs that have supported their bodily structure. "Yang Peng, do you believe me?" At that moment, Li Hu and Yang Feng were blocked outside by the railing that Yang Ping had just thrown in. Their actions were so bizarre that Yang Ping couldn't possibly doubt him. "What nonsense are you talking about? The most important thing right now is to get out quickly. Don't get caught up in a fight." As they spoke, Qin Si took out a weapon from his ring space and tossed one to Yang Ping. He had already prepared armor for emergencies. Unexpectedly, before they could even finish their conversation, the two men before them directly transformed into zombies. "Grab your things, let us take care of these two together." With that, Qin Si charged ahead, and Yang Ping followed closely behind, not slowing down at all. Swish. The weapon sliced through the air with a sound like a thunderclap. Yang Ping was initially panicking inside. However, Qin Si in front was like a man possessed, filled with a bloodlust. His movements were merciless, quick, accurate, and deadly. Yang Ping couldn't hold back the onslaught, so he simply followed behind Qin Si, acting as a head collector. "Watch your back." Li Hu's claws swiped towards them. But Qin Si's focus was entirely on Yang Feng. Seeing this, Yang Peng shouted and quickly stepped up to block Li Hu's attack. The claws were merely a millimeter away from Yang Ping. If he advanced another step, he might get his neck slashed by Li Hu. "Be careful," Qin Si warned. But his feet and hands didn't stop moving. In the vast command center, the second-floor room was filled with the sounds of battle. Yet the people in the other rooms seemed completely oblivious, not a single soul coming out to investigate. Yang Peng finished them off. Qin Si didn't want to linger in battle, so he and Yang Ping quickly took care of the two. With two swift sounds, the heads fell to the ground. Li Hu and Yang Feng fell silent. Looking at their bodies lying in a pool of blood, Qin Si couldn't help but feel moved. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a horrifying scene. "Let us go." Yang Ping patted Qin Si on the shoulder, his voice surprisingly gentle. It was hard to tell if he was just putting on an act or if he genuinely wanted to comfort him. "I'll handle things here later. Let us head out first." Afterward, Qin Si and Yang Peng went to the command office together. The two sat in the dimly lit room, not uttering a word. Qin Si kept his head down, holding onto the glasses tightly in his hands. He looked around but couldn't see anything unusual. Meanwhile, Yang Ping felt a whirlwind of emotions inside. He couldn't believe that he had personally killed Li Hu and Yang Feng. "You." After a long pause, Yang Ping slowly spoke. "How did you know that those two weren't normal humans?" Qin Si was uncertain whether to tell Yang Ping the truth. After all, the matter regarding the glasses also needed to be kept secret. The man frowned, his sharp eyebrows knitting together in an instant. Before Yang Peng could ask again, Qin Si quickly fabricated a lie. "Oh, I just guessed." Yang Peng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Clearly, he didn't fully believe it. "Guessed? Qin Si, you don't need to hide this from me. Things have gone this far, and I think we should be more straightforward with each other. Remember, I did tell you before that Yang Feng and Li Hu seemed off, but back then, you didn't believe me. So is it really that strange that I can now tell they're not human?" Qin Si's questioning left Yang Ping at a loss for words. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. "All right, but did you get hurt just now? And by the way, it's so late. Did you come to talk to them about something specific?" Qin Si couldn't reveal that he had come to confirm their identities. But what excuse could he come up with? The man appeared troubled, but in reality, Yang Peng saw through his lies. "Yang Peng, none of that is important. What matters now is that we have a serious issue." He suddenly interrupted Yang Ping, taking control of the conversation. Indeed, Yang Ping was taken aback, and Qin Si continued. "These humans controlled by the bugs look exactly like normal people. Yang Ping, we have to admit that this is something no one can identify. If I hadn't seen Yang Feng and Li Hu die right in front of me, I probably wouldn't have figured it out either." It was a chilling realization. After Qin Si finished speaking, Yang Peng's expression shifted dramatically, almost to the point of gasping out loud. "That's true. Go on," he urged. "What I'm saying is that once they are controlled, ordinary people can't detect them at all, even if they mingle among us. We can't tell whether they are human or zombies. So, this is very dangerous." The implication was clear. If these individuals had already infiltrated, but those around them were unaware, Would they take action while humanity remained oblivious? When you spot one in the open, it means there are many more lurking in the shadows. Moreover, with Yang Feng returning these days, he must have interacted with quite a few people. Whether Yang Feng had harmed anyone was still unknown. Hiss! Yang Peng gasped in shock and echoed, "Yes, the situation is dangerous. We can't be sure how many people in the refuge have been assimilated like this. If Yang Feng and Li Hu have already started attacking while we're not paying attention." Then, the two exchanged worried glances, and their concern was evident. What do we do now? Yang Peng slapped his thigh, looking genuinely troubled. He thought to himself that ordinary people couldn't distinguish who among them was a zombie. Before they go insane, everyone is the same. But this type of zombie possesses its own consciousness and thoughts. They can hide their intentions and successfully blend in among humans. Qin Si, what should we do? We can't tell the difference between zombies and humans, which means we're in the light while they're in the dark. They could easily take action while our guard is down. By the time we realize it, an entire shelter could be turned into zombies. Yang Peng's doubts are not without reason. Qin Si took a deep breath and assured him, "Yang Peng, I have a solution." He hadn't intended to reveal the secret of the glasses. But now, Qin Si understood that if he didn't share the glasses, the number of these zombies would only increase. If everyone can't distinguish between humans and zombies, more people will gradually turn into zombies. Not to mention his parents. Yang Peng furrowed his brows, somewhat confused by Qin Si's meaning. "What do you mean? Do you have a way to tell zombies apart?" At that moment, Yang Peng hit the nail on the head. However, Qin Si didn't elaborate further. Instead, he nodded and replied, "I have a way. Let me explain it to you slowly." Chapter 69, Evolution this time. The reason I was able to distinguish between Yang Feng and Li Hu was because of these glasses. He took the glasses out and placed them on the table, calmly introducing them to Yang Peng. "This is my new treasure, but I just got the hang of it and don't yet know its full use. It was only after using it on Li Hu and Yang Feng today that I could be sure." Yang Peng frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. And he spoke without courtesy. "Is this your treasure?" he asked sharply. Qin Si could only nod in response. However, Yang Peng's next question caught Qin Si off guard. "If that's the case, why didn't you say anything earlier? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Qin Si knew Yang Peng would think like this. 10 minutes ago, he was still hesitating. But now, he realized he had to speak up. If he didn't, it would be the people in the shelter who were in danger. That was not the point. He sighed deeply and proactively handed the glasses to Yang Peng. "These glasses can differentiate between humans and zombies. As long as we wear them, they will reflect different appearances. If it's a human, we see a normal body structure. If it's a zombie," he paused for a second, the air growing tense. "If it's a zombie, then it will look like Yang Feng and Li Hu, filled with bugs." He was doing this solely for the safety of his parents. Yang Peng, however, toyed with the glasses for a while. To be honest, these glasses didn't look much different from ordinary ones. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice their significance. But since Qin Si said so, Yang Peng believed him. After all, Qin Si had never deceived him in such matters. He was a trustworthy person. "Are you sure? These glasses have never made a mistake?" he asked. "At least not so far." There was another moment of silence. Yang Peng didn't know how to respond. But Qin Si took the initiative to assure him. "I promise you, soon I will have scientists produce more glasses for you. By then, we can distribute them to everyone in the shelter so that everyone can tell whether their companions are human or zombies." That was indeed a good idea. But would the scientists agree? After all, the quantity was so large. Yang Peng's doubts, in Qin Si's eyes, were just unfounded worries. Even if the mysterious person didn't provide them, Qin Si had ways to replicate them himself. Of course, he patted his chest, making his assurance sound easy. "All right. Then I'll trust you this time. I know you're not the kind of person who would abandon everyone, so I can wait for you. When the glasses arrive, I'll inform the others." The conversation between Yang Peng and Qin Si continued until the early hours of the morning. They had run out of things to say, and only then did Qin Si head back. However, after returning, he didn't rest. He immersed himself in the laboratory, striving to produce the glasses as quickly as possible. Now that he had the blueprints in his hands, there was no need to trouble the mysterious person. What he needed to do now was to replicate the new glasses as soon as possible and deliver them to Yang Peng. Only by ensuring the safety of everyone in the shelter can Qin Si consider himself successful. He sighed deeply, but his hands didn't stop moving. The technological structure of the glasses was relatively simple, yet it took him nearly 10 days to successfully create them. Although it was a replica, it could achieve a one-to-one restoration. One must admit, people in the future world are incredibly smart. Such inventions are a testament to that. With these glasses, he wouldn't have to worry about distinguishing the new types of zombies in the future. In the past, it was easy to tell zombies apart from humans. But now, zombies are mingling among humans, which indicates that their abilities are gradually enhancing. They are mutating. They are continuously reproducing and evolving. Qin Si can't eliminate all the zombies overnight, but what he can do is protect as many people as possible to the best of his ability. Afterward, Qin Si returned home, and without a word, he handed a pair of glasses to each of his parents. At first, they didn't understand, joyfully asking, "What is this? Is it a new treasure you've developed?" Everyone knew about Qin Si's work at the research institute, and his parents were aware of it too. They understood that Qin Si was equipped with technology, but they also knew his character, so they didn't inquire further. Now that he returned home with the glasses, looking all mysterious, it genuinely piqued their curiosity. "All right, come, sit down. I need to explain this to you properly. And also give you a heads up that things aren't very safe lately. If you need to go out, you must wear these glasses, and remember, safety first." His father took the glasses lightly, playing with them for a while before jokingly saying, "Aren't these just regular glasses? Dad, you don't understand. These are glasses that can distinguish between humans and zombies." Qin Si explained, and his parents were taken aback, clearly a bit in disbelief. However, Qin Si calmly recounted everything that had happened. By the end, his mother, feeling anxious, trembled and asked, "Li Hu and Yang Feng are gone. Have they been taken care of?" Qin Si shook his head helplessly but with regret, implying that he had successfully dealt with the two of them with Yang Peng's help. This revelation made his parents a bit scared. Is it really that outrageous? Yes. And that's why these glasses are so useful. They help you distinguish between humans and zombies. If you encounter a zombie, their bodies are full of bugs. Do not confront them head on. Remember to turn around and walk away, then call me. His father gasped, and Qin Si added, "Also, we still don't know how many of these kinds of people are hiding in the shelter. If there are any other remnants, I need to find a way with Yang Peng to deal with them as soon as possible. So the situation is quite dangerous. If there's nothing urgent, it's better not to go out." His parents trusted Qin Si completely. Since he said so, they complied without hesitation. That afternoon, Qin Si found Yang Peng with the glasses and successfully completed the handover. "Everything is right here," he said firmly, looking directly at Yang. Then, lowering his voice, he added, "Remember, you must be very careful. Don't alert anyone. Choose a few people you trust to wear the glasses and check things out first. Keep the normal ones. And if you encounter any unfortunate situations, don't act impulsively." "I understand," Yang Peng replied as he took the glasses, feeling their weight in his hands. He knew the importance of caution. He needed to wear the glasses himself first to ensure that his subordinates were normal before distributing them. The glasses couldn't be given to everyone just yet. Yang Peng planned to confirm things with his team before discussing the glasses with anyone else. Both men understood each other's thoughts without needing to elaborate further. "I appreciate your hard work on this. If it weren't for your efforts, I wouldn't have known how to handle it," Yang Peng said. "Don't mention it. You focus on what you need to do. I have other matters to attend to," Qin Si replied, turning to leave the command center. Once Qin Si was gone, Yang Peng put on the glasses and began screening the people around him. After confirming that several individuals were normal, he proceeded to distribute the glasses to them. Chapter 70, Zombie Outbreak again with a single command. Yang Peng's team immediately put on their glasses and got to work. He was determined to conduct a thorough check of everyone in the shelter before he would rest. Before waiting for results, Qin Si returned home, intending to spend more time with his parents, so he left the command center early. The next morning, when his father opened the door and saw Qin Si standing there, he was a bit surprised but quickly regained his composure. "What are you doing here?" His face lit up with excitement that was about to overflow. Qin Si took the opportunity to step inside, forcing a smile. "There's been nothing major happening at the shelter lately, so I thought I'd come back to rest and spend some time with you." Qin Si had his own reasons. He knew that the next few days wouldn't be safe or peaceful, and he couldn't bear to leave his parents alone at home during such a critical time. If something went wrong at the shelter or the command center, he needed to be able to protect them as quickly as possible. "Oh please, we're doing just fine. You don't need to come back so often. Just focus on your work." His mother was still as caring as ever, concerned about Qin Si's well-being. But he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, feeling a bit helpless. "Mom, are you saying you don't want me to come back? What kind of talk is that? I'm happy to be here. By the way, about that zombie you mentioned yesterday, the mutated one hiding among humans. Has the command center come up with any results?" As soon as he brought this up, Qin Si's heart sank. He pondered deeply, weighed down by worries. The command center is still investigating, and there is no concrete news yet. However, the best-case scenario is that neither the command center nor the shelter has any infected humans. "We need to stop the danger here." Qin Si was afraid that Yang Feng and Li Hu had already begun a large-scale transmission. If that were the case, it wouldn't be long before the shelter would be completely overrun. At that point, Qin Si would be powerless to help. His mother poured him a glass of water, accidentally burning her finger with the spill. His father hurried over to check on her. But Qin Si was lost in thought, and didn't he notice the scene unfolding. Dad. Mom, it's best if you don't go out for a while. We'll wait for concrete news from the command center before making any decisions. Don't worry. Without your permission, we wouldn't dare step outside. The family of three shared a warm moment, and the topic didn't come up again. The following days were relatively calm. Qin Si didn't notice anything unusual, and the command center hadn't sent any new updates. He thought to himself that perhaps he was overthinking it. Maybe Yang Feng and Li Hu's abilities hadn't reached the point of widespread transmission yet. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. But just then, a sudden disturbance came from outside. Bang! It sounded as if some massive object was slamming against the door of Qin Si's home. Boom! Bang! Xiao Si, what is that noise? The loud commotion had awakened his parents from their deep sleep. They groggily emerged, only to be startled and step back at the sounds coming from the door. Qin Si stood up warily, already in a stance that suggested he was ready to fight at any moment. His eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing beneath them. No. There are zombies outside. That's the sound of zombies. Not some monster, but zombies. The low growl was all too familiar to Qin Si. Whether they were primitive zombies or mutated ones, their characteristics were the same. His heart raced, and his movements became frantic. Fortunately, he had experience. He had faced such scenes countless times before. He thought to himself that this time would also be resolved easily. You all step back. I'll handle this. Qin Si quickly moved forward, weapon in hand, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the creature before him. However, his mother screamed from behind, "Don't go. It's dangerous." She rushed forward, unable to bear the thought of Qin Si opening the door to his demise, but his father maintained his composure. Grabbing his mother's wrist and gently pulling her back into the house. Trust Qin Si. He can do this. Just as those words left his father's lips, a zombie burst through the door. Qin Si's heart raced, but his hands didn't falter. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly drew his weapon and slashed at the approaching zombie. Behind him, his mother's scream pierced the air, and Qin Si turned his head just in time to avoid a sneak attack from another zombie. Thankfully, his father's warning helped him keep his focus. Watch your back. With a rush of wind, Qin Si's fist tightened, and he raised one to strike down. His other hand still gripped the weapon tightly. In a flash, the blade plunged into the zombie's body, causing blood and guts to splatter everywhere. With a sickening squelch, the zombie seemed on the verge of exploding. Realizing something was off, Qin Si swiftly kicked the creature away. But the moment the zombie hit the ground, it inexplicably vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Gone. A new type of zombie. After being killed, it dissipates into the air. This was unlike any zombie he had encountered before. Qin Si clenched his fists tightly, suddenly aware that something was seriously wrong. This was definitely not a simple zombie. Moreover, the shelter and command center might also fall victim to this outbreak. Is it all taken care of? His father asked as he and his mother slowly emerged from the house. His mother, still shaken, took a moment to calm herself before taking a deep breath. It's dealt with, but the zombies disappeared. It seems this is a new type of zombie that is spreading rapidly. We need to be extra cautious. We must not let them succeed. As those words settled in, Qin Si felt utterly exhausted and sat down, gasping for breath. His parents, hesitant to interrupt him, cautiously asked, "What is going on at the shelter? Is it the same situation? It hasn't been peaceful these past few days. How could so many zombies suddenly appear?" Qin Si was just as puzzled. In his view, these zombies shouldn't even exist. After Yang Feng left, most of the zombies had departed, and with Yang Feng and Li Hu's location at the command center, why were zombies suddenly roaming around his parents' doorstep? Upon realizing this, Qin Si felt a wave of panic wash over him, and he slowly uttered, "I'm afraid the shelter and the command center are also in trouble." Yang Peng's message had yet to arrive, and Qin Si had thought he was safe there. Now it seemed that no news was the most frightening thing of all. So, what should we do now? Qin Si, is the Dragon Nation going to perish? His father's anxiety wasn't without cause. Hearing this made even Qin Si feel a bit scared. He suddenly realized that things seemed to be heading in a bad direction. It wasn't just zombies appearing near their home. At the same time, a large number of strange zombies were also attacking humans within the shelter. Help! A scream echoed above the shelter. Some people fell victim to the zombies' claws, while others trembled in fear, hiding in their rooms. But inside the shelter, they were already under siege by zombies. Qin Si nervously swallowed hard, leaving his weapon for his parents before resolutely stepping outside. His mother, deeply worried about Qin Si, grabbed his wrist before he left. "Maybe you shouldn't go after all." But before Qin Si could respond, his father pulled his mother away, looking at her with frustration. "What nonsense. Qin Si is doing this for everyone's sake. Let him go. We will wait for him to come back home." As he made his way, Qin Si felt a mix of anxiety and apprehension, witnessing many places that had fallen. There were plenty of zombies nearby. making it a struggle for Qin Si even to get to this point. Chapter 71. Activating the shield. The low growls continued to echo around him. Qin Si struggled to move, each step taken with utmost caution. Yet, there were moments when he couldn't help but let his guard down. Ahead, a group of zombies was closing in, while more followed behind him. Gripping his weapon tightly, Qin Si swung his arm and charged through the horde. In an instant, he found refuge in a spot that seemed temporarily safe from detection, but it was also here that he noticed dust drifting down from above the shelter. Below, chaos reigned as zombies and humans clashed. Many areas had already fallen. If no one intervened, the entire shelter would likely become a zombie stronghold. It wouldn't be long before it turned into a major gathering place for the undead. Hello? Hello? Qin Si, trembling as he hid, remembered to call Yangping. When Yangping answered, the noise on the other end was chaotic. Qin Si realized that he must be facing trouble as well. The reason Yangping hadn't reached out to him wasn't because the shelter and command center were safe, but rather because there were too many zombies. They didn't have a moment to spare. Thinking this, Qin Si felt a shiver run through him. He quickly asked, "What is going on over there? Are you okay?" Yangping's voice was shaky and hoarse, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. At that moment, he too was huddled in a corner, weapon in hand, protected by armor on his chest. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the items Qin Si had given him, he might have already fallen. "I'm fine, but the shelter has fallen. Nearby residents have been injured, and the people at the command center dare not go out. The situation has spiraled out of control. Qin Si, where are you?" Low growls filled Qin Si's ears once again. He knew that zombies were patrolling the area. The only way to ensure his safety was to escape this place as quickly as possible. Lowering his voice, he tried not to say too much to Yangping, but still managed to give a brief instruction before hanging up. "I'm outside the shelter. The situation is serious. I can't handle it alone. I need to get back to come up with a plan." After hanging up, Yangping continued to hide while Qin Si sought out a small path, slipping silently into the shadows. His priority now was to return home to protect his parents. The area around him had fallen, and Qin Si was no savior. He couldn't save all the residents in one go. All he could do was hurry home to protect those he needed to. 10 minutes later, bang! The door to the Qin family home was violently flung open. Startled, his parents looked up to see Qin Si had returned. Breathless and weary, Qin Si rushed in and quickly shut the door, casting a wary glance at his parents. His mother's worried expression filled him with concern, while his father asked, "What is happening outside? Is everyone okay?" This time, Qin Si chose to be honest. Only by doing so could he protect his parents as best as he could and make them aware of the gravity of the situation. "It's not good." He let out a deep sigh and quickly retreated to his room to prepare his plan. In the midst of the chaos, he took a moment to update his parents on the situation outside. The shelter had fallen, and the Dragon Kingdom was now very unsafe. Even the shelter was not a guaranteed safe haven. "When I went out, the streets were swarming with zombies. It seemed that while we were unaware, the zombie outbreak had already occurred. We just hadn't noticed it until now." His mother trembled with fear, while his father remained relatively calm. How were they going to handle this? They knew that whenever such incidents occurred, Qin Si was always the one at the forefront. This time would likely be no different. "Wait for my instructions. I promise I will keep you safe," he reassured them. "But what about the other residents outside?" Qin Si clenched his teeth, struggling to come up with a good plan. There were simply too many residents, and some zombies were mixed in among them, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. If he tried to rescue everyone, the remaining humans might face even greater danger. Just as Qin Si hesitated, his mother spoke up, "Let them come here." He was taken aback and turned to look at her. She added, "As long as we can ensure safety, we should save as many as we can. After all, they are our neighbors. We can't just abandon them because of a zombie outbreak." "Yes, save as many as possible." Qin Si felt a surge of emotion, but his hands never stopped moving. Once again, he activated the protective shield. Centered around his home, he enveloped the area within a few hundred meters in a protective barrier. The zombies were kept out, but some innocent residents were also separated from the crowd. After finishing this, Qin Si recalled his mother's words. He took out his glasses and shouted from the doorway, "Surviving neighbors, come here for refuge. There's a protective shield here that can keep you safe." The purpose of his glasses was simply to help identify those entering the shield. As long as he could ensure that these people were human, he could provide them a safe place. "Qin Si, be careful," his father warned as he saw people streaming in. They all huddled together, and Qin Si felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was about to step outside to maintain order when his father suddenly grabbed his arm and earnestly advised, "Safety first." Qin Si nodded and closed the door behind him before heading out. Inside the protective shield, the crowd was on edge, their eyes darting around uncertainly. They didn't know if they were truly safe, and they anxiously reassured one another. Amidst the noise, someone could be heard asking, "Is it really safe here?" Is this protective shield really Qin Si's? Nearby, someone nodded seriously. Yes, it's definitely Qin Si's shield. We're near his home. Everyone who came in here. We're all humans, right? Voices rose in agreement, growing louder. We are human. We are human. But one person, uneasy, added, zombies can take on human appearances. We should still be cautious and not trust anyone around us. Don't forget what just happened at the shelter. What do you mean by that? The fact that we all made it in here proves that we are all human. By doubting others like this, aren't you just causing trouble for everyone else? The man sneered disdainfully, standing right in the center of the crowd. He faced everyone's judgment, yet remained unfazed. I say this for everyone's good. Don't forget. The zombies are cunning. They think and even speak just like humans. Until we can be absolutely certain, it's better for everyone to be cautious. With so many people inside, fear of death hung in the air. Upon hearing his words, the crowd within the protective shield began to stir restlessly. Chaos ensued as people started to doubt one another. And some were even ready to throw punches, while bystanders fanned the flames of conflict. Just when tensions reached a boiling point, Qin Si stepped in to stabilize the situation. He's right. Qin Si's voice boomed. As he approached from a distance, his sheer presence silenced the crowd, making everyone think twice before acting rashly. The protective shield isn't as secure as it seems, so it's best for everyone to stay vigilant. Chapter 72. Is it safe with the scientists? Qin Si. Someone shouted in alarm, but Qin Si shot a sharp glance at the person. In that instant, the individual was so intimidated that they immediately fell silent. The air was thick with an awkward tension. Qin Si clenched his fists tightly, watching as the crowd gradually calmed down. And only then did he let out a sigh of relief. For now, we are safe. However, I need to confirm how many of us have made it inside the protective shield. As for the other residents, we can only think of alternative solutions. As soon as he finished speaking, someone coldly scoffed, their voice sharp. Those outside have probably already been eaten by zombies. The remark was startling, leaving even Qin Si momentarily speechless. But he knew he had to focus on counting the number of people present. After a quick scan, he found that quite a few had entered, over 200 people, including Yang Peng, Li Yue, and Li Rue. It seemed they had rushed over as soon as they heard the news, fearing they would miss Qin Si's protective shield. Yang Peng was secretly observing Qin Si, and in that fleeting moment, an idea solidified in his mind. Soon, he called out, Qin Si, I need to talk to you. Qin Si's train of thought regarding the headcount was interrupted. He turned to see Yang Peng approaching him. The next thing Yang Peng said was, come with me. I need to report on the situation regarding the command center and the shelter. It's about the zombies. Qin Si didn't hesitate to follow. The two of them moved away from the crowd to a secluded spot, ensuring their surroundings were safe before Yang Peng slowly began to speak. After you left that day, I sent the glasses down. I can confirm that the people around me are normal, and we screened the command center that night. Most of them were normal as well. Qin Si nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Yang Peng continued, as for the abnormal individuals, we dealt with them, but we forgot about the shelter. I didn't expect that an incident would occur the next day. Qin Si didn't find this surprising. It was inevitable that Yang Feng and Li Hu would come into contact with others. He still had figured out how the virus was spreading. However, he knew that Yang Feng and Li Hu were like the initial carriers of the virus, secretly expanding their influence offline, something both he and Yang Peng had overlooked. Therefore, the fall of the shelter was only a matter of time. Qin Si wasn't shocked by this. In fact, he had anticipated it, though he hadn't expected it to be so severe. I understand that we all overlooked this, but I don't blame anyone. After all, with Yang Feng and Li Hu interacting with so many people, it was bound to happen that they would spread the infection in the shelter. There's nothing more to say. Yang Peng slowly nodded, a deep look crossing his eyes. I've been strictly monitoring the command center, and the situation there is relatively stable. We have weapons for defense. So for now, it's still safe. But what should we do next? Yang Peng's question left Qin Si momentarily at a loss. After all, the original shelter was no longer viable, and the number of surviving humans was alarmingly low. Should we continue to resist, or should we surrender? Qin Si pondered to himself. After all the effort he had put in, it couldn't all be destroyed by zombies in just one night. Yet among the crowd, there were always some discordant voices rising. Honestly, everyone, there's no need to resist the zombies anymore. Sooner or later, we'll be dealt with by them anyway. Why not just get it over with quickly? The conversation between Qin Si and Yang Peng was interrupted. They turned to see the same troublemaker who had become the target of everyone's ire. What did you just say? Everyone has worked so hard for so long just so we could survive safely in the shelter. All the efforts of long war are evident to everyone, even admired by other countries. To say we should give up now is just ridiculous. Not only that, but others joined in the resistance as well. Exactly. Qin Si and Yang Peng's efforts can't be in vain. What nonsense are you talking? We must continue to resist the zombies. It's a long and tough road ahead. but it's worth it for survival. Not worth it? The man raised his eyebrows, completely giving up. He plopped down with a thud, showing no hint of hope or longing for the future. I'm so fed up with this life. Instead of hiding, we might as well go out and fight the zombies head on. At least if we die, it'll be quick. Someone rebutted. Fight to the death? There are so many zombies outside that you probably wouldn't even get close to their leader before being devoured by its minions. Stop dreaming about fighting to the death. Outside the crowd, young Pink sighed, feeling helpless. But deep down, he still carried worry. Qin Si, what should we do next? Should we give up or continue? Of course, we continue. This time, Qin Si's answer was resolute, with no hesitation or room for debate. Yang Ping looked at him. And Qin Si continued, I'll distribute armor to everyone shortly. I see that the number of people coming in isn't too large. And the armor I've developed over the past few days is enough for all. I still want to do something to ensure everyone has safety. At the very least, wearing this armor will help us withstand some of the zombies. Here, this is the armor I prepared for everyone. One for each person. So no fighting over it. It's quite dangerous right now. We need to protect ourselves. This armor will help us resist some zombies, as you all should know by now. Qin Si took out over 200 pieces of armor from his storage ring and began distributing them among the crowd. Everyone's attention was focused on the armor, and no one bothered to question where it came from. However, Yang Ping watched Qin Si pull out so much armor, feeling a twinge of doubt. Come here. Yang Ping pulled Qin Si aside once more, his mysterious demeanor leaving Qin Si puzzled. Yet, a deep look crossed Yang Ping's eyes as he questioned. Is all this armor yours? Or, before Yang Peng could finish, Qin Si seemed to anticipate what he was about to say and quickly interrupted. This armor was given to me by scientists. I developed it based on the data. I remember telling you about it before. Indeed, you did. Yang Peng's eyes flickered. And he quickly said, that's not what I wanted to ask. Since you can create so much armor, I assume the scientists are aware of our situation, right? Qin Si was taken aback, knowing that Yang Peng must be up to something. The glint in his eyes was almost completely captured by Qin Si. But in order to maintain their relationship, Qin Si nodded and replied calmly, they do know. However, about the scientists, I won't ask anything else. I just want to know, is it safe over there? This question truly caught Qin Si off guard. The scientist Yang Ping referred to, based on what Qin Si currently knew, were indeed in a safe place. However, it was just a mysterious folded space. But, did over 200 people really need to go in together? That seemed a bit unrealistic. Moreover, how would they live once inside? The mysterious individuals were from a future world, not some magical genie that could pull treasures out of thin air every day. Would the public eventually think that this scientist was worthless? Chapter 73. The zombie attack again. The more Qin Si thought about it, the stranger he felt inside. He always had a gut feeling that Yang Peng wasn't exactly trustworthy, but to prevent Yang Peng from uncovering the secret he was hiding, he had to say, so what you mean is that you want to go to the scientist's place to hide for a while? Yes. Yang Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he was eagerly anticipating something. Everyone knew that the scientist's place was filled with treasures, and it was bound to be a safe haven. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem to evade the zombies there, right? Qin Si had no idea what other events might unfold after introducing the mysterious person. However, he was certain that with so many people, it was impossible for him to bring them all into the mysterious space. Even if it was in the ring space, it probably couldn't accommodate that many people. Qin Si, I'm not joking with you. Just tell me, is the scientist's place safe or not? To avoid arousing Yang Ping's suspicion, Qin Si pretended to be calm and glanced at him. This look made Yang Ping feel uneasy, but Qin Si said, the scientist is right here. As for how safe it is, you can decide for yourself. Right here? Yang Ping looked around, completely confused about Qin Si's meaning. Right here, is it inside the protective shield, or is it in Long Country? Before Yang Peng could ask further, someone nearby exclaimed, immediately calling Qin Si away. Qin, good. Come help me check out this armor. I don't think I can wear it properly. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Si felt like he had seen a glimmer of hope and hurried over. Behind him, only Yang Peng was left, pondering Qin Si's words. The scientist is right here. If it's really within the protective shield, then his gaze sharpened like an eagle's, scanning from left to right until it finally landed on Li Rue. Throughout it all, Li Rue remained calm and composed. He effortlessly donned the armor Qin Si had given him, as if he already knew how to use it without needing any guidance from Qin Si. While everyone else worried about their future survival, Li Rue seemed entirely detached from the group, even feeling bored if one were to judge by temperament. Li Rue was the most suspicious candidate for the scientist. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Qin Si, being childhood friends. If Qin Si wanted to meet someone familiar, it wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Perhaps Li Rue. Thinking this, Yang Peng directly regarded Li Rue as the mysterious scientist and approached him politely, eager to strike up a conversation. Li Rui was sitting there, glancing up at Yang Peng. His expression remained unfazed, utterly composed. "What's up?" he asked. Such an eerie demeanor only piqued Yang Peng's curiosity further. "What do you think about today's unexpected event?" Yang Peng asked, his question rather nonsensical, leaving Li Rui looking bewildered. The man scanned the surroundings and then looked back at Yang Peng. Realizing he had been too abstract, Yang Peng quickly added, with such a huge incident today. Everyone is really tense, but you seem not as worried." Upon hearing this, Li Rui suddenly understood and smiled knowingly. He lowered his gaze and muttered to himself. "What's there to be nervous about? Just go with the flow. If one day zombies really invade again, none of us will escape. In the worst case, we'll all perish together. After all, this terrible world will come to an end." His words led Yang Peng to misunderstand him. Such a unique statement. He must have a different identity. "Is that really how you think?" Li Rui chuckled, not bothering to refute Yang Peng. "What else could it be? Besides, there are the weapons and armor prepared by Qin Si. Those should be enough for us to hold out for a while. Even if zombies invade, it won't be that easy for them to devour humanity." After saying that, he paused, his eyes narrowing suspiciously as he looked at Yang Peng, laughing even more. "Brother Yang, I never realized you were so timid before." Meanwhile, not far away, Li Rui noticed that Qin Si was alone at last. The crowd of people around him had finally dispersed. Knowing this was a good opportunity, she hurriedly made her way over. "Hey," she playfully tapped him on the shoulder. Looking mischievous, but Qin Si had no time for her antics and simply ignored her. "Hey Qin Si, I have something to say to you. Why are you so warm to everyone else but cold to me?" Qin Si walked ahead, and Li Rui quickly followed. It wasn't until Qin Si sat down on a step that she abruptly stopped and sat down beside him. Qin Si snorted coldly, helplessly smiling. "Other people aren't like you. Always looking for trouble. How could this be trouble? Besides, what trouble have I caused you today? Fine, you have a point." Qin Si couldn't be bothered to argue further and chose to remain silent. "I know you don't want to talk to me, but I have something to say. When Li Hu first turned into a zombie, you must have known something was off, right?" Li Rui was just trying to make conversation, chatting with Qin Si about anything and everything. However, Qin Si knew that Li Rui had other intentions. She might be trying to extract information from him, possibly even plotting against him. "Yes," Qin Si admitted quickly, not intending to hide the truth from her. "You're right. I noticed something was off with Li Hu a long time ago." Li Rui squinted, cautiously glancing at the crowd around them before letting out a laugh. "Interesting. Aren't you afraid they'll blame you once they find out? After all, it was you who let the zombies in, and not just one. I'm sure they understand the dangers of raising a tiger." Qin Si couldn't refute this, nor did he want to. It was true that he brought them in. But he thought to himself that only by doing so could he see through Li Hu and Yang Feng's true motives. At that time, he still didn't know that Li Hu and Yang Feng had already been replaced by a swarm of insects, nor did he know they would continue to develop other zombies. "Li Rui, what do you really want to say? When I let Li Hu in, I was also looking for an opportunity to confront them face to face. You have to admit, I was the one who discovered that they weren't human." "Yes, that's true. However, if the shelter falls, and this matter becomes known to others, Qin Si, you won't be able to escape responsibility." Qin Si was well aware of this, so he had no intention of bringing up the past again, unless Li Rui intended to harm him. "As long as you don't say anything, I believe no one will expose me, right?" Qin Si said sincerely. After speaking, he turned to face her, his eyes suggesting something unspoken. Li Rui opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, a loud bang echoed outside the protective barrier. Immediately after, the low growls of zombies and the screams of the crowd erupted simultaneously. In that instant, the scene descended into chaos. Li Rui hurriedly stood up, her expression a mix of embarrassment and fear as she panicked. "What's happening?" Suddenly, the zombies outside charged toward the protective barrier. Everyone was in a frenzy, rushing to hide behind Qin Si. Only Qin Si remained calm, pulling out his weapon and preparing to confront the situation as if he were heading into battle. Chapter 74. Forcing the surrender of weapons. This doesn't seem right. How do the zombies know we're inside the shield? In a panic, someone in the crowd shouted this out, and sure enough, it resonated with others around them. Yes, previously, when the shield was up, the zombies never acted like this. Once the shield was established, the zombies couldn't sense that there were still humans inside. So what's going on this time? These zombies are incredibly aggressive, attacking us without hesitation. I suspect something is off. Hey, Qin Si, be careful. In the midst of the conversation, Qin Si had already stepped out with his weapon. In that instant, everyone gasped, but no one dared to stop Qin Si's actions. He was too formidable. Despite being surrounded by zombies, his expression remained calm, and his movements didn't falter. In just a few moments, the zombies fell to the ground like rag dolls, dispatched by Qin Si. The crowd's cries seemed to linger behind him. Qin Si, however, shook his weapon thoughtfully, staring at the pile of zombies around him. It seemed that something was indeed amiss. Qin Si, come back. It's dangerous out there. With the zombies dealt with. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Li Yue stood inside the shield, calling out for Qin Si, while Yang Ping, standing beside her, quickly turned to glance at her. He didn't say anything, but he felt something was strange. What was happening outside? Why did the zombies suddenly attack? Hadn't all the previous ones been dealt with? And also, the shield was already up. How could there still be a zombie ambush? As soon as Qin Si returned, Yang Ping pulled him aside for questioning. Clearly, Qin Si was just as puzzled. Furrowing his brow, his expression was hard to read. After taking care of this batch of zombies, he too felt confused. But at least, for the moment, the area inside the shield was safe. I don't know the reason yet, but I want to remind everyone to be careful and not let their guard down. The zombies outside could attack at any moment. In the midst of their conversation, someone exclaimed, the previous shield could block all zombies. Why can't this one? Qin Si was equally baffled, but he couldn't explain it. So he retreated to a different area to rest, leaving everyone with a parting remark. The zombies are evolving, and we need to evolve too. This might just be a warning. Who knows, next time we might not be so lucky to escape their pursuit. As the topic concluded, an air of concern lingered. The people inside the shield exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Before long, someone asked, do you think this armor is really effective? Groups of 2 or 3 gathered to discuss the matter, with some starting to entertain dubious ideas. They joked with one another, but in their hearts, they harbored ill intentions. Always looking to gain something from Qin Si. Indeed, in places where Qin Si hadn't noticed, their sharp glances fell on him as they whispered to each other. By the way, Qin Si has quite a few good things. Since he can give us the armor, can he also share other things? The person across from him suddenly looked enlightened and felt that what this individual said made sense. After all, Qin Si had previously held onto his weapons and treasures tightly. But in a moment of crisis, Qin Si could produce over 200 pieces of armor, which indicated not only his generosity, but also the abundance of items in his arsenal. Just casually, he had over 200. Wow. I think we can not only get the armor but also other good stuff. By the way, when Qin Si went out to fight the zombies earlier, wasn't he holding a weapon? Yes. I've had my eye on that weapon for a long time. I've always wanted it. It has great lethality and can protect oneself. To be honest, I just think that weapon looks really cool. If Qin Si is generous, I'd be happy with just one. Qin Si's act of giving out armor had certainly sweetened the deal for these people. They had tasted his generosity and the protection offered by his weapons, which instantly stirred up some ulterior motives. Some, feeling emboldened, immediately approached Qin Si after discussing among themselves, hoping to get more weapons. Qin Gu, there's something I want to talk to you about. This person chuckled, appearing harmless, but Qin Si was on high alert. Just with that glance, he sensed that this person seemed to have something important to say. Sure enough, Qin Si raised an eyebrow, and the person continued. Since you're so generous to give us armor, I'm sure you can part with some of your other treasures as well, right? The phrase part with was something Qin Si really disliked. He furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening slightly, just as the person across was about to say more. Qin Si suddenly asked why. The person, undeterred, replied confidently, why? In such an unsafe situation, how can we manage with just armor? You still have other weapons on hand. If you want everyone in the shelter to survive, you need to distribute those weapons to us. Qin Si realized what was happening. This was just like when they had pressured him to hand over technology before. They were skilled at moral coercion. Because Qin Si had something they lacked, they felt entitled to force him to give it up. Previously, due to the immense power held by Qin Si and Yang Peng, coupled with the relative peace in the shelter, these people had refrained from causing trouble. But now times had changed. Qin Si clicked his tongue and shook his head with a wry smile. You really are a bunch of vampires. It's not enough that I gave you armor. You're actually asking for weapons too? When you didn't have weapons before, weren't you able to find a stick to use as one? What's the matter? Can't you find one now? Qin Si really wanted to say that just because he had given them armor, it didn't mean he was obliged to keep giving them other things. They were not related, and he believed he had no obligation to save everyone. Within the limits of his capabilities, Qin Si was willing to help. But for excessive demands, he simply could not comply. What do you mean by that, Qin Si? Are you saying you don't want to give us anything? Someone chimed in. Yeah, you have so many treasures. What's wrong with sharing a little with us? You usually act so generous, but now you're being stingy. It seems that the capabilities of these armors aren't all that impressive. With someone as stingy as you, would you really be willing to give away 200 pieces? Qin Si was taken aback and remained silent, waiting for the other person to continue. Who knows? The armors you gave us might just be defective. You probably just want to gain some trust among us. As this was said, the crowd around them grew larger. Among them were some who had previously disapproved of Qin Si, and their agitation intensified upon hearing the comments. Li Yue stood at the back, watching with a look of amusement, eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold. Feel free to check whether the armors I provided are defective. If you don't trust me, then just take them off. Why should I? Qin Si reached out to grab the armor, but the person suddenly panicked. He quickly stepped back, his expression turning wary. Adopting a defensive posture, what you give away is like water spilled. There's no reasoning to get it back. That's true. However, Qin Si had no intention of giving armors to someone like that. He clenched his teeth, a surge of frustration boiling inside him. Qin Si, let me tell you. If you don't hand over the other weapons today, it means you don't want to be on the same page as us. Chapter 75. Kidnapping Qin Si's parents. We're not going to force you. Just hand over your weapons, and we promise to follow your orders from now on. But in such a dangerous situation, Qin Si, how can you still protect these treasures? Isn't that selfish? Qin Si sat on the steps, listening as the voices of condemnation around him grew louder. The criticism directed at him became increasingly outrageous, even escalating to a new level. In that moment, Qin Si suddenly realized that all the things he had done to protect everyone were taken for granted in their eyes. Those who once called him brother could easily stand against him when it came to their own interests. The noise continued, piercing Qin Si's ears. Qin Si, just share the weapons with everyone. What good is armor without weapons? If we want to survive, we need weapons. If you don't give them to us, then introduce us to that scientist. We'll get them ourselves. More and more voices echoed this sentiment, enough to frustrate Qin Si. The man suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. For a brief moment, Yang Ping and Li Yue could see the veins on Qin Si's forehead throbbing. He must be furious. His clenched fists and furious gaze were enough to reveal his anger through these subtle details. The man sneered coldly, then reached out to deactivate the protective shield. As panic spread among the crowd, Qin Si calmly said, "Since you all think I'm unqualified to continue protecting you, that's fine. I'll take down this protective shield. From now on, you're on your own. I, Qin Si, will not take care of you anymore." With that, the blue light of the protective shield gradually faded away. Everyone knew that Qin Si had completely withdrawn the protection. Without the shield, their lives were in imminent danger. If the zombies attacked again, they would be nothing more than a feast, perfect targets. Yang Ping felt a rush of panic and quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Qin Si, why bother? Don't let them get to you. But his attempt to console was futile. Qin Si didn't even listen. His expression remained indifferent as he continued to sit on the steps. His nonchalant demeanor only instilled more fear in the crowd. The 200-plus people quickly split into two factions. One side supported Qin Si, believing that those who benefited from his protection shouldn't demand more. They felt that morally pressuring Qin Si was wrong, and now that they had angered him, he might refuse to protect them altogether. They rallied together to defend him. The other side continued to insult Qin Si, accusing him of being irresponsible and claiming that withdrawing the protective shield at such a critical moment was a direct attempt to endanger their lives. The more they spoke, the less Qin Si wanted to hear. Qin Si, what are you doing? Are you trying to provoke us on purpose? Everyone knows how powerful the protective shield is. By taking it down, are you trying to get us all killed? Qin Si, you're just a coward. They kept ranting at him, but Qin Si remained unfazed. He cast a sidelong glance at one of them and asked, "Let me ask you, who brought out this protective shield?" The scene fell into silence. In the quiet outdoors, someone softly said, "It was Qin Si who brought it out. So I ask you, since this shield belongs to me, do I not have the right to decide whether to open or remove it?" The words were not wrong. However, the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. They opened their mouths, wanting to argue, but Qin Si shot back directly. "I'm sorry, in the past. I was a fool for protecting people like you. I won't do that anymore. You can fend for yourselves now. I will only protect those I need to protect. As for the rest, I don't have the energy to deal with it." In an instant, shock swept through the crowd. Everyone present felt a sense of abandonment, much like stray dogs. Just as the standoff continued, a horde of zombies happened to rush over from a distance. The low growls continued to echo, following the sound. Everyone noticed thousands of zombies charging towards them. Probably because the shield had been removed, the scent of humans became apparent in the nearby zombies. Having caught the whiff and heard the noise, began to converge from all directions without hesitation. Without the protection of the shield, they were like fish in a barrel. The danger of losing their lives was imminent. "It's over." Someone screamed in panic, hiding at the back. "The zombies are coming. Help! The zombies are coming." A massive wave of zombies continued to close in, yet they dared not leave this place. If they ventured out, they would likely become isolated, and the risk of being killed by zombies would greatly increase. But now, without the support of the shield, where could they go? Qin Si, think of something. The zombies are coming." Someone shook Qin Si's arm, only to be brushed off by him. Solve it yourselves. With those 4 words, it felt as if fireworks had suddenly exploded above their heads, scattering them in all directions. If they were to really solve it themselves, who among them could manage to escape from the horde of zombies? Probably only Qin Si could make it out unscathed. At that moment, the armor they wore was utterly insufficient to withstand such a large number of zombies. They would be stepping from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. It's all your fault. Why did you provoke Qin Si just now? Now look, he wanted help. In their panic, the crowd began to break apart once again. Some complained, some made sarcastic remarks, and then someone suddenly knelt down at Qin Si's feet. Brother Qin, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have said those things. Brother Qin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please protect me. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Once one person knelt down to beg for mercy, a second and third followed suit, until those who had just insulted Qin Si were all kneeling and pleading for mercy. The scene became quite spectacular. Behind them, Yang Peng's voice slowly came through. Qin Si, let it go. The zombies are about to get close. Are you really not going to reopen the shield? Li Yue responded. Yes, you should consider not only these people, but also yourself and the other innocent bystanders. Not everyone is insulting you. These people, they were just defending you. As Li Yue's words lingered in the air, Qin Si felt a shift within him. He pulled out the protective shield, ready to activate it again, but at that critical moment, someone shouted from behind, Qin Si, turn around. Following the voice, he saw his parents being held captive by a crowd. They were tightly restrained, exuding a sense of coercion and threat. Qin Si's heart raced with fear as he rushed forward, attempting to intervene. However, the group around him was menacing, not giving Qin Si a chance to argue back. Step back, came another command. Qin Si was stunned, his sole concern being the safety of his parents. Don't do anything reckless. To him, his parents were the most important. Everything else could be negotiated. But now, they had kidnapped Qin Si's parents as a form of intimidation. Qin Si, I'll say this only once. Hurry and bring out the protective shield and any other weapons, or I will kill them. They had the audacity to make such a threat. Chapter 76. Breaking away from the main group, what left Qin Si in disbelief was that, in the apocalypse, everyone should rely on one another. Yet this group was actually threatening him with his own family. Qin Si nervously swallowed hard. He could barely speak, managing only a few desperate pleas for them to stop. His eyes reddening as he tried to calm their emotions. It's all going to be fine. You can't hurt anyone. We won't harm anyone. But we have our conditions. One of them shot back. Qin Si, you must hand over your weapons and the shield, and only then will I let them go. Otherwise, you know what I mean. As the words left their mouth, Qin Si could see the fierce and unyielding expressions on their faces. Qin Si understood that this group was dead set on making his life miserable. His mother had just recovered from a serious illness, and now she was under their control. Struggling to breathe. Seeing this, Qin Si attempted to intervene, but was blocked by the group. Qin Si, I want to let them go until you hand over your weapons and the shield. One of them declared, and time is running out. You might want to look at that horde of zombies. With that, everyone turned to see the swarm of zombies that had been delayed on the road. But now, they were regrouping and charging back toward them. If a decision wasn't made soon, everyone here would be consumed by the undead, including Qin Si. Qin Si, you should know the consequences. You have 1 minute to think. If you don't hand over your weapons and the shield, I want to let your parents go. And the zombies will break in. At that point, we'll all go down together. I don't care. It's just a pity that all your weapons will end up being useless in the end. Last minute to decide. The pressure was mounting. The countdown hung over Qin Si like a weight, forcing him to make a choice. Panic surged in his heart, and his fingers trembled. Finally, with just 30 seconds left, Qin Si resolutely made his decision. Fine. I'll give you the shield and the weapons. But you have to let my parents go. As his words hung in the air, the people across from him seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course. Just hand over the weapons and the shield first. Qin Si, you have half a minute left. The zombies are almost here. Qin Si had no time to hesitate. He needed to activate the shield as quickly as possible. He hurriedly took off his weapons, one by one, and laid them before the others. Once he completed this, a blue-golden light enveloped the heads of the group. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, while others felt it was unfair to treat Qin Si this way. Hey, Qin Si has already handed over his weapons, and the shield is activated. You should let his parents go. Behind him, Li Yue, unable to stand it any longer, shouted at the group. The person in charge of the situation found it boring, shrugged, and then shoved Qin Si's parents forward. If Qin Si hadn't been right there, his mother might have fallen at his feet. In that moment, Qin Si felt a surge of anger, but after thinking of his parents, he managed to hold it in. Qin Si, his mother's hoarse voice reached his ears. He looked up and saw her eyes red and swollen. It's our fault for being useless. Now, we're just causing you trouble. Qin Si's voice trembled as he responded. He shook his head, his own eyes glistening with tears, yet he still comforted her. Mom. What are you saying? Come on, I'll take you both out. When he mentioned out, he didn't mean out of the crowd's sight, but out of the protective barrier. He knew that staying inside the barrier would also lead to exclusion. The turmoil of today might have passed. But Qin Si couldn't be sure if there would be another tomorrow or if things would remain calm the day after. With these thoughts in mind, he resolutely took his mother's hand and strode out of the protective barrier with his parents. Behind them, someone exclaimed, Qin Gu, are you really going out? There are zombies out there. Qin Si didn't respond, but his pace quickened. The three of them walked out together. Qin Si thought to himself, it's better to leave than to be ostracized. Behind them, Li Yue, with a glint in her eyes, decided to follow Qin Si outside. What are you doing here? Qin Si looked back and saw Li Yue bouncing along to catch up. His parents were puzzled, but Qin Si's expression darkened. I can't stand people like that, Li Yue said with a bright smile, actively greeting Qin Si's parents. Since you're leaving, I have no reason to stay either. After all, Qin Si is the real boss here. With Qin Si, Li Yue felt confident that nothing bad would happen to her. In fact, staying within the barrier felt far more dangerous. Qin Si was momentarily stunned, but Li Yue reminded him, what's wrong? Are you dazed? Don't forget, there are zombies behind us. We need to leave quickly. Right, zombies. Qin Si suddenly jolted and quickly turned to look back. Fortunately, the zombies were still at a distance. With that time, Qin Si managed to lead his parents around the zombies, taking a small path that led outside the shelter. Thankfully, they didn't encounter anything strange along the way, let alone any zombies. Qin Si, Li Yue, who had been following closely, patted his shoulder and asked skeptically, are you sure it's safe out here? Qin Si knew in his heart that the outside was safer than inside at that moment. After all, the zombies were all inside, and the massive protective barrier was their target. Don't worry, at least it's safe for now. Meanwhile, the entrance to the shelter was completely unguarded. A large group of zombies was continuously surging towards the door, their entry speed surpassing human imagination. Qin Si stood at a distance, observing the situation at the shelter. Feeling a mix of emotions. Qin Si, is your reason for leaving because you know the protective barrier near the shelter can't hold out much longer? Just as Qin Si was lost in thought, Li Yue appeared beside him once again. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips, quickly interrupting Qin Si's thoughts. He glanced at her silently, and then replied sullenly, why do you say that? I know who you are. You used to protect them, but now you no longer wish to shelter them. You left the protective barrier for two reasons. One, you don't want to be ostracized by your parents. And the other, she paused for a second, looked at Qin Si, and then smiled knowingly, is that you realize the situation outside is much better than inside. If you want to continue surviving, you need to come out. Am I right? Li Yue was indeed clever. Today, Qin Si had been quiet, pondering this very issue. There would inevitably be an extreme difference between the outside and the inside. If the zombies surged inside, the outside would be relatively peaceful. As expected, Qin Si led his parents and Li Yue along a small path and encountered very few zombies. However, the shelter and the protective barrier were not so fortunate. Since you already know this, why did you still choose to come out with me? Li Yue laughed at that. Why shouldn't I come out? I know it's not safe inside anymore. If I stayed there, wouldn't that just show how lacking in intelligence I am? Chapter 77. Investigating the ear room again after a round of conversation, Qin Si felt that Li Yue didn't seem as annoying as before. At the very least, when he became the target of everyone's scorn, she bravely stood up and left with him. Regardless of her motives, Qin Si admired her for that. After all, this was something that Yang Ping and Li Rue could not do. All right, there are a few more caves up ahead. Let us hurry and take a look. During their chat, Li Yue's cheerful smile was deeply etched in Qin Si's mind. He awkwardly swallowed, and, as he raised his eyes to Li Yue, urged her to move along quickly. Behind them, his parents, having finished resting, followed closely, glancing more often at Qin Si and Li Yue. Look at that girl in front. Doesn't she seem like a good match for our son? His mother's gossipy face was lit up with a happy smile, while his father, oblivious to the mood, interrupted, who cares if they match? The most important thing right now is to escape. His mother shot him a glance and scoffed. It's clear you're hopeless when it comes to romance. The fact that this girl is with Qin Si must mean she is interested in him. But Qin Si is completely clueless. Hearing this, his father felt a twinge of curiosity. However, he cleared his throat a couple of times, pretending the conversation hadn't happened, and continued walking ahead. All right, let us not get sidetracked. The priority is still to escape. Besides, Qin Si is grown up now. Even if he has a girlfriend, we shouldn't interfere. Hey, you old man, I never said I wanted to interfere. The two continued to bicker as they trailed behind Qin Si and Li Yue. Qin Si, however, was serious and didn't pay attention to their conversation. Instead, Li Yue was observant, taking in every word and action of Qin Si's parents. Dad, Mom, there's an exploration cave up ahead. Let us check it out. Following Qin Si's lead, they arrived at a rather desolate area. Fortunately, there were a few caves where they could rest. The terrain here was relatively complex, so even if there were zombies, it would buy them some time to escape. It seemed suitable for temporary living. Qin Si, is it really safe here? His mother climbed up, panting as she leaned against the wall. The cave was too big or too small, and while it had decent concealment, the lack of a door at the entrance made it somewhat worrisome. Qin Si raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, feeling somewhat pleased. Of course, while it looks a bit dangerous, it's remote and thankfully free of zombies. We can stay here temporarily without any issues, though we can't remain here forever. After Qin Si spoke, Li Yue looked around and chimed in, I think this place is pretty good. Let us stay here. After all, we don't have anywhere else to go. This will be a safe spot for a while. Qin Si walked around inside the cave and realized it was very close to the location he had visited last time. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, all right, everyone, let us split up to look for food and anything useful for survival. Bring back anything you think might help. After all, the shelter and our living area have fallen, and we'll need to rest here for several days. Without supplies, it's going to be tough to survive. Okay, I'll head north with your mom. Qin Si, I'll check out the south. Everyone was quite interested in Qin Si's suggestion. With no zombies around, the group moved much more freely. Qin Si headed east, and his search for supplies turned out to be relatively easy. His parents and Li Yue found some good items. But Qin Si ended up with a bunch of things that others didn't understand. His parents were perplexed, and even Li Yue was a bit puzzled. The items Qin Si brought back were either outdated antiques or vases that didn't seem useful for survival. Although they didn't understand, no one interrupted him. The four of them gathered at a pile of stones ahead. Li Yue asked, Qin Si, should we keep going? I think we've found quite a bit already. Qin Si felt like there was still something important left to handle, and now was the right time to head back. Of course we should continue. But if you all are feeling tired, you can head back to rest. I want to keep exploring. Li Yue and Qin Si's parents exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow Qin Si's lead. After all, if something unexpected happened on the road, this group would certainly struggle without Qin Si's protection. As they walked, Qin Si heard a strange sound in the wind and sensed they were getting close. The terrain began to feel familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were right at the cave where Yang Feng had been before, the very ear room. Previously, there had been many zombies in that ear room, but when Qin Si returned with Li Yue and the others, all the zombies had vanished. Yang Feng, who had been following Qin Si, hadn't shown any unusual behavior at that time. What puzzled Qin Si was why Yang Feng and Li Hu suddenly came back to life, and whether it had anything to do with this ear room. After all, Qin Si had seen Yang Feng in the ear room, and when he saw him again, Yang Feng had turned into a regular zombie. Qin Si. Just then, Li Yue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Look, isn't the ear room up ahead familiar? I think we've been here before. Qin Si didn't want to draw attention to it, but Li Yue's loud voice made it impossible to keep quiet. His parents exchanged worried glances and asked, Qin Si, is it really dangerous out there? Why have you been to places like this? Feeling helpless, Qin Si could only force a smile and reply, not really. I just passed by here before and thought I'd take a look. He said this mainly to avoid worrying his parents. In the distance, Li Yue had already rushed inside without a second thought. Seeing this, Qin Si's heart raced, and he quickly followed her in. Aren't you afraid there might be zombies inside? But there weren't any zombies at all. But Qin Si was still filled with trepidation, his heart racing. Li Yue was so reckless. If there truly were zombies inside, they could attack her directly. However, Li Yue simply smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. She could tell just by the sound that it was too quiet here for there to be any zombies. Besides, after the horde had passed, the place felt quite desolate. Qin Si had come in merely to observe what had caused Yang Feng to become like that. The experiences of both him and Li Hu were too strange. And Qin Si had suspected from the start that there must be something unusual in this room that turned humans into zombie-like creatures. However, since the secret had yet to be uncovered, the conspiracy here could continue to brew. What are you thinking about? As Qin Si examined the area, he took slow steps forward. Li Yue, thinking Qin Si was preoccupied with something, quickly expressed her concern. But Qin Si didn't have the time to respond. Keep your voice down, he said, glancing at Li Yue and silently warning her not to alert any potential threats. In Qin Si's line of sight, he noticed a part of the wall adorned with swirling, intricate carvings that appeared to be engraved. Chapter 78, Returning to Rescue. Truly extraordinary. This time, Qin Si observed carefully and quickly discovered the secret of the ear chamber. The walls were engraved with symbols that resembled runes, and upon closer inspection, they genuinely captivated Qin Si. Li Yue also noticed the mystery and hurried over to lean against the wall, examining it closely. From time to time, she would discuss with Qin Si, saying, "These things are not simple at all." Qin Si nodded, his expression somewhat serious. "Indeed, it was not simple. Can you help me draw all the runes here? I need to take this with me as soon as possible." Since he couldn't remove the entire wall, he had to resort to the most primitive method. Li Yue didn't hesitate and quickly followed Qin Si's actions, sketching all the runes. Their parents stood nearby, puzzled by what Qin Si and Li Yue were doing, but they didn't interrupt the two. "Qin Si, you're really meticulous about this. How come you didn't notice it before?" Li Yue remarked. Qin Si's movements were delicate, even more so than Li Yue's. During their collaboration, she couldn't help but feel that his actions were overly serious, displaying an unexpected level of focus. Just then, as Qin Si finished sketching all the runes, he looked at her and replied, "After all, it's an important matter. Being serious about it is the right approach." At that moment, after completing everything, Qin Si slowly stood up and stared at the wall for a long time. The mysterious person had mentioned some stories about crystals. Qin Si could study other weapons and armors, but he couldn't figure out the crystals, which indicated that their existence was definitely more advanced than ordinary weapons. Could these runes be related to the crystals? What are you thinking? Seeing that Qin Si was lost in thought, Li Yue realized he was deep in contemplation and became curious about what was on his mind. "Nothing," Qin Si replied, not letting her in on his thoughts. He stored the runes away and strode toward the exit, leading his parents along without any desire to continue the conversation. Li Yue had no choice but to follow silently, mentally speculating about Qin Si's thoughts. "Qin Si, do we really have to stay out here?" On the way, their parents were still somewhat worried about the zombies and the situation at the shelter, although they had been discussing this while Qin Si was sketching the runes. When Qin Si emerged, his parents cautiously sought his opinion. Qin Si glanced at them, puzzled, and said, "Yes, this area is quite safe. After all, the zombies are near the shelter. We won't be discovered for now. Even if we are, I have other weapons on me, and I believe we can get through this." Well, his mother wanted to say something, but his father pressed her down. Sensing something was off, Qin Si urged, "Mom, go ahead. I'm still worried about the situation at the shelter. Didn't you mention before that the protective shield only lasts a week? That's equivalent to 7 days. Once those 7 days are up and the shield fails, what will happen to those 200 people?" Qin Si had certainly considered this point. However, with Qin Si being marginalized by them, he had long lost the mood to care for others. What to do? He scoffed coldly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Of course, it's survival of the fittest. His mother was taken aback, and his father was left speechless. Qin Si continued, "These people are selfish. No matter how much I pour my heart out, I want to earn their affection. Since that's the case, let us just split up and fend for ourselves. They've taken my armor and weapons. At best, they can manage a few days of survival. And then what?" His mother asked sharply, leaving Qin Si speechless. Li Yue, who had been listening to their conversation, curiously approached them. "After that, with over 200 people, the weapons I have left are only enough for a dozen. By then, they will fall apart and start fighting among themselves. In the best-case scenario, they'll defer to each other and help one another. In the worst case, they'll scramble for weapons, and in the end, no one will get anything, ultimately falling prey to the zombies." His parents fell silent. Yet Li Yue chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "I think they belong to the latter group." Qin Si didn't respond, but Li Yue continued, "Today, their hostility toward you is still fresh in my mind. If they all end up being taken out by zombies, it wouldn't be surprising at all, considering they didn't stand by your side." Li Yue always believed that sticking close to Qin Si was the most important thing. He was the boss. The things he was willing to share were just the tip of the iceberg. There had to be more wealth and weapons that he was keeping to himself. "Qin Si, I think we should go back and help them." His mother, concerned, believed that if Qin Si didn't rescue these people, they wouldn't last long. Once the shield failed and the zombies attacked in droves, having weapons would be useless. After all, the weapons belonged to Qin Si, and only he knew how to use them. "Why?" Qin Si scoffed internally, retorting, "Mom, they treated me like that, even kidnapping you and threatening me to hand over the shield and weapons. Should I repay their malice with kindness? After all, they're just neighbors. If in the end, only the 4 of us survive in Long Country, would life still be interesting? Is that what you want to see?" "Yes, it indeed is. If they all perished, only the 4 of them would remain in Long Country. At that point, Long Country and Qin Si would surely become targets for other nations." With that thought, Qin Si hesitated, feeling swayed by his mother's words. "Qin Si, let us go home. His mother looked at him, a gentle light flickering in her eyes, and pressed on, at the very least. Let us go back to see how they're doing and do what we can to help them through this tough time. What they say doesn't matter. After much hesitation, Qin Si ultimately couldn't resist his mother's wishes and led everyone back. Throughout the journey, he thought about many things. While Li Yue stood up for him, but Qin Si understood that if he didn't go back this time, his mother would surely keep it on her mind, possibly turning it into a lingering concern. At that moment, inside the protective shield, "It's all your fault for driving Qin Si away. What are we innocent people supposed to do now?" The crowd inside the protective shield has divided into two factions. One side supports Qin Si, while the other seeks independence. Now that Qin Si has been gone for a while, people are starting to panic, believing that without him, even with a protective shield, they're not safe. The one with the weapon sits arrogantly on the steps, casting a disdainful glance at the others, and says, "The weapons are in my hands now. Let me make it clear. I'm the boss here. Whoever has the weapon reigns supreme. You don't need to keep fawning over Qin Si. The only reason you all put him on a pedestal is because he had the weapons, right? That's where you're wrong. Qin Si is respected not just for his weapons. It's also because of his intellect and wisdom. He can fight too. He faces those zombies without fear. And that's the foundation of Qin Si's position. Clearly, no matter what the other side says, this person remains unyielding." He scoffs, finishing his cigarette before disdainfully tossing it to the ground. Then he stands up aggressively, showing no signs of tolerance. "Let us see who dares to speak out of turn. The power is in my hands now." Chapter 79. Rescue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, their hearts filled with resentment. Some felt it was unfair, while others believed that this person was simply unfit to take on Qin Si's role. After all, Qin Si had reached this point not only due to his strength but also because of his character. "I'm telling you, if Qin Si leaves now, when the zombies attack us again in the future, none of us will escape. Every crisis has been resolved thanks to Qin Si leading us through it. Now you all want to abandon him? Isn't that inhumane?" He countered, "A truly capable person can get through tough times without needing Qin Si's help. I tell you, don't be so arrogant. Even without Qin Si, I can survive." The people across from him clearly felt unconvinced. They exchanged glances, and before long, the air was filled with shouts of anger. "What good is your weapon if you can't protect everyone?" The argument seemed stuck in an endless loop. But Qin Si understood, and he was even more aware that relying solely on the protective shield and weapons wouldn't hold against the zombies for long. The crowd was numerous, and if there were any among them who disobeyed orders, it would only lead to panic and chaos. Among the more than 200 people left, Qin Si had yet to find anyone suitable to take on the responsibility. Even Yangping was someone he felt uncertain about. If they didn't return soon, these people would likely meet a grim fate. "Qin Si, we need to hurry. Look over there." As the four of them crested a small hill, they caught sight of a scene not far away. Over 200 people trapped within the protective shield. Outside the shield, waves of zombies were launching sudden attacks. They roared in low voices, as if they were about to break through the barrier at any moment. Panic surged within Qin Si as he suddenly realized they couldn't leave those people there. It was too dangerous. "No, we have to move quickly." While they rushed forward, Li Yue suddenly asked, "What if the zombies break through the shield? I thought this protective barrier was supposed to last a week. Why is it being breached so easily this time?" As Qin Si hurried along, he glanced back at her. In his line of sight, Li Yue appeared graceful, and he hadn't noticed before how captivating she was. Still, he replied nonchalantly, "Zombies are evolving, and this time the protective shield was retracted once in the middle, so its effectiveness has greatly decreased. Right now, what we need to do is bang." Before Qin Si could finish, a loud crash resonated from below. The protective shield had been breached by the zombies. The crowd screamed in panic, clearly in a state of chaos. Qin Si's heart raced, but his expression remained calm. "Li Yue, I'm leaving my parents in your care. Take them to a safe place and wait for me. I'll go down and handle the situation." "Hey!" Without waiting for Li Yue to respond, Qin Si jumped down from the hillside. His movements were swift, and he didn't concern himself with whether the zombies ahead would harm him. With no choice, Li Yue accepted her duty and stayed on the hillside to protect Qin Si's parents, temporarily avoiding disaster. Everyone fall back. In a moment of crisis, Qin Si could see that this group was about to be overwhelmed by zombies. A man armed with a weapon rushed over from a distance, moving with fierce determination and without hesitation. The people who had been standing there gasped in surprise, feeling as if a savior had suddenly appeared. It was Qin Si. Someone in the crowd called out his name. As they followed his gaze, they saw Qin Si indeed coming to the rescue, weapon in hand. "Fall back. Everyone retreat." With a commanding shout, he ordered the others to stop fighting and take cover behind him. Qin Si pulled out another weapon from his coat and swiftly began dispatching zombies. blood splattering everywhere as he cut through the horde. Qin Si, be careful. The chaos lasted for 10 minutes. Many survived thanks to their armor. But those without weapons inevitably sustained injuries. If Qin Si hadn't arrived in time, they would likely have perished. Phew. Qin Si, are you okay? With the zombies taken care of, Qin Si led everyone back to a quiet shelter. It felt relatively safe compared to the outside and provided a temporary refuge for the day. However, Qin Si was exhausted and had no desire to stand and talk. As soon as he entered, he found a sofa and collapsed onto it. Among the group he had saved, there were those who genuinely cared for Qin Si, as well as others who, out of pride, were too intimidated to speak with him. Qin Si, thank you so much. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we wouldn't have known what to do. The atmosphere shifted. Those who had previously clashed with Qin Si fell silent, while others seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves. But Qin Si had no time for their flattery. He pretended not to hear their reassurances and discussions. The zombies have been dealt with. You can rest here for a bit and then leave. His words sent a wave of panic through the crowd. They didn't understand what he meant, but felt too shy to ask for clarification. Qin Si, aren't you coming with us? Yangping asked. There's no need. Since you all want to be independent, I want to stop you. The shelter has already been compromised, and I've done my part. Now that the zombies are gone, you can leave on your own. At this, some felt a chill of fear, worried that Qin Si would abandon them for good. Indeed, someone timidly spoke up from the crowd, but what if we encounter zombies again in the future? If everyone leaves, who will protect us? Qin Si laughed lightly. Well, it certainly won't be me. But you were the one protecting us before. Now you're suddenly telling us to leave. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Before the person could finish, Qin Si looked up and questioned him. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, which only made him more intimidating. The person immediately fell silent upon meeting Qin Si's gaze. I am not obligated to protect you all the time. From now on, you're on your own. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. At that moment, Li Yue rushed in with Qin Si's parents. Qin Si glanced at her and said solemnly, Li Yue, I need to ask you for one more favor. Li Yue paused for a moment, looking at Qin Si and then at the group of people behind her. She knew they must have just pressured him morally. With a look of indignation, she said, You tell me. Is there anything else you need to explain? Please, just take my parents home first. I have some things to take care of, and I need to rest. After saying that, she walked away at a leisurely pace. Even her parents behind her didn't say anything. Li Yue opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't call out to Qin Si. Instead, she simply took Qin Si's parents back home. What Li Yue didn't know was that Qin Si was just using that as an excuse to send her away. Only by doing so could he have the time to enter the mysterious space and meet the enigmatic figure. He needed more opportunities to report to the mysterious person about what he encountered today. Why did you come to see me today? This time. The mysterious person sat calmly in their seat, silently glancing at Qin Si. During the brief exchange of glances, a deep and profound look crossed Qin Si's eyes, which were starkly black and white, holding untold secrets within them. Without a word, Qin Si took out the precious item from his arms and handed it directly to the mysterious person. Chapter 80, Power Crystals. The mysterious person really knows their stuff. Upon receiving the items, their eyes widened, and a gleam of excitement shone within them. You truly are remarkable. How did you manage to find something like this? Earlier, while exploring outside, Qin Si had gathered some items with his parents and Li Yue. While others were collecting everyday supplies, Qin Si had picked up some treasures to trade with the mysterious person. This time, Qin Si laid out the treasures he had found one by one on the table, leaving the mysterious person dumbfounded. After a long pause, they finally regained their composure and asked, So, what do you want this time? The two had developed a tacit understanding. As long as Qin Si sought a treasure, he only needed to bring back some antiques from his explorations, and the mysterious person would know what kind of weapon Qin Si was looking to acquire. But this time, after a moment of silence, Qin Si spoke up. I'm not sure if you remember, but I previously asked you about the crystals. You mentioned I could exchange for power crystals, and this time, I'm here to do just that. Although crystals are quite rare, they are indeed very useful for Qin Si. The mysterious person's gaze shifted, their expression clear-cut. After a moment, they nodded readily, replying, Of course. Since I said so, I will certainly deliver. Tell me, how many do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can accommodate. Qin Si wasn't a thief. He understood that these crystals were also precious to the mysterious person. In order to obtain more magical artifacts, he subtly suggested, You can decide the amount. Just give me as many power crystals as what these treasures are worth. You know I'm not picky. After all, we'll be working together in the future. The mysterious person smiled, the curve of their lips quite pronounced. While speaking, the man had already taken out several power crystals and placed them before Qin Si for him to choose from. Here, these are the power crystals you mentioned. If you need them, you can take any of these. The power crystals were somewhat different from the ones Qin Si had encountered in his ring space earlier. However, the mysterious space the person inhabited Mutant allowed Qin Si to examine them right then and there. He thought to himself that he needed to return to his ring space as soon as possible. Only then could he further dissect all the secrets within the power crystals. By the way, I have one more thing I want to ask you. As they talked, Qin Si's gaze fluctuated, occasionally landing on the mysterious person. The mysterious person pondered for a moment before saying, "Go ahead. I noticed some mysterious runes on the walls of the ear chamber. I still don't quite understand them, but I've managed to sketch them all down. Here it is." As he spoke, he laid out the runes he had transcribed onto the table. They appeared somewhat like scrawls, but Qin Si had truly copied them exactly from the wall. He looked at the mysterious person with anticipation, hoping they would say something significant. However, the mysterious person shook their head, looking equally puzzled. I'm not too sure about that. I don't have much knowledge regarding the runes." As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Si felt a chill run down his spine. He blinked, still in disbelief, and while discussing, he stubbornly pointed to a particular rune and asked, "Is this thing related to crystals? I felt something was off before I came here, thinking these runes must be connected to something. But so far, I haven't found anything. You can ask me questions about weapons and armor, but this rune, I'm really not sure." Before Qin Si could finish, the mysterious figure cut him off. He clearly stated that he had no knowledge of the matter, and Qin Si's expression immediately fell. In that moment, his face tightened, his brows furrowed, and he let out a sigh. "All right, I understand. It seems I won't be getting any useful information here." With that thought, Qin Si turned to leave the mysterious space. The moment he stepped out, Yang Peng called, his voice filled with urgent concern. "Have you calmed down? It must be because of what happened today." Qin Si didn't think much of it, his tone brisk. After a brief pause, he quickly replied, "Of course, it's nothing." Qin Si felt indifferent, but Yang Peng was still preoccupied with the incident. When Qin Si was the target of criticism, Yang Peng hadn't said a word, seemingly lacking the courage to speak up, even less than Li Yue. With that in mind, he bowed his head in shame, feeling a vague sense of indebtedness to Qin Si. Don't overthink it. The reason I didn't speak up for you today is because I understand." This time, Qin Si interrupted him directly, leaving Yang Peng's words stuck in his throat. "You don't need to explain. It's all in the past now. Bringing it up again serves no purpose." "No purpose?" Yang Peng felt awkward, forcing a smile, but saying nothing. The call was abruptly ended by Qin Si. This action felt like it severed all hope from Yang Peng's heart. Their relationship once again plunged into icy silence. At that moment, Qin Si didn't have the time to continue dancing around the topic with Yang Peng. He needed to quickly enter the ring space to develop weapons. Last time, he had handed over all the weapons he carried, and this time, he couldn't let himself be in danger. He had to find a way. Taking a deep breath, he focused on resolving the zombies outside. His hands moved faster. He quickly accessed the database and began importing new devices to thoroughly eliminate the zombies in the city. It seemed Qin Si had to make the best use of all available resources. For hours past, Qin Si had been busy in the lab for a long time, and in the final moments, he attempted to integrate the power crystal into the weapon. He was both anxious and excited. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged, and the weapon in his hands inexplicably heated up for a moment, followed by a dramatic increase in its power. This was something Qin Si had never dared to believe before. But now, he has the power crystal, and he can fully utilize it to create whatever he desires. With the addition of the power crystal, the weapon's capabilities have skyrocketed. After completing everything, Qin Si just wanted to quickly hand the weapon over to his parents. Only then could he ensure their safety. Afterward, he said, "Dad, Mom, take this weapon with you and always keep it close. If you encounter any zombies, just pull this out. It can temporarily protect you." There was a slight change in his parents' expressions. After a moment of contemplation, they still stuffed the weapon back into Qin Si's arms. "This isn't right. If we take the weapon, what will you do? Besides, we don't even know how to use it." Qin Si had anticipated their concerns. To reassure them, he had already prepared a response. "Don't worry. I've programmed all the memory points into the weapon. If you encounter zombies, once you take it out, it will automatically protect you until I can arrive. This is just to buy you some time, so at least you won't be overwhelmed by zombies." Chapter 81. Gift of weapons. All right. Since it was given by a child, let us accept it and not worry Qin Si. The mother wanted to say more, but the father decisively interrupted her. They exchanged a glance, showing an extraordinary understanding between them. As their conversation ended, Li Yue happened to pass by the door. She deliberately paused in front of Qin Si's house, took a good look at him, and cheerfully greeted his parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Her playful demeanor was charming. Qin Si's mother particularly liked this girl, lively, generous, and carefree. She even thought about trying to bring the two of them together, but her son seemed oblivious to her intentions. He coldly stared at Li Yue and asked indifferently, "What are you doing here?" Li Yue was taken aback, thinking that Qin Si really didn't give her any face. So she boldly said, "I know you're going out. You want to go to the command center, right? I'll go with you." Qin Si felt puzzled, his doubts and resistance becoming increasingly evident. However, his parents, not waiting for his response, pushed him out the door, saying, "Go on. The young lady invited you. Hurry up." In the midst of their conversation, the front door closed, and Qin Si was pushed out, while Li Yue, having succeeded, grinned with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her youthful energy shining in the sunlight. "Let us go," she warmly invited, and Qin Si had no choice but to slowly follow behind her. "Are you going to the command center to keep me company, or do you have something to discuss with Yangpeng?" On the way, Qin Si was still curious about Li Yue's enthusiasm and couldn't help but ask. Li Yue, however, teased him for being rigid. "Can't I tag along if I have nothing to do? Come on, we've at least been friends for the past couple of days." "What? Friends can't even inquire about each other's whereabouts?" Qin Si had nothing to say and chose to remain silent. While he was silent, many thoughts raced through Qin Si's mind. He looked up at Li Yue, hesitated for a moment, and then took out the weapon he had been holding, handing it to her. "Here, this is for you." The sudden gift of a weapon left Li Yue momentarily speechless. But when they locked eyes, Qin Si didn't seem to be joking. "What are you doing?" The weapon in her hand was stunning. It felt heavy and solid. Wasn't Qin Si the one who never introduced her to such things before? Li Yue had tried to learn the secrets of the weapons, but had been repeatedly turned down by Qin Si. So what was going on now? Why was he giving it to her? Confused, she looked at him, but Qin Si explained calmly, "It's a gift for you." "Huh? Why are you giving me a weapon out of the blue? Didn't you always keep these things well? Just giving it away seems a bit hasty, doesn't it?" Qin Si frowned but clarified, "It's not hasty. After all, you've been with me these past few days and have taken care of my parents. I have to thank you somehow, and this weapon can serve as my token of gratitude. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Mind? How could I?" Li Yue exclaimed, slapping her thigh and excitedly examining the weapon for a long time. She knew that Qin Si wanted to thank her but couldn't say it directly. Instead, he simply gifted her a weapon. Li Yue smiled brightly like a blooming flower, feeling a bit excited as she looked into Qin Si's eyes. However, Qin Si was worried that Li Yue might misunderstand, so he explained, "This weapon can protect your safety. At least it won't let you get hurt. After all, there have been more evolved and mutated zombies recently, and the previous protective shields and armor can no longer fully resist them. It's better to have a weapon in hand." As they spoke, they had already reached the entrance of the command center. Yangping was lingering at the edge of the door, and when he saw Qin Si and Li Yue approaching from a distance, he immediately rushed over with excitement. "What are you doing here?" "Qin Si, you didn't even let me know before you came." Qin Si didn't have time to catch up with Yangping and knew that his enthusiasm was due to his guilt towards him. He didn't want to elaborate unnecessarily. "I need to discuss something important with you." "Are you busy right now?" "Not busy at all." "What is the matter?" "As long as you're looking for me." "It's important. Let us go upstairs to talk," Yangpeng suggested eagerly. "No need. Right here is fine." Qin Si looked around, noticing the empty first floor, and realized that the command center wasn't in much better shape. At this point, he didn't want to avoid people anymore, at least. He needed to clarify things to prevent some from thinking he was selfish or not understanding the current situation. "Go ahead, I'm listening," Yangpeng said, still looking excited, which left Qin Si somewhat speechless. However, he took out a weapon from his pocket and handed it to Yangpeng. This weapon was significantly larger than the one he had just given Li Yue. Li Yue really wanted to complain about the favoritism, but seeing Qin Si's serious expression, she felt it was inappropriate to interrupt. "This is a new weapon I've developed. It contains unique energy. I'm giving it to you because I trust you. So you should understand what that means. This weapon contains power crystals. If Yangpeng were to use it, Qin Si would feel reassured." Meanwhile, Li Yue remained silent, staring at the weapon in awe, thinking that Qin Si was indeed extraordinary. The number of things he had recently developed was beyond her imagination. No wonder countries were coveting Qin Si. Any nation with a talent and ability like his could effectively eliminate concerns about zombie attacks. As Yangping gazed at the weapon with teary eyes, he wanted to share some heartfelt words with Qin Si. Little did he know. Qin Si raised his hand to interrupt him directly. "No need for extra words. Right now, the most important thing is that there are still zombies out there, and we need to resolve the situation quickly." Yangping was taken aback, somewhat confused. "Haven't the zombies already been dealt with to a large extent? Since you returned last time, the zombies attacking us have disappeared. Everyone says it's thanks to you, but those people..." He sighed, feeling a hint of helplessness. "Those people are just idle. Clearly, You are the real hero here, yet they choose to target you. In the end, they still need you to save the day. Deep down, they feel guilty and don't know how to apologize. But there's no need for apologies. Qin Si firmly rejected the idea, thinking to himself that he didn't need their apologies anyway. While they had dealt with the zombies inside, it was only a temporary solution. They still hadn't located our hideout, so another attack was inevitable. Moreover, there were plenty of zombies outside as well. What we need to do now is to quickly head out and deal with the new zombies. Only then can we ensure our safety. Alright, just give the order, and I'll definitely go with you. This time, Yang Peng didn't hesitate. Beside him, Li Yue eagerly raised her hand. I want to go too. Qin Si felt a bit helpless, but he knew that more hands made for lighter work, and having support was better than going solo. With that thought, he immediately gathered the main force to head out and handle the zombies. Chapter 82. The shelter is temporarily safe. Qin Si. Look over here. There are so many zombies gathered on this side. As the group hurriedly made their way out, they passed through an open area and were met with a large horde of zombies surrounding them. Li Yue exclaimed in surprise, but before she could finish her sentence, Qin Si shot her a fierce glare. This time, however, he didn't say anything. Instead, it was Yang Peng who became anxious. Are you trying to attract all the zombies around us with your loud voice? Realizing she had made a mistake, Li Yue quickly fell silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qin Si, on the other hand, offered a reassuring word. No need to worry, they don't seem to have noticed us yet. When did Qin Si become so gentle? Yang Peng could hardly believe it, thinking that Qin Si must have undergone some kind of transformation. But for now, they had no time to dwell on that. Li Yue bravely walked forward with her weapon, while Yang Peng and Qin Si followed closely behind, devising a plan. This time, Yang Peng was very obedient to Qin Si's instructions. Just tell me when to attack, and I'll follow your lead. Qin Si took a deep breath, moving slowly. With each step, he tried to avoid the areas where the zombies might easily sense their presence. His cautious demeanor made Li Yue feel a bit anxious. Qin Si, are we going to make a move or not? She asked, noticing that the zombies in front of them seemed oblivious to their presence, even as they crept closer. Li Yue even wondered if these zombies were fake, placed there to mislead them. But Qin Si, with his sharp eyes, lowered his voice and said, everyone, be careful. These zombies are still aware. We need to approach from 3 angles. When I give the signal, we'll all pull out our weapons and strike. We can only catch them off guard if we want to have a chance of winning. That was a good plan. Li Yue nodded eagerly, waiting for Qin Si's command. After a moment, Yang Peng asked, what if we fail? What if these zombies suddenly realize we're nearby? Qin Si had considered this question. All he could do was to ensure the safety of Yang Peng and Li Yue, helping them avoid the risk as much as possible. If we don't succeed, we run. Right in front of us is where I set up a protective shield. It's temporarily safe there. But if the timing is right, I'll act as bait. When the zombies swarm around, we'll deal with them together. This idea settled in Qin Si's mind. Without waiting for the others to agree or disagree, he began to move closer. Following Qin Si's lead, the group arrived within just a few dozen meters of the zombies. Holding their breath and focusing, they suddenly heard Qin Si's command. Now, at once, 3 sets of weapons activated simultaneously. Streams of blue and white light shot out from their weapons, enveloping the horde of zombies in a blinding glow. In that instant, all the zombies caught in the middle were bathed in light. They could see nothing around them, only letting out low, guttural growls. Qin Si knew that no matter how much these zombies evolved, they were still afraid of bright light. What he could do was to use the brief flash of light to take out the group of zombies. With a whoosh and a thud, several loud noises echoed. Qin Si swiftly struck down, dispatching a horde of zombies. Li Yue was there to assist, while Yang Peng coordinated with Qin Si's movements to continue the pursuit. Fortunately, the zombies were caught off guard, and within just a few minutes, they had become easy prey under Qin Si's blade. Qin Si, what is next? Keep killing. A large number of zombies surged forward, all coming into Qin Si's line of sight. For a brief moment, Qin Si felt a jolt of fear. But his feet moved like the wind. The strength with which he gripped his weapon surprised both Li Yue and Yang Peng. In this fierce battle, Qin Si ultimately led Li Yue and Yang Peng to safety. Are you okay? After a hard-fought effort, the zombies in the shelter were cleared out. Qin Si was panting heavily, while Li Yue took the initiative to check on him, and Yang Peng followed closely behind, worry etched on his face. Qin Si, we owe it all to you this time. If it weren't for your quick thinking, I might have ended up as a meal for those zombies. Qin Si wiped the blood off his face and chuckled softly. What are you talking about? It's all taken care of. This side of the shelter is temporarily safe. The 3 of them leaned against the wall to catch their breath for a while. However, both Yang Peng and Qin Si harbored their own thoughts, each lost in his own mind. After a short time, Qin Si glanced back at Yang Peng and said, since the zombies have been dealt with, You should return the weapon I gave you earlier. This statement seemed to shatter the friendly atmosphere among the three. Yang Peng was taken aback. Looking at Qin Si in disbelief, then half-jokingly and half-seriously replied, "Return it? I thought you were just giving it to me." Qin Si could give it away. But he asked this to deliberately test Yang Peng. Li Yue's weapon was a gift from Qin Si, merely for self-defense. However, Yang Peng's weapon contained a power crystal. The effects were different, and the feel of slaying zombies was distinctly superior. Yang Peng must have noticed this when he used the weapon earlier. Once something is given away, it's unreasonable to ask for it back, right? Besides, I needed to protect myself, don't you think? The implication was clear. He didn't want to hand over the weapon. It was better to keep it for his own safety than to give it to Qin Si. Qin Si understood Yang Peng's inner thoughts and didn't dwell on this detail. Instead, he handed over all the other weapons to Yang Peng. In that case, I'll give you the rest of these. With that, he pulled out several more weapons and stuffed them all into Yang Peng's arms. For a moment, Yang Peng was a bit dazed, unsure if Qin Si was acting this way out of anger. He hesitated and cautiously asked, "Qin Si, what do you mean by this?" I only said that to protect myself, but now it's nothing. I'm giving you these things so you can protect yourself. It's not contradictory." The conversation between the two men was fully observed by Li Yue, who stood nearby. However, she chose not to interrupt. She understood that this was a matter between the two brothers. As an outsider, it was better for her not to get involved. "Yang Peng, I'm giving you the weapon today to ensure the safety of the shelter. You're a smart guy. You should know what to do and understand what I mean," he implied, placing the heavy responsibility of protecting the shelter back on Yang Peng's shoulders. Only when the shelter was safe could Qin Si's parents be safe. Qin Si knew he was not the type to quietly stay put. Whenever he had the chance, he would sneak into the lab to conduct experiments. His parents, however, needed someone to look after them. "Qin Si," Yang Peng choked up, unsure of what to say. But Qin Si patted his shoulder, offering comfort with an understanding look. "I know you're under a lot of pressure, but since you have the weapon, you should take on the responsibility of protecting everyone. I won't blame you for not stepping up this time. I just hope that when the shelter faces difficulties in the future, you will be the one to stand up." Yang Peng felt truly ashamed. After hearing Qin Si's words, he lowered his head, feeling a heavy weight in his heart for a long time. Chapter 83, Confession. Qin Si. Yang Peng opened his mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything useful. He silently waited for Qin Si to respond, but Qin Si had already walked away. Li Yue followed closely behind. And when Qin Si glanced back at her, he said, "I want to be alone for a while. You should go back." Li Yue understood that Qin Si was in a bad mood, but she also wanted to know more of his secrets. The two of them stood in silence for a minute. Li Yue said nothing, and eventually, Qin Si turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder, "If there's anything, we can talk when I get back." He wanted to be alone, not wanting any interruptions. With that thought, Qin Si quickly walked out of Li Yue's sight, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The refuge was now quiet again, with many of the zombies dealt with. What Qin Si wanted to do now was to rest and clear his mind. Knock, knock. Qin Si approached the bar and politely knocked on the door, hoping to go inside. Little did he know, the bar was already empty. Looking around, the disarray was disheartening. Qin Si lowered his gaze and walked in without enthusiasm, completely devoid of the previous lively and cheerful atmosphere. The bartender was no longer there, so Qin Si had to pour himself a drink. As he downed a shot of strong liquor, he felt a burning pain in his throat and stomach, yet he continued to drink. This refuge had suffered heavy losses. Countless residents had perished due to the zombies. Qin Si felt helpless, forced to watch as these people gradually disappeared, just as he was drowning his sorrows alone. A familiar female voice rang out from outside, sounding delicate and ethereal. Looking over, he saw Li Yue walking in. She still wore that summer flower-like smile, as if she had no significant troubles. "You're here," he said, downing another drink, slowly turning to face her, his eyes filled with resignation. "This place is empty. How did you know I was here?" Li Yue sat down beside him without hesitation, casually taking the half-empty glass from his hand and drinking from it. "I saw you were in a bad mood, so I thought you might come to a bar or some other entertainment spot. I decided to take a chance. And here you are." An awkward silence filled the air. "I don't need you to keep me company. I said I wanted to be alone," Qin Si replied. "Drinking alone is no fun. Let's drink together," Li Yue exclaimed, pouring another glass for him. Her delicate movements, with slender fingers, stirred something in his heart. Qin Si felt his cheeks heat up, a hint of shyness creeping in. But he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to cough to cover his embarrassment. "What are you doing?" he asked. Li Yue shoved the glass into his arms, insisting he drink. "We're drinking together, and it's a good chance to talk about what you're thinking." Following Li Yue's movements, Qin Si was forced to take a sip and then asked, "What are your thoughts?" Of course, it was about her views on the shelter. As she spoke, She looked around at the already defeated shelter, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This place, compared to when she first arrived, was undeniably different. Li Yue remembered the bustling atmosphere of the shelter and the lively conversations among people. The bar used to be filled with chatter, the only place for leisure in this apocalyptic world. Now, the bar felt like an empty shell, devoid of meaning. I don't have much to say about the shelter, Qin Si replied. I had already considered that one day it would fall to this state. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly and so unexpectedly. Li Yue nodded and took another drink. I feel the same way. When I first arrived, I never imagined something like this would happen in Zhonghua Shelter. After sharing a few drinks, their conversation began to flow. Initially reserved, Qin Si found it hard to hide anything with Li Yue's enthusiasm. Why didn't you think about it? He asked. You know, when you first came, I was quite wary of you, but now it seems that was unnecessary. Li Yue chuckled, and their topics began to drift. She expressed her surprise at how righteous Qin Si was. Despite everything the shelter's people had done to him, he still stepped up to help them. Qin Si waved his hand dismissively. It was just a small effort, he said, but Li Yue continued to praise him. The man lowered his gaze, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Li Yue, you didn't come here today just to flatter me, did you? Li Yue laughed again, emboldened by the alcohol, and playfully draped her arm over his shoulder. Of course not. I must tell you, I really admire your every move and your words. After all, everyone saw how Yangping treated you, yet you still. She paused for a moment, looking at Qin Si. You managed to put aside past grievances and even returned his weapon. And you gave me a weapon too, which I didn't expect. Having had a bit too much to drink, Qin Si spoke freely. The way I treated Yangpeng was just to wake him up. Li Yue was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Only by doing this will Yangping realize that protecting my parents is just as important as the safety of the shelter. If the shelter continues to survive, my parents will be safe. That made sense to Li Yue. She nodded, eager for Qin Si to answer another question. As for why I gave you a weapon, it's because you've been looking out for my parents. Plus, the current situation is indeed dangerous, and you're just a young girl. I still want to help you. His sincerity caught Li Yue off guard. She bit her lip, her emotion swirling. And then she decided to open up about her original purpose and mission for coming to Zhonghua Shelter. Qin Si, didn't you ever suspect my motives for getting close to you? She started with a question to set the stage. Qin Si chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Of course, he had his doubts, but now it didn't seem to matter much. Aren't you afraid I'll take action against the Dragon Country? Qin Si laughed again, casually taking a sip of his drink. In today's world, taking action against the Dragon Country is essentially like taking action against oneself. Qin Si, my initial purpose for coming here was not so simple. I carry a mission from the United States. We want to obtain the new technology in your hands and keep track of everything happening in the Dragon Country. Everything I've done before was merely to get closer to you. Qin Si understood. He had already guessed this, including asking about the location of the scientists and recommending them. Among other things, he had thought about it, but he never expected Li Yue to be so honest and candid about this issue. Why are you telling me this? He tilted his head to look at her, his eyes filled with confusion. You could easily continue to hide it. I'm trusting you so much right now. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity for you to act? This time, facing Qin Si's question, Li Yue fell silent. She didn't say a word, ultimately choosing to slowly lower her head, forcing out a bittersweet smile. Chapter 84. Playing pool, what's wrong? You don't want to talk, or? Qin Si felt curious and couldn't help but press for more information. To his surprise, Li Yue looked up and forced a smile, clearly a bit helpless. She didn't want to reveal too much, but whenever she was with Qin Si, she always felt the urge to say something. At this point, what Li Yue had shared was already the limit of what she could disclose. She didn't want to bring up anything more. Let's go. Stop drinking. You'll feel sick if you keep this up. Seeing that Li Yue had fallen silent, Qin Si felt bored and lifted his glass for another drink. However, Li Yue quickly intervened, stopping him in his tracks. Let us go play pool instead. Pool? Hearing this, Qin Si couldn't help but recall some memories from the past. Back then, the bars and pool halls were bustling with activity. They were filled with friends he knew, including Li Rue and Li Hu, and everyone had a great time together. It was also in that pool hall where Li Yue had publicly declared she was his girlfriend. Everyone was incredulous, thinking it was impossible, and there were plenty of gasps of surprise. But now, the empty room only echoed with a sense of decay. Qin Si realized it was unlikely he could gather those same people again to play pool or drink at the bar. He glanced at Li Yue, unsure of what to say. Yet, Li Yue smiled, her laughter bright like summer flowers. What's wrong? Come on, don't you want to play pool with me? It's so boring just sitting here, especially since there's no one around. As she spoke, Qin Si's expression darkened further. He fell silent, feeling a lump in his throat. Noticing this, Li Yue realized she had misspoken and quickly apologized. I didn't mean to bring that up. Maybe there are some people at the pool hall. Let us go check it out? Come on. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, he gladly accepted her invitation. This way, their relationship felt a little closer. As they walked, Li Yue and Qin Si exchanged glances, both seemingly full of unspoken words, yet nothing came out. The empty street was devoid of people. It was unclear whether everyone was too afraid to go out or if, after the zombie attacks, there simply weren't many survivors left. Ever since Qin Si returned, he hadn't paid much attention to others, and the issue of numbers didn't concern him. Tap. Tap. Suddenly, the sound of polished shoes echoed nearby. Looking in that direction, they saw a well-dressed young man approaching, exuding an air of confidence as if he hadn't been affected by the zombies at all. As the young man neared, Li Yue tried to ease the awkwardness between her and Qin Si by saying, "Look, there is someone else up ahead. Why don't we invite him to join us for a bit?" However, as the young man got closer, Qin Si had no desire to greet him at all. Instead, he grabbed Li Yue's hand and quickened his pace to leave. "Let us skip it." He shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. "I just don't want to talk to anyone right now." "Why not?" The boy slowly walked past, but he didn't greet Qin Si. The awkward silence between them left Li Yue feeling even more puzzled. Ever since that incident, everyone had tacitly avoided contacting each other. The shelter now was no longer what it used to be. The only reason for staying here was to survive. The matter Qin Si referred to was likely because he had left the protective shield after giving up his weapons. Everyone had turned against him, and though some couldn't stand it, they dared not intervene. As a result, Qin Si became the center and source of the topic. Li Yue understood but felt helpless. When she first arrived, the Jianghua shelter was nothing like it was now. "Let us go, it's just ahead." The pool hall was covered in dust. Clearly a place that hadn't seen visitors in quite some time. Everyone must have been too busy worrying and escaping to find time for leisure. Qin Si thought to himself with a smile, and upon entering, he caught a whiff of a strange odor. The man remarked, "I suppose it's just the two of us who can be so leisurely now." Li Yue didn't quite grasp his meaning and looked up at him. "Why do you say that? Look around. It's clear that no one has been here lately. Everyone is afraid of another incident, so for safety's sake, they simply don't go out. Besides, ever since that group kidnapped my parents, the crowd has fallen apart." Qin Si and Li Yue both knew this was an inevitable stage. As soon as someone stepped up, others would follow suit and start to distance themselves from another. That group had driven Qin Si away, putting everyone in danger and causing people to distrust each other. In this apocalyptic world, it was just how things were meant to be. "Well, it's not so bad. It's just the two of us, and the space is wide," Li Yue said, tossing a cue stick to Qin Si. After positioning herself, she took a shot. With a loud thud, a ball sank into the pocket. "Qin Si. It seems we've never played pool together before." Qin Si chuckled, leaning on his cue stick as he watched. Li Yue had a nice figure, and when she slightly bent over, her impressive curves were accentuated. Qin Si couldn't help but swallow hard, then quickly shook off the thought. "What are you looking at? My skills here are pretty good. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" he asked, tilting his head. Li Yue rested the cue stick in front of her, aimed, and made another shot. The sound was crisp as she pocketed another ball. She smiled at him, teasingly asking, "What did you say?" Qin Si was intrigued and tightened his grip on the cue stick, ready for a match. "You're quite skilled." "Of course, when I was in America, no one could beat me," she replied confidently. Qin Si stepped closer, still holding the cue stick, but his gaze seemed to linger on Li Yue's eyes. Those cold eyes were now alluringly captivating. "Then I guess I'll have to see what you've got." With that, Li Yue slightly bent her body again and made yet another shot. Qin Si felt a wave of pressure and was about to make a teasing remark when, on the next shot, Li Yue missed her aim. Luck wasn't on her side this time. Qin Si let out a sigh of relief and flashed a sunny smile at Li Yue. "Sorry, but we need to clear the table." Li Yue didn't respond, simply watching him in silence. However, Qin Si lived up to expectations, sinking one ball after another without a pause. Just as the final ball was about to go into the pocket, Li Yue suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, can't you show a little mercy? Don't you know how to cherish beauty?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ball rolled into the pocket with a thud. "Sorry about that," Qin Si said, his eyes narrowing in a playful manner, a cheeky smile plastered on his face. "I couldn't help it," it went in. At that moment, the atmosphere between them was harmonious, with no unpleasantness in sight. Li Yue had intended to cheer Qin Si up, and he was well aware of that. After their playful interaction, their game came to an end. Before long, Li Yue handed Qin Si a bottle of water and settled down beside him. Both of them lost in thought as they gazed at the empty room. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. Qin Si sighed, raising an eyebrow, his tone filled with helplessness. "Oh, nothing much. You're a grown man. You're not upset again, are you?" Li Yue teased him on purpose. However, Qin Si waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face as he replied, "How could that be?" Chapter 85, The Second Survivor Conference. So, with such a great opportunity today, didn't you think about saying something to me? Li Yue's sudden question caught Qin Si off guard. Reflecting on how open Li Yue had been with him earlier while drinking, Qin Si felt a flicker of emotion within himself. It wasn't that there was nothing he could say. Riding on the buzz from the drinks, he genuinely wanted to confess the things he had previously kept hidden from her. However, after much contemplation, Qin Si ultimately decided against revealing everything and chose to speak to Li Yue in a more indirect manner. Of course, I have something to share, but I've kept this secret for so long that no one knows about it. If I tell you, you would be the first to know. Are you sure? You want to hear it? Qin Si said this, and Li Yue hesitated for a moment. Yet, she also revealed some things to Qin Si. So, does that count as evening the score? You say that, but I want to hear it. Didn't I already mention the reason I came here while we were drinking earlier? Although when she was about to ask more, Li Yue fell silent. Qin Si smiled wryly and slowly said, I don't really know what to say. If you want to know something else, feel free to ask me. I'll share whatever I can within my ability to answer. Qin Si had a broad range of knowledge. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yue immediately chimed in. Then tell me about that scientist. Qin Si had anticipated this. Li Yue had been obsessed with the scientist for a long time, and now that she had the chance, she wasted no time in asking about all the developments regarding him. But Qin Si just smirked helplessly and said, Do you really want to know? Of course. Haven't you been protecting this scientist so well? If it weren't for your excessive maintenance, the secrets about the scientist would have been exposed a long time ago. The story of the scientist has become a miracle in Long Country. Even other countries are curious about his background. If it weren't for Qin Si's careful concealment, the lies surrounding the scientist would have been uncovered long ago. Even now, Li Yue stared at him with wide eyes, thinking that Qin Si was finally going to reveal something significant. She watched him expectantly, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. Qin Si lowered his gaze, and after a long pause, he finally exhaled and said, Actually, the scientist doesn't exist, and those things weren't given to me by him. Li Yue thought Qin Si was finally going to tell her something important. She was shocked when he held back for so long just to say that. She couldn't believe it. The scientist she had been investigating for so long didn't even exist. It felt like she had been played for a fool. She chuckled in disbelief, still puzzled. How could he not exist? Where did all your treasures come from then? Moreover, Yangping has asked you so many times, and you always said those treasures were given by the scientist. How come your story has changed now? Qin Si didn't want it to be this way. But he had other secrets he needed to keep hidden. If I don't find a suitable excuse, the matter of the mysterious person will eventually come to light. The scientist was just a fabricated lie of mine, merely a facade, but I never expected everyone to be so curious about the scientist. In the end, what everyone focused on was not the person of the scientist, but rather his technology. Qin Si was right. However, his dejected demeanor left Li Yue puzzled. So, where did all this technology come from? If it wasn't given by the scientist, then, could it be that you created it yourself? The subsequent weapons and armor were indeed developed by you. But what about the initial weapons? Li Yue continued to press, but Qin Si refused to answer. He shook his head, not indicating that he didn't know, but rather that he didn't want to say. In that case, Li Yue decided to keep quiet, not wanting to make things awkward. Since you don't want to talk, then let's drop it. Come on, I still want to challenge that last game. Let's continue. The two played for a while longer before stopping. Li Yue was eager to play another couple of rounds, but Qin Si had lost interest. He put away the cue and lowered his gaze. Let us call it a day. We can talk another time. Normally, Li Yue would have tried to persuade him to stay, but this time, she didn't. Instead, she shrugged and watched Qin Si leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly paused. What's wrong? Li Yue wondered, but Qin Si casually pulled out a small gadget from his pocket and tossed it to her. Li Yue caught the small item steadily. Upon closer inspection, it was a USB drive. After the last time Qin Si shared his scientific technology, the world had undergone a dramatic transformation. Humanity even made a qualitative leap in their ability to resist zombies, and for this reason, Qin Si became a hero worldwide. Yet, without exception, no country mentioned it voluntarily, and Qin Si didn't mind. Gradually, the Jianghuai shelter grew larger. Life returned to normal, and the shelter buzzed with activity like in the past. Qin Si thought to himself, if the Dragon Kingdom could just maintain the current status quo, would that be acceptable? If the apocalypse never ended, and they could live peacefully within the shelter, it seemed he wouldn't refuse. A year later, Qin Si spent every day in the laboratory developing various weapons. Throughout this year, he didn't slack off due to the safety of the shelter. In fact, he created many new types of weapons. As a result, Qin Si had accumulated quite a few treasures. As usual, he emerged from the ring space around noon when he suddenly received a call from Yangping. Qin Si, don't forget what I told you yesterday. Qin Si had been so busy lately that he often forgot small details. For instance, when Yang Peng brought up yesterday's conversation, Qin Si felt a bit confused and unsure of what was being discussed. What matter? Can you just remind me directly? Recently, I've been going a bit crazy developing weapons. Half-jokingly, he prepared lunch for himself, but then Yang Peng's helpless voice came from the other end. You really are my dear young master. Of course, it's the second Survivor-S conference. This time, it's going to be held at the American shelter. And you're a key figure from your country, so you absolutely have to attend. Before Yang Peng could finish, Qin Si cheerfully interjected, What about you? Aren't you going? Yang Peng was busy with shelter matters, and hadn't wanted to participate. Besides, he wasn't keen on meeting some people he didn't like. It'd be better to stay in Long Country. However, Qin Si could see through his reluctance, and quickly said, How about this? You come with me, and we can take some reliable people along. That LLB our Long Country lineup. What do you think? This Survivor-S conference was planned with more foresight than the last one. As for Li Yue, being American, she naturally accompanied Qin Si and the others back. The bumpy ride didn't dampen Qin Si and Yang Peng's curiosity. Li Yue naturally took on the role of tour guide, introducing everything about America. The development here isn't any worse than that of Long Country. You'll see once you arrive. Chapter 86, Moral Coercion again. To be honest, the conditions in the United States are indeed not inferior to those in Dragon Country. However, over the past year, Qin Si had been out of touch with everything related to the United States for too long. As soon as he entered this place, it was inevitable that he would feel somewhat out of place. Fortunately, Li Yue was there to accompany him. As everyone gradually entered the conference room, Qin Si encountered many familiar faces along the way. He recognized them as the ones who had teased him before, so he wasn't particularly enthusiastic in his interactions with them. Inside the spacious conference room, it was already filled with people. Compared to the last time, it seemed there were even more envoys visiting this time. When Qin Si and Li Yue appeared together, it immediately caused a stir in the room. Qin Si is here, someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of others. As he was greeted this way before he could even settle in, Qin Si couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Hello, everyone. I believe you all remember me from the last Survivor-S conference, so I want to introduce myself, he said, as he generally preferred to avoid such situations. After saying this, he quietly took a seat. Li Yue stepped in to ease the atmosphere, and Yang Peng also came forward to greet everyone on behalf of Dragon Country. However, there were always a few people in the crowd who weren't quite harmonious. Since Qin Si is here, we should give him a warm welcome. His contributions to our shelter have been significant. If it weren't for Qin Si, we wouldn't have progressed so quickly. The global shelters wouldn't have developed countless useful weapons either. As they expressed their gratitude with smiles, Qin Si couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He forced a smile but said nothing. He thought that the topic would pass with that. However, someone unexpectedly piped up, Now that Qin Si is here, I can finally ask him about the questions I've been accumulating. Qin Si quickly waved his hands, insisting that it wasn't a case of seeking advice. He was still in a phase of learning himself. But the person continued, Qin Si, you've been silent for so long. Have you developed any new weapons? After spending the entire year researching, it would be impossible for him to say he hadn't made any progress. He hesitated on how to respond, thinking of fabricating a casual excuse to brush it off. But before he could speak, the person across from him sharply inquired, We heard you've been researching new weapons all year. Dragon Country has introduced quite a few new items, but these weapons haven't been shared with the outside world, right? To his surprise, it seemed that even abroad, people were aware of his activities. He had intended to keep this under wraps. In the U.S. shelter, everyone turned to look at Qin Si with excitement and curiosity in their eyes. It seems our country has new weapons to upgrade, someone said. But wait. Let us not get too excited too soon. Qin Si hasn't revealed these yet. If we end up in an awkward situation like a year ago, we would be left in shock. What they called praise was, in reality, just another wave of moral coercion. They were eager to get their hands on all of Qin Si's weapons as soon as possible. Greed knows no bounds, like a leech or a vampire. That's how they can be described. But this time, Qin Si did not shy away. Instead, he asked directly, Are you implying that you want to profit off me again? You think you can get your hands on the weapons I've developed without offering anything in return? His words left the representatives of the various countries humiliated. Some lowered their heads in silence, unable to say a word. Others awkwardly forced a smile, struggling to utter just Qin Si's name. Yet, Qin Si pressed on. May I ask what good items your country has prepared to exchange with me this year? If you can offer weapons of equal value, I might consider handing over what I've developed. But I must warn you. At this point, Qin Si's gaze sharpened. He disregarded Yang Peng's attempts to intervene, focusing solely on expressing himself. If what you present is too trivial, don't blame me for refusing to cooperate with your country in the future. He did not specify any particular nation, but his words felt like a rebuke to each one of them. This past year, they had barely survived on the weapons Qin Si had previously provided. Other country scientists lacked the capacity to develop new weapons. So now, how could they possibly offer Qin Si what he desired? The crowd exchanged awkward glances, and the representatives from the U.S., feeling at home, spoke up. Qin Si, I'll reiterate, we are part of a common human community. It's only right to share weapons. Isn't it inappropriate to demand an exchange? Only right? Qin Si recalled hearing similar sentiments a year ago. Everyone had pointed fingers at him back then, accusing him of not voluntarily sharing his weapons, claiming that the treasures he possessed should be given to other countries. But the Qin Si of a year later was no fool. I'm sorry, but I've been in Long Country for too long to know who fabricated that rule you mentioned. Did you establish new laws while I was here? The U.S. Colonel felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Li Yue and then at Qin Si, but out of pride, he managed to retort, what do you mean by that? It means, Qin Si replied, you believe everyone should selflessly contribute, while I think it's only fair to exchange goods of equal value. Isn't it unreasonable for me to give everything without receiving anything in return? In the crowd, someone scoffed. What's wrong with that? Qin Si shot back. If you think it's so great, why don't you donate all your possessions? Send all your labor force to support other countries on the front lines. Only then can you say you've truly contributed. His words left the challenger speechless. Yang Peng had remained silent, but internally he agreed with Qin Si. A year ago, to save face, Yang Peng had urged him to compromise. But if he continued to do so now, wouldn't he be taking things too far? During the debate, Qin Si was already showing signs of anger. Li Yue noticed this and quickly stepped in to defend him. All right, let's not discuss the issue of weapons anymore. The people from the United States should set an example. Whether it's weapons or armor, they are personal belongings of Qin Si. He has the right to handle them and to decide whether to give them or not. Our aggressive stance is nothing but moral coercion. The American colonel's face turned awkward, feeling that Li Yue was opposing him. However, there were crises in other countries, and Qin Si should step in to help. This time, Li Yue didn't hold back. Instead, she became even more intense. When the Dragon Kingdom was in trouble, which of the countries present offered assistance? Silence filled the room. Did any other countries provide the Dragon Kingdom with any weapons? Complete silence again. Li Yue smirked and shook her head in resignation. In that case, Qin Si is not a saint. He has no reason to always help everyone. With that, Li Yue led Qin Si and the others to leave early. She had managed to defuse the situation at this survivor conference. Meanwhile, the meeting room remained silent, with no one speaking. Chapter 87. Revealing identities. Why did you help me just now? After the meeting, Qin Si left the shelter building, with Li Yue following closely behind. She quickly caught up to him, her tone light and humorous. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, after all this time in Long Country and you taking care of me. If I didn't help you, wouldn't that be a bit inhumane? Li Yue's reasoning was rather naive, but Qin Si didn't share her carefree attitude. He sighed heavily, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Aren't you worried that your words might have upset your American companions? I noticed that Colonel didn't look too pleased. Who knows what he might do behind your back? Qin Si's concerns were not without merit. However, Li Yue seemed unfazed. She shrugged it off, declaring it as if it never happened. What's the big deal? He is just a colonel. You're a grown man. Why worry so much? Indeed. It was Li Yue who was involved. Why should he care so much? Shaking his head, Qin Si decided to change the subject. By the way, how's the data on that USB drive I gave you? That time, Qin Si felt a bit too invested in the conversation with Li Yue. An inexplicable trust had led him to hand over the USB drive. Yet, he held a deeper meaning that he didn't express in front of her. When the USB drive was mentioned, Li Yue casually replied, "Oh, the USB? I've already given it to my superior. Don't worry, the data won't leak." Qin Si was taken aback and didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds, Li Yue added, honestly, I helped you because I didn't want that technology falling into the hands of other countries. Such valuable data, why would I want to share it? If it gets out, what value would you have left? You'd just be a machine for weapon research. Li Yue had a point, but as her words fell, Qin Si wore a strange smile. Let us go back for now. Without saying much, Qin Si led Li Yue back to the hotel. During this time, he planned to contact his crystal. Li Yue stood nearby, sensing that this crystal would become a significant weapon in the future. She knew Qin Si rarely spoke of it. So taking this opportunity, she asked him, by the way, when do you think your weapon will be ready for research? Qin Si was always cautious, especially after everything that had happened. He looked at Li Yue with suspicion, yet gave her a vague answer. I don't know. It might be soon. Or it could take a long time. His response was almost equivalent to not answering at all. Li Yue realized she wouldn't get much more out of him and left Qin Si's room to return to her own. At the same time, Qin Si also recognized that the crystal would likely become an important weapon in the future. Half an hour later, Li Yue quietly left the U.S. shelter alone. He traveled light, appearing to just be wandering around. However, his pace was steady, and he only stopped when he reached the outside of the shelter. Behind him, a few men followed closely, their expressions wary, fearful of being discovered. Yet, whenever Li Yue glanced back at them, he showed no unusual reaction. Eventually, they arrived at a deserted, concealed location where they halted. Li Yue turned to look at the group that had been tailing him, and they came to a stop as well. The men were of similar height, their faces covered with masks, making it hard to discern anything unusual about them. But Li Yue pulled a white object from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, it was the USB drive that Qin Si had given him. He hoped it hadn't been discovered. The leader of the group examined the USB drive carefully for a long time. After confirming that the exterior was undamaged, he accepted it. However, he remained vigilant of their surroundings and even inquired about Qin Si's whereabouts. After he returns, he'll be engrossed in research. I didn't want to disturb him, so I came out to deliver the USB drive to you first. After saying this, the leader scanned the area again to ensure safety before removing his mask. To Li Yue's surprise, it was Yangpeng. Li Yue was not startled to see Yangpeng, as if they had conducted numerous transactions before. That's good. We must be discovered by anyone. We need to be cautious in our dealings. Yangpeng casually found a spot to sit, and Li Yue took a seat beside him. The men in black who had been following them spread out, deftly keeping watch for the two. Their practiced movements indicated that both were familiar with the trade. This time in the U.S., you need to be extra careful. Don't expose your identity, Yangpeng advised. I know. After hiding for so long, I have plenty of experience. Li Yue replied quickly. Yangpeng nodded, then asked, by the way, did Qin Si ask you about the USB drive's whereabouts? He did, Li Yue responded without hesitation. Just as we were leaving. He asked where the USB was. I told him it was already handed over to my superior. Don't worry, I don't think Qin Si is suspicious. Despite Li Yue's assurance, Yangpeng still seemed uneasy. Frowning, he cautioned, you still need to be extremely careful, especially since Qin Si is very alert and sensitive. If you show any unusual behavior, you will definitely be discovered. That's true. During their conversation, Li Yue revealed that he was from Longwood Dragon Country. For some time, he had been an undercover agent in the U.S. This fact was unknown to those around him, and Li Yue planned to keep it that way. Their conversation lasted for 10 minutes, and after exchanging recent information, they prepared to leave. Unbeknownst to them, just as Li Yue and Yangpeng were about to step away, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind them. Qin Si flashed by, and Li Yue immediately turned back in surprise. When she finally settled down, she realized that it was indeed Qin Si. Qin Si had been working with the spatial crystal, and gradually, he discovered that he could use it to track others. Today, he had just wanted to experiment by chance. To his surprise, after releasing the crystal, he noticed that Yangpeng and his group were acting suspiciously. First, they called a bunch of friends to the hotel, then entered a room wearing masks, and later, they brazenly yet cautiously followed Li Yue. This unusual scene piqued Qin Si's curiosity. He had no choice but to follow them and uncover the secret of their conversation. After tracking them for a while, Qin Si learned quite a bit. Why you? At that moment, Li Yue was startled, looking at the suddenly appearing Qin Si, unable to say anything due to her nervousness. Yangpeng, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating with anxiety. How was he supposed to explain this? Should he prove to Qin Si that it was all just a coincidence? Or should he just turn and walk away, ignoring what Qin Si might think? In this awkward moment, however, Qin Si appeared completely unfazed, as if he didn't take the situation seriously at all. Qin Si, what are you doing here? She questioned, her voice trembling with anxiety. You didn't hear anything, did you? Chapter 88. A conspiracy among three. Li Yue's questioning amused Qin Si. He raised an eyebrow at her while feeling surprisingly relaxed. He hadn't expected that a simple test of the spatial crystal would lead him to stumble upon the secret between Yangpeng and Li Yue. The three exchanged awkward glances, and it was clear that both Yangpeng and Li Yue had overheard. Qin Si decided not to hide anything. He straightforwardly spoke the truth, which only made Li Yue more embarrassed. You. Her voice trembled slightly as she looked at Qin Si in disbelief. A moment later, she slowly said, what did you hear? Yangpeng and I just came to chat. There's nothing else, don't misunderstand. Before Qin Si could say anything, Li Yue was almost spilling the beans. Yangpeng, standing beside her, had already stiffened up. This scene made Qin Si think of a scandal. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Li Yue further. Of course, I heard everything. Ever since you two met, I've been all ears. Li Yue was taken aback. opening her mouth but unable to find the words. Qin Si continued to laugh, by the way. I sensed something was off when Yang Peng first put on that mask to follow you. So, I heard your conversation loud and clear, including your identity. At this point, Li Yue's heart raced even more. But Qin Si's next statement left her completely stunned. You have nothing to hide. I've already guessed your identity. You're not an American. You're from the Dragon Country. You came from the U.S. to the Dragon Country just to go undercover, right? Qin Si was spot on, and even Yang Peng looked surprised. Li Yue had always thought her acting skills were impressive, managing to keep her cover for so long. Only to be exposed by herself. She had been planning to give Qin Si a surprise later. This was utterly disappointing. You. Li Yue let out a laugh in disbelief, quickly stepping back a couple of paces to maintain some distance from Qin Si, fearing that he might act oddly at that moment. Why didn't you tell me after you found out? Were you trying to make me look foolish in front of you on purpose? If I had revealed it, it would have been pointless. But if you keep hiding it, I also feel quite embarrassed. Li Yue puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, looking rather cute. Qin Si decided not to tease her any longer. He walked over, pulling Yang Ping and Li Yue to sit down. Yang Ping remained stiff, but Qin Si joked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling anxious too? I'm not exposing you." Yang Peng was worried, fearing that Qin Si might hold a grudge or think too much. Don't you care why we kept this from you? Why should I? He shrugged, putting on a nonchalant expression. Meanwhile, Li Yue was growing increasingly curious. Since you're so unconcerned, why don't you tell me how you figured it out? I refuse to believe that my cover was that good, and yet you managed to guess it. Li Yue was indignant, but Qin Si replied, "It's simple. When you clashed with that U.S. Major today, I sensed something was off. If you were truly American, you should have been worried about your situation in the U.S., right?" As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Li Yue. The gentle breeze stirred her long hair, making it flutter enticingly in the air. Qin Si swallowed hard, then continued. Your behavior has been quite unusual. You didn't seem excited at all when we returned to the States. Yet you were very alert to the other agents along the way. It's as if you were the only one acting like an undercover agent. Li Yue was indeed fearful of being targeted by other agents in the U.S. If they discovered her exact whereabouts, her undercover mission would likely be compromised. However, she was still somewhat skeptical about this observation. Tilting her head, she looked at him and asked, "Is it just because of that?" Qin Si chuckled, a bit helplessly. "Of course not. There's another thing. When I asked you about the USB drive today, you gave the wrong answer. Regarding the USB drive, Li Yue had indeed lied. She had tried to cover it up, but Qin Si saw right through her. Such a clumsy lie was almost laughable in Qin Si's eyes. Why? How should I respond? I asked you where the USB drive was, and you said you had already given it to the leader, but there's nothing in it. If you really had handed it over, your leader should have already confronted you about it." Li Yue was taken aback, regretting not having paid more attention to the USB drive earlier. Qin Si, however, was smug and directly pointed out the flaws in her story. Also, if you weren't an undercover agent, after your leader told you there was nothing in the USB drive, you should have come to question me. But you didn't. Combining that with my previous suspicions, I figured out that you must be an undercover agent from Long Country. I can't believe I actually stumbled upon this secret while tailing you. Realizing her cover had been blown, Li Yue felt a pang of frustration. Since everything had been laid bare, what was there left to argue about? With that thought, she let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. But then, Qin Si's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Since everything is out in the open, how about we team up and put on a show together? Li Yue was puzzled, thinking Qin Si was up to some trick. Before she could refuse, Qin Si laid out his plan. Now that I know you're an undercover agent, we could definitely stir up some commotion in the U.S. If we create chaos at the safe house, we might even snag some of their technology. What do you think? Li Yue blinked, feeling somewhat tempted, since she had already been exposed. It might be worth taking a risk. Yang Ping, standing nearby, watched the two with wide eyes. He knew he shouldn't interrupt, so he remained silently by their side. Before long, Qin Si patted Yang Ping on the shoulder. If we really go through with this, you'll need to help us cover our tracks outside. Yang Ping perked up at that, immediately nodding in agreement. Of course, just say the word, and I'll gather people to back you up. And so, the three of them quietly concocted their plan just outside the safe house. After finalizing their discussion, they headed back. Li Yue, however, sought out Qin Si alone at night. In the spacious room, only a bedside lamp was still lit. As Li Yue slipped in, Qin Si had just finished his shower and emerged, wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Li Yue gasped in surprise, quickly turning away. Qin Si had never encountered such an awkward situation before. He quickly put on a jacket, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He said, feeling embarrassed as he paced back and forth, tightening his clothes around him. You came to see me for something, he said. Li Yue, with her back to him, felt a bit uncomfortable as she spoke. Just as Qin Si finished speaking, she immediately asked, "Have you gotten dressed yet?" Qin Si was taken aback and replied, "Yes." Upon hearing his response, Li Yue turned around. Water droplets still clung to Qin Si's black hair, but she didn't pay much attention to that and asked directly, "About the attack on the American shelter, have you planned when to execute it?" "Well, there's no time like the present, so let's do it tomorrow," Qin Si replied. Li Yue was taken aback. She hadn't expected Qin Si to be so hasty. "Are you sure? If we go tomorrow, will everything be prepared in time? If you trust me, just follow behind me when the time comes. I'll lead you in." Chapter 89. Acting in coordination, Qin Si was clever, and Li Yue was obedient. The two entered the shelter one after the other, only to find that the hall on the first floor was nearly empty. A rash attack might raise suspicions. What should they do now? Li Yue glanced at him, and Qin Si winked back, gesturing with his chin. "Let's go upstairs first. There must be people in the conference room." Today was the day representatives from various countries were meeting, and Yang Peng was among them. Once Qin Si and Li Yue made their way upstairs, they discovered that the representatives from other countries had already left the conference room, and Yang Peng was nowhere to be found. The only one left was the leader from the United States. The leader looked at Qin Si with curiosity, thinking he had some questions to ask, and hurriedly welcomed him inside. "Qin Si." The leader shook hands and embraced Qin Si. The harmonious scene made it difficult for Li Yue to make her move. They exchanged glances, and Qin Si subtly indicated to Li Yue not to rush. "Qin Si, the representative from Dragon Country has already left. Are you here to talk to me? If it weren't for the mission at hand." Qin Si really wouldn't want to engage in any back and forth with this person. At that moment, he nodded and returned the smile. "Of course, if you have time. I would be happy to chat." The U.S. leader beamed, eagerly pulling Qin Si to sit down. Meanwhile, Li Yue took the opportunity to pour tea, diligently serving the two of them. On the surface, she appeared calm, but in reality, she had already been observing the U.S. leader's every move. "Perfect. I was actually thinking about having a good chat with you in a couple of days. I didn't expect our minds to be so in sync that you came to me first." Qin Si was unsure what the leader meant, treating the exchange as a friendly overture for now. "What do you want to discuss? You weren't upset about yesterday's meeting, were you?" The leader smiled ingratiatingly, as if afraid Qin Si might hold a grudge. As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Si's brow furrowed instinctively, and he looked at the leader. "Why would I be upset? It's just, everyone mentioned that you have quite a few weapons in your possession and should share some with the other countries. I didn't respond at the time, but I was worried. You might hold it against us." How could Qin Si not hold a grudge? The items belonged to him, and he had his own decisions on how to handle them. He didn't need others to dictate what he should do. However, given the context of yesterday's situation, he refrained from saying anything, acting as if he hadn't heard the comment. "Of course not. It was just a normal exchange. As for my belongings, they remain mine. If you in the U.S. or any other country wish to have them, feel free to create your own. I believe you're not the type to be exploitative." Qin Si's words were laden with sarcasm aimed at the U.S. leader. After Qin Si finished speaking, Li Yue began to refill their tea at an opportune moment. Her movements were subtle, seemingly hinting at something to Qin Si. Sure enough, just as the tea reached halfway in the cup, Qin Si suddenly grabbed Li Yue's wrist. "Wait." He sternly reprimanded the other party's actions and immediately pushed them away. The American leader felt a jolt of surprise, but Qin Si said, "What are you doing?" "I'm having a conversation with the American leader, and you're just eavesdropping?" Then he added, "By the way, you were in Dragon Country all along." Li Yue smoothly continued the act, putting on a performance right in front of the American leader. The American leader was nervous, fearing that Qin Si would discover something, but in the back and forth, Li Yue inadvertently exposed her undercover identity. In a panic, she wanted to seek help from the American leader, unaware that this was all part of Qin Si's scheme. "Li Yue, you're actually an undercover agent." Qin Si's voice had a penetrating quality. As he spoke, he opened the door. His sharp voice immediately echoed from the conference room. "What exactly is your purpose for lurking in our Dragon Country? Are you trying to obtain our secrets?" The commotion drew the attention of others downstairs. Some held their breath and looked towards the source of the sound, only to find Qin Si and Li Yue arguing at the door. As for the American leader, he stood by helplessly. "What are you talking about, Qin Si? I don't understand what you mean." Li Yue, displaying her acting skills, continued to parry with Qin Si. However, Qin Si sneered and clarified, "I can't believe I trusted you all this time. Who would have thought that you were an undercover agent for the Americans? I should have known. You've deceived me for so long. Li Yue, in this apocalyptic era, how could you do something like this? Did you also hand over the things I gave you?" Qin Si's aggressive stance made Li Yue take a couple of steps back. Not willing to back down, she argued back with him. "What do you mean I'm an undercover agent? I had no choice. Don't think you're so great." You have so many treasures. What's the big deal if I take a couple of them? Now you're regretting it? Are you even a man? The two had a loud argument in the conference room, their sharp exchanges drawing the attention of people downstairs. One person chimed in, asking, what is going on? Qin Si had no intention of hiding the truth and replied, Li Yue is an undercover agent for the Americans. She has been planted in our dragon country all along. Now that she has my technology in hand, she is planning to report back. You tell me, is her behavior acceptable? Li Yue, pointing her finger, was equally agitated. What have I taken from you? Qin Si. Let me tell you, your dragon country has nothing. I was suffocating there. After saying that, she rushed forward to hit Qin Si. But those in the middle quickly stopped her. Some were trying to mediate, while others were fanning the flames. With his arms crossed over his chest, Qin Si ultimately passed judgment on Li Yue's actions. Li Yue, what you're doing is no different from those who engage in moral coercion. And it's even worse. Among those present, many were the same people who had morally coerced Qin Si just the day before. Hearing Qin Si say this, they felt a bit guilty and quickly fell silent. However, Li Yue scoffed repeatedly and said disdainfully, am I the same as them? I'm using my intelligence. They're just shameless. Qin Si, are you really going to blame others when you can't even control your own things? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the technology you stole from me. These things don't belong to your America. In the end, both Qin Si and Li Yue were just trying to outsmart America. After all, Li Yue had gained nothing from Qin Si and hadn't tricked him at all. Yet now, Qin Si accused Li Yue of taking his things and giving them to the American leadership. The American leaders felt like crying but quickly explained, Qin Si, you're mistaken. Li Yue has given us anything. Qin Si didn't believe them and raised an eyebrow, saying, so what you're implying is that you're indirectly admitting Li Yue is a spy. How do you think such behavior would be viewed by other countries? The leaders were left speechless in frustration, closing their mouths tightly and saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Li Yue stomped her feet in anger, adding fuel to the fire beside the leaders. Exactly. We haven't taken anything. Even though I'm a spy, I haven't deceived you out of any technology. Qin Si shot her a sharp look, not someone to be trifled with. Haven't taken anything? Your clumsy act of not taking anything is too obvious. This farce continued. But the most troubled were the Americans and their leaders. Chapter 90. Zombies break through the shield. Qin Si, have you misunderstood something? Li Yue didn't take your technology. Before he could finish, Qin Si suddenly let out a cold laugh. His eyes turned sharp, and soon, his gaze, as cutting as a knife, fell upon the leader of the United States. His voice was like a venomous scorpion, enveloping the small space around them. Is that so? Then why did Li Yue come to my dragon country as an undercover agent? The leader found it hard to respond. Initially, Li Yue had indeed come to dragon country with the intention of stealing new technology. They also wanted to keep tabs on Qin Si's every move. At first, Li Yue reported Qin Si's situation constantly. However, later on, she claimed that dragon country was facing a crisis and didn't have time to report back. And the leader didn't press the matter further. As for the technology, Li Yue always said that Qin Si had protected the technology very well, leaving her no opportunity to act. The leader of the United States felt helpless but had no other options. Now, with Qin Si's accusation, he found it hard to defend himself. You tell me. Qin Si suddenly became agitated. Everyone thought he was angry, but only Li Yue knew he was putting on an act. The people around them were startled by the commotion and quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Qin Si, how about this? The leaders of the United States should just hand over all of Qin Si's technology. That would at least be a fair resolution. I mean, being an undercover agent is wrong, especially during a global crisis. It's taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Come on, everyone should just get along. We're all human beings, after all. If you hand over the technology, we'll consider this a closed matter. What do you think? Others chimed in. I think that's a good idea. Qin Si remained silent. However, the voices of those around him grew louder. The leader of the United States found himself in a difficult position. He tried to argue that Li Yue hadn't obtained any technology, but others were not convinced. In the end, to quell the situation, the leader of the United States had no choice but to surrender part of their technology as compensation, effectively swallowing his pride. All right, Qin Si. We've given you the technology. Can we consider this matter settled? Someone pulled Qin Si, trying to lead him away. However, Qin Si glanced at Li Yue and said, since the matter is resolved, I won't pursue what happened before. I hope the leaders of the United States will act wisely. His words not only protected Li Yue but also maintained the dignity of others. But the leader of the United States looked grim, ignoring what Qin Si had said. Afterwards, Li Yue, what on earth happened here? After Qin Si left, the leader of the United States erupted in anger. Li Yue knew she couldn't escape the consequences and stood there silently, enduring the reprimand. Indeed, it was my oversight. Although her mind was elsewhere, she still had to admit her fault. The leader's face was so red with anger that it seemed his beard might fly off. You failed to do your job. And now you've been found out. Li Yue, was this deliberate? How come I never realized your abilities were this poor before? And also, why didn't you step up to explain when everyone was questioning you earlier? The accusations were harsh, and Li Yue was mercilessly criticized. Yet, she seemed to let it all go in one ear and out the other, acting as if she hadn't heard a thing. I'm sorry. She expressed her dissatisfaction with just a dry apology. The leaders found themselves at a loss with Li Yue, unable to say much. Meanwhile, Qin Si. We can head back now. As Qin Si walked down the street, he received a notification from Yangping. The meeting had concluded, and everyone could return to their respective shelters. Yangping felt there was no reason to linger in the U.S. and decided to leave early. However, Qin Si had something on his mind. He was worried about Li Yue still being in the shelter. I understand. Wait for me to finish something. And then we'll head back together, he said before hanging up. That evening, Qin Si sought out Li Yue, and after making arrangements, the three of them returned to the Jianghuai shelter in Longwood together. The journey was relatively relaxed for Qin Si and Li Yue, as they had nothing to hide now that their identities were clear. The U.S. leaders were still fuming and didn't even notice where Li Yue had gone. I'm glad you remembered me, Li Yue teased on the way back. Qin Si smirked, trying to appear nonchalant. After all, you were the one acting alongside me in this play. I couldn't possibly forget my fellow actor. He certainly knew how to keep the conversation light. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, upon arriving in Longhua, they received an urgent notification. Yanggu, have you returned? As soon as they landed, Yangping's phone rang, and a breathless voice came from the other end. Sensing something was off, Yangping immediately put the call on speaker. He raised his hand to stop Qin Si and Li Yue, saying, there's a situation. The air grew tense. On the line, his subordinate reported, Yanggu. There's been an incident at the shelter. Zombies have started to infiltrate the Jianghua shelter. What should we do now? As the words sank in, both Qin Si and Li Yue felt a chill run down their spines. During their time in the U.S., they hadn't received any updates from Longhua. Initially, they thought it was normal, but now it seemed likely that it was due to the zombies. What other issues are there? Hurry up and tell me. I'm heading back immediately. Yangping replied, speaking quickly and moving forward, anxious not to waste any time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Si and Li Yue instinctively followed suit. Yanggu, you need to come back and see for yourselves. There has been a problem with the shelter's protective barrier. It hasn't been repaired since you left, and we couldn't reach you or Qin Si, so this matter got delayed. Qin Si's heart sank suddenly, causing his fingers to tremble. Yet, he didn't stop moving. Instead, he continued striding forward as if nothing could hold him back. What else is going on? Speak up. The situation with the shelter's protective dome is serious. If it's severely damaged, the people inside won't be able to stay any longer. We don't even know what the current situation is. Suddenly, there was a noise on the other end of the phone. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, hitting the ground with enough force to make the floor shake. The person on the line screamed and quickly hid behind a door, saying, a large number of zombies have already poured in. While you were away, the protective dome started malfunctioning, and the communication system was damaged. We've been trying to reach you, but we haven't been able to fix it. Yangpeng found it strange, initially thinking it was a problem on his end. To his surprise, it turned out that there was indeed a problem at the shelter. When he was in the U.S., he couldn't get in touch with anyone from Long Nation. At that time, his subordinate suggested that perhaps the distance between the two countries was causing the communication failure. But now, it was clear that it wasn't just a matter of distance. It was the zombies' fault. Wait for us, we're coming back right away. After hanging up the phone, Yangping and the others quickened their pace. Next to him, Qin Si clenched his silver teeth, already prepared for a fierce battle. He took out weapons and handed one each to Yangpeng and Li Yue. Grab your weapons. We'll charge in together. Chapter 91. Collective hibernation. The situation in the shelter was not as dire as Qin Si had imagined, perhaps due to their previous experiences. The people there were now capable of handling emergencies involving zombies on their own. By the time Qin Si and his team arrived, there were only a few zombies left. However, these zombies looked particularly strange. As Qin Si spoke, he hefted his weapon and charged forward, saying, we can't let our guard down. You all stay outside. With that, he rushed in alone. This time, to his surprise, the zombies did not engage with him, but instead inexplicably ran toward a nearby opening. They suddenly disappeared from view, like a whirlwind sweeping through. Yangping and Li Yue exchanged glances and asked, are they afraid? After Qin Si arrived, these zombies had indeed faced the harsh realities of their new world. But could they really be that cowardly? Was it possible that the zombies were evolving into something even more vulnerable? Lost in thought as he watched the zombies vanish, Qin Si quickly issued a command. Let's go. We need to pursue them. This time, before the two behind him could react, Qin Si took off after them alone, weapon in hand. He didn't concern himself with whether they followed. His focus was solely on the zombies ahead. After all, these zombies were distinctly different from those he had encountered before. And this cave held its own mysteries. Upon entering the opening, all the zombies seemed to vanish as if they had never existed. Qin Si looked closely and realized that this space was also an echo chamber with many rooms. He speculated that the zombies might be hiding in one of those rooms, whether resting or lying in ambush. However, Qin Si's attention was drawn to something else on the walls of the echo chamber. Oddly enough, this chamber resembled the previous one. But, as he examined the paintings and inscriptions on the walls, Qin Si couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. These were valuable pieces. It would be a shame to leave them behind. I might as well take them with me, he said, rubbing his hands together and unceremoniously packing up all the artworks from the chamber. Unexpectedly, this trip yielded an unexpected treasure. As he moved deeper, Qin Si discovered the gathering place of the zombies. He prepared for battle but, upon entering, found that all the zombies were in a state akin to hibernation. Much like insects. Hey, he shouted to bolster his courage. Yet the zombies seemed oblivious, maintaining their previous poses. To Qin Si, they didn't seem to have suddenly gone dormant. Rather, it appeared they were temporarily inactive. He noticed their chest rising and falling steadily, indicating they still had a rhythm of life. As he pondered this, he began to grasp the underlying mystery. The combination of his experiences in the two echo chambers led Qin Si to a sudden revelation about the secret of the zombie horde. They were in a frenzy just a moment ago, but after Qin Si arrived, their strength suddenly diminished, not because of his presence, but because time was up. Afterwards, they all rushed toward the same spot, only to find that they had all fallen into a deep slumber. This led Qin Si to infer something significant. No, these zombies must not be allowed to emerge again. If they truly have a regular routine, this is a golden opportunity. As Qin Si pondered this, he looked around, and after searching several times, he finally found what he was looking for. Next to the ear chamber were several barrels of gunpowder. To prevent the zombies from coming back out and causing harm, Qin Si decided that it would be best to blow them all up. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to act quickly. Boom. Before long, the ear chamber was blasted apart. Billowing black and red mushroom clouds shot up into the sky. Standing at a distance, Qin Si looked on, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Li Yue, passing by, looked up into the distance and asked, "What did you do?" Qin Si didn't elaborate much. He simply expressed his thoughts. I saw that group of zombies trapped inside the ear chamber, and I thought, this is a great opportunity. So why not just blow them all up? With that, he turned to leave, leaving Li Yue in silence. After leaving, Qin Si once again entered the mysterious space. The mysterious figure sat with legs casually crossed, seemingly having waited for Qin Si for a long time. You finally came, the figure said with a strange smile. Their gaze shifting as they looked at Qin Si. Not understanding the other's meaning, Qin Si asked, "What's wrong?" The mysterious figure pouted and stood up to glance at him. Their sharp eyes pierced into Qin Si like daggers. "I thought you didn't need me anymore since you haven't shown up in so long. How could that be?" Qin Si laughed as he displayed all the treasures he had collected that day in front of the mysterious figure. They were several exquisite pieces of calligraphy and painting, laid out enticingly on the table. The mysterious figure reached out to grab them, but Qin Si swiftly pulled them back. Protecting the artwork with one hand while leaning on the table with the other, he maintained an air of intrigue that left the mysterious figure puzzled. "What? Is there a reason for taking back something that was meant for me?" Qin Si waved his hand, pretending to be mysterious. "Of course not. It's just that I have some questions for you." "Sure." The mysterious figure smirked and sat back down. Their nonchalant demeanor left Qin Si at a loss for how to deal with them. "Go ahead, ask whatever you want. I can tell you anything I know." "But if I don't know," the figure shrugged, "I'm afraid I can't help you there." Qin Si was going to press the issue. He simply wanted to understand the situation with the ear chamber. "I want to know, how much do you know about the ear chamber?" Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure's smile suddenly froze. After a 2-second pause, they finally returned to normal. "I remember you asking this question before. Your former good friend seemed to have turned into a zombie because of the ear chamber, right? Back then, you even asked me for things to dissect zombies. What's going on now? Encountering a new problem?" This person has quite a good memory. Qin Si clicked his tongue, not intending to hide anything from the other party. "It's not that. I just saw some things I had never noticed before." "Things you never noticed?" The mysterious person suddenly became interested. He smirked and said, "Go on, tell me more." "I discovered that this group of zombies goes into hibernation after returning to the ear chamber. The last ear chamber had different effects as well. But at that time, I hadn't uncovered the other secrets of the ear chamber yet. By the way, the rune I showed you before is on the wall of the ear chamber. So, I want to ask, how much do you actually know about this situation? Qin Si said all this just to find out about the ear chamber. But the mysterious person smiled without saying a word, giving Qin Si a look before glancing at the calligraphy and painting on the table that Qin Si had under control. He pondered for a couple of seconds and gave Qin Si an answer. I don't know either. You don't know? Qin Si didn't believe his words. But Qin Si knew that this person was like that. If he didn't want to say something, it would be impossible to extract any secrets from him. Chapter 92. The teleportation watch. Well, since that's the case, I won't force you anymore. Here, these scrolls and paintings are still for you. Qin Si nodded, once again pulling out all the artworks in front of him. After all, if he couldn't extract information, he might as well take the goods. The mysterious person's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Qin Si, showering him with compliments and happily exclaiming, "You're really a treasure. Where did you get all these items?" Qin Si remained silent, handing over the artworks, though his intentions were clear. "Since I've given you the paintings, does that mean I can ask for something in return?" The mysterious person tucked the artworks away and flashed a bright smile at Qin Si. "Of course. Just tell me what you want," they replied. "Well, I'm not sure if you have anything that can enable instant teleportation." Qin Si thought about how he already had enough weapons and could easily create more based on the blueprints. What he really needed were other items. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious person's eyes sparkled, praising Qin Si's good fortune. While saying this, they pulled out a watch from their pocket. At first glance, the watch didn't seem unusual. However, the mysterious person explained, "This watch has a teleportation function. Just press the button, and you can teleport. It saves a lot of time and space, so I think this is exactly what you're looking for." With that, they handed the watch to Qin Si. Upon receiving it, Qin Si felt a rush of excitement, eager to test out this treasure today. He couldn't wait to get outside. Thinking of this, Qin Si quickly expressed his gratitude and was about to leave when the mysterious person suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Wait a moment." Qin Si paused and turned back to face them. "What's wrong? This watch is still in the experimental phase, and its effectiveness can be inconsistent. You can try it out when you get back, and if you encounter any issues, feel free to come find me." Qin Si nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. His current goal was to return to his lab as quickly as possible to study it thoroughly. If he could replicate this watch, he would be able to distribute it to everyone around him. Only when his parents had one would he truly feel at ease. He went in the lab. Qin Si strapped the watch onto his wrist, took a deep breath, and pressed the button. In an instant, he found himself teleported within the lab. It seemed the mysterious person hadn't lied. This thing was indeed something special. If only I could replicate it. That would be even better. Qin Si thought as he sat down and began working on the watch. The data from the watch was quickly extracted, and before long, the replication process was underway. With this, Qin Si no longer had to worry about everyone being unable to escape if zombies attacked. As long as they had this watch, even if zombies got close, they could teleport away instantly. With that thought in mind, Qin Si returned home and, as usual, handed each of his parents a gift. "What is this?" His parents looked at the new gadget Qin Si had brought and immediately recognized that it was a product of his hard work. They didn't want to pry too much, but they felt the need to understand its purpose. So, they urged Qin Si to sit down, cautioning him to be careful while also probing about the watch. "After my research and modifications, this watch can function normally as a smart watch that monitors your health data. Additionally, this button here allows for instant teleportation." What? Teleportation? The concept was far too advanced for them. If they hadn't been living alongside Qin Si, they might have thought he was just being fanciful. Is this thing really useful? His parents still had their doubts. But Qin Si demonstrated its effectiveness without hesitation. He pressed the button, and in an instant, he went from sitting on the couch to appearing in the dining room. His parents were left speechless, only able to gasp and scream in astonishment. "Qin Si, you actually managed to create something like this." They were incredulous. But Qin Si reassured them, "Times are changing. The weapons and tools of the future will surpass your imagination. And this teleportation technology is just a fraction of what has to come. It's practical even in today's world." His mother was concerned about Qin Si's safety. After all, with so many valuable inventions in his possession, it was only a matter of time before someone took notice. Previously, there had been attempts to kidnap his parents out of envy for Qin Si's treasures, and even threats directed at him. Now, with even more valuable items surfacing in Long Country, his mother worried that he would become a target. "Qin Si, maybe we should stop developing this kind of technology for now?" His mother's concerns were understandable to Qin Si. However, he felt compelled to share things that could benefit society and the times. It wasn't just about protecting himself and his family. It was also about safeguarding the wider community. "No, I can't do that." Qin Si's refusal was firm and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. If this technology could genuinely protect people during a zombie outbreak, then it was important to share it. Besides, he intended to give the watch to Yang Peng shortly. With that, Qin Si got up. His parents realized they couldn't change his mind and allowed him to leave to meet Yang Peng. 10 minutes later, Yang Peng was thrilled to learn that Qin Si was coming. But Qin Si wasted no time with small talk. He grabbed Yang Peng and led him upstairs, saying he had something important to discuss. What could be so urgent? As soon as Yang Peng sat down, Qin Si pulled the watch out of his arms and, with a serious tone, said, "This is a new type of technology I've developed. I'm giving it to you now. It should be useful for you." Yang Peng was taken aback and a bit puzzled. After all, in the past, Qin Si had never personally gifted him anything like this. Sometimes, if it weren't for Yang Peng's insistence, Qin Si probably wouldn't have handed over such technology so readily. What is going on now? Yang Peng felt puzzled, furrowing his brows as he looked at Qin Si, shocked as he asked, "Why are you suddenly giving me weapons and technology?" "Well, it's not exactly weapons," Qin Si replied, placing the technological data on the table along with a watch in front of Yang Peng. As he explained the purpose of the watch, both Yang Peng and Qin Si wore serious expressions. "This is a teleportation watch. If zombies attack, this watch could be very useful. Keeping it on hand is a way to protect oneself. I'll test it for a while, and if the quality checks out, I'll mass-produce more watches." After Qin Si finished speaking, Yang Peng's attention was completely off the watch. He still wore a shocked expression, and after a moment of silence, he said, This is the first time you've proactively given me something." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Qin Si smirked slightly but said nothing. On the other hand, Yang Peng felt a wave of emotion. He had thought Qin Si might want to sever ties with him. And the last moment of peace before such a break is always so unsettling. Little did he know, Qin Si chuckled lightly, teasing, "What's wrong? Is it strange that I'm willingly giving you technology? After all, we're friends, living in long country together. If I don't help you, who else can I help?" With those words, Yang Peng felt that the ice between them seemed to thaw a bit. Chapter 93. The giant zombie. After handing over all the equipment to Yang Peng, Qin Si felt a sense of relief. Now was the perfect time to venture out for exploration. He needed to find more supplies to have better bargaining chips to trade with the mysterious person. As for that mysterious figure, they had yet to show themselves, leaving him completely in the dark about their true identity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all his emotions and prepared to head to the target area. Just then, Li Yue approached him. "What? You're going out and not taking me with you?" she said with a slight huff. Qin Si was momentarily taken aback. Then he forced a smile. "You misunderstood." Li Yue rolled her eyes and retorted, "I'm not misunderstanding anything. I can tell you clearly, as long as I'm with you, I want to feel at ease no matter where we go." Hearing this, Qin Si was both amused and exasperated. Come on, stop joking around. I'm serious." Li Yue's expression turned stern as she glared at Qin Si, saying seriously, in short, "If you dare to leave me behind, I guarantee you'll regret it." Seeing her firm attitude, Qin Si had no choice but to relent. All right, you win. But I must warn you, if we encounter danger later, don't hold me back." Li Yue pouted. "I'm not stupid." Nodding, Qin Si set off toward the target area. The two of them made their way through the woods and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Dense bushes blocked their view, and the area was teeming with birds and beasts, making it very dangerous. Qin Si held a flashlight, cautiously leading the way, fearful of an ambush. However, the further he went, the quieter it became. Even the sounds of birds had vanished. This was too strange. Furrowing his brow, Qin Si stopped. "Hey, why did you suddenly stop? Hurry up and move forward," Li Yue urged from behind. Turning his head, Qin Si looked at her. Seeing his expression, Li Yue immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Shaking his head, Qin Si muttered softly, "It's strange, why did all those animals disappear?" Just now Li Yue eyed him with confusion, saying, "You sound like you're talking to yourself. You aren't scared out of your wits, are you?" Qin Si shook his head and continued moving forward. After catching up, Li Yue couldn't help but tease. "You're so paranoid. Your courage is a bit lacking, don't you think?" Ignoring her jibe, Qin Si closely observed his surroundings. The more he looked, the more bizarre it felt. The grass, bushes, and trees seemed to have turned into a dead zone, with no living beings in sight. Even the sounds of insects and birds had completely vanished. "This is odd," Qin Si murmured to himself, noticing that Qin Si had stopped moving. Li Yue also halted and looked at him in confusion. She had never seen him like this before. Clearly, the situation had exceeded his expectations and left him feeling alarmed. Qin Si suddenly looked up and gazed at a towering ancient tree in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Then he put on his special glasses. Instantly, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Run, something is coming." With that, He grabbed Li Yue and took off at full speed. However, their pace soon slowed. They could hear a rumbling sound getting closer and closer. Li Yue, filled with fear, shut her eyes and anxiously shouted, "Qin Si, do you hear that? There's something coming closer." Qin Si didn't respond. Instead, he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, staring into the distance. Of course, he heard those sounds, but he had no idea what it was. This noise was definitely not that of ordinary zombies. Just moments ago, he had put on the glasses and, through the ancient tree, saw a 3-meter-tall zombie with 2 heads. Its arms were outstretched, charging towards Qin Si and Li Yue. Although it was still far away, the ferocious aura it emitted was suffocating. Damn it! Qin Si cursed under his breath, quickly dragging Li Yue to evade. Li Yue, still in shock, was being pulled along while screaming, "Help! Someone save me!" However, her cries were utterly useless. When the 2-headed zombie was just over 50 meters away, it finally broke through the bushes and leaped into the air. Without a second thought, Qin Si hoisted Li Yue up and sprinted away. He had tried to use his weapon to attack the 2-headed zombie, but its muscles were so taut it was like stone. No matter how hard Qin Si hit it, it didn't budge an inch. In the end, he had no choice but to run. At that moment, Li Yue snapped back to reality and started struggling, shouting, "What are you doing? Put me down." Qin Si ignored her and continued to run for his life. "You jerk!" Li Yue yelled in anger, matching his pace and sprinting alongside him. The two of them ran with all their might. However, the zombie was incredibly fast and quickly closed the distance. "This is bad." Li Yue felt despair wash over her, her heart racing, tears streaming down her face. Just when it seemed they were at the end of their rope, Qin Si suddenly stopped and quickly turned around, pushing Li Yue to the ground. At the same time, he crouched down, burying himself in the dirt. Thud. A sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed. Li Yue opened her eyes and saw the 2-headed zombie standing still, as if it had turned to stone. What? Li Yue was stunned. The zombie didn't attack Qin Si? Huffing heavily, Qin Si was drenched in sweat. That was too close. If he had been even a second slower or less alert, he would have been torn apart by that zombie. At this moment, Li Yue also snapped out of her shock. She looked at Qin Si, her expression complex. What kind of monster is this guy? Why does he always find a way to escape danger whenever they're in trouble? Qin Si, what exactly did you just do? Li Yue couldn't help but ask. Qin Si glanced up at her, his expression calm as he replied, "I just made that beast pause for a moment." With that, he leaned back down to the ground, straining his ears as if searching for something. Li Yue was taken aback by his words, then couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "You really are something." Just as she was about to say more, Qin Si interrupted, "It's coming. We need to prepare for battle." Immediately, Li Yue's smile vanished, and her expression turned serious. She too had heard the overwhelming roar. Moments later, the roaring grew closer, accompanied by a strong, putrid smell. Bang! Suddenly, a massive black head slammed into the tree trunk, sending dust flying everywhere. At the same time, a body as large as a small mountain emerged from the bushes. It was a headless zombie, even more robust and towering than before. Chapter 94. Slaying the zombie. His eyes were bloodshot, his mouth filled with sharp fangs, and his arms were covered in bulging veins, making him look incredibly fierce and terrifying. His target was unmistakably Qin Si and Li Yue. Although this zombie had a low IQ, its instincts told it that the two living beings in front of it were more delicious than food. Without any warning, it launched an attack. Li Yue was startled and quickly shouted, "Be careful." She suddenly leaped, dodging out of the zombie's attack range. At the same time, she drew a weapon from her waist and swung it fiercely at the zombie's back. Crack! The sound of the whip echoed as the weapon pierced through the zombie's neck, spraying blood everywhere. A howl of agony escaped the zombie as it frantically turned around, its crimson eyes fixed on Li Yue. In the next moment, it roared and charged at her again. Li Yue's expression changed slightly as she shifted her feet to evade the zombie's assault. To her surprise, the zombie did not give up on the chase. Instead, it became even more aggressive. This was proving to be quite a challenge for her. At this stage, players generally had weak abilities, with very few even reaching the 2nd tier, let alone the 3rd. So when Li Yue encountered a 3rd-tier zombie, she found it exceedingly difficult to handle. Especially since this particular zombie had clearly reached the peak of the 3rd tier, its combat power far surpassed that of other zombies. This forced Li Yue to focus entirely on fending off its attacks. Meanwhile, Qin Si, witnessing the situation, furrowed his brows tightly. He never expected that such high-level zombies existed in this world. The destructive power of such monsters was too strong, and if left unchecked, it would surely lead to devastation. Therefore, Qin Si decided to take it down first. He raised his right hand and slowly pulled out a long sword from his spatial ring. This was one of the weapon blueprints given to him by a mysterious person which he had crafted but not yet used. The sword possessed immense destructive power and could attack on its own without requiring human control. Qin Si gripped the sword tightly and took a deep breath. In an instant, the winds began to swirl. The surrounding plants swayed wildly. The next moment, Qin Si's figure flickered and transformed into a gust of wind, darting forward at an incredible speed. Like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the zombie. At that moment, Li Yue's eyes widened in shock. How amazing! How does he have such incredible speed? She marveled. In her impression, men were typically strongest in physical strength. Even if they had abilities, they were usually limited to running away or defense. Qin Si's performance completely shattered her preconceived notions. His speed was ghostly, almost like an illusion, making it impossible for her to track him. Bang! In the next instant, Qin Si swung his sword, striking down hard on the zombie's shoulder. Clang! A metallic clash rang out, sending sparks flying. The zombie's shoulder armor was as hard as iron, completely undamaged. Seeing this, Qin Si frowned slightly and swung his sword again. Bang! Still no breach. The zombie's skin truly had astonishing defensive capabilities. At that moment, the zombie launched its attack. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at Qin Si's neck. Whoosh! Qin Si swiftly dodged to the side, evading the strike, then seized the opportunity to create some distance. He swung his sword and fiercely stabbed at the zombie. Thud! The sword pierced through the zombie's shoulder, and blood sprayed out. The zombie let out a pained grunt, staggering back several meters before turning to flee. Not so fast. Qin Si shouted, taking off in pursuit. However, just then, the enraged zombie turned back and lunged at him. Damn it! Qin Si cursed under his breath. The zombie was too fast to evade, so he could only brace himself to defend. In the next moment, he swung his sword horizontally, intercepting the zombie midair, then used the momentum to rapidly retreat several dozen meters, narrowly avoiding the zombie's attack. Roar! The zombie howled in rage, seemingly filled with hatred for Qin Si. Qin Si snorted coldly and charged forward again. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the zombie. He then leaped high and brought his sword down. Bam! The sword struck the zombie's head. In an instant, a jet of black blood shot out, staining his clothes. The zombie staggered as if hit by tremendous force. The next moment, it threw its head back and roared, its blood-red eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot towards him. Qin Si's pupils constricted, and he immediately dodged, rolling away. He saw a silver-white spike was passed and embed itself in a nearby tree trunk. The spike was as thick as a chopstick and about 10 centimeters long. Its surface etched with intricate patterns. It was made from a special material containing explosive energy. Crack! A steel cable as thick as a wrist snapped and fell to the ground. Qin Si narrowed his eyes, a glint of intelligence shining in them. This was a powerful firearm. It was thrown by Li Yue amidst the chaos. Bang! The zombie attacked again. This time, it aimed for Qin Si, trying to tear him apart. Unfortunately, Qin Si had already anticipated this. As the zombie lunged, he swiftly dodged and thrust his sword into the zombie's throat. Flish! The sword sliced through, carving out a chunk of flesh. Growl! The zombie let out a pained howl but refused to relent. It reached out with its claws, fiercely swiping at Qin Si, attempting to crush his chest. Qin Si twisted his body, evading the strike with agility. Seeing its first attack fail, the zombie quickly adjusted its stance and continued its assault. Qin Si dodged once more, then swung his sword at the zombie's head. Clang! The blade collided with the skull. Sparks flying. Although the zombie's head was as hard as iron, it ultimately couldn't withstand the immense power of the sword, losing a chunk in the process. Rumbling. Just as Qin Si prepared to press the advantage, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly roared overhead. Qin Si paused, then looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. A dazzling lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the zombie with a heavy thud. Boom! The zombie's body was sent flying. It crashed to the ground, charred black and emitting wisps of smoke, completely lifeless. Qin Si was momentarily stunned as he looked up at the sky. So it was thunder after all? He glanced down at the long sword in his hand. The blade emitted a ghostly blue glow, as if it were coated in venom, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Si squinted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He sheathed the sword into his spatial ring, then turned his gaze to the girl lying a short distance away. Concern flickered in his eyes. Are you okay? Li Yue opened her eyes at his words, and upon seeing Qin Si, her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. Qin Si hurriedly crouched down and asked, Are you all right? Li Yue nodded gently, then wrapped her arms around Qin Si's waist, burying her face in his chest as she cried. Seeing her in such distress made Qin Si's heart ache. He gently patted her back, offering soothing words. After a long while, Li Yue finally stopped crying and released Qin Si. Let's get out of here, she said. Chapter 95, Unexpected Peril MM. Qin Si acknowledged with a nod, following behind Li Yue as they raced along the mountain path towards the outskirts of the base. Along the way, they encountered several mutated beasts, but Qin Si and Li Yue easily dealt with them. They returned to the base without any obstacles. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance saluted upon seeing the two of them, and Li Yue blushed, nodding shyly. She understood that the soldiers respected her greatly because of Qin Si. Before long, they arrived at the door of a room, Li Yue's dormitory. Xiao Si, thank you for saving me. Li Yue beamed with a bright smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Don't mention it, I'll get you back inside, Qin Si said, helping Li Yue into the room. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous as they moved in tandem. Wait, let me get you some clean clothes, Qin Si said. In the post-apocalyptic world, clothes were extremely cheap and often tattered. Fortunately, Li Yue had brought a new outfit with her. Her cheeks flushed. She nodded and watched as Qin Si entered the bathroom. The sound of water cascading down filled the air as Qin Si closed his eyes, savoring the rare coolness. He slowly exhaled a breath of exhaustion. He had expended too much energy in the recent battle, especially during the final fight, where he had nearly given it his all, leaving him utterly drained. But thankfully, the mission was accomplished. Suddenly, Qin Si's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Who? He barked. The bathroom fell silent, save for the sound of the shower. Doubt flickered in Qin Si's eyes. Could he have misjudged? Impossible. He shook his head. There was no way he was wrong. He scanned his surroundings warily. Hiki. A raspy, eerie laugh suddenly echoed, followed by a chilling gust of wind. Chapter 3. The terrifying man. Qin Si furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly as he cautiously observed his surroundings. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, a pitch-black shadow darted beside him. Its arm moved with the agility of a snake, wrapping around Qin Si's neck. In an instant, its fingers spread wide, and sharp claws dug viciously into his skin. Qin Si let out a muffled grunt, quickly breaking free and jumping to the side. With a sickening sound, the claws sank deep into his muscles, leaving a gruesome mark. Qin Si clutched his neck, blood oozing through his fingers. Hiss, he gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Damn it, this guy actually ambushed him. Grinding his teeth, he glared at the shadow, his eyes burning with fury. The shadow seemed to sense Qin Si's anger. It paused momentarily before lunging at him again. Qin Si hastily raised his sword to defend himself, but he was still outmatched. The shadow toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Si's forehead. He wanted to fight back, but every time he moved, the shadow attacked from an even more cunning angle, making it impossible to defend himself. Gradually, Qin Si felt his strength waning, his energy depleting. He gasped for breath, his body battered and bruised. The shadow seemed to have grown bored. It suddenly shifted its angle, its sharp claws lunging toward Qin Si's abdomen. Qin Si's eyes darkened. This time, he would not give up. He raised his sword to counter, but the shadow changed its attack mid-flight, circling to his side. Its claws suddenly seized Qin Si's ankle. Yanking hard, Qin Si let out a scream, dropping to one knee. The shadow seized the opportunity and yanked again. With a swift motion, Qin Si's right leg was torn open, blood gushing forth. He grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. The shadow, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to tear at Qin Si's thigh with its sharp claws. Blood poured from the wound, soaking the fabric of his pants. Qin Si clenched his jaw tightly, enduring the excruciating pain. He knew that if he cried out, it would attract nearby zombies, so he held back, unwilling to make a sound. Seeing that Qin Si remained silent, the shadow suddenly let out a howl. A woo. In an instant, several shadows rushed in from all directions, surrounding Qin Si completely. He struggled to lift his head, and what met his eyes was a sea of zombies. Their pupils glowed a dark green, clearly indicating they were high-level mutated beasts. Qin Si's face turned pale in an instant. How could there be so many high-level zombies here? Roar. Suddenly, a wild growl echoed. A 3-meter-tall giant lion leaped into view. Qin Si's pupils contracted. This was a level 4 mutated beast. Bang. The lion swung its fist down at Qin Si. The ferocious wind rushing toward his head, making him dizzy. He stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The giant lion seized the moment to pursue. Qin Si gritted his teeth, raising his long sword to bravely confront the beast. Two shadows tangled with each other. Boom. Bang. This is bad. The shelter has gone into a level 1 alert. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qin Si heard the words and paused. Then a wave of joy surged through him. He immediately turned around and, sure enough, saw several military vehicles entering the shelter. The lights of the military vehicles illuminated the entire area. Soldiers disembarked. Qin Si finally breathed a sigh of relief. These soldiers were dressed in camouflage uniforms, carrying firearms and heavy weaponry. They trained efficiently, rushing into the shelter and dispersing to secure various areas. Qin Si, A familiar voice reached his ears. Qin Si turned toward the sound and instantly beamed with joy. Yang Ping, you finally made it. Qin Si ran over. Yang Ping had been absent for days, and Qin Si had been worried sick, fearing for his safety. Now, seeing him again filled Qin Si with both surprise and happiness. What happened to you? You look terrible. Yang Ping's eyes widened in shock. Qin Si was a mess. He was covered in blood, with wounds all over his face, arms, and chest. The injury on his chest was particularly shocking. Yang Ping hurriedly helped Qin Si into a chair. Qin Si, what happened? Where are you hurt? Qin Si gasped, weakly saying, my rib is broken. Yang Ping's expression turned serious as he checked Qin Si and confirmed that his rib was indeed fractured. Let me stop the bleeding first, he said, opening the first aid kit to prepare some tools. But Qin Si pressed down on his hand. Don't touch my wound. I can treat myself. Are you out of your mind? Yang Ping exclaimed, utterly shocked. He had known Qin Si for 20 years and had never seen him in such a state. Ignoring Yang Ping, Qin Si sat cross-legged and began to channel his energy to heal his internal injuries. Yang Ping stood by, watching him with a complex expression. Qin Si closed his eyes, his face pale but his expression calm. His breathing was steady and prolonged, as if he were gathering his strength to recover. After a while, he finally retracted his inner energy and opened his eyes, his gaze clear once more. Yang Ping leaned closer and asked, how did you do that just now? Qin Si replied calmly, it's a secret. Yang Ping was taken aback. Qin Si then looked at him and asked, what brought you here? Yang Ping sighed. I received word from other comrades that there were monsters sighted in the suburbs. We rushed over immediately. His tone carried a sense of relief. Thank goodness you're okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to the team. Hearing this, Qin Si felt a warmth in his heart. Chapter 96. Cultivation. They had long known that this shelter was dangerous, and out of fear, they could only provide support from a distance. Qin Si expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Yang Ping waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He picked up Qin Si's clothes and said, you should change into something clean. Okay. Qin Si nodded and walked into the bathroom. He took off his tattered shirt and changed into a new outfit. Outside, some people were already cleaning up the battlefield. After eliminating the zombies, they dragged the bodies into the shelter's storage room. Once Qin Si finished changing, Yang Ping led him to rest. This was the most luxurious suite in the shelter. You should lie down for a bit. I'll call you when it's time for dinner, Yang Ping said. Qin Si nodded. All right. Although he was very tired, he didn't want to lie down and rest. He propped his hands on the edge of the bed and sat on the stool. His gaze fixed on the window ahead, lost in thought. When the apocalypse broke out, he and Yang Ping had taken refuge in the shelter. At that time, Yang Ping's father was critically ill and needed an immediate blood transfusion, and they had to find a suitable liver donor quickly. Yang Ping and the others decided to take the risk and leave the shelter. As luck would have it, they passed through a neighboring town and collected a batch of supplies on their way back to the base. Who would have thought that they would encounter a monster attack along the way? Fortunately, they reacted quickly and managed to escape. Otherwise, they would all have died. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Qin Si turned his head to see a girl standing outside. She was a pretty little girl with a ponytail. Petite and delicate, with exquisite features. Dressed in a white dress, she looked like a playful little sprite. Li Yue winked at Qin Si and said with a smile, I brought you some food. Li Yue. Yang Ping frowned. Qin Xiaya stuck her tongue out at him and playfully said, this is my food box. It's filled with meat pies, and you must be hungry. Qin Si raised an eyebrow, finding the girl quite amusing. Li Yue pushed past Yang Ping, placed the food box on the table, and lifted the lid, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Qin Si's stomach growled, and he swallowed hard. Thank you, he said, eagerly grabbing a meat pie to munch on. Li Yue tilted her head and watched him. Hey, she opened her mouth. Huh? Qin Si looked up, puzzled. Are you hungry too? You should have a bit. It tastes pretty good. Li Yue shook her head. I'm full. Qin Si stared at her for a moment, noticing that she really didn't seem hungry. All right, I'll eat then. He lowered his head and continued eating. He was enjoying his meal, while Li Yue sat beside him, watching with great interest. Qin Si felt a bit perplexed by her gaze. What's wrong? He asked, looking at her in confusion. Nothing, Li Yue said softly, pursing her lips into a sweet and obedient smile. My name is Li Yue. What's yours? Qin Si, he replied. Li Yue's eyes sparkled as she playfully said, Brother Qin, you're really impressive. I can't believe I managed to escape from such a horde of monsters. I'm just lucky, Qin Si replied humbly with a smile. Regardless, that's something to be proud of. Li Yue giggled. I think Brother Qin will become even more powerful in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Si said with a smile. A sly glint flashed in Li Yue's eyes. This guy doesn't seem very bright. He's easy to fool. By the way, how's your body? Li Yue asked with concern. Qin Si pointed to his right arm. It's still a bit numb, but it's nothing serious. A few days of rest should do the trick. Li Yue nodded. That is good. You should rest. I won't disturb you any longer. All right. Li Yue stood up, smiling as she waved goodbye. Bye-bye. After saying that, she skipped out of the room. Qin Si watched her lively and adorable figure with a smile. He then lowered his gaze and continued eating. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something odd about her smile. Qin Si didn't dwell on it. He took his time finishing his meal and then crawled into bed. After staying up all night and feeling exhausted throughout the day, he felt particularly sleepy. As he drifted off, he heard footsteps approaching. Qin Si turned over and buried his face in the pillow, continuing to sleep. Outside, Yangping hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out to gently open the door. Qin Si was still fast asleep. Yangping walked into the room and quietly closed the door behind him. He sat on the couch, looking at the sleeping Qin Si with a serious expression. Up until now, Qin Si hadn't revealed the true identity of that scientist to him. After all, Yangping was somewhat displeased. This guy is hiding too much. Yangping clenched his teeth and got up, walking to the bedside to look at Qin Si. He touched Qin Si's forehead. The temperature was normal. Forget it, Yangping murmured to himself. Qin Si has been through a lot these past few days. Let him rest well. Yangping quietly exited the bedroom and lay down on the couch in the living room. At that moment, he had completely forgotten about Qin Si's oddities. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Si woke up, the night had already fallen. He got up and went downstairs, only to find that both Yangping and Li Yue were gone. He guessed they must have gone to work. After washing up and changing his clothes, he stepped out of the hospital. As soon as he reached the street, he heard a commotion not far away. Following the sound, he saw a crowd of hundreds of people gathered ahead. They seemed to be arguing about something. You bunch of useless fools. A sharp, piercing female voice scolded. You're the useless one, shouted an older male voice in response. Qin Si frowned. What is all the noise about? At this moment, the crowd turned to look at Qin Si. Who are you? Someone asked. Qin Si casually glanced around. This was a bustling area in the city filled with people. What is going on here? He inquired. Hey, are you out of your mind? Someone glared at Qin Si disdainfully. Which leg is injured? Hurry up and go back to rest. Qin Si was speechless. This person's words are so cutting. I'm asking you a question. Qin Si said with a cold face. Why should I tell you? A man scoffed disdainfully. The others echoed him in agreement. Exactly. Qin Si's gaze sharpened, and an intense aura radiated from him, instantly intimidating the group of thugs. The crowd stared in shock, their eyes wide. How did this scrawny young man suddenly become so terrifying? Could he possibly be a psychopathic killer? Qin Si cast an indifferent glance at the crowd and strode past them, heading towards the throng of people. This time, no one dared to stop him. They let him push his way into the crowd. He reached the front row and saw two groups locked in a standoff. One group was led by a man in his 30s, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, exuding a handsome and extraordinary presence. The other group was led by a young woman in her 20s, clad in a red dress, with short, curly hair and heavy makeup that gave her a seductive and alluring look. Four muscular men flanked her. The two groups were clearly at odds, eyeing each other warily, yet for some reason, neither had made a move to strike. Step aside, Qin Si said coldly. The people over there paused, turning to look at him. Chapter 97. Return to the shelter. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to interfere in our business? One of them shouted angrily. Qin Si felt helpless, shrugging as he attempted to weave his way through the group. Little did he know, as soon as he took a step forward, someone from the opposing side grabbed his wrist. He could sense an unusual strength in the person's grip. Startled, the man turned to look, only to find that the burly figure exuded a fierce, burning aura. You're blocking my way, so move aside, Qin Si repeated, his voice sharp. However, among the crowd, someone with keen eyes seemed to recognize Qin Si's identity and exclaimed in surprise, Qin Si. You are Qin Si, right? Qin Si remained unresponsive, silently gazing at them, his eyes filled with silence. The person took a step closer, their tone dripping with mockery. I advise you to mind your own business and not stir up trouble. This matter has nothing to do with you, Qin Si. Don't think that just because everyone knows who you are, they will treat you with any respect. Some people don't feel that way. Qin Si continued to remain silent, uninterested in further escalating the situation. He simply opened his mouth, but chose not to speak. Yet, the other side was relentless, pressing on aggressively. Let go. One hand attempted to grab Qin Si's shoulder. Reacting instinctively, Qin Si swiftly dodged to the side. For a moment, surprise flickered across the faces of those around him, leaving some of them taken aback. Some were still cursing at Qin Si, while others scoffed disdainfully. This farce didn't last long, but Qin Si sensed that these people were not to be underestimated. Afterward, as the group dispersed, his companions began to stir. Brother Qin, weren't they a bit too unfriendly to you just now? Exactly. They dare to act so brazenly in front of Qin Si. These people really have no shame. Forget about it, Qin Si. Just think about the whole situation. It's really not your fault. After some discussion, it became clear that some felt these individuals were deliberately seeking trouble with Qin Si, seemingly having no intention of engaging in normal conversation. Qin Si, feeling helpless, simply sat down on a nearby chair, staring blankly at them. You know, their conflict with you doesn't warrant such treatment. Besides, you're a decent and kind person. Why put up with their nonsense? Qin Si, you should really keep an eye on their behavior. I think they're just jealous of you. Perhaps even trying to create trouble on purpose to slander you in front of others. Who knows what is really going on in their minds? Qin Si, I believe you should seriously consider teaching them a lesson. After all, they seem to have ulterior motives and clearly don't want to have a proper conversation with you. The words of others piqued Qin Si's curiosity and imagination. It seemed these people were indeed looking for a fight. He had done nothing wrong. Yet they were attempting to tarnish his reputation. Even their actions left Qin Si feeling helpless. When he thought about it, it was indeed frustrating. He sat still for a long time, lost in thought, with images from earlier flooding his mind. Remembering those who had ambushed him, he couldn't help but conclude that there must be something wrong within the shelter. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so brazen. Qin Si furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. Meanwhile, someone across from him added fuel to the fire, shouting, Qin Si, I support you in speaking out about this. It's not your fault, and you shouldn't have to bear any responsibility or risk. What others say doesn't matter. Qin Si was taken aback. He felt the same way. The group made their way back, but Qin Si's mind was preoccupied with many thoughts. As they approached the shelter, someone came out and bumped into Qin Si, greeting him casually. Qin Gu. Yeah, Qin Si responded coldly, lacking any warmth or patience. However, the other person could see the troubled expression on Qin Si's face. The people around them said nothing, simply nudging Qin Si to hurry inside. As the shelter door closed, Qin Si's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Outside the shelter, those who had just passed Qin Si were curious. What happened to Qin Gu? Someone yelled at him on the way. I'm not sure what set them off, but we suspect they were just looking for trouble. One person gasped in disbelief and added, let us not say anything to upset him when he comes out. I think those people had bad intentions. Even daring to target Qin Gu. I really don't understand what they're thinking. What did they say? Nothing too serious, but it was still pretty harsh overall. They even brought up the fact that Qin Gu has weapons and treasures. I feel a bit sorry for him now. Let us just go do our own things instead of lingering here. With that, the group found it uninteresting and left the entrance of the shelter. Inside, Qin Si thought for a long time before ultimately deciding to tell Yang Peng about the incident. Only then could he confirm whether his suspicions were valid. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Yang Peng, who was working inside, set his tasks aside and perked up to take a look outside. Through the crack in the door, he saw it was Qin Si, and he let him in. Come in. As Qin Si stepped inside, his face was clearly darkened. Yang Peng, believing he knew Qin Si well enough, felt puzzled at his gloomy demeanor. What happened? You looked down. Did someone say something bad about you? His teasing made Qin Si curl his lips in a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. You guessed it right. Someone actually chewed me out today, but I have my doubts. These people might have a hidden agenda, possibly related to those who ambushed me before. Yang Peng was taken aback, still not fully grasping what Qin Si meant. Qin Si recounted the entire incident to Yang Peng in detail. I just saw two groups of people arguing on the street, and out of instinct, I wanted to go take a look. I didn't expect to be mistaken for someone who was getting involved. Qin Si found it amusing yet frustrating. While Yang Peng sarcastically remarked that it was none of his business, Qin Si shrugged it off, seemingly unfazed. So, what are you trying to tell me? Yang Peng continued with his work, not quite grasping Qin Si's point. However, Qin Si glanced at him with a thoughtful expression, reflecting on the appearance of those people. He sensed that they were likely not ordinary individuals. It was possible they were connected to the people from back then.